In 79 AD, Mount Vesuvius turned the vibrant Roman city of Pompeii into a frozen snapshot of disaster. For centuries, the ruins lay silent beneath layers of ash, until archaeologists began carefully uncovering what was left behind. Among the most heartbreaking discoveries was the plaster cast of two small figures lying side by side, mouths open, arms stiffened, caught in the instant a pyroclastic surge swallowed them. They weren't sculptures or props. They were real people whose final moments had been preserved with eerie clarity by the volcanic ash that buried the city in minutes. These casts weren't just scientific finds. They were a direct, emotional bridge to a disaster that happened nearly 2,000 years ago. Unlike statues made to look sad, these figures were sad. Their expressions, captured mid-scream, tell a story no textbook could. Archaeologists found them near the remains of a house, not far from food stores and cooking pots, daily life interrupted with no time to run. These people were caught completely off guard. What's especially shocking is how quickly the tragedy unfolded. Within seconds, a wave of superheated gas and ash raced through the city at nearly 400 miles per hour, reaching temperatures of over 900 degrees Fahrenheit. There was no warning siren, no time to escape. Entire families, friends, neighbors, many of them never made it out of their homes. And yet, their stories didn't disappear. The ash became a time capsule, sealing in not only bodies, but emotions. In a way, this discovery has changed how people see ancient history. Pompeii isn't just a place with ruins, it's a place that still holds the echoes of real human lives. The plaster casts, especially the ones of children, have toured museums around the world. They've been recreated in documentaries, referenced in shows like Doctor Who, and studied in classrooms from Italy to California. These moments frozen in time continue to speak, louder than any scroll or inscription. It's easy to think of the Roman Empire as all marble columns and grand arenas. But discoveries like this strip away the grandeur and show us the quiet, tragic human side. Not generals or emperors, just everyday people whose lives were suddenly cut short. And in the silence of those molds, the world continues to listen. In 2007, on the outskirts of Mantua, Italy, a city known for Romeo and Juliet's tragic tale, archaeologists uncovered a real-life love story buried beneath the earth. Two human skeletons, locked in an embrace, were found in a Neolithic grave dated to nearly 6,000 years ago. Their heads were turned toward each other, their arms and legs intertwined so tightly that it looked like they had been holding on until the very end. Unlike many burial sites from that era, this one was free of signs of violence or ritual sacrifice. There were no weapons, no signs of trauma, and no indication of battle. Just two people, one male, one female, deliberately buried together in a pose so intimate that it stunned even seasoned archaeologists. This wasn't an accidental positioning. Someone laid them that way, carefully, meaningfully. For decades, archaeologists have dug up skeletons side by side. That's nothing new. But what made the Valdero pair different was the undeniable emotion it stirred. Viewers around the world saw photos of them and immediately felt something more than curiosity. They felt connection. Some even called it proof that love can survive death. It's not hard to see why. Their expressions are long gone, their stories forgotten, but the way they lie together still says everything. Interestingly, the burial was found near items like flint blades and tools, hinting that they weren't just laid to rest randomly. There may have been a deeper meaning, perhaps spiritual, perhaps symbolic. What makes it even more powerful is how little we know. They could have been partners, or siblings, or friends. Yet their pose leaves little room for doubt they mattered to each other deeply. Now known as the lovers of Valdaro, the two are preserved and displayed in a museum, encased in glass, side by side forever. Visitors walk by silently, often pausing longer than at any golden artifact or ancient statue. There's no famous name, no epic battle, just a single scene from prehistory that speaks volumes. In a world often fascinated by kings and conquests, these two humble skeletons remind us that connection, not power, is what lasts longest. On the island of Öland, off Sweden's southeastern coast, lies the quiet ruin of a once thriving village called Sandbyborg. But beneath its stone walls, archaeologists found a chilling scene that tells a story of sudden and total devastation. What they uncovered wasn't a battlefield or a burial ground, it was a massacre frozen in place. Inside the remains of homes, skeletons were found sprawled on the floors, still lying where they fell. There were no signs of burials, no efforts to move the bodies. Some had sword wounds to the skull. Others had their arms raised, as if trying to shield themselves. These people had been attacked without warning. There were signs of valuables left untouched, gold, jewelry, tools, all still there, which meant it wasn't a raid for plunder. It was something personal, a message, total annihilation. What shocked archaeologists most was the silence that followed. The attackers didn't just kill, they wiped the place off the map. No one came back to bury the dead. The village was never rebuilt. For over 1,500 years, the remains lay undisturbed, slowly being absorbed into the soil until modern teams began digging in the 2010s. Some researchers believe the attack may have been part of a power struggle, one group wiping out a rival clan. But the sheer brutality combined with the deliberate abandonment suggests it was more than war. It was erasure. Today, Sandbyborg is one of the most haunting archaeological sites in Europe. The stones still stand, but now they carry the weight of a story that was never meant to be told. And thanks to archaeology, those who were silenced now speak again. Not with words, but with the positions they were found in and the silence that followed them. High in the icy peaks of the Andes, over 22,000 feet above sea level, a discovery was made that, honestly, shocked even the most experienced archaeologists. Inside a stone burial chamber on Argentina's Lulailaco volcano, a perfectly preserved young woman sat, her head tilted gently forward, her hair neatly braided, her face peaceful, but with a single tear streak frozen on her cheek. She became known as La Doncella, or the Maiden. She wasn't found lying down. She was seated in a ritual posture wrapped in fine textiles and surrounded by offerings, feathers, corn, ceremonial objects. Her preservation was astonishing. The cold, dry air had kept her skin, eyelashes, even her clothes almost intact for over 5 centuries. She looked more like a sleeping girl than a mummy. La Doncella was part of the Incan Capacocha ceremony, an offering to the gods made during times of drought or political uncertainty. Chosen for her beauty and status, she was taken from her community and brought to the summit of one of the highest volcanoes in the world. The journey would have taken weeks. When she reached the top, she was given a mixture of sacred herbs and alcohol to make her fall asleep. Then she was left to freeze in the thin mountain air. What makes this discovery so intense isn't just the level of preservation, it's the small details. Her face, still soft, her clothes folded carefully, her braids woven with care. Archaeologists who saw her up close say it felt like stepping into a moment frozen in time, but also deeply human, like meeting someone you can't help but feel for, even across centuries. La Doncella doesn't shout history at you. She whispers it. She doesn't come from a textbook. She comes from a place of silence and snow, where belief and sacrifice crossed paths. And the world still hasn't stopped listening. Across the foggy wetlands of northern Europe, archaeologists have uncovered some of the most haunting discoveries ever found: human remains buried not under stone or dirt, but deep in peat bogs. These bog bodies are so well preserved that even fingerprints and facial stubble can still be seen, despite dating back over 2,000 years. And you know, many of them are not adults. In Denmark, Ireland, and Germany, teams have uncovered bodies with intact hair, twisted limbs, and even visible eyelashes. Some were found with ropes around their necks, others with carefully placed offerings beside them. One particularly famous case is that of a teenage figure dubbed Wide Girl, discovered in the Netherlands. Her long red hair and peaceful face seemed to defy the centuries she'd spent buried in acidic mud. Why were these people placed in the bogs? Some believe they were sacrificed, possibly during tribal ceremonies asking for fertile land or victory in war. But what stands out is how ritualized and careful these burials were. These weren't random. These were significant. The peat worked like nature's freezer. Cool, low oxygen conditions stopped bacteria in their tracks, preserving skin, organs, and clothing. It's like opening a door to the Iron Age and finding someone waiting on the other side. These discoveries don't just teach us about ancient rituals. They connect us to real individuals from a distant world. They weren't myths. They were real, with lives and communities that vanished long ago. And thanks to the bogs, they never truly left. Right in the heart of Mexico City stands the remains of one of the most sacred and blood-soaked places in Mesoamerican history, the Templo Mayor. This massive stepped pyramid once towered over the Aztec capital of Tenochtitlan. And what archaeologists found beneath its layers has fascinated and, honestly, horrified people around the world. Excavations in recent decades revealed hundreds of human skulls arranged in towering racks called tzompantli. These were real structures the Aztecs built to display the heads of those sacrificed to the gods. Beneath the temple itself, they found offering pits packed with bones, obsidian blades, shells, and even jaguar remains. But what really shook researchers were the tightly packed skeletons, many with cut marks on the ribs and spines, showing how precise the rituals had been. This wasn't random violence. It followed strict ceremonial rules, often tied to the Aztec calendar, cosmic alignments, and seasonal cycles. The sun god needed strength, they believed, and strength came from life essence. The victims were often treated as honored guests before the ritual, fed well, adorned with elaborate paint and feathers, and led in procession to the temple summit. In one recent discovery, archaeologists found a large stone box filled with bones and carved skulls, buried beneath what would have been a public space. It wasn't hidden, it was meant to be seen. And today those bones speak more powerfully than any glyph or scroll ever could. These aren't just relics of a lost world. They're a chilling window into a civilization that saw life and death through a completely different lens. To them, sacrifice wasn't destruction. It was an offering to something bigger. And thanks to the archaeologists peeling back each layer of the Templo Mayor, that worldview is no longer a mystery. In the quiet countryside of Somerset, England, lies a place that looks peaceful enough from the outside. But inside Gough's cave, archaeologists uncovered something deeply unsettling. Bones more than 14,000 years old were scattered across the floor. At first it seemed like any other prehistoric site, but then they noticed something strange. The bones had cut marks. Clean, deliberate cuts like those made by tools used to process meat. Even more shocking, some of the skulls had been carefully shaped into bowls. These weren't accidents. This was intentional. Experts determined that these early humans weren't just surviving in harsh conditions. They were turning to practices that most societies would later abandon entirely. It wasn't about violence or punishment. It was about survival, and maybe even ritual. These people lived at the edge of the last ice age, when the land was cold, resources were scarce, and the line between life and death was razor thin. What makes this site so significant is how methodical everything was. The way the bones were stripped, the way the skulls were shaped, there was a system to it. Some scientists think it may have had spiritual meaning, not just a desperate attempt to endure the cold. The remains found at Gough's cave are now stored and studied under strict conditions, revealing more each year. The tools, bones, and markings tell a story that's uncomfortable but undeniable. These people did what they had to do to survive a brutal world. And in doing so, they left behind one of the oldest and most complex archaeological puzzles in British history. Everyone knows about Pompeii, but fewer have heard of Herculaneum, its smaller neighbor buried by the same volcanic eruption. While Pompeii was hit by a rain of ash, Herculaneum was smothered in a boiling wave of gas and mud that rushed in so fast it turned people to stone-like shells in seconds. When archaeologists began excavating a row of seaside boathouses, they expected to find storage rooms. Instead, they uncovered something far more devastating. Packed inside these shelters were over 300 people, huddled together, waiting for rescue that never came. Many of them were found clutching bags of jewelry, food, and tools, the most valuable items they could carry. They weren't running away from home. They were waiting to be saved. Some were resting against walls. Others lay curled up in the corners. They had gathered near the shore, likely hoping that Roman ships would arrive. But the heat wave reached them before any help did. In the blink of an eye, their lives were over, sealed in volcanic mud, so quickly that archaeologists later recovered their skeletons still wearing earrings, belts, and sandals. One particularly haunting find was of a soldier, still wearing a military belt and carrying a sword. He had made it that far, possibly guiding others to safety. He died doing so. The site is so well preserved that researchers were able to study their last meals from the contents of their stomachs. Unlike Pompeii's theatrical ruins, Herculaneum is quieter but more intimate. The faces aren't cast in plaster, they're bones frozen in place. Still, waiting, watching. And thanks to the volcanic flow that swallowed them, their story didn't end in silence. It was only paused until we uncovered it again. In the mid-1800s, two British ships, the HMS Erebus and HMS Terror, set out to chart the Northwest Passage, a sea route through the Arctic that had never been successfully mapped. The mission, led by Sir John Franklin, vanished without a trace. For over a century, no one knew what happened. Then, piece by piece, the Arctic began giving up its secrets. Archaeologists and forensic teams eventually found skeletal remains scattered across the harsh landscape of King William Island. The bodies showed signs of extreme cold exposure and malnutrition. Some had deep cuts in the bones, suggesting the unimaginable, people doing whatever they could to survive once the ships were trapped in ice. One haunting discovery was a pair of skeletal legs still inside woolen trousers, found alone on the tundra. In another case, a makeshift boat was found, loaded with silverware, books, and human bones. These weren't seasoned Arctic explorers by that point. They were exhausted men carrying symbols of home through a frozen wasteland. As recently as the last decade, archaeologists discovered the sunken remains of both ships, eerily well preserved in the icy water. Plates, tools, even leather boots remained on board. But it's the human stories found in fragments along the shoreline that leave the strongest impression. The Franklin expedition wasn't lost as some sudden disaster. It slowly unraveled, step by step, mile by mile. The starved remains aren't just bones. They're what's left of an ambition that reached too far into the cold and paid the ultimate price. What began as a triumph of exploration ended in one of history's quietest, saddest collapses. So, when locals in Andhra Pradesh spotted this massive creature on the riverbank, it honestly didn't look like anything you'd find in a biology textbook. It had this really tough, scaly skin, a head that looked a lot like a giant lizard, and these long, pale appendages spilling out from a torn section of its body. People gathered in no time, snapping photos and, speculating whether it was some ancient beast, a prehistoric survivor, or maybe something entirely unknown. The truth, though, while less mythical, was just as fascinating. Experts actually identified the creature as a bloated and decomposing deep-sea animal, possibly a really large oarfish or whale distorted by time, gases, and the river conditions. Those strange white tentacles? They were actually muscle tissues and intestines, pushed out by pressure during decay. Still, despite the scientific explanation, the discovery kind of reignited old stories in the region, tales of river serpents and forgotten creatures from local folklore. And in that moment, the line between science and legend blurred, proving once again that, the natural world can still surprise us in ways that feel almost otherworldly. In 2016, while excavating a construction site near Athens, archaeologists unearthed a discovery that raised more questions than it answered. Lying side by side in neat rows were dozens of skeletons, men with their arms and legs bound in iron shackles. Their bones dated back over 2,500 years to the rise of ancient democracy, and nobody had ever seen anything quite like it. These weren't criminals dumped in a pit. Their bodies were carefully lined up, suggesting that someone took the time to organize this mass burial. Yet their bindings remained on, rusted and fused to the bones. Some were even chained in pairs. The precision of the scene felt both clinical and tragic. Experts believe the victims may have been part of a failed uprising, possibly supporters of a political figure trying to seize control. Their execution, done in one swift wave, was likely meant to send a message. No tombstones, no honors, just iron, dirt, and silence. The most chilling part is how well the bodies were preserved. The bone alignment, the position of the shackles, even traces of the straps used to bind them. Everything was intact. It gave archaeologists a rare opportunity to understand how power worked in the ancient world, especially during its darker moments. While Athens is celebrated as the birthplace of democracy, this grave reminds us that progress wasn't always peaceful. Beneath the temples and theaters lie the remains of real people caught in the political currents of the time. People who likely never made it into the history books until now. When the RMS Titanic sank in the North Atlantic in 1912, over 1,500 people lost their lives in one of the most iconic maritime tragedies ever recorded. The ship was a floating palace filled with everything from mahogany staircases to full orchestras. But deep beneath the waves, it became something else entirely, a graveyard, resting 2 miles below the surface. For decades, the wreck remained untouched. Then in the 1980s, it was finally found. The images were surreal. Dinner plates still stacked, shoes resting where bodies once lay, unopened bottles of wine scattered across the ocean floor. But what stunned researchers the most were the eerie traces of the passengers themselves. While human remains were mostly gone, their outlines, footwear, clothing, and personal items, remained in place, frozen in time by the deep sea's stillness. In one spot, a pair of leather shoes lay side by side next to a pocket watch and a comb. It was clear someone had once been there. perhaps waiting, perhaps holding on to hope. These remnants weren't just artifacts. They were silent witnesses, and yet despite the sadness, nothing about the Titanic wreck feels staged. It's real. Down there in the dark, where there's no sound and almost no light, the everyday items speak louder than words. Eyeglasses, toothbrushes, letters, each one a memory that drifted down with the ship and stayed there. Beneath the busy streets of Paris, far below the cafes and fashion houses, there's a hidden world that once held more people than the city above. In the 18th century, overflowing cemeteries forced city officials to begin moving the dead into old stone quarries underground. Over time, this vast labyrinth turned into what we now know as the Paris catacombs. But what most visitors don't realize is that beyond the candlelit tourist paths lie countless sealed vaults that have never been mapped, and when they're opened, the silence is overwhelming. In recent years, archaeologists working under the streets near old convents and churches uncovered multiple burial vaults packed floor to ceiling with human bones. These weren't the decorative skull walls tourists see. These were hidden chambers, some still filled with the smell of ancient decay, sealed off centuries ago and forgotten as the city grew on top of them. What makes these vaults different is what was left behind with the dead. Old wooden coffins, rusted keys, scraps of cloth, and once even a carefully folded letter tucked beneath a femur. In one case, the bones were mixed with construction debris, suggesting that when buildings were renovated centuries ago, they simply tossed human remains aside and bricked them up. Forensic teams studying the remains found signs of overcrowding, stress, and illness, evidence that many of these people lived difficult lives during times of plague, war, or famine. In one vault, they discovered layers of bones stacked in such a way that it looked like people had been added in waves, possibly during a deadly epidemic. Today, these hidden corners of Paris are being studied slowly, quietly, and with great care. Some vaults are too dangerous to open, and others are so deep that modern equipment struggles to reach them. But what's already been found paints a haunting picture. Beneath one of the world's most celebrated cities lies a city of the forgotten. Not kings, not heroes, just ordinary people packed together in the dark, their stories locked behind stone walls for hundreds of years until now. Just a few steps beneath one of the oldest roads in Rome lies a hidden maze that most tourists never realize they're walking over. The Appian Way, a place where people now jog, bike, and snap selfies, hides a world that once echoed with whispered prayers and the quiet fear of being caught. These are the catacombs of San Sebastiano, not just tunnels, but a secret underground city of the dead stretching over 7 miles. Long before Christianity became legal, believers buried their dead here in deep chambers carved from soft volcanic rock called tuff. When you step down into this dimly lit underworld, the temperature drops, and so does your sense of direction. It's easy to feel like you've left the modern world behind. Walls are lined with narrow horizontal slots, each one a grave. Doves, anchors, fish. Others show frescoes so well preserved you'd think they were painted a few decades ago. In fact, the artwork found here includes some of the earliest known Christian imagery anywhere in the world. This place isn't just about bones and ancient art, though. It also has a strange connection to one of the Roman Empire's most famous soldiers turned saints, Sebastian. According to tradition, he was buried here after surviving a barrage of arrows, only to be later killed for good and laid to rest in these catacombs. His story made the site so popular that it became one of the first official pilgrimage spots in Christian Rome. What's really surprising is how massive this network is. Only a small portion is open to the public, but archaeologists have explored multiple levels, some descending over 40 feet. These layers weren't built all at once, they were expanded as more space was needed. Some sections show signs of collapse or intentional sealing, raising questions about what might still be hidden back there. Lost shrines? Forgotten relics? If this sounds like something out of Indiana Jones or the Da Vinci Code, you're not far off. This isn't a staged museum exhibit. It's real, untouched history buried right beneath your feet. And it's just the beginning. Beneath the Colosseum's massive arena lies something far more complex than crumbling stone. The Hypogeum, an underground system of tunnels, elevators, and cages, was the engine room of ancient Rome's most extreme spectacles. It's where wild animals were staged, where warriors prepared in silence, and where illusions were crafted to shock tens of thousands watching above. This was ancient show business, and the stakes were deadly. Gladiators didn't just walk out, they appeared. Trapdoors snapped open, elevators rose from the floor, and exotic creatures seemed to materialize out of nowhere. Much of that magic was made possible by a system so advanced it rivaled stagecraft from centuries later. Some lifts were powered by treadmills, others by intricate counterweights. Crews of men worked behind the scenes like stagehands in a modern arena. And for centuries, it was all buried. Grass and earth completely covered the hippodrome until the 19th century, when archaeologists finally began to excavate what had been hidden since the fall of the empire. Even now, only parts of it are open to the public. New passageways, stairwells, and wall niches are still being discovered. Some areas remain sealed, others completely unexplored. Here's the kind of scene that captures its atmosphere perfectly. It's exactly what the hypogeum might look like if something unexpected were uncovered today. The air down there carries weight. Standing among the arches, it's easy to feel the pressure that once built with each creaking pulley and muffled shout. For gladiators, this space was a holding cell and a launch pad. You didn't just enter the arena, you were lifted into it, sometimes after hours waiting in the dark, hearing nothing but distant cheering above. The scale of engineering is hard to overstate. Platforms large enough to raise an entire group of lions. Stage pieces for reenacting mythological scenes, temples, trees, or ships, hoisted through the floor. Every detail timed to shock the crowd and fuel the drama. And although the crowd's gone silent, the structure remains. Part machine, part graveyard, part mystery. The deeper you go into the Colosseum, the more it reveals. Not in noise, but in echoes. At street level, the Basilica of San Clemente looks like a beautiful old church. Nice frescoes, peaceful atmosphere, the usual. But beneath the floor lies something much bigger, or rather, older. Go downstairs and you enter another church from the 4th century. Keep going, and you're suddenly standing in a Roman home from nearly 2,000 years ago, complete with a temple to a secret god. This spot is like a vertical timeline you can walk through. Each layer represents a different chapter in Rome's story, medieval on top, early Christian below, and then a shadowy space dedicated to the cult of Mithras at the very bottom. It's hard to believe that all of this sits just a few blocks from the Colosseum. In the lowest chamber, you'll find a small altar showing Mithras slaying a bull, his signature act. The space is tight and silent, built for ceremonies that weren't meant to be seen by outsiders. The fact that this temple survived it all is incredible. Above it, Roman homes were built, and above those, churches. Like someone pressed build again every few hundred years without tearing the old one down. What's even crazier is how well preserved everything is. In the 4th century church, parts of mosaics and inscriptions still cling to the walls. The sound of water still trickles through ancient pipes. And on your way back up as daylight returns, it's like climbing through time in reverse. If HBO ever shot a time travel show through Roman history, this would be the perfect set. You've probably heard the name Nero, the emperor with a flair for fire and drama. But what he left behind, buried under centuries of earth, is beyond dramatic. It's the Domus Aurea, or the Golden House, a sprawling underground palace, so luxurious it made even Roman elites blush. And today, it's hidden right beneath a public park. The palace was designed to impress and shock. Nero built it after the Great Fire of Rome, using land that had belonged to the city. Walls were once covered in gold leaf and gemstones. Ceilings were painted with elaborate frescoes. There was even a dining room with a rotating ceiling, possibly powered by slaves turning hidden gears. Yes, that extra. After Nero died, later emperors were so embarrassed by the excess that they filled the entire palace with dirt and built over it. For nearly 2,000 years, it stayed underground, until Renaissance artists crawling through holes in the earth accidentally rediscovered it. That's where the word grotesque comes from. They were painting scenes in grottos and didn't know they were standing in a palace. Now you can visit the Domus Aurea on special tours. You walk through long corridors with painted walls and massive columns still intact. Some areas are pitch dark and suddenly open into chambers where natural light filters through from ancient skylights above. Even after centuries of silence, it still feels like Nero could return and throw a banquet any second. Right next to Trajan's column stands a regular-looking government building. Nothing fancy on the outside. But under the Palazzo Valentini is one of the best preserved time capsules of Roman luxury living you'll ever see. These aren't ruins in the usual sense. They're complete rooms. We're talking tiled floors with detailed mosaics, private baths with marble benches, and underground heating systems that still baffle modern architects. Thanks to clever glass flooring, you can walk above these 2nd century homes while looking down into history. What makes this site stand out is how immersive it feels. The lights are timed to highlight different areas, glowing under mosaics, casting shadows along ancient walls. Projections and effects even help recreate what the rooms might have looked like when people actually lived there. And they weren't just anyone. These homes belonged to powerful Roman families, likely senators. You'll spot bathing rooms with carefully engineered ventilation, courtyards built to let in light without flooding when it rained, and hidden service corridors where workers stayed out of sight. Every inch was planned. This isn't a ruin you have to imagine. It's a life-size cutaway of elite Roman life, right underneath your shoes. If Assassin's Creed had a luxury real estate DLC, this would be the flagship property. Right beneath the roaring grounds of ancient chariot races, just under the Circus Maximus, there's something most Romans had no clue was there a secret underground temple used by followers of the god Mithras. While the crowds above cheered for their favorite teams, a completely different scene was unfolding in the shadows below. The Mithraeum is dim, narrow, and deeply symbolic. Carved out of rock, its design mirrors a cave. Mithras was believed to have slain a bull in a sacred cavern, and every temple honoring him followed the same layout. Two long benches line the central aisle, where initiates likely sat during rituals. At the far end is a carved relief of Mithras in the act of bull slaying, a powerful image meant to represent cosmic rebirth and strength. This cult wasn't open to everyone. It was invitation only, typically limited to soldiers, officials, and merchants. Meetings were private. The ceremonies are still a mystery because followers were sworn to silence. But archaeologists have found signs of symbolic feasts, stages of initiation, and even clues pointing to astrological connections. Standing in this quiet, torchlit room feels like stepping into a secret society. It's small but intense, built for ritual, not spectacle. While thousands watched races just feet above, this hidden chamber echoed with chants and silence, dedicated to a god outsiders barely knew. It's the kind of place you wouldn't believe existed unless you saw it with your own eyes. In the middle of all the grandeur and marble statues, there's a piece of ancient Roman infrastructure that still does its job more than 2 millennia later. It's not glamorous, but honestly, it might be one of the most important reasons Rome ever became a superpower. Welcome to the Cloaca Maxima, the Great Drain. Built around the 6th century BCE, this massive underground sewer was designed to carry water and waste away from the city's low-lying areas. And believe it or not, it still flows today. That's not just a figure of speech. Parts of the original structure are still channeling runoff into the Tiber River. But the Cloaca Maxima isn't just some old pipe. It's a monument to early Roman engineering. Made with volcanic stone and lined with brick, it was built to last, and clearly it did. Roman engineers understood slope, water pressure, and durability long before the word infrastructure even existed. Some sections are actually wide enough for people to walk through. There's even a legend that the sewer once carried away the water from a mythical lake that covered the forum, turning it into buildable land. Whether that's true or not, what is true is that this system helped Rome avoid flooding, disease, and urban chaos at a time when most cities didn't even have basic drainage. It might not be as flashy as the Colosseum, but honestly, it's just as impressive. A massive, ancient artery still pumping quietly under one of the busiest cities in the world. Just off Rome's bustling Via Veneto, beneath a quiet little church, lies one of the most visually haunting places in the city. It's not scary in a horror movie way, it's eerie in a thoughtful, almost artistic sense. This is the crypt of the Capuchin monks, where the bones of over 4,000 friars have been arranged into complex designs across the walls and ceilings. Chandeliers made of vertebrae, arches lined with skulls, crosses crafted from femurs. Every room in the crypt has a theme, and each is decorated using real human remains. It sounds grim, but the intent was never to frighten. This was a spiritual message built by monks who believed that death wasn't an end, just a step forward. Some of the skeletons are fully dressed in Capuchin robes, resting in niches as if they're still on duty. Others are arranged into patterns that reflect symbols of resurrection and eternity. One chamber features an inscription that loosely translates to "What you are now, we once were. We once. What we are now, you shall be." It's the ultimate Roman version of perspective. The crypt was constructed in the 17th century when the friars brought bones from their old monastery. And while it's definitely one of the strangest sights in Rome, it's also one of the most unforgettable. Think of it like a message carved in bone, not about fear, but about reflection. And somehow, despite all this, it's peaceful, quiet, almost meditative, the kind of place that sticks with you long after you've left. Right now, if you toss a coin into the Trevi Fountain, that water didn't just come from a pipe under the street. It came from a source 13 miles away, carried underground by a Roman aqueduct that's over 2,000 years old and still working. That's the Aqua Virgo, one of the oldest functioning water systems on Earth. Built in 19 BCE by Marcus Agrippa, this aqueduct was a gift to the city. Unlike many others that traveled across towering arches, the Aqua Virgo was mostly underground, protected from weather, enemies, and earthquakes. And it worked so well that it continued to supply water to central Rome, even as empires rose and fell. What's incredible is how precise the engineering was. The slope from source to fountain is so subtle, only about 1 inch per 300 feet, but it keeps water flowing without pressure pumps, just gravity. At one point, it even ran directly beneath the baths of Agrippa, feeding pools and heating systems that amazed ancient visitors. Today, you can visit parts of the original channel. It runs beneath modern streets, sneaking between shops, homes, and museums. While most cities are replacing water mains every few decades, Rome is still using one that predates the New Testament. Every drop that flows from the Trevi isn't just water, it's history. Clear, cold, and straight from a system so well built that modern cities are still trying to catch up. Right next to one of Rome's busiest train intersections, buried under the modern tracks, is a secret that took everyone by surprise. Workers in the 1910s accidentally discovered a perfectly preserved underground basilica, one that no Roman had seen in nearly 2,000 years. And to this day, no one knows exactly who built it or why. The layout is unlike any Christian basilica. Instead of crosses or saints, the walls are covered with stucco figures from Roman mythology, Hercules, Orpheus, and scenes with strange symbolic creatures. 3 naves, a central apse, intricate decorations. It looks religious, but not in the way people expect. It may have been used by a mysterious cult, possibly Neo-Pythagorean philosophers with secret rites and symbols. The entire space was carved underground and reinforced with concrete to avoid collapse. That's how it survived untouched for centuries. One theory? The owners hid it on purpose. A secret meeting place safe from the eyes of the empire. Soft lighting now reveals the details: vines, stars, spirals, every panel whispering something lost to time. The craftsmanship is elite. The message? Still unsolved. Standing in that space with trains rushing above and ancient silence below, you feel the weight of history colliding. Rome isn't just a city layered in stone, it's layered in meaning. You won't find it on a postcard, but down in the catacombs of Priscilla is one of the most significant artworks in early Christian history, possibly the first ever image of the Virgin Mary. It's not on display in a grand museum. It's painted on a wall in a quiet burial chamber. The catacombs themselves are massive. Over 5 miles of tunnels dug out beneath a Roman noblewoman's estate in the 2nd century. Early Christians used this space not just to bury the dead, but also to carve out a safe spiritual identity at a time when public worship wasn't always safe. The most talked about chamber is the cubiculum of the Veiled Woman. Inside, there's a delicate fresco of a woman holding a child, with a star above them and a man pointing toward it. Many believe this is Mary with the infant Jesus, and that the man could be the prophet Balaam, referencing a star from ancient texts. That's not the only art here. You'll see fish, peacocks, anchors, and early symbols of hope and eternity. The frescoes were painted with care, often glowing under soft light, preserved by centuries of silence. This site isn't dramatic in size, but it's powerful in presence. It's where belief was first given shape, not in grand sculptures or stained glass, but in simple brush strokes, hidden underground, and that's exactly what makes it unforgettable. Most visitors walk through the Roman Forum without realizing they're passing by one of the most ancient and mysterious spots in the entire city. It's marked by a simple slab of black marble, the lapis niger. But that stone isn't just a marker. It's covering what many believe is the oldest religious site in Rome. Beneath the slab lies an ancient altar, a column base, and a stone block inscribed in Old Latin, the kind of language even most Romans wouldn't have understood. This isn't a tourist setup. It's raw, untouched history. The inscription includes words about kings, priests, and curses. Some scholars think it's tied to Romulus himself, the legendary founder of Rome. Next to it stands the circular Temple of Romulus, not the mythical one, but another Romulus, the son of Emperor Maxentius. Its massive bronze doors are original, and yes, they still work. Step inside and you're surrounded by a quiet that feels almost out of sync with the chaos outside. Thick stone walls, soft light through the oculus above, it's like being frozen in a different time. What makes this area so incredible is how small it is, yet how much power it holds. It's not flashy, but it might be one of the few places in Rome that's still sacred, even after thousands of years. The Forum may be the city's political heart, but this is its soul. While thousands of tourists snap selfies at the Trevi Fountain, few realize what's lurking just beneath their feet. Just a few steps away, behind an unassuming doorway, there's an entrance to the Vicus Caprarius, an entire buried neighborhood from ancient Rome. This isn't just another ruin, it's a complete section of the city that dates all the way back to the 1st century. You'll find remains of Roman apartment buildings, marble staircases, courtyards, and even plumbing systems that are, well, still intact. And right in the middle of it all, a giant underground cistern filled with crystal-clear water from the Aqua Virgo aqueduct, the same water that powers the Trevi Fountain above. Walking through the Vicus Caprarius honestly feels surreal. You're surrounded by brick walls and mosaic floors that once held the everyday lives of ancient Romans. One moment you're seeing the base of a luxury home, the next, a piece of pottery stuck between stones, left exactly where it was dropped. This spot is often called the City of Water, and it really lives up to the name. Moisture glistens on the walls, and the constant flow of water makes it feel, alive. It's not just a static display, it breathes with the rhythm of the city above. The contrast is wild chaos upstairs, forgotten peace below. And yet both worlds are connected by the same stream that's been flowing for 2,000 years. Most museums in Rome show you objects taken from the ground. The Crypta Balbi lets you walk through the ground itself. It's actually one of the only places in the city where you can see the layers of history, literally stacked on top of each other, without ever leaving the building. Originally built as part of a theater complex in the 1st century BCE, the Crypta Balbi started out as a grand public space. But what really makes it special is what happened after. As Rome changed, so did this block. It became a workshop zone, then a residential area, then a dumping ground during the medieval era, and eventually part of a monastery. Today, you can walk through the excavation itself. Glass walkways guide you over ancient floors, walls cut through different time periods. A single room might show 4 centuries of change in its brickwork. It's kind of like scrolling through a city's entire life story without ever turning a page. There's just something about seeing that kind of time compressed into one physical space that, well, it's different. A Roman coin here, a Byzantine jar there, even discarded tools left behind by craftsmen who had no idea they were part of a future museum. Crypta Balbi isn't as famous as the Colosseum, but honestly, it might be more personal. It doesn't show you what Rome wanted you to see, it shows you what people actually did, how they adapted, built, tore down, and started again. And that's what makes it so real. Hidden beneath the surface of the world's most famous religious city is a web of passages that, honestly, few people ever see. While millions stroll through St. Peter's Square above, deep below runs a quiet maze designed for moments when things didn't go as planned. These underground routes aren't marked on tourist maps, but they've played a key role in keeping the Vatican strong through centuries of chaos and change. One of the most intriguing paths leads from the Vatican walls to a distant fortress. From the outside, it looks like nothing more than part of the city's defenses. But behind those walls, a passage was once used in moments of crisis, silent, narrow, and built for quick disappearances. It's not just legend. The history books actually back it up. And that's just one example. Beneath the surface, there are additional routes, chambers, and corridors connecting key parts of the Vatican. Some lead to storerooms, others to hidden corners that haven't been touched in ages. The mix of ancient stonework and modern reinforcements makes it feel like something between a Roman ruin and, I guess, a Cold War bunker. What exactly lies behind some of those sealed doors? That's still unclear, but it's the mystery that makes it so fascinating. The Vatican isn't just a center of faith, it's a city with layers of strategy built into its foundations. In a place known for light, the deepest stories are hidden in shadow, and sometimes the quietest places hold the loudest secrets. In the bustling city of Lima, one of South America's most crowded capitals, construction workers laying a gas pipeline made a discovery that stunned archaeologists. The naturally preserved mummy of a child who had been buried for nearly 1,000 years. The astonishing find occurred in the Puente Piedra district, just beneath a modern street, where layers of history lie quietly beneath the feet of millions. Just 1.2 meters underground, they found the crouched body of a child, aged around 10 to 15, wrapped tightly in a burial shroud. His knees were drawn to his chest, arms crossed, a signature posture of the region's ancient funerary practices. But what truly shocked everyone? Even after a millennium, the boy's dark brown hair remained intact, a haunting and vivid reminder of the life he once lived. Surrounding the body were calabashes, dried gourds once used to store water and ceremonial substances, alongside ceramic jugs, plates, and bottles, some decorated with geometric designs and scenes of fishermen. These artifacts point to the Hankei culture, a little-known but once thriving fishing civilization that flourished in the Lima region between 1000 and 1470 AD, before being absorbed by the Inca Empire. Experts believe the find could unlock new knowledge about the rituals, daily life, and spiritual beliefs of the Chankay people, one of Peru's pre-Inca cultures still wrapped in mystery. Was this child a fisherman's son, a ritual offering, or someone of higher status? His perfectly preserved hair and burial goods may hold the answers. In Peru, such preservation is often aided by the country's arid climate. The dry air rapidly dehydrates soft tissue, halting decay in a process known as natural mummification. But in this case, the ritual pose and the burial offerings suggest it may have also involved intentional mummification practices, tied to beliefs about the afterlife. And to think, it all lay just beneath the pavement. In 1932, deep in the rugged mountains near San Pedro, Wyoming, two prospectors searching for gold cracked open a hidden cave and found something they couldn't explain. Inside, perched on a small ledge, sat what looked like a tiny human body. But this was no ordinary discovery. The figure was no more than 7 inches tall in its sitting position, with leathery skin, bulging eyes, and a flattened skull. Its teeth were sharp, its arms crossed, and it had been preserved with such detail that even the fingernails were visible. The local press exploded with headlines about a possible little person or ancient being from forgotten tribes. Some speculated it was a hoax. Others insisted it was real, a lost chapter of Native American folklore that spoke of miniature humans who lived in the hills. The mummy even had x-rays taken which revealed a full skeleton and internal organs. This wasn't a doll or carving, it had once been alive. For years, the mummy traveled from museum to museum, even displayed in a glass case in a local shop, drawing curious eyes and wild theories. Some claimed it had reptilian features, others swore it was an alien. But more recent forensic analysis pointed towards something more grounded, yet still deeply mysterious: the remains of a very small infant, likely suffering from a rare condition that altered bone growth and body development. Still, questions remain. How did it end up perfectly preserved in a mountain cave? Who placed it there, and why? Even today, the San Pedro mummy sparks debates online and in cryptozoology circles. It's been compared to something out of the X-Files or Stranger Things, a relic of the unexplained, tucked into the landscape of the American West. What makes it so compelling isn't just its size, but the aura of mystery that still clings to it. A creature so small yet capable of shaking our sense of what's possible. Behind glass in a quiet temple in Japan rests a creature that seems pulled straight from a nightmare, or a myth. About a foot long with sharp claws, a twisted humanoid face, and a body that ends in a scaly fishtail, this so-called mermaid mummy has baffled scientists and priests for generations. It looks like something you'd expect to see washed up in a pirate legend or guarding a cursed relic in a movie. Its origin? Possibly the 1700s. It was found in a wooden box with an old note claiming it had been caught in the waters near Kochi Prefecture. Priests kept it hidden for centuries, treating it more as a sacred object than a specimen. According to ancient folklore, creatures like this brought disaster if disrespected, but granted longevity if honored. When researchers were finally allowed to examine it, what they found was clever craftsmanship, layers of paper, cloth, and animal parts stitched together with careful detail. The upper half had the mouth of a monkey and tiny fangs, while the bottom resembled a real fish. But under the strangeness lies something deeper. It reflects how ancient people processed the unknown, combining nature and belief into something physical. Modern science may have explained the how, but the why remains just as strange. Why build such a thing? Who placed it in a temple, and why keep it secret for so long? The mermaid mummy is part hoax, part cultural relic, and part living question. And it still draws visitors who can't help but wonder, what if? Under the dim lights of Palermo's Capuchin catacombs lies one of the most hauntingly lifelike mummies ever preserved. Her name is Rosalia Lombardo. With her delicate eyelashes, flawless skin, and golden curls resting gently on silk pillows, she looks like a child peacefully napping. But she's been resting like that for over 100 years. Rosalia passed away in the early 20th century, and her grieving father sought out the best embalmer of the time. What followed was a preservation process so perfect that her body became a wonder of the modern world. Using a secret formula, now partially known, she was infused with chemicals that halted decay in its tracks. Even today, her organs remain intact. What truly startled the internet in recent years was a time-lapse video. In it, her eyes appeared to open slightly, then close again. Millions watched in fascination and unease. Some said it was a miracle, others feared something paranormal. But experts explained the effect. Changes in humidity and lighting inside her sealed glass case made her eyelids shift subtly, giving the illusion of blinking. Still, seeing a preserved girl open her eyes, even for a second, has a way of sticking with you. Rosalia's case is more than just a story of incredible preservation. It's a quiet echo of a family's love, a scientist's unmatched skill, and the fragile line between life and memory. In Denmark's silent peat bogs, the past doesn't just linger, it stares back. One of the most astonishing finds in European archaeology is the Tolland Man, a body pulled from the soil so perfectly preserved that his eyelashes and stubble were still visible. His skin is stained dark by the acids in the bog, but his peaceful expression remains as if frozen mid-dream. Tolland Man wasn't alone. Across northern Europe, dozens of similar bodies have been uncovered from bogs in Ireland, Germany, the Netherlands, and the UK. Some are curled as if sleeping, others with evidence of strange rituals. What preserved them wasn't cold or chemicals, but nature's own chemistry. The unique combination of low oxygen, high acidity, and cold temperatures in peat bogs stops decay entirely, and in some cases even preserves the last meal in their stomachs. Archaeologists have used these clues to piece together daily life from thousands of years ago, learning what they wore, what they ate, and what ceremonies they may have been part of. But mystery still hangs in the mist. Some of the bodies show marks of violence, but it's debated whether these were acts of punishment, sacrifice, or part of a forgotten rite. Unlike stone ruins or clay pots, bog mummies still have fingerprints. And that's what makes them unforgettable. These were real people, trapped between nature and myth, pulled back into daylight by chance and curiosity. It's hard to believe she lived 2 millennia ago. When Lady Di was uncovered in a sealed tomb in China, scientists were stunned. Her body still had soft, elastic skin. Her veins were visible, her joints were bendable. Even her internal organs were intact: heart, lungs, stomach, preserved as though she had only recently passed. Lady Di, also known as Xin Zhui, was a noblewoman from the Han Dynasty. Her tomb was discovered in the 1970s in Changsha, buried deep underground in a massive layered coffin system that kept out air, moisture, and decay. Surrounding her were hundreds of artifacts: silk robes, lacquered dishes, musical instruments, and scrolls describing health and wellness routines. But nothing was more remarkable than her body itself. Researchers even found traces of melon seeds in her digestive system, likely the last thing she ate. It was a level of preservation unmatched by any other ancient mummy in Asia. Her secret? A mysterious fluid inside her coffin and an airtight seal that created a near-perfect time capsule. Scientists have studied her body for decades, hoping to understand the techniques that made it possible. Lady Di remains not just a marvel of preservation, but a link to a world long vanished, one where medicine, ritual, and elite craftsmanship collided to defeat time itself. Her body changed how we think about ancient burial practices, and even now, she's teaching us more about the past with every examination. High atop Mount Amparo in southern Peru, where the air is razor-thin and the ground stays frozen year-round, a bundle of cloth once peeked out from melting ice. What it contained changed everything. Inside was the body of a girl, so well preserved that her skin still had color, her clothes still clung to her, and her long dark braids remained nearly untouched by time. Nicknamed Juanita, she belonged to the Inca Empire and had been laid to rest over 500 years ago as part of a sacred ritual. She wasn't buried in a tomb, but on a mountaintop, close to the sky, closer to the gods. What preserved her so perfectly wasn't any human technique, but the cold. Sub-zero temperatures and dry air turned her into one of the most astonishing natural mummies ever found. Her body told a quiet story. Her final meals, her ceremonial garments, even her teeth, all examined with today's technology, revealed how seriously the Inca treated these rites. Surrounding her were carved figurines and offerings made from fine shells and precious metals. This wasn't an ordinary burial, it was a moment frozen in time. Now housed in a specially designed, temperature-controlled case, Juanita draws thousands of visitors every year. Her face is serene, as if she's just resting, untouched by centuries of wind and ice. Her preservation isn't just a biological marvel, it's a rare human connection to one of the most powerful civilizations in South America. Buried beneath layers of permafrost on the Siberian steppe, archaeologists uncovered a royal from a vanished world. She was covered in intricate tattoos, swirling beasts and mythic creatures stretched across her shoulders and arms. Her nickname? The Siberian Ice Princess. But she was no myth. She lived 2,500 years ago and belonged to the Pazyryk culture, a nomadic people of the Altai Mountains. When her tomb was opened, the dry ice had done its work perfectly. Her skin was still soft, her hair was intact. Even the contents of her stomach gave scientists a snapshot of her final days. But the tattoos were what truly set her apart. Inked designs so detailed and complex that they could pass for modern body art. Her burial was elaborate. She wore a tall felt headdress, silk clothing, and was surrounded by finely carved goods and ceremonial items. 2 horses lay nearby, symbols of her high rank. Whether she was a priestess, a noblewoman, or both, she clearly held power in life and was honored in death. For centuries, her tomb remained hidden, sealed beneath a climate that would one day become her protector. Now, her story stretches across millennia, carried not in stone or script, but in ink under her ancient skin. In a vault meant for royalty, Egyptian archaeologists once came across something deeply unsettling: a mummy with its mouth frozen wide open, locked in a silent scream. Its body was wrapped not in fine linen, but in a rough goatskin shroud. It didn't look regal, it looked out of place. And for years, no one could figure out who it was. Recent studies point to a shocking theory. This may be the body of Prince Pentower, the son of Pharaoh Rameses III, who was part of a palace conspiracy to take the throne. If the records are right, Pentower was caught and forced to take his own life as punishment. His burial breaks every rule of Egyptian royal custom. No golden amulets, no painted coffin, no honor. But here's where things get stranger. Despite the chaos surrounding his burial, the body was incredibly well preserved. The mouth agape, hands clenched, skin still taut. It's the kind of preservation that raises more questions than answers. Was it trauma, a burial mistake, or something intentional? Today, he's one of the most visually disturbing mummies on display in the Cairo Museum. While most mummies inspire awe, this one stirs unease. It doesn't feel ancient, it feels human. Not just a relic, but a moment of fear, power, and betrayal sealed in silence for eternity. It's barely 6 inches long. Its skull is abnormally large with slanted eye sockets and a pointed head. Its bones are thin but hardened, and the entire figure looks like something straight out of a sci-fi movie. When photos of this tiny skeleton surfaced online, theories spread like wildfire. Some swore it was an alien. Found in Chile's Atacama Desert, one of the driest places on Earth, the skeleton, dubbed Ada, was discovered wrapped in cloth near a ghost town. Its bizarre shape led to years of speculation. Cryptozoologists, UFO enthusiasts, and journalists debated endlessly over what this figure could be. But science stepped in. DNA analysis showed Ada was, in fact, human-likely a fetus with a combination of rare genetic conditions that dramatically altered bone development. Despite its size and alien-like features, Ada had a human story, one rooted in biology rather than science fiction. Even so, it remains one of the most unusual mummified remains ever found. Ada's form still fuels online discussion, and its mysterious appearance continues to fascinate. In a world obsessed with the unexplained, sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction. He ruled Egypt for over 60 years, led massive military campaigns, and built some of the most iconic temples in history. Rameses II was a force of nature, and thousands of years after his reign, his body still speaks volumes. When his mummy was unwrapped, one thing stood out above all: his hair. Thick, reddish-orange strands still clung to his scalp. Some believed it had turned that color naturally after death. Others suggested it had been dyed while he was still alive, possibly as a symbol of divine power or royal identity. Unlike many other Egyptian mummies, Rameses II was treated with the utmost care. His coffin was packed with resin, his features still distinguishable, and his burial was so well preserved that even his nose and jawline survived the centuries. He was flown to France in the late 20th century for examination, and even issued a passport by the Egyptian government, listing his occupation as king deceased. The researchers discovered not just signs of old age and arthritis, but also active preservation methods that set his mummy apart from others. Ramesses wasn't just a king, he was a living monument, and even in death he still holds court in museum halls and history books. His mummy isn't a remnant, it's a legacy with red hair and a presence that refuses to fade. Found by hikers in the Alps, Ötzi didn't just change archaeology, he reset the timeline. He's over 5,000 years old, making him Europe's oldest natural mummy, and he didn't die of cold or starvation. He was murdered. Ötzi was found face down in melting ice, his skin leathery but preserved, his gear scattered around him like a survivalist's kit. A copper axe, stone tools, a longbow, dried food. He wore a bearskin hat and grass cape, and his shoes were insulated with hay. For years, scientists studied his body, peeling back layers of mystery. Then came the shocking part. CT scans revealed an arrowhead lodged in his shoulder. He'd been shot from behind, likely bled out, and collapsed where he stood. The scene hadn't been disturbed for millennia. His final meals, grains, and wild goat were still in his stomach. His tattoos, over 60 of them, aligned with acupuncture points, hinting at early pain therapy. Ötzi's story is ancient, but it feels startlingly modern. A man on the move, armed, possibly fleeing or ambushed, carrying tools, medicine, and secrets to his grave. Today, his body is housed in a climate-controlled chamber in Italy, where visitors peer through the glass, face to face with a man from another world. In a dim underground museum in central Mexico, rows of twisted, leathery figures line the walls, mummies with mouths frozen open, hair still clinging to scalps, and clothes still wrapped around their bodies. They weren't embalmed. They weren't preserved by intention. Nature did the work. And one of the most iconic among them is known simply as the Black Mummy. He earned the nickname because of his darkened, shrunken skin, so dry and tough it looks like aged leather. His pose is tense, with limbs pulled in and a look that feels almost too lifelike. The arid climate and airtight crypt in Guanajuato naturally mummified dozens of bodies, preserving them in eerie detail. The Black Mummy was discovered in the 19th century during a routine cemetery clearing. Local laws required families to pay burial fees, and if they didn't, the remains were removed. That's how workers stumbled upon the first naturally preserved bodies, and a museum grew from there. Today, this mummy is one of the museum's most famous. He doesn't speak, but his appearance says everything. Visitors are often caught between fascination and discomfort because this isn't ancient history. It's a modern echo of death, perfectly preserved by time, soil, and silence. In the harsh heart of Iran's mountains lies the Cherabad salt mine, a place that holds something beyond minerals, frozen moments in time. Over the past few decades, miners have unearthed 6 ancient bodies buried in layers of salt, their skin hardened, their hair still flowing, and their beards curled beneath crystallized helmets. They're known as the Salt Men, and they date back over 1,100 years. One of them still had a boot on his foot, tools in his belt, and a fractured skull, evidence of a mining accident that sealed his fate. The salt preserved everything: bones, skin, hair, clothing, even a preserved stomach with trace meal still inside. The oldest of the group is believed to be from around 400 BC. He wears a gold earring and still has traces of a mustache and long hair. His expression, though frozen, is almost peaceful. Museums in Iran now hold some of these remains, displaying them not as relics, but as real people who walked into darkness and never walked out. Few preservation environments are as effective as salt. It dries, hardens, and locks out the forces of decay. These men weren't royalty or warriors, they were workers. Yet they became some of the most visually stunning mummies on Earth. Deep in the caves of Luzon Island, where the air is still and the rocks echo with ancient breath, there sits a figure unlike any other. Cross-legged, arms tucked in, teeth clenched, the fire mummy of Kabayan looks not so much buried as paused. His skin is bronze, cracked like old wood. His gaze is empty, but it feels focused. This is no accident of nature. Hundreds of years ago, a monk began a ritual that would transform him into a mummy before death. It started with a strict diet. No fats, only herbs and bark that slowly dried the body from within. Eventually, he was sealed in a stone tomb in meditation, where dehydration finished what nature started. What remains is both spiritual and scientific. The body is perfectly dried, bones stable, skin intact. No chemicals, no wrappings, just ritual, time, and willpower. These monks believed that mummification in life could lead to purity in the afterlife, and they practiced it with remarkable precision. The caves where these mummies lie are national treasures, protected and visited carefully. You won't find golden masks or pyramids. Only stone, silence, and monks who refuse to fade away. Buried beneath the sands near Alexandria, archaeologists unearthed something dazzling. A 2,000-year-old Egyptian mummy with a golden tongue placed in its mouth. The body itself was partially decayed, but the tongue, thin, gleaming, and unmistakably crafted from gold, shone brightly among the bones. The theory? Ancient priests believed that in the afterlife the soul would need to speak before the gods. A golden tongue wasn't just a symbol, it was a tool for eternal communication. The practice wasn't widespread, making this find especially rare and fascinating. The burial chamber held more than just one mummy. Nearby, others were found with gilded amulets, carved masks, and painted coffins, suggesting a necropolis for those of high status or unique religious roles. But the golden tongue remains the most striking. Egypt has no shortage of mummies, but each one teaches us something new. This one didn't just aim to preserve the body, it aimed to preserve a voice, a message, something meant to echo far beyond death. In the quiet church of San Frediano in Lucca, Italy, lies a woman who looks peacefully asleep. Saint Zita passed away in the 1200s, yet her body, displayed behind glass, shows almost no signs of decay. She became the patron saint of maids and humble workers, known for her kindness and tireless service. Unlike other mummies preserved by nature or chemicals, her body was simply found intact years after burial. No embalming, no special tomb. Visitors from around the world come to see her, drawn by the mystery of her preservation and the legacy of a life lived with quiet devotion.
A group of boys hunting for rabbits on Arthur's Seat, the rocky hill that looms over Edinburgh, stumbled upon something eerie. Hidden inside a small cave, stacked neatly in rows, were 17 miniature coffins. Each was about 4 inches long, made of wood, and contained a tiny, fully dressed human figure. The boys, startled by their discovery, reportedly destroyed some of the coffins before adults took notice. The surviving ones have puzzled researchers for nearly 2 centuries. Who placed them there, and why? Some believe the coffins were part of a forgotten ritual, possibly linked to witchcraft or an ancient burial practice. Others have suggested a more chilling theory. The discovery came just a few years after the infamous Burke and Hare murders, when 2 men killed 16 people in Edinburgh and sold the bodies to a medical school. Could these tiny figures be symbolic burials for their victims, an attempt to grant them peace in death? Tests on the wood revealed that the coffins were likely placed there over several decades, meaning the maker may have returned to the spot again and again to add more. Some figures were dressed in clothes stitched from fabric that had already started to decay, suggesting they were old before being sealed inside their tiny tombs. The attention to detail is unsettling. Someone cared enough to carve these figures, dress them, and carefully place them in their final resting place. But no records, no confessions, and no clear evidence have ever revealed the truth. Scattered across ancient Mesoamerican ruins, strange circular stone rings have left archaeologists questioning their true purpose. These rings, often mounted high on temple walls or freestanding in ceremonial sites, are commonly thought to be remnants of the ancient Mesoamerican ballgame. But some researchers believe there's more to them than just sport. Theories have emerged suggesting that these structures may have had an entirely different function, one tied to energy, sound, and possibly even something more mysterious. Unlike typical game equipment, some of these rings seem oddly placed, positioned in ways that make their use in a ballgame nearly impossible. Their precise symmetry in the materials used, limestone, granite, and even traces of mica, have raised suspicions that they could have been part of an unknown technology. Mica, a mineral with insulating properties, has been found in other Mesoamerican sites, including the Pyramid of the Sun in Teotihuacan. Could these rings have been used to channel energy, perhaps even working in conjunction with the pyramids themselves? Some researchers have tested the acoustic properties of these rings and found that they amplify sound in ways that seem too intentional to be a coincidence. Chanting, clapping, or even the natural sounds of wind passing through them create eerie resonances, almost like an ancient sound system designed to amplify ritualistic voices or messages. This raises even more questions. Were they instruments of communication, ritual devices, or something entirely different? For decades, the vast desert plains of southern Peru have concealed one of history's most puzzling mysteries: the Nazca Lines. Massive figures of animals, humanoid shapes, and geometric patterns stretch across the arid landscape, some spanning over 600 feet. They can only be fully seen from above, leading to endless speculation about how and why they were created. And just when researchers thought they had mapped them all, modern technology revealed something astonishing. In recent years, artificial intelligence and high-resolution drone imaging uncovered over 160 new geoglyphs hidden beneath layers of sand and erosion. These newly found carvings are smaller than the famous Nazca figures, but just as detailed, depicting unknown creatures, birds, and twisted humanoid figures with exaggerated limbs. Some designs don't match any known iconography of the Nazca culture, raising the question, who created them? Some of these figures seem deliberately placed in hard-to-spot areas, as if meant to be seen only from certain angles or under specific conditions. The level of precision and scale involved in their creation suggests knowledge of advanced surveying techniques, yet they were made long before modern tools existed. Theories range from religious or astronomical significance to messages for the gods, or something else entirely. The most haunting thought? There may still be hundreds more waiting to be uncovered, slowly fading beneath centuries of dust. And this isn't the only place where something massive and forgotten has just been brought to light. Thousands of miles away, deep within Mexico's jungles, another lost wonder is finally emerging. For centuries, the ruins of Maya civilization have been swallowed by thick jungle, their stone temples overtaken by roots and vines. Many ancient cities remain undiscovered, hidden beneath layers of foliage. But in 2024, a breakthrough came with the discovery of Valeriana, an unknown Maya city in the heart of Mexico's Campeche region. Using LIDAR technology, a scanning method that cuts through dense vegetation, archaeologists uncovered over 6,500 structures, including towering pyramids, plazas, and a massive ceremonial complex. This wasn't just a small settlement, it was a major political and cultural center, one that had been completely forgotten. Unlike other Maya sites, Valeriana's layout suggests a unique architectural style not commonly found in the region. Its structures align with celestial patterns, hinting at a deep connection between the city's builders and the stars. Strangely, no records mention Valeriana in known Maya texts, and researchers are still unsure why such a significant city vanished. Some speculate war, drought, or an internal collapse. Others believe the answers may still be buried beneath the jungle, locked inside temples and tunnels yet to be explored. With so much still unknown, the discovery of Valeriana raises an unsettling thought. If a city of this scale remained undetected until now, what else is still hiding, waiting to be found? Perhaps some of those secrets are not buried in forests but deep beneath the desert sands of Egypt, where a lost tomb of a forgotten pharaoh has finally been unearthed. The deserts of Egypt have long concealed secrets of the past, and just when it seemed that all the great pharaohs' tombs had been found, something remarkable emerged from the sands. In early 2025, archaeologists uncovered the long-lost tomb of Pharaoh Thutmose II, a ruler of Egypt's 18th dynasty whose final resting place had remained a mystery for centuries. Hidden in a remote section of the Theban necropolis, the tomb's entrance had been sealed for over 3,000 years, untouched by looters or explorers. Inside, researchers discovered crumbling wall carvings, faded but still depicting the king's reign, rituals, and celestial journey into the afterlife. But something was missing: Thutmose II himself. His sarcophagus was there, but it was empty. The discovery raises more questions than answers. Thutmose II ruled for only a short time, overshadowed by his wife Hatshepsut, who later declared herself pharaoh. His mummy had previously been found in the 19th century, among a collection of royal remains hastily relocated in ancient times. But why had his original tomb been abandoned? Some scholars believe political struggles may have led to its desecration, while others think priests deliberately moved his body to protect it. The artifacts found inside, ceremonial weapons, jewelry, and inscribed vases, suggest an elaborate burial, one meant for a ruler of great significance. Yet the lack of his remains leaves a sense of something unfinished, a story still waiting to be pieced together. Egypt may hold many more undiscovered royal tombs, but mysterious artifacts are not only found in ancient tombs. Some are hiding in unexpected places, like the remote wilderness of Australia, where strange carvings could rewrite history. In a secluded part of the Australian bush, deep among the sandstone formations of the Hunter Valley, an unsettling discovery continues to puzzle researchers. The Gosford glyphs, as they are known, are a series of strange carvings etched into rock. Carvings that bear an uncanny resemblance to Egyptian hieroglyphs. Some believe these markings, which appear to show pharaohs, boats, and symbols of the afterlife, are evidence of ancient Egyptian contact with Australia, a possibility that challenges everything we know about early exploration. If real, it would mean seafarers from the Nile made the treacherous journey across the ocean thousands of years ago. Long before Europeans ever set foot on the continent, skeptics argue that the glyphs are a hoax, carved in modern times, but geologists have examined the weathering on the carvings and found that some markings appear significantly older than previously thought. If they are genuine, then who created them? Could an unknown civilization have left behind traces of a lost language? Could shipwrecked travelers from ancient Egypt have found themselves stranded in this land and left their story behind in stone? The truth remains buried beneath layers of time, and until new evidence emerges, the Gosford glyphs remain one of the most controversial and unexplainable discoveries in Australia's history. Yet they are not the only ancient markings that defy explanation. Deep in the rocky cliffs of Texas, a 4,000-year-old painting stretches across the walls of a shallow cave, its faded pigments still holding on to a mystery that refuses to fade. The White Shaman mural, one of the most enigmatic rock art sites in North America, depicts strange humanoid figures with elongated bodies, outstretched arms, and hollow eyes. Some appear to be floating, surrounded by swirling lines and symbols. Researchers have long debated its meaning. Was it an early form of storytelling, a vision of gods, or something else entirely? The local Huichol people believe the mural represents a shaman's journey between worlds, a spiritual vision recorded in stone. But others have noticed eerie similarities between these figures and modern descriptions of extraterrestrials. The tall, otherworldly shapes resemble beings seen in ancient cave art across the world, from Australia to Africa. Some researchers suggest the mural depicts an encounter, one where ancient people witnessed something they couldn't understand, and painted it the only way they knew how. The mural's placement, hidden within a rugged canyon, and its alignment with celestial events only add to the mystery. Were these figures gods, spirits, or visitors from beyond? No one knows for sure, but just as the White Shaman mural raises questions about strange beings in the past, a shocking discovery in Wyoming suggests something equally bizarre, this time in the form of an unexplainable mummy. High up in Wyoming's San Pedro Mountains, two gold prospectors made a discovery that defied logic. Inside a small cave sealed behind a thick wall of rock, they found a tiny mummified body, sitting upright as if watching them. The figure was no more than 14 inches tall, with a strangely shaped skull, flattened nose, and deep, lifeless eyes. At first, some believed it was a hoax or the remains of an infant, but X-ray scans revealed something shocking. This was no ordinary child. The skeleton had fully formed adult features, including a complete set of teeth. Some experts estimated that if alive, the being would have stood barely 2 feet tall. Local Native American legends speak of tiny people known as the Nemerigar, who lived in the mountains and were said to be fierce warriors. Could this mummy be proof that the legends were real? Some researchers have suggested that the remains belonged to an individual with a rare genetic condition, but the body's perfectly preserved state and unusual bone structure challenge that explanation. Adding to the mystery, the mummy vanished from public view after being privately owned for years, leaving only X-rays and photographs as evidence of its existence. What exactly was found in that cave? Was it an unknown species, an ancient deformity, or something stranger? Without the original remains to study, the truth may never be known. But mysterious beings, whether painted on cave walls or sealed in stone tombs, are not the only baffling discoveries. Sometimes it's not a body that raises questions, but a structure itself, built by unknown hands for a purpose no one can explain. Deep in the rolling hills of Ohio, a massive winding mound stretches nearly 1,300 feet across the landscape. Its sinuous curves resemble a serpent uncoiling, its head pointing toward the setting sun on the summer solstice. The Great Serpent Mound is one of the most mysterious earthworks in North America, built thousands of years ago. But by whom and why remains an open question. Unlike burial mounds scattered across the Midwest, this structure contains no human remains. Its builders left no written records, no inscriptions, no clear evidence of its true purpose. For years, archaeologists debated its origins. Some believed the Adena people who lived in the area around 800 BC created it. Others pointed to the later Fort Ancient culture around 1000 AD, but radiocarbon dating has yielded conflicting results, leaving its exact age uncertain. Some researchers believe the mound aligns with celestial events, possibly marking eclipses or tracking planetary movements. Others suggest it was a site for spiritual ceremonies or an offering to a snake deity. Theories have even ventured into the realm of the unexplained. Was it meant to be seen from above, designed for watchers in the sky? The mystery deepens when considering similar serpent effigies found in different parts of the world, suggesting a lost connection between ancient cultures. Though the mound remains intact, time has eroded the clues that could explain its true meaning. Scientists continue to search for answers, but for now, The Great Serpent Mound keeps its secrets buried in the earth. However, some structures aren't buried at all. Some lie hidden beneath the water, unseen for centuries. And in the depths of Lake Michigan, one of the most baffling underwater discoveries has just begun to reveal itself. Beneath the cold, dark waters of Lake Michigan, divers stumbled upon something unexpected, a ring of large stones arranged in a pattern eerily similar to England's Stonehenge. Resting about 40 feet below the surface, the formation had gone unnoticed for centuries, hidden by sediment in the lake's murky depths. But the discovery didn't end there. Among the stones, researchers found something even stranger, a single rock carved with what appears to be an image of a mastodon, an animal that went extinct over 10,000 years ago. If this engraving is genuine, it means the stones were arranged by a civilization that existed during the last ice age, long before recorded history. Who could have built it? What purpose did it serve? Some theorists suggest it was a ceremonial site, a sacred place used by ancient North American cultures for unknown rituals. Others wonder if it could be linked to the countless shipwrecks and legends that surround Lake Michigan. Stories of disappearances, ghost ships, and the so-called Lake Michigan Triangle. Scientists are still studying the site, but investigating underwater structures is no easy task. Unlike land-based ruins, these stones are difficult to access, and shifting sands could be hiding even more secrets. Could this submerged site be evidence of an advanced prehistoric culture? Or is it part of a natural formation mistaken for something man-made? Until more research is done, the answer remains as murky as the waters that conceal it. But one thing is certain: ancient structures, whether buried in the earth or hidden beneath the waves, continue to challenge our understanding of history. And some, like those found in a remote valley in Siberia, may not be ruins at all, but something far stranger. In the remote, desolate wilderness of Yakutia, Siberia, strange metallic structures lie hidden beneath the swampy terrain. Known as the Valley of Death, this region has been the source of chilling legends for centuries. Local hunters and nomadic tribes speak of giant metal cauldrons partially buried in the permafrost, smooth, rounded domes that seem impossibly advanced for their supposed age. Some who have ventured too close claim to have fallen sick afterward, their bodies mysteriously weakened as if the ground itself was radiating an unseen force. The first recorded stories of these structures date back to the 19th century, but they've existed in local folklore for much longer. Some believe the cauldrons are remnants of an ancient weapon system, possibly built by a lost civilization to defend against unknown threats. Others suggest they're connected to something even more bizarre: evidence of extraterrestrial activity. There are accounts of glowing lights and unusual aerial phenomena in the skies above this region, leading some to theorize that these metal domes are linked to UFOs, possibly serving as landing sites or power sources. Attempts to study the cauldrons have been met with frustration. Over the years, multiple expeditions have tried to locate them, but the landscape seems to shift. Some structures that were reported decades ago can no longer be found. Some researchers believe they may have sunk deeper into the marshland, swallowed by time and nature. With permafrost melting due to climate changes, new discoveries could soon emerge. Until then, the Valley of Death remains one of Siberia's greatest unsolved mysteries. But this isn't the only enigmatic metal artifact found in ancient history. Thousands of miles away in China, mysterious jade discs continue to defy explanation. Over 5,000 years ago, long before the rise of Imperial China, an unknown culture crafted hundreds of perfectly carved jade discs. Known as Bai discs, these circular artifacts have been unearthed from burial sites dating back to the Neolithic period. Some are simple and unadorned, while others are covered in intricate carvings, often depicting serpent-like creatures or celestial symbols. The purpose of these discs remains completely unknown. What makes these artifacts so strange is the level of craftsmanship involved. Jade is an incredibly hard stone, difficult to shape even with modern tools. Yet these ancient artisans, who had no access to metal chisels, managed to cut and polish the discs into nearly perfect circles. The precision is almost unnatural, as if whoever made them possessed an understanding of engineering beyond what should have been possible at the time. Even more baffling is the fact that no texts from early China mention their exact purpose. Were they used for ritualistic ceremonies? Were they symbols of power? Or could they have had a more technological function, perhaps even a connection to the sky? Some researchers have drawn comparisons between the Bai discs and similar circular objects found in other ancient cultures, such as the stone rings of Mesoamerica. Theorists have suggested that these jade artifacts may have represented gateways to another world, possibly linked to celestial beings worshipped by early civilizations. There's even speculation that the BI discs were modeled after something seen in the sky, flying objects, divine wheels, or unknown energy sources. Without written records, their true purpose remains buried in the past. But their discovery forces us to ask, how did an ancient society create such perfect, polished jade objects with tools that should not have been advanced enough? What knowledge did they possess that we no longer understand? In Sichuan, China, archaeologists uncovered something that defied everything known about ancient Chinese civilization: massive golden masks with exaggerated alien-like features. These relics, found in the Sangxingdui ruins, date back at least 3,000 years, belonging to an unknown culture that left behind no written records. The masks are unlike anything from other Chinese dynasties. They have huge, staring eyes, elongated ears, and unnaturally wide faces, looking more like something from another planet than traditional Chinese art. Some of the eyes are bulging and extended, as if trying to depict a being with a non-human perspective. This has led to wild speculation. Were these masks inspired by something real? Something that these ancient people actually saw? Some believe they depict gods or mythological beings, while others suggest something even stranger, evidence of early extraterrestrial encounters. Adding to the mystery, the Sangxingdui civilization completely vanished. No one knows why. They left behind massive, intricate artifacts, but no clues as to where they went. The discovery of these masks challenges the idea that China's earliest cultures were isolated. Could they have had contact with an unknown force? One thing is certain, the Sangxingdui civilization had advanced craftsmanship, an artistic vision far beyond its time, and an obsession with strange, otherworldly faces. What inspired them, and what else remains buried beneath the earth, waiting to change history again? A group of researchers exploring Mount Owen in New Zealand made a discovery that sent shockwaves through the scientific community. Deep within the dark, ancient cave, they uncovered something that should not have been there: a massive, perfectly preserved claw, complete with flesh, muscle, and scales. At first, they thought it belonged to a recently deceased creature. But testing revealed something shocking. The claw was over 3,300 years old. It had belonged to the upland moa, a prehistoric bird thought to have gone extinct long before recorded history. This find raised a chilling question: how was it so well preserved? Moas were flightless, towering birds related to ostriches and emus, but with one key difference: they were believed to have vanished long before humans ever arrived in New Zealand. Yet the claw looked fresh, almost as if the creature had died only a few years earlier. Some even speculated, could small populations of these prehistoric giants have survived much longer than we thought? And if so, could there be other long-extinct creatures still lurking in the unexplored caves, forests, and depths of our world? Deep beneath the ancient city of Teotihuacan, hidden for thousands of years, lies a tunnel that has left archaeologists puzzled. It was discovered by chance when researchers noticed a strange sinkhole near the Temple of the Feathered Serpent. What they found underneath was astonishing: a vast underground passage stretching over 330 feet, sealed off by the people who built it. The tunnel was filled with thousands of artifacts, from golden spheres to intricate statues, but the most shocking find was something unexpected: liquid mercury. The presence of mercury has sparked theories that this chamber was something far more than a burial site. In Mesoamerican cultures, mercury was associated with the gods, often believed to represent rivers of the underworld. Some researchers believe this could be a symbolic representation of an ancient portal between worlds. Others suggest that whoever built this place understood something we don't. Maybe mercury had a technological purpose. Some have even linked it to ancient energy sources or lost knowledge. Teotihuacan itself remains an enigma. No one knows who built it, and no writings from its creators have been found. Despite its massive pyramids and advanced urban planning, the city was mysteriously abandoned. Some believe the tunnels beneath Teotihuacan were more than ceremonial. Could they have been part of an unknown technology, something erased from history? The more we uncover, the more questions arise. As researchers explored the tunnels beneath Teotihuacan, they uncovered more than just artifacts. What they found hinted at something even stranger. Based on skeletal remains and ancient carvings, scientists created a digital reconstruction of the people who may have built these underground chambers. The results were unsettling. These figures had elongated heads, thin frames, and large dark eyes. Could this be proof of a forgotten race? Or were these beings something else entirely? There are no answers yet. On a remote island in the Russian Arctic, a series of strange stone labyrinths have puzzled researchers for decades. These spiral-like formations, built from thousands of small stones, cover Bolshoi-Zayatsky Island. There are no historical records explaining who built them or why, yet they remain eerily intact despite the harsh climate. Some archaeologists believe they date back at least 3,000 years, while local legends whisper of an ancient civilization that vanished without a trace. What makes these structures truly mysterious is their precision and purpose. The labyrinths do not appear to be simple pathways. Some researchers suggest they were used for ritualistic or astronomical purposes, while others believe they served as energy conductors or even ancient star maps. Even more puzzling, similar labyrinths have been found in Scandinavia and the Mediterranean, raising questions about a possible shared ancient knowledge that connected civilizations across vast distances. Yet there is something unsettling about these formations. Locals claim they hold a strange energy, and some visitors report feeling dizzy or disoriented when walking through them. Did an advanced, forgotten civilization construct these mysterious spirals? And if so, what knowledge did they possess that has been lost to time? Amid Greece's ancient ruins, overshadowed by grand temples and monuments, stands a structure that defies expectations: the Pyramid of Hellinikon, a megalithic stone formation that few outside the region even know exists. Unlike the famous pyramids of Egypt, this one is built from rough-hewn limestone blocks, stacked with an unusual level of precision. But here's where the mystery begins. Its age is uncertain. Some estimates place it at the 4th century BCE, but others suggest it could be thousands of years older, predating even the Great Pyramid of Giza. There are no clear records of who built it, and its purpose remains unknown. Some theorists speculate it was an ancient fortress. Others believe it was a burial site for an elite ruling class. But the construction raises questions. Its design is unlike anything else in Greek architecture, bearing similarities to pyramidal structures found in South America and even China. Could this be evidence of an ancient civilization with shared knowledge across continents? Or was it part of a lost Greek tradition erased from history? The enigma of Hellinikon remains, hidden in plain sight. Yet some believe the answers to Earth's oldest mysteries aren't just buried beneath ruins, but imprinted in the very landscapes we walk upon. If ancient civilizations thrived long before recorded history, then what kind of beings once roamed this planet? That brings us to an even stranger mystery, one that challenges the very timeline of human existence. Deep in the wilderness of Mpumalanga, South Africa, carved into a granite rock face, lies something that seems impossible: a giant human-like footprint over 4 feet long. Locals have known about it for generations, calling it the footprint of God. To this day, geologists and researchers remain divided on its origins. How could such an imprint exist in solid granite, a material that takes millions of years to harden? Mainstream science argues that the footprint could be a natural formation, shaped by erosion over time. But others believe something much stranger. Could this be proof of prehistoric giants? Ancient texts from cultures across the world speak of towering beings that once walked the earth. Myths? Perhaps. But when standing before this massive print, the lines, the shape, the depth, it looks eerily real. If it was made by a living being, what kind of creature left it behind? The mystery grows deeper when considering other unexplained discoveries. Massive tools, oversized bones, and legends passed down for centuries. Did an ancient race of giants exist long before our known civilizations? If so, where did they go? Could they have vanished, like so many forgotten cultures, leaving behind only faint traces of their existence? Or are we looking at something beyond our understanding? And then, there are the artifacts. Objects found where they shouldn't be, inscribed with symbols no one can decipher. One of these mysteries lies in France, an ancient script, carved into stone tablets with no known origin. In 1924, a French farmer plowing his field near Glozelle stumbled upon something that would puzzle archaeologists for decades: a collection of strange inscribed tablets, unlike anything found before. These stones, along with hundreds of other artifacts, were buried beneath the soil, covered in symbols that bore no resemblance to any known ancient script. The moment they were unearthed, controversy erupted. Were they real, or an elaborate hoax? Some experts dismissed them outright, claiming no civilization should have existed in that area thousands of years ago. But as more pieces surfaced, ceramic statues, bone tools, and carved tablets, skepticism began to fade. The inscriptions didn't match any known language, but they also didn't seem random. Some scholars noted eerie similarities to ancient Phoenician, Iberian, and even Proto-Cretan scripts, suggesting an entirely unknown civilization might have once thrived in Europe, long before recorded history. The more questions arose, the deeper the mystery became. Carbon dating suggested the site could be 12,000 years old, pushing its origins deep into the last ice age. Who were the people who left these messages behind? What was their fate? Were they wiped out by time, or could remnants of their knowledge have survived in ways we don't yet understand? The Glazal tablets remain an unsolved mystery, a whisper from a forgotten past waiting to be deciphered. But not all ancient secrets are hidden beneath the earth. Some are buried in the very walls of the structures left behind. Some hold secrets that we can still feel, vibrating through stone, echoing through time. On the island of Malta, beneath layers of rock and earth, lies a structure unlike any other in the world. The Hypogeum of Halsaflieni, an underground temple, a necropolis, or something else entirely. Carved into solid limestone thousands of years ago, it consists of winding corridors, burial chambers, and massive underground halls, all precisely cut with techniques that still leave experts scratching their heads. But the most unsettling discovery wasn't its construction. It was the sound. One chamber, known as the Oracle Room, possesses bizarre acoustic properties. Any sound made inside amplifies and resonates at a strange frequency, one that has been shown to affect human brain activity. Some researchers suggest it was designed for rituals that altered consciousness, creating trance-like states. Others believe it could have been a form of ancient sound technology, a lost knowledge that modern science has yet to understand. Then, there are the skeletons. Early excavations revealed thousands of remains, some with elongated skulls, unlike the typical Maltese population. Reports of these skulls quickly disappeared, and some claim they were deliberately hidden. Who were these people? Were they an isolated group with unique genetic traits? Or could they have been something more? Some have linked them to Neolithic engineers with advanced knowledge, while more extreme theories suggest an even greater mystery, one connected to an unknown race that once walked the earth. Rising from the landscape of Wyoming, Devil's Tower stands as a perfectly cylindrical monolith, its vertical columns unlike anything else in nature. Officially, geologists explain it as a volcanic formation, but not everyone is convinced. Some believe this towering structure, standing nearly 900 feet tall, is something far stranger, a petrified remnant of a prehistoric giant tree. Look closer at its structure, the hexagonal columns, the smooth, almost unnatural surface. It doesn't resemble a volcano at all. Instead, it looks eerily similar to a massive tree stump, as if something once stood here, impossibly large, then was suddenly cut down. Could it be that millions of years ago, Earth was covered with titanic trees far beyond anything we know today? Legends from cultures around the world speak of a time when the planet was home to massive, sky-reaching forests, before something or someone destroyed them. And then there's the lack of debris. If Devil's Tower was formed by erosion, where is all the missing rock? Could the tree theory hold some truth? Or is it possible that this place was shaped by something far older than human civilization, something we don't yet understand? Some researchers believe our world may have once looked completely different, a landscape shaped by forces we can barely comprehend. And if Earth's past is more complex than we thought, what else has been lost in time? To answer that, we turn to something even more baffling, a map so advanced that it shouldn't exist. Found in Russia's Ural Mountains, the Dashka stone is one of the strangest artifacts ever discovered. Weighing over a ton, this massive slab of stone appears to contain a highly detailed three-dimensional map, etched with symbols, carved with topographical precision, and displaying features that match the Ural region exactly. The problem? Geological tests suggest the stone could be 120 million years old. How is that possible? Humans, at least as we know them, weren't even supposed to exist back then, and yet the carvings seem intentional. Rivers, valleys, even an intricate system of artificial channels appear on its surface. Some experts argue that it must be a natural formation, the result of erosion. But others believe it could be evidence of an ancient civilization that predated all known history, one advanced enough to create maps with an accuracy that rivals modern satellite imaging. And then there's the biggest question: who made it? If this is a remnant of an advanced prehistoric society, where did they go? Some theorists believe we may have inherited a world already shaped by a forgotten race, their traces erased by time, their greatest achievements buried beneath the earth. Could it be that our past is far older and far stranger than we've ever imagined? Hidden in the rocky terrain of the Golan Heights, a mysterious formation lies forgotten by time. Rujim el-Hiri, an enormous megalithic structure made of more than 40,000 basalt stones, stretches across the landscape in concentric circles, with a massive burial chamber at its center. Its design has earned it the name the Stonehenge of the Middle East. But unlike Stonehenge, this site remains almost entirely unexplored, its origins and purpose still a mystery. Archaeologists estimate it was built around 5,000 years ago, yet there are no written records, no known builders, and no explanation for its intricate design. Some researchers believe it was an ancient astronomical observatory, its stones aligning with solstices and equinoxes. Others suggest it was a burial site for an unknown civilization. But the oddest theory? Some believe Rujim el-Hiri is a prehistoric energy site, meant to harness or manipulate unknown forces. Then there's the burial chamber at the center. Unlike typical tombs, this chamber had no significant artifacts, no clear indication of who, if anyone, was buried there. Could it have been built for something other than human use? Some local legends speak of giants or supernatural beings that once roamed this region. Could Rujim el-Hiri be connected to an ancient race long erased from history? If so, where else might these lost civilizations have left their mark? The answer, some believe, lies deep beneath our feet. Across Europe, an underground world has been uncovered, one that shouldn't exist. Beneath the rolling hills, dense forests, and ancient ruins of Europe, archaeologists have uncovered something bizarre, a vast network of underground tunnels, some stretching for hundreds of miles. These tunnels, found from Scotland to Turkey, connect regions that should have had no way of communicating thousands of years ago. Even stranger, some tunnels are so narrow that a human can barely squeeze through, while others open into massive underground chambers, as if designed for something, or someone, unknown. Who built them, and why? Some theories suggest they were escape routes during times of war, but that doesn't explain why they were so meticulously carved, often with smooth walls and precise turns. Others propose they were used for trade, linking civilizations long before recorded history suggests it was possible. Then there's the more controversial theory, that these tunnels are remnants of a lost prehistoric civilization, one that understood engineering in ways we still don't fully grasp. The biggest mystery, however, is how these tunnels remained hidden for so long. Some have no known entrances, only discovered through modern scanning technology. What else could be lurking beneath Europe's soil? Could there be entire underground cities waiting to be uncovered? And if these tunnels really are tens of thousands of years old, then what does that say about the people who built them? The deeper we dig, the more we find, but the truth may be buried even further down. Deep within the caves of Altamira in Spain, archaeologists uncovered something that defied expectations. Stunning, lifelike paintings of bison, created with a level of realism and depth that shouldn't have been possible for prehistoric people. Dating back at least 20,000 years, these images aren't crude stick figures or basic shapes. They are detailed, shaded, and anatomically precise, as if painted by an artist trained in modern techniques. What's more baffling is the method used. The painters of Altamira mastered three-dimensional perspective, using the cave's natural contours to give the animals movement and realism. They blended colors, shading, and highlights, techniques that wouldn't officially appear in art for tens of thousands of years. How did Stone Age people, supposedly primitive hunters, develop such advanced artistic skills? For years, experts refused to believe the paintings were real, dismissing them as forgeries. But when later discoveries confirmed their authenticity, new questions arose. Could these paintings be evidence of a lost, sophisticated culture, one capable of advanced thinking and artistic mastery far earlier than expected? Some suggest they might be remnants of a forgotten civilization, one whose knowledge was lost, leaving only these stunning artworks behind. And it's not just in Europe. Across the world, other strange remnants hint at ancient builders whose origins remain unknown. In New Zealand, a massive stone wall has baffled researchers for years, one that doesn't seem to match any known local culture. In the dense forests of New Zealand's North Island, an ancient structure lies hidden, a wall made of perfectly cut, stacked stone blocks, resembling something out of South America or even Egypt. But here's the problem. No known civilization in New Zealand's history ever built with stone on this scale. The Maori, the indigenous people of the region, did not construct massive stone walls, nor did they have the tools to cut stone with such precision. The Kaimanawa Wall, as it's called, has sparked one of the biggest historical debates in the Pacific. Some geologists claim it's nothing more than a natural rock formation, fractured over time, but others aren't so sure. The clean-cut edges, uniform spacing, and geometric alignment suggest human hands were involved. If that's true, then who built it? And when? One theory suggests that a lost civilization existed in New Zealand before the Maori arrived, a people who possessed advanced engineering skills long forgotten by history. Some even link the structure to the ancient Lemurian myth, a supposed lost land in the Pacific. While skeptics dismiss this idea, the mystery remains. If the Kaimanawa Wall is artificial, it rewrites the history of human migration and settlement in the Pacific. Could it be that New Zealand once harbored an unknown civilization, one whose legacy was buried, both by time and by those who wish to keep history neat and simple? Hidden in the cliffs of Maharashtra, India, the Ajanta caves are one of the greatest architectural feats of the ancient world. Carved directly into solid rock, these 34 cave temples weren't built in the traditional sense. They were excavated, sculpted, and hollowed out of a sheer basalt cliff face. The precision and scale of the work are staggering. Every column, doorway, and intricate carving was made without modern tools, raising a question that no one has truly answered. How did ancient builders achieve such perfection using only primitive chisels? Even stranger, these caves feature enormous stone-cut halls with high ceilings, grand staircases, and intricately detailed sculptures that look like they were built piece by piece, but they weren't. Everything is carved from one continuous rock formation, meaning a single mistake could have ruined the entire structure. This level of engineering seems almost impossible for the 5th century BCE, when historians claim these caves were created. Some researchers speculate that the builders possessed advanced techniques for cutting and shaping stone, knowledge that was lost over time. And then, there's the artwork. The walls are covered with vibrant frescoes depicting figures so refined that some believe they resemble Renaissance-style realism, despite being thousands of years older. Could these caves be remnants of a civilization with far greater artistic and architectural knowledge than we recognize? Some theories even suggest that they may have been created with forgotten vibrational or sonic technology, rather than just manual labor. In the rolling green hills of Ireland, an ancient structure predating Stonehenge and even the Great Pyramid sits shrouded in mystery. Newgrange, a massive 5,200-year-old megalithic tomb, was built with a level of engineering that shouldn't have been possible for Neolithic builders. The site consists of a huge circular mound, covering an underground chamber made from massive stones, some weighing dozens of tons. But the real mystery lies in its astronomical alignment. Once a year, on the winter solstice, something extraordinary happens. As the sun rises, a beam of light perfectly enters the narrow passage, illuminating the inner chamber in a golden glow. This event lasts for only 17 minutes before fading back into darkness. The precision of this alignment suggests that whoever built Newgrange understood complex astronomy and engineering principles far beyond what was thought possible for that era. How did Neolithic people with supposedly simple tools achieve such an intricate design? There's another mystery. Carved into the entrance stones are spirals, geometric symbols, and strange markings that no one has been able to decode. Some researchers believe they could be an ancient language, while others suggest they may represent a lost form of knowledge, perhaps a forgotten way of tracking celestial events or even an early form of sacred mathematics. Scattered across the misty landscapes of Laos, thousands of massive stone jars sit abandoned, their purpose unknown. Some weigh over 13 tons and stand over 10 feet tall, yet no one knows who built them, how they were moved, or what they were used for. Dating back at least 2,500 years, these jars are part of what's now called the Plain of Jars, a sprawling site covering miles of land, filled with these bizarre artifacts. Local legends say the jars were made by giants, who used them to brew rice wine after battle. But archaeologists suggest a different theory, that they were used in burial rituals, with human remains found inside some of them. However, this only deepens the mystery. If they were tombs, why were they made so large, so heavy, and spread across such vast distances? The effort to carve, transport, and place these enormous jars would have required an advanced understanding of logistics and engineering. Another unanswered question is where the stone came from. Some jars appear to be made from materials that don't match the surrounding landscape, suggesting they were moved from great distances. How? No tools have been found, no inscriptions explaining their origins, and no records left behind by the civilization that created them. One thing is certain, whether buried beneath the earth, hidden in plain sight, or left behind in mysterious carvings, the past still holds secrets we have yet to understand. In a museum storage room in Washington, D.C., sits one of the strangest and least talked about ancient discoveries ever found, a 1,200-year-old device from Peru that looks shockingly like a telephone. It wasn't made of plastic or wires, of course, it's made from gourd, string, and a hollowed-out tube. But its structure and function? Practically the same as a modern string phone. Two receiver-like ends connected by a long, taut cord. And here's the mind-blowing part. It actually worked. This incredible artifact came from the Chimu civilization, which ruled along the northern coast of Peru long before the rise of the Inca Empire. And the fact that this thing exists, fully formed, engineered with purpose, has left experts speechless. Why would an ancient society create something so close to a communication device that wouldn't officially appear until over 1,000 years later? Some researchers believe it was used in palaces or temples, places where communication needed to happen across thick walls or long corridors. It wasn't a toy, it wasn't random, it looks intentional, made for private conversation, possibly even for rituals or controlling messages between rulers and their inner circle. Of course, there are those who push the mystery even further. Theories have popped up that maybe the Chimu didn't invent the device alone. Could it have been passed down knowledge from an earlier civilization lost to history? Or something even stranger? Some suggest influence from advanced cultures that visited from far away or even off-world. Sounds wild, but the artifact is real. It's physical. It exists. And yet, barely anyone knows about it. It's not featured in documentaries or school books. It's just sitting there, buried in the catalog of ancient tech no one can explain. The more you look at it, the more questions pile up. How many other inventions from the ancient world were dismissed as toys or decorations, when they might have been much more? If this telephone-like object made it through time, what didn't? Deep in the dusty plains of modern-day Pakistan lies a city that shouldn't exist. At least not with the level of planning and infrastructure it had over 4,000 years ago. Mohenjo-Daro was part of the ancient Indus Valley civilization, and it boasted a grid system, advanced sewage lines, and multi-story buildings long before anyone else thought that was possible. But it's not just the engineering that's baffling. It's how the city met its end. When archaeologists first began excavating the site in the 1920s, they were struck by a strange pattern. Many of the skeletal remains were found lying in the streets, some holding hands, as if something sudden and terrifying had wiped them out. Even weirder, the ruins showed signs of extreme heat. Bricks had been melted. The sand had turned into glass. That kind of heat isn't easy to explain. It would take something intense, far beyond fire. This led to one of the most controversial and fascinating theories in ancient archaeology, that Mohenjo-Daro may have been destroyed by some kind of advanced energy, possibly even nuclear level. Of course, there's no proof of weapons or reactors, but the damage resembles what we've seen in places hit by atomic blasts. Mainstream scholars reject this theory, yet the heat signatures and glassy surfaces remain. Something powerful happened there, something we still don't understand, and it challenges the idea that ancient people were only working with stone tools and fire pits. Maybe, just maybe they had help, or knowledge that got lost forever. Thousands of miles from the heat of Mohenjo-Daro, in the frozen wilderness of Siberia, another mystery lay buried beneath the ice. In a remote forested region called Zeleny Yar, archaeologists uncovered a chilling find, literally. A group of mummies wrapped in copper sheets buried in the permafrost, some still wearing masks. Their bodies were preserved so well that their hair and eyelashes were intact. But who they were remains a total mystery. These weren't your typical Arctic nomads. The burial customs were unusual, the clothing was foreign, and the level of preservation was something scientists didn't expect from a culture dating back to the 12th or 13th century. One mummy, possibly a child, was encased in a cocoon of fur, bark, and copper, materials believed to have antimicrobial properties, which may have been used intentionally to halt decomposition. That alone shows a shocking level of medical or ritual knowledge. But here's where things get even stranger. DNA analysis has suggested links to ancient Persian or Turkic groups, meaning these people might have traveled thousands of miles, or were part of a forgotten migration. There are no written records, no legends, no explanations, just the frozen dead, perfectly preserved, as if waiting to tell a story no one understands yet. What connects a scorched city in South Asia with a frozen burial site in Siberia? Two civilizations separated by space and culture, both leaving behind evidence that something much bigger was going on in the ancient world than we've been taught. Across the ancient Roman Empire, structures like aqueducts, harbors, and temples have stood for over 2,000 years, enduring earthquakes, saltwater, and time itself. The Colosseum? Still there. Roman seawalls? Still holding back the tide. But modern concrete? It cracks and crumbles within decades. So, what's going on? The secret lies in the Roman recipe, one that modern science is only beginning to understand. Researchers discovered that Roman concrete isn't just tough, it's self-healing. Under a microscope, it contains tiny white minerals called lime clasts that react with water, recrystallizing and sealing cracks. In other words, the material repairs itself over time. And that's something our high-tech cement still can't reliably do. Some experts believe the ancient builders were deliberately engineering this effect. Others think they stumbled on it by chance. Either way, the knowledge vanished after the empire fell, which raises the question, how much ancient science have we lost? And if the Romans had self-healing concrete 2,000 years ago, what else did they figure out that we've forgotten or ignored? It's a reminder that progress isn't always a straight line. Sometimes the past hides solutions we're still struggling to rediscover, and the fact that their concrete still holds up today, that's more than impressive. It's borderline unbelievable. They've been found in jungles, passed between collectors, and displayed in museums. Perfectly carved skulls made from single blocks of quartz crystal. No tool marks, no visible seams, and nobody really knows where they came from. These are the infamous crystal skulls, often linked to Mesoamerican civilizations like the Maya or Aztecs. But the carvings don't match local styles. And the material? Some of it doesn't even come from the region. There are around a dozen of these skulls known today. The most famous one, the Mitchell Hedges skull, is eerily lifelike, with a detachable jaw and an uncanny ability to reflect light through its eye sockets. Some say it was found in a Mayan temple. Others claim it mysteriously appeared during an excavation. No one can agree. Over the years, these skulls have been tied to wild theories, healing powers, ancient computers, even messages from extraterrestrials. Some believe they store knowledge from a lost civilization, maybe even Atlantis. Scientists who examine them under electron microscopes say the precision is almost impossible for pre-Columbian tools. Yet skeptics argue they were made in the 19th century using modern abrasives. So what's the truth? Are they brilliant modern fakes, or artifacts from a forgotten chapter of human history? Either way, the mystery remains unsolved, and the deeper you look, the stranger it gets. High in the mountains of South Africa, carved deep into ancient granite, is something that shouldn't exist, a massive human-like footprint, over 4 feet long, embedded in solid rock. It's not just an impression, it has toes, shape, and detail, and the rock it's in, estimated to be over 200 million years old. Locals call it the footprint of God, but no one has provided a clear scientific explanation. How could a footprint, any footprint, exist in rock that formed long before humans were even around? Mainstream geologists say it's a natural erosion pattern, but that doesn't explain the uncanny human-like shape. The toes are aligned, the heel is angled. It looks like something, just stepped into molten stone. And this isn't the only one. Similar giant prints have been found in Sri Lanka, Turkey, and even the US. Most are written off as coincidences. But when multiple sites across the world show the same strange impressions, it's hard not to wonder, what if these are the remnants of a time we've forgotten? Some fringe researchers believe they're proof of ancient giants, beings mentioned in myths across cultures. Others suggest unknown species or even time anomalies. Whatever the truth is, these footprints refuse to be explained away easily. They stay there, frozen in stone, daring us to explain how they got there, and who left them. Tucked away in a Venice library, a curious old map quietly challenges everything we thought we knew about world exploration. Known as the Zhou map, it was allegedly copied from Chinese originals dating back to the early 1400s. What's so strange? It shows the entire world, North and South America included, decades before Columbus ever set sail. According to some researchers, the map might be linked to Admiral Zheng He, the legendary Chinese navigator who commanded massive fleets that traveled far beyond Asia. The idea is that the Chinese had explored the globe and charted it long before the Age of Discovery even began in Europe. The implications are huge. If this map is authentic, it means Columbus didn't discover the New World, he followed directions. Of course, critics argue the map is a much later creation or even a forgery, but others point to its stunning geographical accuracy. It shows continents that weren't even supposed to exist in the 15th century. Some believe copies of it, or knowledge from it, somehow reached European explorers through trade routes or stolen archives. Could it be that China, not Europe, led the first wave of global exploration? The mystery of the Zhou map is still unfolding. But if it proves real, it would flip the story of human exploration upside down, and force a complete rewrite of who really discovered what, and when. In China's Zhejiang province, farmers were draining a pond in 1992 when they stumbled upon something unbelievable: an enormous man-made cave hidden beneath the water. As they dug further, they found not just one, but 24 massive underground chambers. Each one carved by hand, with symmetrical walls, straight lines, polished surfaces, and decorative chisel marks. But here's the most shocking part. There's absolutely no historical record of them being built. No writings, no mentions in ancient texts, no tools left behind. These caves are massive, some over 100 feet tall, and were carved out of solid sandstone. Experts estimate that removing that much rock would have taken hundreds of people working for years. Yet there's complete silence in historical records, as if the builders vanished, or never existed at all. No one knows what they were for. Storage, temples, a military base. Some even suggest the caves might have been built to survive something, like a cataclysm. The precision, symmetry, and scale have led some theorists to wonder if the caves were designed with advanced knowledge. Could they be the remnants of a forgotten civilization? Despite all the research, the Longyu Caves remain one of the world's biggest archaeological riddles. They weren't natural. They weren't random. Someone built them. But who, why, and how? That part's still a complete mystery. High in the misty mountains of southern Ecuador, the province of Loja holds one of the strangest archaeological mysteries in South America. For decades, locals have told stories of ancient giants, being so tall their bones had to be carried in carts. Most chalked it up to folklore, until real discoveries began surfacing. In the 1960s, researchers in a cave system near the Ecuador-Peru border uncovered a set of bones that didn't match normal human proportions. A massive femur, a partial skull, and several rib fragments, too large to come from any known native animal. When scaled, the remains suggested a human-like figure well over 7 feet tall. These weren't fantasy relics. They were physically examined, documented, and photographed, yet for reasons still unclear, they were quietly removed from public view. Some scientists believe the remains could be explained by rare cases of gigantism or even extinct human relatives. But others point to ancient legends that span across the region, stories of towering people who came before the modern civilizations. Tribes in the area still speak of them with respect and caution. They also say that archaeologists sometimes find these colossal giants during excavations but do not inform the public about it. In Loja, the line between myth and history feels very, very thin. Tucked away in Peru's Supe Valley, surrounded by desert and silence, lies one of the oldest cities ever discovered, Caral. This place rewrites history simply by existing. Radiocarbon dating puts it at nearly 5,000 years old, and some evidence even suggests the site could date back closer to 10,000 years. That's older than the Egyptian pyramids and Stonehenge. But here's what makes it even more fascinating. It was a fully developed city. Not just huts or simple dwellings, but pyramids, plazas, residential areas, and a complex irrigation system. Caral had no walls, no weapons, and no signs of warfare. That alone sets it apart. This was a peaceful civilization that thrived through trade, agriculture, and advanced architecture. Massive pyramid-like structures were made of stone and earth, carefully positioned in alignment with astronomical events. Some structures had built-in acoustic designs that allowed voices to carry clearly from one platform to another. It's an ancient form of sound engineering that researchers still don't fully understand. No written language has been uncovered there, but knotted strings known as quipu, used for record-keeping, suggest Carol might have had a system of communication that predates writing. The more archaeologists dig, the more questions emerge. Who taught these people how to build with such precision? Why did their knowledge seem to vanish so completely? Corral wasn't just a city, it was a civilization that existed so far back. It challenges the timeline of everything we thought we knew about human development in the Americas, and maybe the world. In the riverbed of the Taunton River in Massachusetts lies a 40-ton boulder covered in strange carvings that have confused and fascinated researchers for centuries. This is Dighton Rock, and no one can agree on who made the symbols, or what they mean. Some say they're Native American markings, others believe they came from Norse explorers. There are even claims they were left behind by the Phoenicians or travelers from across the ocean long before Columbus. The rock has hundreds of symbols: lines, arrows, humanoid shapes, spirals, and what look like runes or ancient alphabets. The style doesn't match any single known writing system. That's part of what makes it so mysterious. Over the years, the theories have only multiplied. Some believe the carvings represent a lost language. Others think it's a coded message that hasn't been cracked. There's even speculation about early visitors from Asia, or civilizations that left no other trace behind. Despite being studied for over 300 years, there's no clear answer. The rock was moved to a small museum to protect it from erosion, but the mystery remains. Why would someone carve a message into a massive stone in the middle of a river? Was it a territorial marker, a celestial calendar, or something left behind to confuse us thousands of years later? One thing's certain: Dighton Rock doesn't fit neatly into any known chapter of American history. It's a clue from the past that refuses to give up its meaning. All across the island of Sardinia, ancient stone structures stretch out beneath the sun, some over 100 feet long, with entrances large enough for someone twice the size of an average human to walk through. Locals call them Tombe dei Giganti, tombs of the giants. And they've been at the center of mystery and speculation for generations. Archaeologists link these megalithic tombs to the Nuragic civilization, which flourished on the island over 3,000 years ago. But here's where things get strange. According to regional folklore, the tombs were not symbolic. They were built for actual giants. Stories tell of beings with enormous strength who once roamed the island, helping construct stone fortresses and strange towers still standing today. And over the years, residents have claimed to have seen or even uncovered massive skeletal remains, though most were reportedly whisked away by authorities or quietly reburied. No confirmed giant skeletons remain on public display, but the scale and layout of the tombs continue to raise questions. Why would normal-sized humans build burial sites so huge? And why do so many of these structures line up with key astronomical points? Equinoxes, solstices, and lunar events? It's led some to wonder if these tombs served multiple purposes, maybe as ceremonial sites, maybe even as markers for celestial watchers. Or maybe they really did house the remains of a forgotten race whose story is only partially buried. Just outside Inverness, in the quiet moors of Scotland, stand the Clava Cairns, ancient stone burial mounds older than the pyramids. At first glance they look like simple piles of rocks, but look closer, and you'll notice something eerie. Each of these tombs is aligned perfectly with the setting sun on the winter solstice. Light enters through a narrow passage, illuminating the inner chamber with an orange glow that lasts only minutes. It's a moment frozen in time, and no one knows how the builders pulled it off over 4,000 years ago. There are standing stones scattered around the cairns, each placed with precision. Some researchers believe the layout formed part of a sacred calendar. Others suggest it could have been used for ritual ceremonies that timed life with the stars. And then there are those who go further, claiming the Clava Cairns weren't just burial sites. They were portals, gateways between worlds opened by light, sound, or movement of the heavens. It's no wonder this place has inspired countless myths and even scenes in time travel stories. The setting, the stillness, and the way the site reacts to celestial events. It feels intentional, designed for something more than memory. In a private archive in Japan, researchers uncovered a mysterious mummified figure, part human, part fish. Known as a mermaid mummy, it had the torso of a small woman and the tail of a fish, perfectly preserved in a wooden box. Legends say it brought fortune, or disaster. But here's what's strange. Scans show real bone structure, human-like teeth, and internal organs. Some experts believe it's a ritual object. Others think it could be evidence of a now extinct species we were never meant to find. Whatever it is, no one's been able to explain it. In 1980, buried beneath layers of sediment in Upper Egypt, archaeologists uncovered a human skeleton unlike anything they'd seen before. Dated to around 33,000 years ago, the Nazlet Khader remains had a mix of traits that didn't add up. The skeleton was clearly Homo sapiens, but with unusually robust bones, a primitive-looking skull, and features more commonly found in older human ancestors. It was as if two different species had been merged into one body. Some researchers believe it's proof of an unknown population that once roamed northern Africa, possibly interbreeding with early Homo sapiens. Others think it could be a genetic throwback. But here's what makes this discovery really strange. It suggests that modern humans, as we know them, may not have developed along a neat timeline. There could have been other intelligent groups living at the same time, ones that didn't survive, or were absorbed into our lineage. If so, who were they and why did they vanish? Discovered near modern-day Baghdad in the 1930s, a clay jar with a copper cylinder and iron rod inside was unlike anything from the surrounding ruins. When reconstructed, it looked suspiciously like a simple galvanic cell, a battery. Yes, a 2,000-year-old power source. This Baghdad battery, as it's now called, could produce a tiny electrical charge when filled with vinegar or lemon juice. But what was it used for? There are no wires, no machines. Some suggest it may have been used for electroplating, coating objects in thin layers of metal. Others think it might have been part of early medical or ritual practices. Mainstream archaeology says it's unlikely the people of the time fully understood electricity, but the components are there. And the fact that several similar jars were found in the same region hints that someone knew what they were doing. Whether it was a scientific tool or a ritual item with electrical effects, this battery forces us to ask, what else did ancient civilizations know that we've overlooked? In 1933, deep within a burial site in Mexico, archaeologists made a discovery that defied logic. A small terracotta head, clearly of Roman origin, buried beneath pre-Columbian layers. Found in Tecaxic, Calixtlahuaca, the object had a beard, European facial features, and a style never seen in ancient Mesoamerican art. Tests confirmed the burial context was authentic, predating Columbus by centuries. That leaves two options. Either the head somehow got there through unknown contact long before European exploration, or something about the timeline is completely off. Some scholars claim it's a case of contamination, maybe someone dropped the artifact during excavation. But others believe it's evidence of transoceanic contact between the Old World and the New long before 1492. If that's true, it opens the door to a much more connected ancient world than we've ever imagined. Scattered across Europe, from rivers in Germany to Viking graves in Scandinavia, archaeologists have uncovered swords so advanced they seem completely out of place in history. Etched into the blades is a single word: Ulfbert. These weren't ceremonial props, they were real weapons, deadly, durable, and built with a level of metalwork that wouldn't reappear until the Industrial Age. The secret lies in the steel. Ulfbert swords were made with crucible steel, metal so pure and carbon-rich that it could withstand blows other swords would shatter under. It wasn't supposed to exist in Europe at the time. The process to create it involves precise heat control and advanced materials. Yet somehow a small group of medieval blacksmiths had cracked the code. No one knows exactly how. Some believe the technique came through secret trade with the Middle East. Others think a lost master blacksmith passed down the recipe before it vanished. There are even theories that these swords were made using forgotten knowledge, possibly older than the Viking Age itself. Out of the thousands of swords found from that era, only a few dozen carry the Ulfbert mark. They weren't for common warriors, these were elite tools, possibly even sacred. And they raise a bigger question: how often has human technology surged forward, only to disappear and be rediscovered centuries later?
In the dark, hidden chambers of a cave in southern France, a child left a message. Not one written in words or symbols, but a handprint. Pressed into soft limestone over 30,000 years ago, this mark is still there today, frozen in time. And it's not just one. Dozens of hand stencils, some from children, others from adults, line the walls of Chauvet Pont d'Arc cave like a prehistoric gallery. Scientists believe these were created by blowing pigment over a hand pressed to the rock, leaving a negative image that's haunting in its clarity. This cave, sealed off by a landslide thousands of years ago, was only rediscovered in the 1990s. And what was found inside stunned archaeologists. Lifelike paintings of lions, rhinos, mammoths, and bears, alongside this very human detail. A child's hand with a slightly crooked finger. The level of detail in these images is so advanced, it's closer to Leonardo da Vinci than stick figures. They even used natural curves in the walls to create a 3D illusion. But here's the twist. One of the handprints matches the proportions of a boy no older than 10. It means this wasn't just an adult ritual site. Children were there, participating, creating, watching. The caves echo with the idea that maybe, just maybe, art was always part of us, something humans didn't invent, but were born to do. And this makes that simple handprint far more than a smudge. It's a connection, a bridge across 300 centuries. Not just a trace of someone who once lived, but of someone who felt, someone who wanted to leave something behind. Not a name, not a number, just a hand on the wall of the earth. They're smaller than a grain of salt and look like they crawled out of a science fiction movie. Meet the tardigrade, also called the water bear. A creature so tough, scientists once blasted it into outer space. And it came back alive. No suit, no oxygen, no protection from deadly radiation. Just floating out there, frozen in the vacuum of space. And it survived. Tardigrades don't just survive extreme cold. They've been boiled, frozen, zapped with massive radiation doses, dehydrated for years, and even exposed to pressure over 6 times what's found in the deepest ocean trench. Still alive. Their secret? When the environment gets extreme, they shut themselves down. They dry out, fold into a tight ball, and enter a state where all biological activity nearly stops, like hitting pause on life itself. And when conditions improve, they wake up and keep going. Some have been revived after over 30 years in this dry, frozen state. Scientists are now studying tardigrades to understand how they pull off this trick, and whether humans might one day benefit from their strange biology. The next time someone asks which animal is the toughest on Earth, just smile and say, it's the one you can barely see. You've probably heard the classic line, there are more stars in the sky than grains of sand on all the beaches of Earth. But here's something that flips the script completely. There are more trees on Earth than stars in our galaxy. Astronomers estimate there are about 100 to 400 billion stars in the Milky Way. That's a mind-breaking number, no doubt. But a 21st century global tree count found something even more staggering. Earth is home to roughly 3 trillion trees. That's over 400 trees for every person alive. And they're not just sitting pretty. Trees breathe in carbon dioxide, give us oxygen, cool cities, house wildlife, and even influence rainfall patterns. The fact that Earth can outnumber an entire galaxy in living organisms rooted in soil, not sky, speaks volumes about the complexity of our own planet. From ancient forests in the Amazon to single pines clinging to rocky cliffs in California, trees are Earth's silent giants. And we're only just beginning to understand how deeply connected they are to our climate, health, and survival. Some creatures live for decades, some for just a few hours. But there's one tiny animal that figured out how to cheat death entirely. Meet Turritopsis dohrnii, better known as the immortal jellyfish. When threatened by starvation, injury, or even old age, this jellyfish doesn't die. It transforms. It reverts its cells back to an earlier stage of life, like rewinding a biological tape. Instead of going forward into decline, it moves backward. Its adult cells reshape into young ones, starting the life cycle all over again. It's like a butterfly, turning back into a caterpillar, and then doing it again, and again. Potentially forever. Scientists are still unlocking how this microscopic creature pulls off what seems impossible. If we understood how to copy this biological reset, it could rewrite everything we think we know about aging, medicine, and regeneration. It's not a fantasy, it's a real jellyfish, floating right now in the oceans of the world, quietly breaking every rule of life and time. All around us, hidden in plain sight, is a number that seems to shape life itself. It's called the golden ratio, and it's approximately 1.618. That number might not mean much at first, but once you know where to look, it's everywhere. In the spirals of seashells, the pattern of sunflower seeds, the structure of hurricanes, even the shape of galaxies. The golden ratio shows up in your own body too. The proportions between parts of your face, your fingers, even the length of your forearm to your hand often match this mysterious ratio. It's found in DNA, in the way double helixes twist, and in the branching of veins and lungs. Nature seems to favor this ratio not because it's pretty, but because it's efficient. It allows for maximum growth, balance, and strength with minimal waste. Artists like Leonardo da Vinci used it. Architects design with it. But nature? Nature was using it long before we even had words for numbers. It's like the universe has a hidden blueprint, and that pattern is written into everything, including you. It sounds like science fiction, but it's real. Your body gives off light, not metaphorically, literally. Scientists in Japan used ultra-sensitive cameras in a completely dark room and captured tiny bursts of visible light coming off human bodies. This light isn't thermal like infrared. It's visible light, just like the glow of a firefly, only much, much dimmer. The glow comes from biochemical reactions within your cells. When certain molecules react with oxygen, tiny particles of light, called photons, are emitted. It's called ultra-weak photon emission, and every single person emits it. The brightest areas? Your face, especially around the forehead, cheeks, and neck. But there's a twist. Your body's glow actually changes throughout the day. You shine the most in the late afternoon, and the least just before sunrise. We can't see this glow because it's about 1,000 times weaker than the human eye can detect. But it's there. Right now, you are glowing, not like a superhero, more like a silent light bulb powered by biology. And knowing that makes the ordinary body feel just a little more extraordinary. It's thinner than a human hair, but tougher than steel by weight. Spider silk is one of the strongest natural materials on Earth, and it's made by an animal no bigger than a coin. Scientists have tested it in labs and confirmed, ounce for ounce, some types of spider silk are tougher than Kevlar, the same material used in protective gear. It can stretch, absorb energy, and snap back into shape without breaking. So what gives it this incredible strength? It comes down to structure. Spider silk is made of protein strands with a combination of stiff, crystal-like regions and flexible chains. It's the perfect mix of hard and soft, giving it both durability and stretch. When a spider spins a web, it doesn't just make a trap, it creates a high-tech net that can stop fast-flying insects mid-air without snapping. That's why researchers are working to replicate it, not just for body armor, but for medical sutures, flexible electronics, and even building materials. The catch? We still can't make it as well as spiders do. No machine has matched the precise way they spin silk, one of the most advanced materials in nature made without fire, force, or factories. Just instinct and millions of years of quiet engineering. In the middle of the Pacific Ocean, there's a place so remote, the nearest humans are often astronauts in orbit. It's called Point Nemo, and it's the oceanic pole of inaccessibility, the spot farthest from any land on Earth. It's more than 1,600 miles from the nearest islands in any direction. No people live there, no planes fly over it, and few ships ever pass through. Just endless, silent water stretching to every horizon. Point Nemo is so isolated, space agencies use it as a spacecraft cemetery. When satellites or space stations reach the end of their mission, they are steered to crash into this watery graveyard, far from civilization. Over 250 pieces of space debris have ended their journey there, including parts of Russia's Mir station and several defunct cargo crafts. And if you thought it was just empty ocean, think again. The deep sea beneath Point Nemo is one of the least explored regions on the planet. Some scientists believe life there may be unlike anything we've seen, surviving in cold, crushing darkness for millions of years. In fact, strange sounds have been recorded near this spot, including the legendary deep-sea bloop noise once mistaken for a massive sea creature. The ocean keeps its secrets well, and Point Nemo might be the loneliest, most mysterious corner of it all. Beneath the surface of every forest, there's an invisible network that rivals the complexity of the internet. Trees and plants don't just sit quietly in the soil, they communicate. Not with sound or sight, but through underground connections made by fungi. This living network is known as the mycorrhizal web, or more casually, the wood wide web. Here's how it works. Fungi connect to plant roots and form long, thread-like structures called hyphae. These threads stretch out and link with the roots of other plants, creating vast underground networks. Through these fungal highways, trees can share nutrients, send warning signals, and even support struggling neighbors. When one tree is under attack from pests or disease, it can release chemical signals that travel through the network, alerting nearby plants to prepare their defenses. Some trees even send extra resources to their own offspring, favoring their children through this silent system. It's a mind-bending concept. Forests that behave less like groups of individual trees and more like cooperative communities, all connected by an ancient alliance with fungi. And this isn't fantasy. It's backed by modern biology, field experiments, and molecular studies. So the next time you walk through a forest, know this: the ground beneath your feet isn't just dirt. It's buzzing with life, with messages and nutrients traveling invisibly in all directions, like nature's own secret internet. When you think of ancient life on Earth, dinosaurs probably come to mind. But there's a creature that predates them, and even goes back before the first tree ever took root. Sharks. These ocean predators have been swimming through Earth's waters for over 400 million years. Trees? They didn't show up until about 50 million years later. That means sharks were already thriving when the land was mostly covered in low-lying ferns and mosses. They survived 5 mass extinctions, including the one that wiped out the dinosaurs. And while other species rose and fell, sharks kept adapting, some shrinking, some growing, some evolving into bizarre shapes we still discover today. Fossils show that early sharks didn't look too different from some modern ones. Their teeth, made of nearly indestructible material, are still found in cliffs and seabeds across the world. One extinct species, Megalodon, had teeth the size of a human hand and a bite force stronger than a T-Rex. Sharks have outlived empires, mountain ranges, and whole geological eras. They are survivors in the purest sense, and they've been patrolling the oceans since long before the first forest shaded the land. They may not rule the land, but in the sea they've held the crown for hundreds of millions of years. In the shadow of the pyramids and buried deep within Egypt's ancient tombs, archaeologists have uncovered skulls that don't quite match the human norm. These elongated skulls, stretched, smooth, and unusually shaped, have sparked debate for decades. Were they the result of cultural rituals, or is there something stranger going on? Some scholars point to cranial binding, a practice seen in ancient societies from Africa to South America. It involves wrapping a child's head tightly in cloth during early growth, reshaping the skull over time. It was often done for status, beauty, or religious reasons. And yes, some of the elongated skulls found in Egypt could be explained this way. But not all of them. A few skulls have features that seem too unusual, like missing cranial sutures, larger than average brain volume, or bone structures unlike those of typical humans. These traits don't easily fit with the results of binding. And here's where the mystery deepens. Similar skulls have been found across the globe, in regions with no contact between cultures. Some believe these individuals may have held elite or spiritual roles, possibly even being seen as otherworldly figures by their societies. Others have gone further, suggesting connections to ancient legends or beings not of this earth. While there's no verified evidence for anything beyond human explanation, the debate remains alive. The iron in your blood, the calcium in your bones, the oxygen you breathe, none of it was born on Earth. Every atom in your body was forged in the heart of a dying star. Long before Earth existed, ancient stars exploded in supernovae, blasting their heavy elements across the galaxy. Those scattered remnants drifted through space, clumped into clouds, and eventually formed planets, oceans, and us. Scientists have confirmed it. About 97% of the atoms in the human body come from stardust. Elements like carbon, nitrogen, and phosphorus didn't just appear out of nowhere. They were created in cosmic furnaces under extreme pressure and temperature, then launched across the universe like glitter from a cosmic firework. When Carl Sagan said, "We are made of star stuff," it wasn't poetry, it was physics. You carry the ashes of stars in every breath you take and every heartbeat you feel. The next time you look at the night sky, just remember, you're not just looking up at space, you're looking into your own past. The stars aren't far away, they're already part of you. Deep beneath a mountain in northern Mexico lies a hidden chamber that looks like it belongs on another planet. It's called the Nika Crystal Cave, and inside are some of the largest natural crystals ever found, some over 30 feet long and weighing more than 55 tons. They're so massive you can walk between them like trees in a frozen forest. The cave was discovered accidentally in the year 2000 by miners drilling for silver. What they found instead was a blistering hot chamber filled with selenite crystals formed over hundreds of thousands of years. The temperature inside can reach 136 degrees with nearly 100% humidity. So extreme that scientists can only stay inside for minutes at a time without special cooling suits. What makes it even more mysterious is how the crystals grew. The cave was once filled with mineral-rich water, heated by volcanic activity deep underground. Over time, molecules in the water slowly stacked into enormous structures, like nature building skyscrapers, molecule by molecule. Today, the cave is sealed off to protect these fragile giants from damage and exposure. It's a reminder that some of Earth's most alien landscapes aren't out in space. They're right beneath our feet, hiding in the dark. Scattered across North America, old reports speak of something strange buried in the earth. Enormous human skeletons, many over 7 feet tall, uncovered in burial mounds and ancient tombs. Newspapers from the 1800s and early 1900s recorded these finds in places like Wisconsin, Ohio, and West Virginia. Some remains were said to have massive jaws, double rows of teeth, or oversized skulls. They were often found alongside tools, jewelry, and pottery, suggesting a culture both advanced and lost. So what happened to them? That's where the mystery deepens. Many of these skeletons were reportedly sent to museums or scientific institutions, including the Smithsonian, but today, few physical specimens remain. Official explanations chalk these stories up to exaggeration, misidentified animal bones, or tall individuals mistaken for something more. Yet some researchers argue that not all the finds can be dismissed so easily. Skeptics say it's folklore. Others believe there may be something deliberately buried, not just in the ground, but in the records. Either way, the legend of the giants' graves refuses to die. Whether misunderstood history or something genuinely mysterious, these towering skeletons still raise a towering question. Did we once share this land with people very different from us? Or are we chasing shadows of stories too old to prove, yet too persistent to ignore? It lasts less than a second. It flashes from the sky in silence, then cracks the air with a roar. And yet, in that brief moment, a bolt of lightning releases a force so intense, it reaches temperatures of up to 54,000 degrees, 5 times hotter than the surface of the sun. Lightning isn't just electricity, it's raw plasma tearing through the atmosphere. When storm clouds build up enough electrical charge, they create a massive voltage difference between the cloud and the ground, or even between clouds. That energy breaks through the air, superheating it instantly and creating a narrow channel of ionized gas. The heat expands the air so fast it creates a shock wave. That's the thunder you hear. Each strike carries up to 1 billion volts of electricity and can light up the sky for miles. And it doesn't always strike just once. Some bolts hit the same spot multiple times in rapid succession. Lightning can split trees, melt metal, and carve glass-like tubes into sand called fulgurites. We think of fire and lava as nature's most intense forces, but lightning is on another level. Brief, unpredictable, and far more powerful than it looks. It's a reminder that even in something we've all seen, nature still hides extremes beyond belief. High above Saturn's North Pole spins one of the strangest weather systems in the solar system. A perfect 6-sided storm that has baffled scientists since it was first seen. It's called Saturn's hexagon, and it's nearly 20,000 miles wide, large enough to fit 4 Earths across. Unlike anything on our planet, this geometric hurricane has been swirling for decades, maybe even centuries. The shape isn't an illusion or a fluke of photography. It's a real sharp-edged hexagon of clouds, with each side nearly straight and angles that stay locked in place as the whole system spins like a giant wheel. At its center, a dark circular vortex acts as Saturn's north polar hurricane. The winds whip around at over 200 miles per hour, forming this surreal polygon in the upper atmosphere. Scientists believe it's caused by fluid dynamics, waves of different speeds colliding in the atmosphere and forming standing patterns. But even with advanced models, we still can't replicate its perfect symmetry here on Earth. The storm isn't static either. NASA's Cassini spacecraft captured changes in color and texture over time, hinting at mysterious seasonal effects. It's like nature designed a giant spinning symbol in the clouds, one that defies everything we thought we knew about planets and weather. While Jupiter shows off its great red spot, Saturn quietly hosts a storm shaped like geometry itself. If aliens exist in the ocean, they probably look like octopuses. With their soft, shape-shifting bodies and ability to squeeze through impossibly small gaps, these sea creatures are already strange, but their biology takes it even further. Octopuses don't just have one heart, they have three. Two of those hearts pump blood to the gills, while the third heart sends oxygenated blood to the rest of the body. But here's the twist. When an octopus swims, that main heart stops beating. It's part of why octopuses prefer crawling over jetting through the water. They literally tire themselves out with every burst of speed. And then there's the blood itself. It's not red like ours, it's blue. That's because octopuses use a copper-based molecule called hemocyanin to carry oxygen, instead of iron-rich hemoglobin. This gives their blood a bluish tint and helps them survive in deep, cold waters where oxygen is scarce. Combined with their ability to change color, solve puzzles, escape from locked tanks, and even mimic other animals, octopuses are easily some of the most bizarre and brilliant creatures on the planet. They don't just defy expectations, they rewrite the rules of what life can be. Your skeleton might feel solid and permanent, but it's actually one of the busiest parts of your body. Every day your bones are breaking down and rebuilding themselves, quietly, efficiently, without you ever noticing. In fact, about every 10 years, you get an almost entirely new skeleton. This process is called bone remodeling, and it's driven by two types of cells: osteoclasts, which break down old or damaged bone tissue, and osteoblasts, which build fresh bone in its place. It's not just maintenance, it's a full-time upgrade system. Your body strengthens areas under pressure, reshapes bones to adapt to new stresses, and constantly corrects tiny cracks before they turn into problems. And it starts early. In childhood, bones grow fast and are replaced even quicker. But even in adulthood, the system keeps working, replacing about 10% of your skeleton every year. If it didn't, bones would become brittle, unstable, and prone to injury. It's easy to think of bones as static, like concrete, but the truth is closer to a high-tech building that's always being reinforced from within. Silent construction crews working around the clock, repairing, reshaping, and making sure the structure holds strong, no matter what life throws at it.
High in the Andes Mountains of Peru, over 12,000 feet above sea level, lies a plateau that defies explanation. It's called Marcahuasi, a place where massive stones take the form of giant animals, human faces, strange beings, and symbols that don't match any known culture. These stone formations aren't just a few isolated shapes, they stretch across miles, carved into a forest of solid granite, sitting silently in the clouds. What makes Marcahuasi so unusual is the precision and repetition of these shapes. You walk through the plateau and suddenly, there's a lion's head. Turn the corner, and there's a figure that looks like an ancient astronaut, wearing what could be a helmet. Then you spot what some call the African Queen, her features carved with uncanny detail. Some even say there's a giant face with closed eyes and a mouth frozen mid-scream, buried halfway in the earth. Now here's where it gets even stranger. From the ground, some of the stones seem like random boulders. But when viewed from a certain angle or elevation, the forms become crystal clear, almost as if they were designed to be seen from above. That's led some to believe Marcahuasi could be a message to the sky, or even a marker for something not of this earth. Theories range from an ancient lost civilization with unknown tools, to travelers from beyond Earth. Some claim the plateau holds a kind of energy. The electromagnetic field here behaves differently, and people report visions, lucid dreams, and a sense of being watched. Scientists haven't confirmed any of that, but it hasn't stopped visitors from coming in search of answers. If these stones were shaped by human hands, it would mean a highly advanced culture existed long before the Inca, a culture capable of shaping solid granite on a massive scale, and one that left behind no written records, only stone. And if they're natural, then nature somehow created a place filled with familiar forms that seem too intentional to be random.
Find Peter Parker!
A few years ago, archaeologists in Cusco made a discovery that quickly drew international attention: human skulls from pre-Columbian Peru, with small, flat metal plates embedded directly into the bone. These weren't decorative or ritual items. They were surgically placed inside fractured skulls, precisely where injuries would have occurred. Even more puzzling, the surrounding bone showed signs of healing. That means these individuals survived the procedures. And here's where it gets wild. Some of these implants were made of rare, non-corrosive metals. Modern surgeons use titanium or stainless steel, but these pre-Inca civilizations supposedly didn't have access to refined metal or surgical tools. So how did they manage to place implants with that level of precision and success? Some experts now think they were performing a form of primitive neurosurgery, but no one can explain the metallurgy. Others believe they may have understood bone regeneration better than we do today. A few go even further, suggesting outside influence, maybe knowledge passed down from a civilization we've never identified. The skulls now sit in museum collections, silent but unsettling. Were these just the earliest surgeons, or is there more to the story than we're being told? In the remote cliffs of southern Peru, near the ancient stronghold of Huacrapucara, explorers have found something that doesn't match any known style of Inca art. It's not a fortress wall, not a ceremonial carving. It's a weathered stone with a face. But not just any face. This one has narrow, slanted eyes, no clear mouth, and a warped structure that doesn't look fully human. Locals have nicknamed it El Rostro del Otro Mundo, the face from another world. It's carved into an isolated rock, away from the main ruins. No signs point to it, no markers explain it. But once you notice it, it's hard to forget. The stone appears to have smooth, deliberate lines, the kind that don't usually happen by chance. Some archaeologists say it's just a coincidence of erosion, others aren't so sure. What makes this find stand out is how unnatural it looks, even compared to known mythological figures. It doesn't resemble gods or animals from Andean mythology. If anything, it looks like a stylized creature, or a mask, with a shape that suggests something beyond normal human design. Some believe it could be part of a larger object that broke off long ago. Others say it was intentionally hidden, placed here for a reason we've forgotten. And there's a theory that keeps resurfacing, that it represents a being that ancient cultures either saw or imagined, a visitor maybe, something they didn't have the words to describe, so they carved what they saw. There's no definitive answer, but the face still sits there, untouched, waiting. And the more you stare at it, the more you wonder what kind of presence inspired it, and whether it was ever meant to be found. In the Paracas Desert of southern Peru, archaeologists unearthed something that immediately caused a stir. Dozens of ancient skulls, long and unnaturally stretched. These aren't just examples of cranial deformation, a practice known to several ancient cultures. The Paracas skulls are different, they're larger, heavier. Some have a cranial volume up to 25% bigger than a typical human skull. And the real shock came when geneticists got involved. Samples were sent for DNA testing and the results weren't what anyone expected. According to researchers, parts of the DNA didn't match anything in the existing human genome database. Some fragments showed mutations never seen in any known human, ancient or modern. That led to speculation that went far beyond the academic world. Was this another branch of humanity we've never encountered? Or was it something else entirely? Skeptics say the mutations are just degradation from age or contamination, but even mainstream scientists admit that these skulls are among the strangest ever recorded. The structure of the foramen magnum, the opening at the base of the skull, is in a different place. Some of the skulls have only one parietal plate instead of two. That's not something you get from binding a baby's head. Whether these skulls belong to an unknown human population, a now extinct hominid group, or something even stranger, no one has answered the question that really matters. Who were they? And where did they come from? Lake Titicaca is already one of the highest and largest lakes in the world, sitting nearly 12,500 feet above sea level. But its most unbelievable secrets lie hidden below the surface. In recent decades, divers and sonar mapping teams have discovered what appears to be the remains of massive man-made structures beneath the lake. We're talking about paved roads, stone terraces, long walls, and even the ruins of what might have been temples. Some of these submerged structures line up with Inca legends, stories of a golden city that once stood near the lake but was swallowed by the water after a disaster. The Incas believed this lake was the birthplace of their gods, and now we're starting to understand why. These aren't random boulders. Some walls are built with precision stonework, the kind you'd expect to see in Cusco or Machu Picchu, not under a body of water. The structures were first spotted by local fishermen and later confirmed by scientific teams. One sonar image shows what looks like a pyramid-shaped platform. Another area contains what resembles a sunken causeway, leading from the shore into deeper water. If these ruins predate the Inca, and some believe they do by centuries or more, then this could be evidence of an advanced culture lost to time, literally buried beneath the waves. The question is, was it a flood? Was it a shift in tectonic plates? Or was something else responsible for dragging a whole city underwater?
Find Peter Parker.
In a remote desert canyon in southern Peru, Thousands of ancient petroglyphs are carved into volcanic rock. This place is called Toro Muerto, Dead Bull, and it's one of the largest rock art sites in the world. Over 5,000 stones are covered in etchings that include animals, people, strange symbols, and figures that some say don't belong in any known culture. Many of the carvings show humanoid beings with huge eyes and oversized heads. Others depict what looks like advanced tools or abstract geometrical shapes that resemble antennas, spacecraft, or even landing pads. While mainstream archaeologists date the site to around 1,000 years ago, no one truly knows what some of the symbols mean or who made them. Some of the designs are found nowhere else in South America. That's led a few researchers to suggest that Toro Muerto was a kind of ancient meeting point. A message board, maybe even a map. The arid climate has preserved the carvings incredibly well, and every year new figures are uncovered that raise more questions than they answer. One theory gaining popularity online is that Toro Muerto may have been part of a sky-watching culture, possibly a group that communicated with something above. While there's no direct evidence of alien contact, it's the sheer volume and strangeness of the images that keeps people guessing. Some of these carvings look like they were meant to be seen from high above. What were they trying to say? And more importantly, to who? When images of strange mummified bodies surfaced from a cave near Nazca, Peru, the internet exploded. These weren't typical ancient remains. The bodies were small, with long fingers, massive eye sockets, and just 3 fingers on each hand. They looked like something from a science fiction film, but they were real. The controversy began immediately. Were they ancient humans with unusual deformities, or something else entirely? Independent researchers and scientists from multiple countries examined the mummies. Carbon dating placed some of them at over 1,000 years old. CT scans showed internal organs. These weren't fake dolls. But the bodies had anomalies that didn't match known human biology. The bone structure, the joints, even the skin, all seemed slightly off. One body was found to have eggs inside it, sparking even more theories. Official institutions stayed cautious. Peru's government launched investigations and major museums distanced themselves from the finds. But researchers pushed on, claiming these beings could represent an unknown species, either a lost branch of humanity or something non-human that lived here long before we arrived. So far, no clear answer has emerged. What's certain is this: these mummies don't match anything found elsewhere in the world, and whatever they are, they were intentionally buried, wrapped, and preserved. Someone wanted them remembered, or hidden. On the outskirts of Cusco, the fortress of Sacsayhuaman stands as one of the most mysterious structures in the world. Towering stone walls made of giant limestone blocks fit together with such precision, not even a blade of grass can slide between them. No mortar was used. The blocks weigh up to 200 tons, and they were somehow moved uphill, then locked into place with impossible accuracy. Modern engineers admit they couldn't replicate the construction with current technology. The shapes are complex. Many stones have more than 12 angles. The surfaces are polished and carved to interlock perfectly with their neighbors, forming a wall that has withstood massive earthquakes without shifting. How did the builders shape and move stones this massive? Some believe the Inca had knowledge of a softening agent, a plant-based liquid that could make stone malleable. Others think acoustic technology was involved, using sound waves to reduce weight. And then there's the fringe theory that refuses to go away: anti-gravity. Some researchers argue the Incas, or their predecessors, had access to lost technology that could manipulate mass, a forgotten science we still don't understand. Whatever the truth is, no written records explain how Sacsayhuaman was built. No blueprints, no tools left behind, just the stones, perfectly fitted, defiantly silent, and unlike anything else on Earth. Legends from the Andes speak of a sacred object known as the Golden Disk of the Sun, a large, perfectly round plate of solid gold once kept inside the Temple of the Sun in Cusco. This wasn't just decoration. The disk was said to channel divine energy from the sun itself, and Inca priests used it for healing, rituals, and possibly something more advanced: energy manipulation. When the Spanish arrived in the 1500s, they heard rumors about this disk. It supposedly vanished before they could seize it. Some say it was smuggled out and hidden in the mountains. Others believe it was taken to Lake Titicaca and dropped into the depths to keep it safe. No one's ever found it. Descriptions claim the disk could reflect sunlight in ways that lit entire chambers. It had strange symbols etched around the edges. Not known Inca script, but something older. Some legends even describe it being able to open portals or communicate with celestial beings. What gives the story weight is how seriously the Incas guarded the object. The Temple of the Sun, now partly beneath the Church of Santo Domingo, was their most sacred site. And for them to hide the disc at all cost tells us this wasn't just ceremonial gold. It meant something. Whether it's buried, submerged, or still locked away in a cave, the golden disc's disappearance remains one of Peru's most unsolved mysteries.
Find Peter Parker.
Deep inside the dense Amazon rainforest, somewhere east of the Andes, lies the rumored location of Paititi, a lost city built from stone and lined with gold. For centuries, explorers, archaeologists, and even treasure hunters have searched for it. Some disappeared, others returned with strange carvings, chunks of stone walls, and blurry photos of what could be ancient structures swallowed by the jungle. The legend of Paititi comes from both Inca and Amazonian oral traditions. It was described as a sacred city of knowledge and wealth, a safe haven where the last Inca priests and nobles fled during the Spanish conquest. Supposedly they carried treasures and sacred artifacts with them, including golden statues and scrolls made of metal. Modern expeditions using drones and satellite scans have picked up unusual patterns in the forest, shapes too geometric to be natural. In one region, square foundations, straight paths, and low mounds were spotted beneath the tree cover. Indigenous guides claim those areas are cursed or protected by spirits. No one's proven the city exists, but there's growing evidence that something big once stood out there. Some believe Paititi wasn't just a refuge. It may have been a spiritual or even technological center. A place where knowledge from an older world was preserved. Whatever it wasn't just about gold. It was about protecting something that still hasn't been found. Beneath the highlands of northern Peru lies one of the most baffling ancient sites in the Americas, Chavin de Huantar. Above ground it's already impressive, massive stone temples and plazas built over 2,000 years ago. But it's what's underground that stirs the most curiosity, a maze of tight dark tunnels carved deep into the earth. And they're not random. The layout of the underground chambers seems engineered for something specific. Some paths lead nowhere. Others bend sound in strange ways. Explorers have stood in one room and whispered, only for someone far away in another corridor to hear it clearly. In others, sounds echo in unnatural patterns, almost like the stone is amplifying vibrations. At the heart of the labyrinth stands the Lanzon, a tall, menacing granite monolith carved with the face of a deity, half human, half beast. No one knows what rituals took place here, but the layout, acoustics, and art suggest altered states of consciousness. Some believe the tunnels were designed to disorient visitors, making them more open to spiritual visions or contact with other realms. Modern acoustical engineers have studied the site and confirmed that the sound dynamics weren't accidental. That opens a bigger question: who built this underground structure, and why go to such extremes just to manipulate sound and space? Chavin might be far older than we think, and its hidden chambers may still be holding answers we're not ready for. Ollantaytambo is already impressive. Stone terraces built into the side of a steep mountain, massive walls that align with solstices. But the most confusing part isn't what's built, it's what was left behind. Just outside the fortress, scattered across a slope, are enormous stones that look like they were halfway through a process, as if a construction project suddenly stopped. Some of these blocks weigh over 50 tons. They were cut, shaped, and polished, then somehow transported from a quarry miles away across a river and uphill. The cuts are clean, the edges are sharp, but then everything halts. The stones are just sitting there, unfinished, unused, as if the builders disappeared overnight. Why was the work abandoned? Was it an invasion, a catastrophe, or did something else happen that made them leave in a hurry? Some theories say the unfinished stones were too difficult to move and had to be left behind. Others think there was a sudden halt due to political or spiritual reasons. What keeps this site fascinating is how the abandoned stones offer a glimpse into techniques we still don't fully understand. How were they moved? How were they cut so precisely? We don't see tool marks like you'd expect, and that raises the question: what kind of technology or knowledge allowed a civilization to manipulate stone on such a massive scale, then vanish before finishing the job? At first glance, the Inca quipu looks like a cluster of colored strings tied with random knots, but this simple-looking artifact may be one of the most advanced data systems ever created in the ancient world. The Incas didn't write with symbols, they used knots, and now, researchers are discovering that quipus weren't just for counting. They might have stored language, history, and even music. Each knot, color, and string placement has meaning. Some strings recorded census data, others tracked crop inventories, tax records, and calendar systems, but a few quipus don't match any known accounting system. They're organized in ways that suggest storytelling, sentence structure, or even encoded messages. Some researchers now believe quipus were part of a larger communication network, a decentralized system that let officials send data across the empire. And since quipu users were trained specialists, it's possible entire libraries of information once existed, all made of string. Unfortunately, when the Spanish arrived, most quipus were destroyed. Today, fewer than 1,000 survive. Decoding them has been slow, but every year, new progress is made. If quipus truly stored language and culture, then much of Inca history may still be locked away, not in books or tablets, but in chords and knots that haven't been fully read yet.
Find Peter Parker.
On Lake Titicaca, the Euros people live on floating islands, not rafts, but entire villages made from bundled reeds. These islands are handmade, anchored to the lakebed, and completely self-sustaining, and they've been here for centuries. While some see them as a tourist attraction today, their origins reveal something far deeper: survival engineering on a level that still impresses scientists. The Euros built these islands to escape hostile neighbors. But they didn't just float aimlessly. They developed methods to manage buoyancy, stability, and even island expansion. The reeds are stacked in layers, constantly replenished. Homes, boats, even watchtowers are built from the same material. The result? A mobile civilization that could literally relocate if threatened. Modern engineers who've studied the islands say the system is surprisingly advanced. The reed foundation distributes weight evenly and adjusts naturally with water levels. In harsh weather, the islands flex rather than break, a form of natural shock absorption. And despite the simple materials, the Euros have managed to maintain this ecosystem for generations. While other civilizations built castles or walls, the Euros built the lake. And they're still doing it today, using ancient knowledge that modern science is just starting to appreciate. Near the edge of Lake Titicaca stands a massive, flat rock wall carved with a strange feature. A perfectly rectangular doorway cut into the stone. It leads nowhere. No chamber, no tunnel. Just a shallow indentation framed by strange grooves. Locals call it Aramumuru, the Gate of the Gods. And it's surrounded by legends. Some believe it was a ceremonial site. Others say it's a literal portal, a doorway to another world. Visitors often report feeling dizzy, disoriented, or even hearing humming sounds near the door. Some say placing your forehead against the stone creates visions. Geologists say the shape is natural erosion, but others point out the symmetry and flatness are too perfect for nature alone. Whatever its purpose, Aramumuru continues to draw curiosity. It's remote, surrounded by silence, and carved into a rock formation that seems out of place in the highlands. The question remains, was this a symbolic gateway to the spiritual world or a real one to somewhere else? One of the strangest theories about ancient Peruvian engineering involves a lost formula, a plant-based compound that could turn hard stone soft. Locals have long spoken about it. Inca legends mention piedra liquida, or liquid stone, used to mold rocks like clay before setting them into massive walls. The story gained traction when researchers found tool marks inconsistent with chiseling. Some stones at Sacsayhuaman, Ollantaytambo, and other sites show melted edges, almost as if they were poured into place. Even more strange, some stones seem fused together with no signs of cutting or grinding. Modern chemists have tried to replicate the process using native plants. One particular species, known for softening bones and even dissolving glass, has shown promise. Could it have been used to weaken limestone or granite temporarily? We still don't know. If the Incas or their ancestors had this knowledge, it would explain how they achieved such tight-fitting stones without metal tools. It would also suggest a level of chemical understanding that predates known science by centuries. The problem is, if the formula existed, it's gone. No texts, no records, only rumors, and stones that look like they were melted by hand. William James Sidis wasn't just a child prodigy, he was one of the smartest humans to ever live. By the age of 2, he could read and type in English. By 5, he had taught himself Latin, Greek, French, Russian, German, and Hebrew. At 11 years old, he entered Harvard University and gave lectures on four-dimensional physics. Sidis could mentally calculate incredibly large numbers in seconds, and reportedly had an IQ somewhere between 250 and 300, higher than Einstein or Hawking. They say it's the highest IQ ever recorded. But despite his unbelievable intellect, he craved privacy. He walked away from fame and lived a quiet, reclusive life, working simple jobs and writing under fake names. His story is as mysterious as it is brilliant. Terence Tao didn't just excel at math, he practically spoke its language from birth. At age 2, he was teaching himself to read. By 8, he was working through high school math. At 9, he scored an incredible 760 out of 800 on the math section of the SAT. By 20, he had earned his PhD from Princeton. And somewhere in the middle of all that, he won a gold medal at the International Mathematical Olympiad when he was only 13. Tao's estimated IQ is around 230, one of the highest ever recorded. But what's even more interesting is how he uses it. Instead of focusing on just one specialty, Tao has worked across dozens of mathematical fields: number theory, algebraic geometry, harmonic analysis, and things most people have never even heard of. He has over 300 published papers, and is known in the math world as someone who quietly solves problems that have stumped experts for decades. He's not flashy, he doesn't go on TV, he rarely does interviews. Tao once said math just feels like solving puzzles, and that's what he enjoys. It's not about proving how smart he is, it's about the process. And maybe that's what makes him so compelling. He doesn't try to be a genius, he just is. Kim Ung-yong was reading Korean, Japanese, English, and German by the time he was 3. At 4, he was writing poetry and solving differential equations. When he was 8 years old, NASA brought him to the United States to work with their scientists. That's not an exaggeration. He was attending college-level physics lectures before most kids were learning how to multiply. Kim's IQ has been measured at over 210. For years it was considered the highest ever officially recorded. The media called him a living calculator. Scientists called him a once-in-a-century mind. He was on national television in Korea, solving complex equations in front of stunned audiences, before he was even tall enough to reach the chalkboard without a step stool. But what makes Kim's story really stand out is what he did next. After years of public attention and academic pressure, he walked away. He returned to South Korea, rejected the spotlight, and chose to live a normal life. He studied civil engineering and later became a professor. People couldn't understand why he turned down fame and high-profile jobs, but Kim explained it simply: he wanted peace and freedom. In a world that measures success by fame and fortune, Kim's story is a powerful reminder that true intelligence also means knowing what you want, no matter how brilliant your mind might be. Leonardo da Vinci didn't just dabble in a few areas, he mastered almost everything he touched. Art, anatomy, engineering, astronomy, physics, botany, architecture. His notebooks are packed with over 13,000 pages of sketches, inventions, scientific ideas, and wild concepts that were centuries ahead of their time. He designed flying machines 400 years before the airplane, made accurate anatomical drawings without formal medical training, and even conceptualized a type of tank and a mechanical knight, basically an early robot. Most people know him as the painter of the Mona Lisa and the Last Supper, but those were just the tip of the iceberg. Leonardo's mind worked in every direction at once. He took things apart just to see how they worked. He studied the motion of water, the flight paths of birds, the mechanics of muscles. He was always curious, not just about one subject, but about everything. It's estimated his IQ was over 200, and it shows in how he thought and how he created. What's most incredible is that many of his inventions weren't fully understood until long after his death. Some of his ideas were buried in journals, written backward in mirror writing, waiting for the world to catch up. Leonardo didn't just have a brilliant mind, he had a futuristic one. He saw possibilities everywhere. While others saw the world as it was, he sketched what it could become. Alan Turing didn't just break codes, he changed how humanity understands thinking itself. During World War II, the enemy was using a powerful encryption device called the Enigma machine to send military messages. These codes shifted daily and were seen as impossible to crack. Turing believed there had to be a solution, and built one. His invention, the bombe, became one of the first machines capable of performing complex automated logic. It didn't just save lives, it was the beginning of modern computing, but that was just the start. Turing didn't stop at decoding messages, he imagined a future where machines could actually think. In the 1930s, long before the word computer meant anything to the world, Turing developed the concept of a universal machine that could perform any task, given the right input. That idea became the foundation for every computer today: laptops, phones, servers, all of it. He laid the groundwork for artificial intelligence before it had a name. He later proposed the Turing test, a challenge to see if a machine could imitate human intelligence so well that a person couldn't tell the difference. That single idea still guides AI research to this day. From chatbots to virtual assistants to self-learning software, we're living in a world shaped by his vision. Turing's estimated IQ was around 185, but his genius wasn't just in solving hard problems. It was in asking the right questions. What if machines could think? What if thought itself could be decoded? He saw computers not as tools, but as minds in the making. And today, with AI becoming a part of daily life, we're only just beginning to catch up with his imagination. Michael Kearney's story reads like fiction, but every part of it is real. He started talking before he could walk, reading books before he turned one, and breezing through math while most toddlers were still figuring out shapes and colors. By the time he was 4 years old, he had already finished high school. At 6, he graduated college with a degree in anthropology, making him the youngest person in the world to ever earn a college diploma. His IQ has been estimated as high as 325, which is almost hard to believe. But when you hear what he accomplished, it starts to make sense. By his teens, he'd earned several more degrees in chemistry, computer science, and geology. But Michael wasn't just a genius on paper. He was quick-witted, curious, and full of energy. He loved trivia and even won over $1 million on game shows like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and Gold Rush. Most people with IQs that high live in labs or lecture halls. Michael, on the other hand, brought his brilliance into everyday life. And perhaps that's what makes him so fascinating. He wasn't forced into the spotlight, he enjoyed it, but on his own terms. He didn't just sit in classrooms, he explored, played, competed, and kept learning for the fun of it. Some child prodigies grow up overwhelmed by pressure, but Michael found a way to balance brilliance with joy. He's living proof that genius doesn't always have to be serious. It can be bold, exciting, and even entertaining. Nikola Tesla didn't just invent things, he imagined entire futures. Tesla was responsible for creating the alternating current system that powers our homes and cities today. While others were still figuring out basic electricity, Tesla was already designing wireless energy systems, early versions of radio, and even blueprints for devices that looked like today's smartphones. Tesla had a photographic memory and could visualize inventions in his head without needing to sketch them out. He often said he could see his machines running in 3D before ever building them. That kind of mental precision allowed him to create technologies that seemed more like science fiction than reality. He once lit up 200 wireless light bulbs from a distance, without using wires, over 100 years ago. At the time, most people didn't even understand how electricity worked. He held over 300 patents and had ideas for everything from bladeless turbines to death rays. But Tesla wasn't interested in money or fame, he was chasing ideas. That made him a poor businessman but an unmatched visionary. He gave up fortunes just to keep experimenting. He also had an unusual daily routine, walking exactly 8 miles a day, solving problems in his head during long walks, and surviving on very little sleep. Many of the technologies we rely on today, radio waves, wireless communication, remote control, all trace back to Tesla's imagination. While he died alone and nearly forgotten, the world eventually caught up. Today, his name is on electric cars, scientific units, and global tech companies. Tesla didn't just light up buildings, he lit up ideas, and some of those ideas are still charging forward into the future. Grigori Perelman is the kind of genius that doesn't come around often. With an IQ estimated above 200, he solved the legendary Poincare conjecture, a complex math problem that stood unsolved for over a century. It was so important that the Clay Mathematics Institute offered a $1 million prize to anyone who could crack it. Perelman didn't just solve it, he solved it alone, without working at a major university or chasing headlines. Then, when the world tried to reward him, he simply said no. He turned down the $1 million prize, just like that. He also rejected the Fields Medal, considered the highest honor in mathematics. His reason? He said he wasn't interested in money or fame. For him, the solution itself was enough. The truth was the reward. That stunned not just the public, but the global math community. In a world where most people chase recognition, Perelman walked away from all of it. He now lives quietly, avoiding the spotlight completely. He doesn't teach, doesn't tour, and rarely speaks to the press. His lifestyle is modest and by choice. He's not missing. He's just not interested in being seen. What makes Perelman unforgettable isn't just his intellect, it's his refusal to play by the rules of status and reward. He proved that real genius doesn't need applause or prize money. Sometimes the smartest people are the ones who solve the biggest problems, then disappear. Marilyn Vos Savant once held the title for the highest recorded IQ in the world, an astonishing 228. Her intelligence wasn't just impressive on paper, it became a national topic when she began writing a column in Parade magazine, where readers would send her riddles, math puzzles, and logic problems to solve. And week after week, she solved them all. But one question made her a household name: the Monty Hall problem. It was a probability puzzle that most people, including many math professors, got completely wrong. Marilyn gave the correct answer and the backlash was huge. Letters flooded in telling her she didn't understand basic probability. But as it turned out, she was right, and the critics were wrong. She didn't just solve the problem, she proved to the world that even experts can miss the mark, and that clear logic doesn't always line up with what people think is common sense. Her brilliance didn't stop at puzzles. Marilyn has written books on logic, education, and human thinking. She speaks and writes about intelligence not as something distant or unrelatable, but as a skill that people can improve. She's used her IQ not just to impress, but to teach. What makes Marilyn Vos Savant unique is how she brought extreme intelligence into the public eye, and made it relatable. She didn't hide it. She answered questions from curious kids and skeptical adults alike. She made smart cool, and she did it in a way that invited people to think, question, and learn right alongside her. Christopher Hirata was solving problems most people never encounter, before he even hit his teens. With an estimated IQ of 225, he was already making headlines at age 12 for working with NASA on plans to colonize Mars. While most kids his age were figuring out algebra, Christopher was helping scientists calculate how to get humans to another planet. Not in a simulation, not in a classroom, at an actual government agency. By age 13, he became the youngest American to win a gold medal at the International Physics Olympiad. At 14, he started working at the California Institute of Technology. At 18, he was conducting research for his PhD at Princeton. The speed of his academic career wasn't just fast, it was otherworldly. Teachers and researchers described him as someone who didn't just grasp complex ideas, but could expand on them in ways that even professionals hadn't considered. What's fascinating is how natural it all seemed for him. He once explained dark energy, the force thought to be expanding the universe, with the kind of ease most people reserve for explaining how to make a sandwich. He didn't make science seem intimidating, he made it feel like a set of elegant puzzles that were waiting to be solved. Now, a respected professor and physicist, Christopher Hirata, works in fields most people can't even pronounce. But what's most interesting isn't just how young he started, it's how much he continues to contribute. For him, intelligence was never about proving anything. It was simply the beginning of something bigger. Christopher Langan has often been called the smartest man in America, with an IQ estimated between 195 and 210. His intelligence is off the charts, but what really sets him apart is where his story unfolds. Not in the halls of an elite university, but in small towns, on horse ranches, and even working as a nightclub bouncer. While most high IQ individuals chase degrees and titles, Langan chose a very different path. From a young age, his brain worked on another level. He was reading by age 3, teaching himself advanced math and physics as a teenager, and scoring a perfect SAT score despite reportedly falling asleep during part of the test. Langan's understanding of complex systems, from cosmology to logic, isn't just academic. He built his own theory of the universe. He calls it the Cognitive Theoretic Model of the Universe, or CTMU. It's a bold attempt to unite consciousness and physics into one framework, something even professional scientists hesitate to tackle. What makes Langan fascinating isn't just the size of his intellect, it's how he uses it. He's never fit into a traditional academic mold. Instead, he's lived life on his own terms, outside of institutions, developing theories independently, and often with little to no support. He believes that intelligence without wisdom is wasted, and that being smart isn't enough. You have to think for yourself, challenge the system, and not be afraid to be different. Langan's story is proof that genius doesn't always wear a lab coat or sit behind a podium. Sometimes it's in plain sight, quiet, unconventional, and thinking far beyond what most people can even begin to understand. Stephen Hawking's brilliance wasn't just in his brain, it was in his ability to keep going, no matter what stood in his way. With an IQ estimated between 160 and 180, he became one of the most famous scientists in the world, reshaping how we understand time, space, and black holes. But what made his journey truly remarkable is that he did it all while battling a disease that gradually took away his ability to move or speak. Diagnosed with ALS at just 21, doctors told him he had only a few years to live. Instead, he lived for more than 50, and in that time, he changed the face of physics. His work on black hole radiation, now known as Hawking radiation, completely redefined how scientists understand these mysterious objects. He made groundbreaking contributions to the theory of the Big Bang, quantum mechanics, and the structure of the universe, all while communicating through a single cheek muscle and a speech-generating device. Hawking's best-selling book, A Brief History of Time, brought deep, complex science into millions of homes. It was written in plain language so that anyone, regardless of background, could get a glimpse into how the universe works. And people listened. It stayed on bestseller lists for years, and sold millions of copies worldwide. What made Stephen Hawking so powerful wasn't just what he knew, it was how he shared it. He made people care about science. He showed that a brilliant mind could survive, and even thrive, inside a body that wasn't cooperating. And he proved more than anything that intellect is measured not only by what you know, but by what you do with what you have. Judith Polgar wasn't just great at chess, she changed the game forever. She became the strongest female chess player in history, breaking records and crushing stereotypes from a young age. Judith didn't play in women-only tournaments. She took on the best of the best, men who had dominated the sport for decades, and beat them. That included world champions like Garry Kasparov, Anatoly Karpov, and Magnus Carlsen. She didn't just compete with legends, she defeated them. Trained from childhood by her father in a highly focused educational experiment, Judith was solving complex positions while most kids were still learning the rules of the game. By the age of 12, she was ranked among the top 100 players in the world. At 15, she became the youngest grandmaster at the time, breaking Bobby Fischer's record. Her style was fearless, aggressive, and creative. She played to win, not just to hold her own. What made her stand out wasn't just her moves, it was her mindset. She wasn't trying to prove anything to anyone. She just loved the game. Judith once said, "Chess is 99% tactics," and she played like it. Bold, sharp, and always thinking several steps ahead. Her games were filled with clever sacrifices and powerful comebacks, making her one of the most exciting players to watch. Judith Polgar didn't just earn a seat at the table, she flipped the board. She opened the door for future generations to think bigger, push harder, and ignore limits others try to place on them. Her story is about more than chess. It's about genius, determination, and rewriting the rules on your own terms. Carl Friedrich Gauss wasn't just a math prodigy, he was a once-in-a-millennium mind. With an estimated IQ between 250 and 300, he's often called the Prince of Mathematicians for a reason. His genius showed up shockingly early. At just 3 years old, he corrected his father's math while watching him do payroll. By 7, he stunned his teacher by instantly adding every number from 1 to 100 in seconds, without a calculator, without paper. He had figured out a formula on the spot that's still taught in schools today. Gauss didn't stop at math. He made groundbreaking discoveries in physics, astronomy, statistics, and even magnetism. He predicted the orbit of an asteroid so precisely that when it reappeared, it was exactly where he said it would be. He helped develop the method of least squares, which laid the foundation for modern data science. He invented new types of geometry, improved the compass, and even contributed to cryptography. And this was in the early 1800s, without modern technology. What made Gauss different wasn't just his ability to understand numbers, it was how he made complex ideas look simple. He didn't just solve problems, he polished them until they felt like magic tricks. His notebooks were filled with solutions so elegant that mathematicians still study them today just to understand how he thought. Gauss was quiet, focused, and intensely private, but his brain never stopped working. He believed math was the language of the universe, and he spoke it fluently. Even now, centuries later, his formulas, theories, and methods are used in engineering, astronomy, and science classrooms around the world. He wasn't just ahead of his time, he was in a league of his own. Edith Stern was reading before most kids could speak. By the age of 1, she had already memorized the alphabet and was reading books designed for older children. At 5, she was tackling high school math. By 12, she entered college. And by 15, she was teaching college-level courses in mathematics. Her estimated IQ of 203 placed her in one of the highest intelligence brackets ever recorded, and she didn't waste a second of it. But Edith didn't just impress teachers. She became a driving force in technology. After finishing her education, she joined IBM and quickly stood out as one of the most innovative minds in the company. Over the years, she was granted more than 100 patents in areas ranging from telecommunications to healthcare technology. Her work has helped improve how patients are monitored in hospitals and how communication systems function around the world. Unlike many prodigies who fade from the spotlight, Stern transitioned from being a child genius to becoming a major figure in science and engineering. She didn't chase headlines or fame, she focused on solutions. In meetings, labs, and development teams, her ideas shaped the kind of tech that quietly powers everyday life. What makes Edith Stern remarkable is how smoothly she transformed from a classroom legend into a real-world innovator. Her mind has always been focused on the future, how to make life better, faster, safer. She didn't just grow up gifted, she grew up determined. And through her work, she's helped create systems and tools that continue to serve millions of people worldwide, even if most have no idea who's behind them. That's a different kind of brilliance, the kind that speaks through results. These minds didn't just break records, they redefined what human intelligence can do. From solving ancient puzzles to shaping the future, their genius continues to impact the world every day.
Everyone grows up hearing that Mount Everest is the tallest mountain on Earth. It's the king of the peaks, the rooftop of the planet, towering over everything else. At 29,032 feet above sea level, it's certainly impressive. But here's the twist: Everest only seems like the tallest. When you measure mountains from their base to their tip, a quiet giant hiding in plain sight steals the crown. Let's head to Hawaii. There, rising out of the Pacific Ocean, is Mauna Kea. From sea level, it stands at a respectable 13,803 feet. Not enough to dethrone Everest unless you look underwater. You see, Mauna Kea starts deep beneath the ocean floor. When measured from its actual base, it reaches over 33,500 feet. That makes it more than a mile taller than Everest when measured from top to bottom. It's like comparing someone standing on a box to someone standing flat on the ground. Everest has the height advantage only because it starts higher up. But in terms of pure size, Mauna Kea is the real giant. This volcanic mountain has another surprise: it's dormant, covered in snow, and hosts some of the world's most powerful telescopes. Its summit is above 40% of Earth's atmosphere, that's why stargazers love it. On a clear night, the stars don't twinkle as much up there. That's not just poetic, it's physics. Less atmosphere means less distortion. So why does Everest get all the fame? It's dramatic, dangerous, and it looks the part. Jagged, icy, and deadly. It pushes humans to their physical limits. Meanwhile, Mauna Kea rises gently from the sea, hiding most of its bulk beneath the waves. It doesn't scream challenge. It whispers secrets to those who dig deeper. In a way, Everest is the celebrity mountain: flashy, photogenic, and headline-grabbing. Mauna Kea? That's the one with quiet power. And now, you know the truth that textbooks often skip. Close your eyes and think Viking. You probably see a wild warrior charging into battle with a horned helmet, beard flying, and axe raised. It's an image burned into pop culture, seen in cartoons, TV shows, metal band covers, and Halloween costumes. But it's completely wrong. There's zero archaeological evidence that Vikings wore horned helmets in combat. None have ever been found in Viking graves or ship burials, not one. Real Viking helmets were simple, rounded, made of iron or hardened leather, and designed for function, not flair. Horns on a helmet would be impractical in battle. They'd catch weapons, get tangled, and throw off balance. So where did this horned fantasy come from? In the 1800s, costume designers for a Wagner opera decided to spice things up. Horns looked dramatic, powerful, even mystical. The look stuck, and over time, fiction blurred into assumed fact. The media ran with it, and now horned helmets are the symbol of an entire civilization, even though they never wore them. What's real is even more impressive. Vikings were skilled shipbuilders, navigators, and traders. They reached North America centuries before Columbus. They weren't just raiders, they were builders of settlements and stories. So next time you see a horned helmet, just know it's theater, not history. For centuries, Napoleon Bonaparte has been mocked as a short man with a massive ego, the so-called Napoleon complex. But the truth? He was taller than most people in his time. Napoleon stood around 5 feet 6 or 7 inches average for a Frenchman in the early 1800s. So where did the short joke come from? The confusion started with different units of measurement. French inches were longer than British ones. When his height was recorded in French feet and inches, British translators misread it, making him seem smaller. Then came the propaganda. Britain and France were bitter enemies. British satirists loved to paint Napoleon as a little tyrant with a big temper. Cartoons showed him as a baby throwing tantrums or a dwarf next to towering British generals. It was easy to ridicule him and the image stuck. In reality, Napoleon commanded massive armies, reshaped Europe, and outmaneuvered entire coalitions of enemies. He wasn't perfect, but he wasn't small. Ironically, his legacy looms large both in history and in the myths people still believe. So next time someone jokes about Napoleon syndrome, just remember the guy they're talking about could look most modern men in the eye. And he probably walks straighter too. It sounds mysterious, maybe even hopeful. Humans only use 10% of their brains. It's been repeated in movies, self-help books, and motivational speeches for decades. But it's pure fiction, no science backs it up. Your brain is busy almost all the time. Even when you're resting, sleeping, or daydreaming, scans show activity sparking across regions. Neuroscience has mapped it thoroughly, and the truth is, you use virtually every part of your brain. Not all at once, but every region has a job memory, movement, speech, emotions, decisions. The brain is like a city different districts light up depending on the task. So, where did the 10% myth come from? It's unclear. Some think it was a misquote of early psychologists. Others blame motivational speakers who twisted science into a slogan. Then came films like Lucy and Limitless, which turned it into a superpower fantasy. What if we could unlock the rest? Here's the thing, your brain already is remarkable. It processes millions of signals every second, makes split-second decisions, stores decades of memories, and controls every breath without asking you. The idea that 90% of it is just sitting idle? That's like saying only one engine powers a jumbo jet. So don't wait to access more of your brain. You're already using what evolution gave you, and it's more powerful than any Hollywood plotline. It's one of the world's most famous structures, twisting across China for thousands of miles, built stone by stone over centuries. You've probably heard people say the Great Wall is the only man-made object visible from space. The problem is, that's just not true. Astronauts themselves have confirmed it. From low Earth orbit, where the International Space Station circles the planet, the Great Wall is incredibly hard to spot. Why? It's narrow, only about 30 feet wide in most places, and it blends right in with the surrounding terrain. It's made of local rock, soil, and bricks that match the color of the land. Unless the lighting is just right and you know exactly where to look, it disappears into the landscape. NASA has addressed this directly. They've published photos and statements from astronauts confirming that highways, airports, and even cities are easier to see than the wall. In fact, some bridges and dams are far more visible. Ironically, certain crop fields stand out more from orbit than this massive wonder of the ancient world. So where did the myth come from? It started long before humans reached space. A few writers in the 1800s imagined the wall would be visible due to its length. The claim stuck, and by the time space travel became reality, the legend had already spread too far to stop. The truth? The wall is impressive, one of history's greatest engineering feats. But from space, it's just one more seam in Earth's vast tapestry. Not invisible, but far from obvious. The classic image of a chameleon sneaking across a branch, blending perfectly with the leaves around it, is stuck in everyone's head. It's the ultimate nature ninja. But here's the twist: chameleons don't change color to blend into their environment. Not really, that's not their main trick. Color change in chameleons is more about communication than camouflage. It's how they signal to rivals, attract mates, or show stress. Think of it like a social media status update, except instead of text, it's a full body color shift. The mechanism behind it is even cooler. Under their skin, chameleons have layers of special cells that contain nanocrystals. By changing the spacing of these crystals, they can reflect different wavelengths of light, which changes their skin color. It's not paint, it's physics. Some chameleons go from bright green to fiery red in seconds. A male trying to intimidate a rival might flash bold colors. One feeling threatened could turn darker or fade to a pale tone. It's like watching an emotion meter in real time. Do they ever use it for camouflage? Sometimes, yes, especially when they need to cool off or stay still in open spaces. But that's not the main story. If you're picturing them turning plaid on a picnic blanket or mimicking a checkerboard, forget it. So next time you see a chameleon shift its skin, know that it's not hiding, it's talking. And you just walked into the conversation. People love to say it. Travel far enough south, say, to Australia, and you'll watch toilets spin the opposite way when they flush. Northern hemisphere, counterclockwise. Southern hemisphere, clockwise. Sounds like science in motion. Except, that's not how it works. The Coriolis effect is real. It's caused by Earth's rotation and does influence large-scale systems like hurricanes. In the northern hemisphere, cyclones spin counterclockwise. In the southern, they rotate clockwise. But that's on the macro-level storms hundreds of miles wide. Not a bathroom swirl. Toilets and sinks? They're too small. The way water spins when it drains is controlled by how the water enters the bowl, the shape of the plumbing, and the angle of the jets. Manufacturers design flush patterns. That means a toilet in New York and one in Sydney could spin the same way or opposite depending on how they are built. The idea that the Coriolis effect controls your toilet probably started as a joke or an oversimplified science fact. It sounds cool and it's been repeated in shows, cartoons, and even textbooks. But scientists have tested it. They had to use incredibly controlled lab conditions, no jets, perfectly still water to even detect a small influence. So yes, Earth's rotation bends air currents and helps shape weather systems. But it's not deciding the direction your bathroom flushes. That's your plumbing doing the work, not the planet. Hollywood has totally trained us to think of Roman gladiators as these shredded warriors, Six-packs, bulging arms, perfectly sculpted bodies, almost like action figures carved in stone. But honestly, ancient sources and science tell a pretty different story. The real gladiators? Well, a lot of them actually had bellies, big ones. When archaeologists uncovered a gladiator graveyard in Ephesus, Turkey, they ran some bone analysis on the remains. And what they found surprised everyone: gladiators had thick layers of fat. It wasn't because they were lazy or out of shape, it was all about strategy. The extra fat acted as armor. It protected their vital organs from slashes and strikes. So, like, a cut to the ribs would hurt, but not kill if there was a cushion. These fighters were professional athletes, for real. Their diets were super high in carbs, mostly beans and barley, which actually earned them the nickname Barley Men. They even drank a special drink made from vinegar and ash to help with muscle recovery, kind of like the ancient world's version of a sports drink. And their training? Brutal and precise. Like, think UFC fighters, but in togas. They trained for specific match styles. They didn't just run into the arena randomly swinging swords. They were paired based on fighting type, size, and skill. The goal wasn't to die, it was to entertain. Many of them lived for years with fan bases and sponsorships and everything. So no, they didn't look like action heroes. They looked more like tanks, powerful, resilient, and built for survival. The lean, chiseled gladiator? That's just a movie poster. The real deal was built for the arena, not for the beach. It's like one of the most common beliefs in grooming: shave your hair and it'll come back thicker, darker, and faster. That idea has fueled hesitation around razors for decades. But the truth, it's just not how hair works. When you shave, you're slicing the hair off at skin level. That creates a blunt tip, not a tapered one. So when it grows back, it feels stubbly and looks darker, but it's not actually thicker or growing faster. It's really just an illusion caused by the way light hits that new, flat end. Multiple scientific studies, including one from as far back as the 1920s, have confirmed that shaving has no effect on hair's thickness, growth rate, or color. Your follicles, the parts under the skin that produce hair, don't change from shaving. They aren't even aware of it. Why does this myth survive? Maybe it's because the fresh regrowth feels different. Maybe it's just passed down from generation to generation like some kind of family superstition. Or maybe it's the shock of how noticeable the hair becomes once it's grown past the surface again. The real drivers of hair characteristics are hormones and genetics. That's why teenagers suddenly grow mustaches, or why some people just can't grow a full beard no matter how often they shave. So no, shaving won't turn peach fuzz into porcupine bristles. It's just cutting what's already there, nothing more. The razor may be sharp, but the myth it created isn't. For years, goldfish have been the punchline of memory jokes. Don't be a goldfish basically means don't forget instantly. The myth claims they have just a 3-second memory span, barely enough to remember their last swim. But here's what scientists discovered. Goldfish are smarter than most people think. Research shows they can remember things for months. They can be trained to associate sounds with feeding, recognize patterns, and even navigate simple mazes. One study taught goldfish to press a lever at specific times of day to get food, and they got it right. They also remember people. Some owners report that their goldfish swim up to them while ignoring strangers, and if their tank environment changes, like, say, a new plant or a rearranged castle, they notice right away and explore it with curiosity. Goldfish use spatial memory to navigate their tanks and environments. They don't just drift aimlessly, they actually form routines and territories. Their memory helps them know where food is likely to appear and how to avoid obstacles. So, where did the 3 seconds myth come from? Probably from the assumption that a tiny fish must have a tiny mind. Or maybe it was just an easy way to excuse putting them in boring, bare bowls. But science doesn't back it up. In truth, goldfish can learn, remember, and adapt. That makes them way more than just a floating decoration. They're little swimmers with big potential. This one refuses to die. Ask around and someone will swear it's true. Albert Einstein, the man who rewrote physics, failed math as a kid. It's a favorite quote in classrooms and motivational posters, proof that even the smartest minds struggled early on. The problem? It never happened. Einstein himself shut the rumor down in his lifetime. He was once asked about it and replied, "I never failed in mathematics. Before I was 15, I had mastered differential and integral calculus. That's not just passing, that's years ahead of schedule." So where did this myth come from? Most likely from a misunderstanding. In the Swiss grading system Einstein used, A1 was the worst mark and a 6 was the best, the opposite of what's common in the US. When someone looked at his old report card and saw a bunch of ones, they thought he had flunked. In reality, he was at the top of his class. Einstein wasn't a perfect student in every subject. He had issues with authority, and his teachers didn't always appreciate his questions, but in math and science, he excelled. Science? He devoured textbooks for fun and solved advanced problems long before most of his peers. He wasn't struggling, he was bored. The myth probably stuck around because it sounds inspiring. If Einstein failed math, there's hope for the rest of us, right? But the truth is even more powerful. He didn't come from nowhere. His brilliance was clear from an early age, not in defiance of math, but through it. You've heard it 100 times, humans have 5 senses: sight, smell, hearing, taste, and touch. It's neat, simple, and easy to remember, but it's also wrong. The idea goes all the way back to Aristotle, and while it made sense in ancient Greece, modern science says our bodies are far more complex. Today, neurologists agree that humans have at least 20 senses, and depending on how you define them, possibly over 30. These are known as non-traditional senses, and you use them constantly even if you've never heard their names. Start with proprioception, the sense of where your body is in space. Close your eyes and touch your nose. You didn't need to see your hand to do it. That's proprioception at work. Then there's equilibrioception, or your sense of balance. It's controlled by tiny canals filled with fluid in your inner ear. Tip your head too far or spin around, and your equilibrium lets you know exactly how off-center you are, or reminds you, fast. You've also got thermoception, your ability to detect heat and cold. Nociception tells you when something hurts. Chronoception may help track time, though it's not fully understood. There's even a sense that monitors blood oxygen levels and triggers your breathing reflex. Your body is basically running a full command center 24/7, processing signals from muscles, organs, skin, and nerves to keep you alive and functioning. The idea of just 5 senses sells it all way short. So next time you hear that number, remember you're not limited to 5. You're running a full human operating system with a sensory toolkit far more advanced than anyone guessed in Aristotle's time. It's the kind of phrase people toss around to reassure themselves. Lightning never strikes the same place twice. It sounds comforting, but, nature doesn't follow slogans. In reality, lightning often strikes the same place over and over, especially if it's tall, metal, or isolated. And nowhere proves this better than the Empire State Building. This iconic New York skyscraper gets struck by lightning about 20 to 25 times a year. That's not an exaggeration. It's documented by sensors, photos, and direct observations. During strong storms, it can get hit multiple times in a single night. The reason? Well, it's a lightning rod in every sense. With its height and structure, it becomes a natural target for discharging massive amounts of energy. And it's not just buildings. Trees, towers, mountain peaks, any elevated point are repeat targets. Lightning follows the path of least resistance to the ground. If that path includes a tall structure, it'll choose it again and again. In fact, some of the world's tallest towers have specially designed lightning protection systems because engineers expect multiple strikes every year. The phrase probably stuck because it sounded poetic or dramatic. It became a metaphor for unlikely misfortune, the idea that bad luck can't happen twice in the same way. But when it comes to science, it doesn't hold up. So yes, lightning can and does strike twice. Sometimes in the same spot, sometimes in the same second. Ask any storm chaser, park ranger, or building engineer, and they'll tell you electricity has no memory. But it definitely has favorite places. It's one of those warnings nearly everyone hears growing up. Stop cracking your knuckles, you'll get arthritis. The sound is sharp, the habit seems suspicious, and the myth has been passed down for generations. But science has put this one to rest. There's no link between knuckle cracking and arthritis. So what's really happening when your joints pop? The cracking sound doesn't come from bones grinding or ligaments snapping. It's actually caused by gas. Your joints contain a thick fluid called synovial fluid, which lubricates them. When you stretch or pull on a joint, it creates negative pressure, kind of like a vacuum that causes tiny gas bubbles to form and collapse. That pop you hear is the sound of that bubble bursting. Several studies have looked at this closely. One of the most famous involved a doctor who cracked the knuckles on just one hand for over 60 years daily and left the other untouched. The result? No difference in arthritis between the two hands. Larger studies backed it up. Habitual knuckle cracking doesn't increase your risk of joint disease? Now, can cracking your knuckles annoy people around you? Absolutely. And in some rare cases, doing it too aggressively can cause temporary swelling or reduce grip strength. But that's a far cry from long-term joint damage or arthritis. This myth stuck because the sound seems like something bad is happening inside your hand. But your joints are just releasing pressure like snapping a seal. It might not be polite at the dinner table, but it's not dangerous to your bones. It's a detail that's made its way into books, crime shows, and eerie campfire stories after someone dies. Their hair and nails keep growing. The image is unsettling, as if the body refuses to stop completely. But here's the truth, it's not growth. It's an illusion created by the way the body changes after death. Hair and nails don't continue to grow because they require a living supply of nutrients, oxygen, glucose, and hormones, all of which stop circulating the moment the heart stops. Without that, the cells responsible for producing hair and nail tissue shut down almost immediately. So what causes the illusion? It comes down to dehydration. After death, the skin begins to dry out and retract. As it tightens and pulls back from the base of the nails and the roots of the hair, more of those already formed parts become exposed. It looks like they're longer, but nothing has grown. The hair's not pushing forward, the skin is pulling back. In forensic science, this effect can sometimes mislead those unfamiliar with post-mortem changes. But professionals know better. They look for other signs to estimate time since death, not hair length. This myth likely stuck because it adds a layer of mystery and horror to something people already find uncomfortable. But in reality, it's just biology. The body isn't reaching out from beyond, it's simply drying, shifting, and revealing what was already there. No supernatural growth, no creepy surprise. Just one more case of things not being quite what they seem. Ever find yourself lying in bed staring at the ceiling at 3 a.m. wondering why sleep just won't come? Or maybe you get a random burst of energy right when it's time to wind down. If that sounds familiar, you might be onto something. People with brilliant minds often struggle with regular sleep schedules. Their brains don't switch off easily. They're wired to keep thinking, analyzing, and creating long after everyone else has gone to sleep. For many, bedtime means closing their eyes and drifting off without a second thought. But for others, it's a mental battlefield. Thoughts flood in at full speed. Ideas pop up out of nowhere. The need to solve a problem or understand something deeply takes over. It's not uncommon for highly intelligent people to find themselves researching the most random topics at ridiculous hours. Of course, this isn't just about being a night owl. Some geniuses have completely unpredictable sleep cycles. They might sleep deeply for a few hours, wake up feeling ready to conquer the world, and then crash at the most inconvenient times. Others get by on minimal rest, yet their minds stay razor sharp. Science backs this up. Studies suggest that people with high IQs are more likely to have unusual sleep patterns. Their brains process information differently, making it harder to follow a strict routine. This can be frustrating, especially in a world that expects everyone to be bright-eyed and ready to go early in the morning.
Ready.
Ever catch yourself whispering words under your breath or having full conversations when no one's around? That's not a weird habit. It's a hidden sign of a sharp mind. Talking to yourself isn't just a quirky trait. It helps organize thoughts, solve problems, and reinforce memory. Many highly intelligent people verbalize their thoughts because their brains work so fast that speaking out loud helps them keep track. It's not just about muttering random words. Some people rehearse conversations, explain things to themselves, or even argue both sides of a debate alone. This habit allows the brain to process information more effectively. Studies suggest that verbalizing thoughts can boost cognitive function, helping people focus better and recall details more accurately. Even Einstein was known to talk to himself frequently. He wasn't concerned about how it looked. He understood that it helped him refine his ideas. If you do this too, it might mean that your brain thrives on active problem solving. The next time someone catches you chatting with yourself, just smile. You're not losing it. Your brain is simply working at a level most people don't understand.
Ready.
Ever find yourself doodling while on the phone, in a meeting, or during class? That random sketching might seem like nothing, but it's actually a sign of a hyperactive and creative brain. People with high intelligence often doodle without thinking. It's not just a way to pass the time, it helps the brain organize information, retain details, and stay engaged. Research shows that doodling can improve concentration. While most people assume it's a sign of distraction, it actually helps process information on a deeper level. That's why some of the greatest minds in history, from Da Vinci to Edison, filled their notebooks with sketches and random scribbles. Even when they weren't directly working on a problem, their minds were still making connections. Some geniuses have unique doodling styles, complex patterns, geometric shapes, or even little stick figures acting out scenes. The key is that their brains don't just passively absorb information, they interact with it. If your notes are covered in tiny drawings, there's a good chance your mind is doing something far more interesting than it seems.
Ready.
Sitting still, listening to the same conversations, or watching predictable movies might feel unbearable to you. If boredom creeps in quickly, it's not a flaw. It's your brain demanding something more challenging. Highly intelligent people get bored fast because their minds crave constant stimulation. They need variety, depth, and complexity to stay engaged. This is why many geniuses jump from topic to topic. They pick up a new hobby, dive in completely, and then lose interest as soon as they have figured it out. It's not laziness, it's efficiency. They absorb information rapidly and move on when there's nothing new to learn. This trait also explains why some intelligent people struggle with repetitive jobs or small talk. Their minds hunger for something more. Instead of seeing boredom as a downside, consider it a sign that your brain is wired differently. When there's nothing challenging enough, your mind creates its own stimulation. Daydreaming, problem solving, or coming up with unusual ideas. What seems like impatience to others might actually be a hidden advantage.
Ready.
Do you mix flavors most people wouldn't? Eat at odd hours? Crave certain foods while completely ignoring others? Unusual eating habits are a surprisingly common trait among highly intelligent people. Their minds are wired for exploration, and that curiosity extends to food. They're not satisfied with routine meals, they like to experiment. Some geniuses eat in patterns, only one type of food for days, then suddenly switching to something else. Others prefer strange combinations, like dipping fries in ice cream or adding hot sauce to unexpected dishes. Even drinking habits can be unusual, whether it's an obsession with a specific kind of tea, coffee at midnight, or always needing a drink in hand while thinking. Food is fuel, but for some, it's also a form of mental stimulation. The brain craves novelty, and taste is just another way to explore the world. If you've ever been told your eating habits are weird, take it as a sign. You might just be feeding a brain that operates on a completely different level.
Ready.
Take a close look at your fingernails. Do you see small white half-moons at the base? These are called lunulae, and while most people never pay attention to them, some believe they reveal more than just nail health. A theory suggests that people with large, well-defined lunulae might have sharper cognitive abilities, faster reaction times, and stronger mental endurance. It's not just superstition. Lunulae are connected to circulation and oxygen levels in the body, which can impact brain function. Some researchers associate strong blood flow with better concentration and problem-solving skills. People with prominent lunulae may experience bursts of energy and quick thinking, while those with barely visible ones might feel more sluggish or mentally drained. Of course, this doesn't mean your intelligence is written on your hands, but it's an interesting clue about how your body operates. The brain and body are more connected than most people realize, and even the tiniest details might hint at something deeper. If your lunalae are bright and bold, you might just have a mind that works faster than you think.
Ready.
Ever find yourself cracking up at a joke while everyone else just stares? Or laughing at something so absurd that no one else understands why it's funny? A unique sense of humor is often linked to intelligence. People with quick, sharp minds process information differently, making them more likely to see the hidden layers in jokes or find humor in unexpected places. Research shows that highly intelligent people tend to enjoy dark, ironic, or abstract humor. They make connections faster, recognize patterns others miss, and appreciate jokes that require a bit of thought. It's why they might laugh at a single word, a clever twist, or even a completely random thought. This kind of humor isn't just about entertainment. It's a sign of creativity and lateral thinking. If your laughter often leaves people confused, it's not because the joke wasn't funny, it's because your brain saw something theirs didn't. And that in itself is pretty amusing.
Ready.
Look at the way you hold a pen. Is it different from what most people were taught? Do your fingers grip it in an unconventional way? Or maybe you type in a way that doesn't quite match the standard finger placement. It might seem insignificant, but unique hand movements can hint at a brain that's wired a little differently. Handwriting and typing habits are linked to motor skills, brain development, and even thought patterns. Some studies suggest that people who hold a pen differently or type in their own unique style might have a more adaptive way of thinking. Their brains prioritize efficiency over traditional methods, choosing whatever works best rather than following the usual approach. Even famous thinkers and writers had distinctive ways of writing. Some held their pens with extra fingers, others typed with just a few keys at a time. It didn't slow them down, it set them apart. If your writing habits have always been a little unconventional, it's not a mistake. It's just proof that your mind works in ways most people don't expect.
Ready.
What if the color of your eyes hinted at how your brain works? It might sound strange, but research has suggested that eye color could be linked to certain cognitive abilities. People with lighter eyes, blue, green, or gray, tend to excel in strategic thinking and long-term problem solving. Those with darker eyes, brown or black, often have stronger reflexes and perform better under pressure. One theory suggests that melanin, the pigment responsible for eye color, plays a role in brain function. More melanin may contribute to faster processing speeds, making darker-eyed individuals quick thinkers and strong decision-makers. On the other hand, lighter-eyed people are often better at deep concentration, abstract thinking, and creative problem-solving. Of course, intelligence isn't just about eye color. But it's fascinating how even small genetic details might shape the way people think. The next time you look in the mirror, consider this. The way you see the world might be more than just physical. It could be a glimpse into how your brain works, too.
Ready.
Ever forget where you put your keys but remember a random fact from years ago? Or struggle to recall names while effortlessly explaining complex ideas? If so, you're not alone. Forgetfulness, especially about everyday details, is surprisingly common among highly intelligent people. This happens because the brain prioritizes. When someone processes vast amounts of information daily, the mind naturally filters out what it considers unnecessary. It doesn't waste energy storing things that don't contribute to problem-solving, creativity, or deeper understanding. That's why some of the smartest people forget birthdays, appointments, or even what they had for breakfast, while effortlessly recalling intricate theories or obscure details. Neuroscientists suggest that forgetfulness isn't a flaw. It's actually a sign of an efficient brain. If your mind constantly moves from one thought to the next, letting go of minor details might just be its way of making room for something bigger. So the next time you misplace your phone or forget a simple fact, don't beat yourself up. Your brain is just busy doing genius-level work.
Ready.
Ever felt like you're speaking a different language even when you're surrounded by people? Like your thoughts operate on a different wavelength, making it hard to connect? Many highly intelligent people experience this. They think deeply, analyze everything, and question ideas that most people accept without hesitation. This can make social interactions feel shallow or even frustrating. It's not that they don't enjoy people, it's that they struggle to find those who see the world the way they do. Small talk feels exhausting, repetitive tasks seem unbearable, and groupthink never quite makes sense. Instead of blending in, they naturally stand out, even when they're not trying to. This can lead to a sense of isolation, but it's not a bad thing. Many of history's greatest minds, from inventors to artists, were seen as outsiders in their time. If you've ever felt out of place, it could be because you're wired to think beyond what's considered normal. and that's what sets geniuses apart.
Ready.
Have you ever been so deep in thought that you barely blink? Or caught yourself staring intensely at something while others blinked naturally? Studies suggest that highly intelligent people blink less than the average person, especially when focused. Their brains operate in a way that prioritizes processing over routine physical actions. Blinking is tied to attention. Most people blink about 15-20 times per minute, but those deeply engaged in a thought process or problem-solving mode blink significantly less. This is why many genius-level thinkers seem to have an intense gaze. Their eyes stay locked on their work, absorbing every detail without interruption. Interestingly, some of the world's most brilliant minds, including great scientists and chess masters, have been observed blinking less than those around them. It's not something people do consciously, it's just another way the brain shows that it's running at a higher speed. If you've ever been told you have a piercing stare, your brain might simply be too busy to bother with unnecessary blinks.
Ready.
Some people accept things as they are, others constantly ask, why? If you're the type who can't resist diving down research rabbit holes, questioning everything, and craving new knowledge, you might have the curiosity trait linked to high intelligence. Geniuses don't just wonder about things, they need to know. They can't hear an interesting fact and let it go. They have to investigate, analyze, and connect the dots. They find joy in discovering patterns, understanding complex topics, and exploring ideas that others overlook. This is why they often end up with an eclectic range of interests, jumping from one subject to another at lightning speed. Many of history's greatest innovators were relentless questioners. They weren't satisfied with what was known. They wanted to push the boundaries of knowledge. If you've ever found yourself deep in a topic at 2 a.m. just because you had to understand it, your curiosity might be the driving force behind a mind that never stops learning.
Ready.
One moment, you're the life of the party. The next, you vanish for days, completely absorbed in your own world. If this sounds familiar, you're not indecisive. You're just wired for both deep social engagement and intense solitude. Many highly intelligent people have this dual nature. When around the right people, their energy is contagious. They thrive in stimulating conversations, enjoy humor, and can make connections effortlessly. But once the social aspect is over, they need time alone to recharge. Their brains work in bursts, engaging fully when needed, then retreating into deep focus and introspection. This balance between extroversion and introversion is what allows creative and intellectual breakthroughs to happen. Some of the world's most successful individuals are known for disappearing for long stretches, working on ideas in complete isolation, then emerging to share their brilliance. If you've ever felt like both an extrovert and an introvert at the same time, you're not alone. It's just the way some of the most fascinating minds operate.
Ready.
Ever been distracted by a sound that no one else even notices? Or bothered by a scent so faint that others barely react? Many highly intelligent people experience heightened sensitivity to sensory input. Their brains process more information at once, making small details stand out in a way that others don't experience. This isn't just about personal preference, it's neurological. Studies suggest that people with high intelligence often have more active sensory processing, meaning they react more intensely to external stimuli. A ticking clock, the hum of a refrigerator, or even background chatter can feel overwhelming. The same goes for smells. Strong perfumes, certain foods, or even the natural scent of a room can become distracting. This sensitivity can be a double-edged sword. On one hand, it allows for greater attention to detail, deeper appreciation for art and music, and a strong memory tied to sensory experiences. On the other hand, it can make everyday environments feel overstimulating. If you've ever wished the world was just a little quieter or less overwhelming, your brain might just be tuned into frequencies most people ignore.
Ready.
Ever compared your hands to someone else's and noticed yours seem a little longer? It might not just be a random trait. Some studies suggest that having proportionally long fingers is linked to strong cognitive abilities, particularly in abstract thinking and problem solving. Long-fingered individuals often excel in fields that require precision, pattern recognition, and strategic thinking, qualities associated with high intelligence. One theory connects this to prenatal testosterone levels, which influence both brain development and hand structure. People with longer fingers tend to have a stronger ability to process complex information, which could explain why they often show a natural talent for mathematics, music, or creative problem solving. Their fingers may also contribute to enhanced fine motor skills, making them naturally better at playing instruments, writing, or intricate hand-based tasks. Of course, intelligence isn't determined by physical traits alone, but it's fascinating how the body and brain develop in ways that might complement each other. If you've ever noticed that your hands stand out, slimmer, longer, or more flexible than most, you might just have a mind that's wired to handle complexity better than the average person.
Ready.
Choosing what to eat for lunch should be simple. Picking between two options shouldn't take half an hour. And yet, if you're someone who constantly analyzes every possible outcome, even minor choices can feel overwhelming. This isn't indecisiveness. It's a sign of deep cognitive processing. Highly intelligent people tend to overthink because they see more variables than the average person. Where others make quick decisions based on instinct, an analytical mind considers everything. How the choice affects the future, potential consequences, hidden factors, and even the psychology behind the decision itself. This can make even simple things feel complicated. The mind isn't just asking, "What should I choose?" It's asking, "Why do I feel this way about the choice? What if I pick the wrong thing? How will this impact everything else?" This level of thought can be both a gift and a curse. On one hand, it prevents reckless decision-making. On the other, it can lead to mental exhaustion over things that shouldn't take so much effort. But here's the catch: overthinkers are usually the ones who make the smartest long-term choices. If your brain refuses to accept a simple answer, it's because it's wired to dig deeper, to understand more, and to make decisions based on more than just surface-level reasoning.
Ready.
Ever noticed how things seem to connect in ways that others don't? Maybe you pick up on hidden details in conversations, recognize trends before they become obvious, or see relationships between ideas that most people miss. This isn't just good observation, it's a sign of advanced pattern recognition, a skill linked to high intelligence. The brain thrives on structure, and some minds are simply better at detecting patterns. Whether it's predicting people's behavior, spotting inconsistencies, or understanding how seemingly unrelated things fit together, this ability is a powerful tool. It's why some geniuses excel in areas like mathematics, music, strategy, and problem solving. They can break complex systems down into recognizable patterns. This skill also explains why highly intelligent people often think steps ahead. While others focus on what's happening now, they already see where things are going. If you constantly notice connections that others overlook, it's not a coincidence. Your brain is working in ways most people can't even comprehend.
Ready.
Ever walked into a room and felt like you've been there before, even though you know it's impossible? Or had a conversation that seemed oddly familiar, like you already lived that moment? Déjà vu is one of the strangest mental phenomena. And while scientists still debate its exact cause, some research suggests it may be more common in highly intelligent people. One possible explanation is that déjà vu is a result of the brain processing information faster than usual. Some minds take in details, analyze them, and form connections at lightning speed. When this happens, the brain might mistakenly register a new experience as something that has already occurred. Essentially, it's a glitch in memory processing. Another theory is that people with heightened pattern recognition skills are more prone to déjà vu because their minds constantly search for connections. This could explain why those with high intelligence tend to feel déjà vu more often. It's simply their brain recognizing familiar patterns. While déjà vu might feel unsettling, it's also a sign of a highly active, deeply analytical brain. If you've ever found yourself questioning reality because of an overwhelming sense of familiarity, your mind is just operating at a level where even time itself seems to overlap.
Ready.
Some people let things slide, ignore unfairness, or accept the way things are. But you can't. When something feels unjust, it stays in your mind. Whether it's a small act of dishonesty or a major moral issue, you feel a deep need to set things right. This isn't just strong personal values, it's the mark of a highly analytical mind that recognizes inconsistencies, flaws, and imbalances that others overlook. Highly intelligent people often develop a strong sense of justice because they think deeply about cause and effect. They don't just react emotionally, they see how unfair systems work, how people take advantage of others, and why things should be different. This trait can make life frustrating. Seeing people get away with wrongdoing or watching unfairness unfold can feel unbearable. But it also makes you someone who stands up for what matters. Some of the greatest change makers in history were people who refused to ignore injustice. If you feel the same way, it's not a weakness. It's proof that your mind is built to question, challenge, and push the world towards something better. It sounds like something out of a cartoon, but this isn't science fiction, it's real physics. you can actually transform ordinary peanut butter into a diamond. The trick lies in chemistry and insane pressure. Peanut butter is packed with carbon, the same element that makes up diamonds. The difference is structure. In a diamond, carbon atoms are arranged in a tight, super strong crystal lattice. In peanut butter, they're locked into messy organic compounds. But hit it with enough pressure, we're talking hundreds of thousands of times the pressure you feel at sea level, and those atoms can rearrange into something extraordinary. Scientists at a lab in Germany actually pulled this off. They placed peanut butter in a device called a diamond anvil cell, which crushes materials between two diamonds. Yes, diamonds to make diamonds. They pressed it until the carbon atoms inside realigned into tiny black diamond crystals. It's not about making jewelry the diamonds were microscopic, but it proves a wild point. Even one of the goopiest foods on Earth can be turned into one of the hardest substances known to man. Now, no, you can't do this in your kitchen. The conditions needed are similar to what you'd find deep inside the planet. Still, it's a jaw-dropping reminder of how weird and powerful the universe is, and how even peanut butter holds atomic secrets waiting to be unlocked. Ice cream is supposed to cool you down, right? Not this one. Somewhere between dessert and a dare, there's a flavor called Respiro del Diavolo Devil's Breath. It's not your usual vanilla or chocolate. This spicy ice cream is made with a dose of chili extract so powerful it's been measured at over 1 million Scoville units. That's hotter than most hot sauces. The heat doesn't creep in slowly either. One bite and your tongue feels like it's on fire. In fact, most shops that sell it make you sign a waiver first. And if that feels over the top, just know that people have tried it and walked away crying. Not from sadness, but because their taste buds were hit like a flamethrower. It's the only frozen treat that can actually hurt you legally. So next time someone says ice cream is boring, hand them a scoop of Devil's Breath. Just make sure they have milk nearby, and maybe a fire extinguisher. There's a town where food literally glows with energy, and it's not science fiction. In Ramsar, Iran, rice is grown in one of the most naturally radioactive places on Earth. The soil here is rich in radium and uranium, naturally rising to the surface through hot springs. As a result, the crops soak up radiation levels that would be considered dangerous in most countries, yet locals eat it every day. Here's the twist. These levels are high, but people who live there show no signs of harm. Some scientists even believe the constant low-level exposure may have helped their bodies adapt. While it's not something you'd want to sprinkle on your dinner plate without thinking, Ramsar rice proves how strange and unpredictable nature can be. It's a grain that's part nourishment, part nuclear curiosity, and it's completely legal to sell and eat. In a quiet Bangkok neighborhood, there's a restaurant with a pot of soup that hasn't been emptied since the 1970s. Every day, the same rich broth simmers away. It's called perpetual stew, and the idea is simple. Never let the pot go dry. Just keep adding ingredients, bones, meat, vegetables, while the flavors blend, deepen, and grow more complex over time. Chefs skim the top, adjust spices, and serve bowls straight from this bubbling legacy. The broth is thick with decades of cooking. Imagine the richness of a soup that's been evolving for over 18,000 days. Tourists visit just to taste this living recipe. Some even compare it to a culinary time machine. It's not a myth. The restaurant, called What in a Panic, is real, and the pot is always hot. This isn't fast food, it's forever food, and every spoonful holds a history lesson. You bite into a juicy slice of pineapple, sweet, tangy, tropical. But after a few more bites, your tongue starts to feel weird. Maybe even sore. That's not your imagination. That's science biting back. Pineapples contain a powerful enzyme called bromelain. And it's not just there for flavor. It breaks down proteins, including the ones in your mouth. So when you eat pineapple, bromelain goes to work on you. It starts digesting the soft tissue on your tongue, cheeks, and lips. That tingly, almost burning feeling, that's your mouth fighting back. Luckily, your saliva and stomach acid stop the process before it does any harm. But the experience is still wild. It's one of the only fruits in the world that actively breaks down human tissue in real time. Even weirder, bromelain is so effective at breaking down meat that it's used in marinades and even some lab experiments. It's nature's steak tenderizer hiding in a fruit bowl. So next time pineapple stings a little, remember, you're not just eating it, it's working on you too. It sounds like a weird science experiment, and it kind of is, but yes, you can actually taste garlic through your feet. The reason lies in a compound called allicin. That's the chemical responsible for garlic's strong smell and taste. When raw garlic is crushed or chopped, allicin is released. And here's the strange part, it can pass through your skin. If you rub a clove of garlic on the soles of your feet, you probably won't notice anything right away. But give it about an hour, and many people start reporting a faint garlic taste in their mouths, or even a garlic-like smell in their breath. That's because the allicin has entered your bloodstream, circulated through your body, and reached your nose and mouth from the inside. It's not dangerous, but it's definitely odd. Scientists say this proves just how absorbent human skin can be, especially on the soles where blood vessels are close to the surface. So if you ever want to prank your own senses or just freak out your friends, try the garlic foot test. It's harmless, it's hilarious, and it might just make you rethink what your body can do. It's not just a school science fair trick, lemons and potatoes can actually produce real electricity. They won't power your phone or your fridge, but they can light up a small LED. And the reason why is pure chemistry. Inside these foods are natural electrolyte substances that let electric current flow. Now, when you stick a piece of copper and a piece of zinc into a potato or a lemon, you're basically building a tiny battery. Here's how it works. The zinc releases electrons, and the acid or starch in the food helps those electrons travel toward the copper. That movement of electrons, that's electricity. Link enough lemon or potato batteries together, and you've got enough voltage to light a bulb or power a small clock. It's weirdly effective and completely safe. Engineers and educators use this trick to teach basic energy concepts, but it also raises interesting questions. Could future survival kits include food-powered tech? Maybe. For now, it's just a fascinating reminder that energy is all around us, sometimes hiding in your kitchen drawer. Believe it or not, ketchup wasn't always just a burger buddy. Back in the 1830s, it was actually sold as medicine. An Ohio physician named Dr. John Cook Bennett claimed that tomatoes could cure everything from indigestion to jaundice, and he wasn't shy about it. He even published papers on what he called the medicinal properties of tomato extract, and soon after, ketchup pills started hitting the market. That's right, people were swallowing concentrated tomato ketchup in tablet form, hoping it would fix their stomach problems. At the time, tomatoes were considered both exotic and suspicious. Bennett helped change public opinion, turning the tomato from a feared fruit into a miracle cure. Or so he claimed. It didn't take long before other companies jumped in, mass-producing ketchup as both a sauce and a supplement. Of course, science eventually caught up. Turns out ketchup doesn't cure much, unless you count a craving for fries. But this strange chapter in food history reminds us how easily beliefs around health and food can shift. One day, it's a condiment. The next, it's a cure-all. And then, back to your hot dog. It might surprise you, but mushrooms have more in common with people than they do with plants. Under the surface, fungi are genetically closer to animals, including us, than they are to trees, grass, or flowers. That's not just some quirky trivia. On the Tree of Life, scientists discovered that both humans and fungi evolved from a shared ancestor, separate from the one that led to plants. Here's the kicker. Fungi don't use sunlight for energy like plants do. They absorb nutrients from other organisms the way animals do. They even breathe oxygen and release carbon dioxide, just like us. Some mushrooms have proteins that are surprisingly similar to those found in our own bodies. On a microscopic level, their cells contain chitin, the same tough stuff found in insect shells instead of cellulose, which is what plants are made of. So next time you eat a mushroom, remember this isn't just some plant growing in the dirt. It's a member of a strange middle kingdom, not quite plant, not quite animal, but eerily close to you. More distant cousin than salad topping. At the foot of a steaming volcano in Japan, there's a food so mysterious that locals say it can add 7 years to your life. It's not magic, it's science with a twist of tradition. These are kuro tamago eggs boiled in the sulfur-rich hot springs of Owakudani near Mount Hakone. The intense heat and volcanic minerals turn the shells completely black, while the inside stays perfectly normal and edible. The dark color comes from a reaction between hydrogen sulfide in the water and the iron in the eggshell, forming iron sulfide. That reaction doesn't just make them look otherworldly, it also gives them a slight smoky aroma. Tourists line up to try one, and locals believe that eating just one can extend your life by 7 years. Eat two? 14 years. But 3? That's considered tempting fate. Science doesn't back up the life extension claim, of course, but the eggs are real, the tradition is strong, and the experience is unforgettable. You're eating something cooked by the earth itself, in a place where steam pours from the mountains and the ground literally bubbles. It's part snack, part legend, and unlike any boiled egg you've ever seen. You probably wouldn't expect your dentist to hand you a fluffy pink cloud of sugar, but that's exactly what happened in the early 1900s. Cotton candy, also known back then as fairy floss, was co-invented by a dentist named Dr. William Morrison. Together with a candy maker, he created the first machine that could spin melted sugar into thin threads, making a treat that looked like magic and melted in your mouth. In 1904, they took their invention to the World's Fair in St. Louis, and people went crazy for it. They sold over 60,000 boxes. Back then, it was actually considered a luxury item because sugar wasn't as cheap as it is now. The irony? The man who helped create this iconic sweet also spent his days telling people to cut back on sugar and brush their teeth. Today, cotton candy is a carnival classic. It might not be healthy, but it's still one of the lightest desserts in the world by weight, at least. A whole cone of it is mostly air. But next time you see one spinning at the fair, just remember, the guy behind it probably had a dental drill in his other hand. It's saffron. This bright red thread-like spice comes from the flower of the Crocus sativus, and it's the most expensive spice in the world by weight. Just 1 pound can cost thousands of dollars. Why? Because harvesting it is incredibly labor-intensive. Each flower only produces 3 tiny stigmas, and it takes around 75,000 flowers to make a single pound. But here's the plot twist. Saffron crocus can grow in regular gardens across the US. You don't need a greenhouse or a farm, just good soil, some patience, and a few bulbs. Plant them in the fall, and if conditions are right, you'll get flowers in a few weeks. Then comes the delicate job of handpicking those fragile red threads. Most saffron today comes from Iran, Spain, or India, but a growing number of people are cultivating it at home, not just to save money, but for the thrill of harvesting something more valuable than gold from their own backyard. If you thought strawberries were the ultimate berry, get ready for a twist. Bananas are true berries, and strawberries are not. It sounds backward, but it all comes down to botanical definitions. In science, a berry isn't just a sweet, juicy fruit. It has to develop from a single flower with 1 ovary and contain seeds embedded inside a fleshy middle. By that rule, bananas qualify. So do kiwis, grapes, and even eggplants. Strawberries, on the other hand, break all the rules. They grow from a flower with multiple ovaries, and those tiny seed-like bits on the outside? They're not seeds, they're tiny fruits in their own right. The red part we eat is just the swollen base of the flower. Technically, strawberries are aggregate fruits, not berries at all. It's one of those facts that messes with your brain. Grocery store labels don't care about plant biology, but nature definitely does. So next time you peel a banana, just know, you're holding a true berry. And that bright red strawberry shortcake? Delicious, yes. But scientifically, it's living a lie. Yes, people really eat gold real, 24-karat gold. And no, it doesn't taste like anything. Edible gold is flavorless, odorless, and completely safe to consume in small amounts. It's used to decorate luxury foods. Think gold-covered burgers, donuts, chocolates, ice cream, and even sushi. Some restaurants go all in wrapping entire steaks in thin gold leaf or topping cocktails with shimmering flakes. It's more about the flex than the flavor. Gold is one of the few metals that doesn't react with your body. It doesn't get absorbed or digested, it just passes through, glittering on the way in and gone the next day. And yes, it has to be 24 karat to be edible any less, and it could contain other metals that aren't food safe. This shiny trend isn't exactly new. Royals in ancient Egypt and Europe used to sprinkle gold powder into food and drinks as a symbol of wealth and divine power. Today it's more about going viral. A $1,000 sundae covered in gold? Sounds crazy until someone orders it for the Instagram photo. Because nothing says luxury like eating something you normally lock in a safe. At first glance, it looks like a normal round of soft cheese, but look closer, it's alive. Literally. Deep in the heart of Sardinia, there's a traditional delicacy called casu marzu, which translates to rotten cheese. But it's not just aged, it's inhabited. This cheese is intentionally left out so flies can lay their eggs inside. When the larvae hatch, they start breaking down the fats in the cheese, creating a soft, spreadable texture and a strong, intense flavor that's unlike anything else on Earth. Here's where it gets wild. The cheese is traditionally eaten with the maggots still moving inside. Some locals consider it unsafe once the larvae have died. That's how fresh they want it. Casu marzu has been banned and unbanned multiple times in the EU, but Sardinians defend it as a cultural food, with deep roots in their island's history. It's even been recognized by UNESCO as part of the region's heritage. For those brave enough to try it, the experience is unforgettable. The texture is creamy, the taste is pungent, and the thought of a food that can squirm on your plate. Well, that makes it one of the most extreme cheeses in the world. It's not just a snack, it's a dare served on bread. You've probably eaten dozens, maybe hundreds of bananas in your life. But did you know every single one of them was slightly radioactive? It's true, bananas contain potassium, which your body needs. But a small portion of that potassium is an isotope called potassium-40, and that's naturally radioactive. Don't worry though, you'd have to eat thousands of bananas at once to feel any effect. And by that point, the potassium itself would be more dangerous than the radiation. In fact, scientists sometimes use something called the banana equivalent dose as a fun way to explain radiation levels. It's a way of saying this amount of radiation is equal to eating X number of bananas. For example, a cross-country flight might expose you to about the same radiation as eating 20 bananas. So yes, technically speaking, your smoothie might be glowing just a little, but it's completely harmless, and you'd get more radiation walking around a granite building than eating a fruit bowl. Still, next time you see a banana, it's fun to think you're holding a tiny yellow reactor. That tastes great with peanut butter. It's called Hawaiian. It's topped with pineapple, and it divides people like few other foods, but here's the plot twist. Hawaiian pizza wasn't created anywhere near Hawaii. It was actually invented in Canada by a Greek immigrant named Sam Panopoulos. In the early 1960s, he was running a small restaurant in Ontario and decided to try something different. He tossed canned pineapple onto a classic ham pizza just to see what would happen. At the time, mixing sweet and savory on pizza was pretty much unheard of, but Sam liked it and so did his customers. The combo of salty ham and sweet pineapple was bold, weird, and instantly memorable. He named it Hawaiian after the brand of canned pineapple he used, not the state. And just like that, one of the most loved and hated pizzas on Earth was born. Over time, Hawaiian pizza spread far beyond Canada, becoming a global debate. Some call it genius, others call it pizza blasphemy. But whether you pick it off or order extra pineapple, one thing's for sure, it didn't come from a tropical island. It came from a cold Canadian kitchen with one guy who thought, why not? You'd expect the most stolen item in the world to be something flashy, maybe electronics or fancy drinks. But no, it's cheese. Quiet, delicious, everyday cheese. According to global retail data, nearly 4% of all cheese produced worldwide is stolen. That's more than chocolate, more than meat, more than alcohol. And it's not just small-time shoplifters pocketing cheddar at the supermarket. We're talking about full-scale cheese theft rings. Why cheese? It's valuable, easy to move, and doesn't always need refrigeration, especially aged varieties like Parmesan or Manchego. In Europe, massive wheels of cheese can be worth hundreds each. There have been warehouse break-ins, truck hijackings, and even fake delivery drivers making off with entire pallets. One theft in Italy saw over $100,000 worth of Parmigiano Reggiano vanish overnight. Some stores now treat premium cheese like high-end electronics, locking it behind glass or tagging it with sensors. Strange? Maybe. But cheese isn't just tasty, it's loot. In the underground food world, it turns out the real treasure might be hiding in your deli aisle. Broccoli might seem like a basic vegetable, but it's actually a human invention crafted through generations of selective breeding. It didn't grow wild in forests or sprout naturally on some mountaintop. Broccoli was engineered by farmers in the Mediterranean. Starting thousands of years ago with a humble plant called Brassica oleracea, also known as wild cabbage. This rugged green wasn't much to look at, but it was flexible. Depending on what traits were selected, it could become something entirely different. Farmers noticed they could guide the plant's growth over time. By encouraging larger flower buds, they gradually created what we now know as broccoli. The same original plant also gave us cauliflower, Brussels sprouts, kale, and cabbage, all siblings in the same genetic family. shaped by human hands. It's like nature's Lego set, and farmers were the original designers. Today, broccoli is one of the most recognizable vegetables on the planet, praised for its nutrients and used in everything from stir-fries to smoothies. But its origins are far from ordinary. It's proof that humans have been bioengineering their food for centuries, long before labs and computers got involved. So the next time someone tells you broccoli is boring, just remember, it's actually one of our earliest and most successful genetic experiments. A green invention hiding in plain sight. The flaky, buttery croissant is the symbol of French breakfasts, cafe tables, Parisian mornings, and 1,000 Instagram posts. But here's the twist most people don't know. Croissants didn't originate in France at all. Their true birthplace? Austria. Specifically, Vienna. The ancestor of the croissant is called the Kipferl, a crescent-shaped baked good that dates back to at least the 1600s. It was made to celebrate a victory over the Ottoman Empire, with the crescent shape representing the symbol on the Turkish flag. So how did it become French? In the 19th century, an Austrian artillery officer named August Zang opened a Viennese bakery in Paris. He brought the Kipferl with him and it caught on fast. French bakers reimagined it with their signature style, using laminated dough and layers of butter to give it that light, airy texture and golden flake. The French version was born, and it eventually took over the world. Today, the croissant is French by identity, but Austrian by origin. It's a layered story, literally and historically. And it's a reminder that even the most iconic foods often come from unexpected places. Cultures blend, recipes evolve, and before you know it, something once made for a battlefield celebration ends up wrapped in parchment paper next to your morning coffee. Not just a pastry, but a bite of history, disguised in buttery folds.
The open sea hides many secrets, but few are as eerie as the photographs taken aboard the SS Watertown in 1924. Two sailors, James Courtney and Michael Meehan, lost their lives in a tragic accident while cleaning a cargo tank. Their bodies were buried at sea, sinking into the depths. Soon after, something strange happened. The crew reported seeing two ghostly faces in the water staring back at them. At first, it sounded like grief playing tricks on the mind. But then, the ship's captain did something unexpected. He grabbed a camera and snapped a photo of the water. When the film was developed, the eerie faces were there, clear as day. Hollow eyes, blurred but unmistakable features, floating just beneath the waves. The image spread quickly, shocking those who saw it. Skeptics claim the faces were nothing more than a trick of light, reflections in the water, or even debris. But if that's true, why did the crew report seeing the faces again and again, long after the photo was taken? Could something beyond explanation have been haunting the ship? Some believe it was a warning, spirits unable to move on, lingering where their lives were cut short. Others take it even further, suggesting the ocean itself holds something darker, a force that captures souls and refuses to let go. If these were mere illusions, why haven't similar photos been taken since? The SS Watertown's ghostly image remains one of the most haunting maritime mysteries ever caught on film. The ocean is vast, deep, and ancient. How many other faces might be staring up from below, waiting to be seen? Photographs capture moments in time, but sometimes, they reveal something that was never supposed to be there. The Royal Air Force's Goddard Squadron group photo is one of the strangest military images ever taken. At first glance, it's just a standard World War II-era squadron picture. But look closely at the airmen in the back row. Experts have examined this image for years, but there's no clear explanation. Some believe it belongs to Freddie Jackson, a former squadron member who had died in an accident 2 days before the photo was taken. Could it be a final goodbye, caught on camera? Skeptics say it's a trick of the light, but even they struggle to explain why the hand seems fully formed, yet detached from any body. And then, there's this other photograph, one even harder to rationalize. A black and white image of hundreds of soldiers standing in formation, a sea of identical uniforms, but among them, something is wrong. One figure stands out, its head replaced with something unnatural. A smooth, featureless mask, large dark eye holes, an elongated shape. It looks like something from another world, right in the middle of a historical military gathering. No official records mention anyone wearing a mask like this during the time period the photo was taken. Some suggest it's a prank, a soldier playing a joke, but if so, why does the eerie figure seem so much taller and thinner than those around it? Others believe the image could be proof of something else. An intruder in history, something observing, hiding in plain sight. Could this be another case of the camera capturing what the eye cannot see? Or is this something even stranger, an entity that was never meant to be there at all? Nature has a way of playing tricks on the eyes, but some photos are impossible to explain. Deep within the Grand Canyon, where towering cliffs stretch for miles, a chilling photograph surfaced. A tourist captured what should have been a breathtaking view of the canyon's endless ridges. But in the background, something stood out. A tall, cloaked figure, motionless, watching. It had no discernible features, only a dark silhouette against the rock. At first, the photographer assumed it was another hiker, but others at the scene swore they had seen no one standing there. This isn't the first time people have reported eerie encounters in the Grand Canyon. Some visitors have claimed to hear whispers in the wind, strange shadows flickering across the cliffs. The Havasupai people, who have lived in the area for centuries, speak of spirits that wander the canyon, figures from another world. The image of the grim reaper-like figure only fuels these legends. Was this just a case of pareidolia, our brains seeing patterns where there are none? Or did the camera pick up something real, something that shouldn't be there? Some suggest it's a trick of light, but no one has found a logical explanation for the figure's eerie shape and towering stance. And yet, the Grand Canyon isn't the only place where cameras capture things no one can explain. Mars is a dead planet, or at least, that's what scientists tell us. But in 2015, a photograph taken by NASA's Curiosity rover sparked one of the biggest debates in space exploration. The image, broadcast straight from the Martian surface, appeared to show something standing on a rocky outcrop. It wasn't just any shape. It had the unmistakable form of a human figure. A slender silhouette, long limbs, a distinct head, even what looked like flowing robes. Many began calling it the woman on Mars. NASA dismissed it as a rock formation, an illusion created by shadow and distance. But that explanation didn't convince everyone. The figure seemed too perfectly shaped, too much like something alive. Conspiracy theories took off. Some suggested it was proof of an intelligent presence on Mars. Perhaps something that had been living there long before humans even looked up at the sky. Others speculated that this could be a remnant of an ancient Martian civilization, a statue left behind by a species wiped out long ago. And then there were those who took it even further. Was this a projection, a hologram, or even something observing the rover itself? This isn't the first time Mars has given us something impossible to explain. Over the years, NASA images have captured other anomalies, strange objects, unexplainable shadows, even what some claim are artificial structures. Are they just tricks of light? Or is there something on Mars that we weren't meant to see? The more images we receive, the more questions arise. But unexplained photos don't just come from distant planets. Some of the strangest images ever taken were captured right here on Earth. Pictures that reveal things moving too fast for the human eye to catch. Like the bizarre case of the rods phenomenon, where high-speed cameras may have recorded creatures we never even knew existed. Some things move so fast that the human eye can't see them. But cameras? They don't lie. For decades, mysterious rod-like shapes have appeared in photographs and video footage all over the world. These strange, elongated forms with what look like undulating wings have been captured in forests, deserts, even deep underground. Researchers call them rods, and no one can agree on what they are. Some claim these are unknown creatures, living organisms that exist in a dimension we can't fully perceive. Unlike birds or insects, rods seem to move with a fluid, almost mechanical motion, zipping through the air at impossible speeds. In Mexico, China, and the United States, footage of these entities has sparked theories ranging from cryptid life forms to interdimensional beings. Skeptics argue that they are nothing more than motion blur, bugs or birds distorted by the limitations of cameras. But if that's true, why do they always appear in the same way, across different cameras, different conditions, and different continents? The debate remains open. Are rods evidence of a hidden species, creatures that exist just beyond the limits of our perception? Or are they simply a trick of light and motion? Whatever the answer, cameras continue to capture things the human eye was never meant to see. And sometimes, what they reveal isn't just strange, it's terrifying. Like the shadowy figure caught in one of America's most haunted hotels, standing in a place where no living soul should have been. The Stanley Hotel is no stranger to ghosts. The inspiration for The Shining, it has been the setting for countless paranormal investigations. But one photograph stands out among all the eerie encounters. Taken in 2016, it captures a staircase inside the hotel. Nothing unusual at first, but there, at the top, stands a dark figure. It wasn't there when the photo was taken. It wasn't a guest, and yet it was caught on camera. The Shadow Man, as he's now known, isn't the only spirit said to haunt the Stanley Hotel. Guests report hearing whispers in empty hallways, footsteps echoing where no one is walking. Some even claim to have seen figures move through locked doors. But this photograph is different. The figure isn't just a blur or a trick of the light, it's tall, distinct, solid. Paranormal experts believe it could be the spirit of a former guest or employee, a lost soul trapped in one of America's most infamous haunted locations. Skeptics, of course, have tried to explain it. A long exposure, a trick of shadows, but those who have seen the original image say otherwise. The more you stare at it, the harder it is to dismiss. Some places never let go of their ghosts, and some photographs prove they never left. But not every unexplained image is about the supernatural. Some mysteries are far more human, like the man who stood alone in front of a line of tanks in one of the most powerful images in modern history, and then disappeared without a trace. One of the most famous photographs ever taken shows a single man standing in front of a line of tanks, stopping them in their tracks. It was Beijing, 1989. The Tiananmen Square protests had reached a boiling point, but instead of violence, there was this moment, silent, still, unforgettable. The world saw the image, the world knew the man, or so we thought. The identity of Tank Man has never been confirmed. His fate remains one of the greatest mysteries in modern history. Was he arrested? Executed? Did he escape into the crowd, vanishing into anonymity? Even today, no one knows. Some claim he was whisked away by the government, his story erased. Others believe he survived, living in exile under a different name. The only certainty is the image itself. A frozen moment in time, a defiant stand against power. And yet there's something unsettling about how someone so famous could simply cease to exist. In an age where information spreads in seconds, how could an entire person vanish without a trace? Some believe the truth is buried, locked away. Others think he was never meant to be found. Whatever the answer, the mystery remains. A man who changed history, whose face is known to millions, yet whose identity is a ghost. Some photographs reveal too much. Others leave behind nothing but questions. High in the Scottish Highlands, where the fog rolls thick over the peaks, something strange lurks. Mountaineers have told the same story for over a century, a towering, shadowy figure that stalks the summit of Ben Macdui. He's called the Fear Lieth More, or the Grey Man, and those who have encountered him say the experience is nothing short of terrifying. One of the most unsettling encounters came from respected mountaineer Professor J. Norman Colley in 1891. He described hearing footsteps following him, loud, deliberate, and unnaturally spaced, as if something impossibly large was just out of sight. When he turned, nothing was there. But the feeling of being watched, of something closing in, sent him running down the mountain. Other climbers have reported seeing a dark, indistinct shape in the mist, standing over 8 feet tall. Some believe it's a hallucination brought on by exhaustion, an illusion caused by the shifting fog. But then, a photograph surfaced. A hiker's image taken in our time seems to capture a massive figure standing among the rocks, its shape distorted by the haze. Is it just a play of light, or is this proof that something truly inhabits Ben Macdui? Even skeptics struggle to dismiss the reports entirely. There's no logical explanation for the sheer number of sightings, no clear reason why so many have felt an overwhelming sense of dread in the exact same place. But while the Grey Man's presence remains a mystery, another unexplained event has left behind something far more tangible. A monument reduced to rubble overnight, without a single suspect. For over 40 years, the Georgia Guidestone stood in Elbert County, Georgia, a towering granite monument inscribed with cryptic messages in multiple languages. Some called it America's Stonehenge. Others saw it as something more sinister. No one knew for certain who built it or why, but conspiracy theories swirled. Claims of secret societies, population control, even instructions left behind by an unknown intelligence. And then, in 2022, someone destroyed it. In the dead of night, an explosion rocked the site, shattering one of the massive stone slabs. Surveillance footage showed a sudden blast, a blinding flash. But the real mystery isn't just who planted the explosives, it's what happened next. Within hours, authorities demolished the remaining structure. No investigation, no effort to preserve the site. almost as if someone wanted it erased. Some believe the guidestones were targeted by extremists who saw them as a symbol of globalist control. Others think the destruction was staged, a cover-up to hide something carved in those cryptic messages. And then, there are those who believe the stones were never meant to stand forever, that their creators, whoever they were, knew this moment would come. The only certainty is that their destruction left behind more questions than answers. But mysteries don't always come in the form of massive stone monoliths. Sometimes they appear in the flicker of a flame, in the reflection of a camera lens. Like the unsettling case of the ghost child of Wem Town Hall, a haunting image caught in the middle of an inferno. Fires consume everything. They leave behind only ashes, erasing any trace of what stood before. But in 1995, as flames devoured Wem Town Hall in England, a single photograph captured something that defied logic. A figure stood in the burning doorway, a little girl staring straight ahead. She wasn't running, wasn't crying, wasn't reacting to the chaos around her. She was simply there. The photographer, Tony O'Reilly, claimed he saw nothing unusual when he took the picture, but when the image was developed, the girl's face was unmistakable. Some believe she is the ghost of Jane Churm, a young girl who perished in a fire in the same town back in 1677. Others think it's a trick of light, an illusion created by the flames. But then, why does she look so real? Skeptics have tried to debunk the photo, claiming it was tampered with, yet no evidence of manipulation has ever been found. The image remains one of the most famous ghost photographs ever taken. If it's a hoax, no one has been able to prove it. If it's real, then what does that say about what lingers after death? Some mysteries burn away with time, others refuse to disappear. Photographs are supposed to capture reality, but some reveal things no one can explain. In 1891, Sibyl Corbett took a long-exposure photograph of the Combermere Abbey Library. The room was empty. No one was there. At least, that's what she thought. But when the image was developed, a faint, transparent figure could be seen sitting in one of the chairs. It looked eerily like Lord Combermere, the former owner of the estate. The only problem? He had died earlier that day, miles away. Some dismissed it as a double exposure, but the conditions of the shot made that unlikely. The figure appeared only in one chair, perfectly aligned as if it had been sitting there all along. Even stranger, the Abbey staff later claimed that Lord Combermere had always favored that very spot. Was this a case of a lingering spirit captured on film one last time, or was it simply an illusion, a trick of light and timing? The debate continues to this day, but ghosts aren't the only things appearing in photographs that defy explanation. Some images hint at something much bigger, something watching from above. On August 4, 1990, two hikers in Scotland captured one of the most baffling UFO images ever taken. The photograph shows a massive, diamond-shaped object hovering in the sky, a military jet flying nearby. The image is striking, sharp, detailed, and unlike anything ever officially acknowledged. The two men who took it claimed the object made no sound, moved unnaturally, and then shot off at an impossible speed. They handed the negatives to a local newspaper, which then sent them to the Ministry of Defense. And that's when the image disappeared. For decades, the photo was classified. It was only in 2022 that a copy was finally released to the public. Experts who analyzed it say it doesn't resemble any known aircraft. Some believe it was an experimental military craft, possibly a secret black project. Others argue it was something else entirely, something not from this world. But why was it hidden for so long? What did the authorities not want people to see? The Calvine photograph remains one of the best pieces of UFO evidence ever recorded. And yet, even among unexplained images, some are not just mysterious, they are legendary. Like the chilling portrait of the Brown Lady of Raynham Hall, one of the most famous ghost photographs in history. There are ghost stories, and then there's the Brown Lady. In 1936, two photographers working for Country Life magazine were documenting the grand halls of Raynham Hall in Norfolk, England. As they adjusted their camera, one of them gasped. Something was descending the staircase, a figure barely visible shrouded in a flowing gown. They clicked the shutter just in time. What they captured became one of the most famous ghost photographs ever taken. The image shows a misty, translucent woman floating down the stairs. Those who know the legend say it's Lady Dorothy Walpole, a noblewoman who lived in the hall in the 1700s. Locked away by her jealous husband, she supposedly died in isolation, her spirit doomed to wander the halls forever. Many have claimed to see her, guests, staff, even visiting nobility. But the photograph? That was proof. Skeptics have tried to debunk it, calling it a smudge, a double exposure, a fabrication. Yet no one has ever definitively explained how it was created. The brown lady remains one of the strongest cases for photographic evidence of the paranormal. In November 2020, a team of biologists surveying Utah's Red Rock Canyons stumbled upon something impossible. A 12-foot-tall, three-sided metal monolith standing alone in the middle of nowhere. There were no markings, no signs of how it got there. It wasn't a natural formation. It wasn't on any maps. It looked like something out of a sci-fi movie. And just as mysteriously as it appeared, it vanished. Days after its discovery made headlines, the monolith was gone. No official explanation was given. Some claimed it was removed by an anonymous group to prevent damage to the site. Others believe it was never meant to be found in the first place. But the strangest part? Similar monoliths began appearing in other parts of the world. California, Romania, even the UK. Were they part of an elaborate art project or something much more bizarre? Some suggested an unknown intelligence was leaving behind these structures as a message. If that's true, who or what put them here? And if we're being watched, could the answer lie even higher, beyond the sky itself? For decades, astronomers have reported a strange, unidentified object orbiting Earth. It doesn't match any known satellite. It wasn't launched by any country. Some believe it has been circling the planet for over 13,000 years. This is the legend of the Black Knight satellite, one of space's greatest mysteries. Theories about the object date back to the 1950s, when reports surfaced of an unknown signal being detected from orbit. In 1998, during a space shuttle mission, NASA released images of a dark, angular object floating above Earth. NASA insists it was just space debris, a lost thermal blanket from the shuttle. But UFO researchers aren't convinced. The object in the images looks too structured, too intentional. Some believe it's an ancient extraterrestrial probe, left to observe humanity. Others think it's evidence of a lost civilization, something that existed long before recorded history. NASA remains silent on the matter, dismissing the claims as conspiracy. But if it's just a piece of junk, why does it keep showing up in images from different missions? Why does it seem to shift position on its own? Some mysteries float just beyond our reach, waiting to be answered. And sometimes they don't just stay in space, they appear in the skies right above our heads. In 2016, photographers in Portugal captured a sight that left people stunned. A massive glowing cloud formation shaped like a clenched fist appeared in the sky, illuminated by the rising sun. It looked almost too perfect, like a giant hand reaching down from the heavens. Religious believers quickly called it a divine sign. Some said it was the hand of God, a symbol of power, warning, or even protection. Others linked it to biblical prophecies, an omen of things to come. Scientists, of course, had a different explanation. They claimed it was nothing more than an unusual cloud formation, shaped by the wind and light in just the right way. But what are the odds of something this precise, this uncanny, forming purely by chance? Skeptics may dismiss it as coincidence, but throughout history, strange things have appeared in the sky. Lights, shapes, unexplainable phenomena. Were they all just weather patterns, tricks of the atmosphere? Or are we witnessing something far greater, something beyond human understanding? Whether it was a message, a warning, or simply an illusion, the image remains haunting. Some mysteries fade with time. Others are burned into the sky, daring us to find their meaning. Some photos capture reality, others reveal the impossible. Faces in water, figures in the sky, shadows on Mars, each one challenges what we know. Are they illusions or proof of something beyond our understanding? The mystery remains. A black and white photograph taken in 1943 in the streets of Reykjavik, Iceland, shows a group of men resting against a building. Most of them are chatting, dressed in heavy coats, blending perfectly into the wartime era. But one man stands out. He leans casually against the wall, completely absorbed in something he's holding in his hands. His fingers seem to be wrapped around a small, rectangular object. His posture, his focus. It's exactly how people look when scrolling through their smartphones today. The problem? This was decades before mobile phones were even a concept. Some skeptics say he's just lighting a cigarette or holding a small radio. But take a closer look. There's no flame, no wire, no visible buttons. His fingers grip the object like a modern touchscreen device, and his intense focus suggests he's interacting with it, not just holding it. Could this be an accidental glimpse of a time traveler caught on film? Some believe advanced technology has existed in secret for much longer than we know. Others claim it's proof that people from the future have found a way to slip into the past, unnoticed. Except for moments like this, frozen forever in a photograph that defies explanation. Old photographs from the early 20th century show something that shouldn't exist: enormous human skeletons, unearthed by archaeologists and local workers across North America. Some of these images depict jaw-dropping discoveries: men standing next to bones the size of their own bodies, skulls so large they could fit around an entire human head. These photographs circulated in newspapers of the time, with reports claiming the remains measured up to 10 or even 12 feet in height. But here's where things take a turn. Many of these skeletons supposedly ended up in museums or private collections, yet none remain on display today. Some believe the bones were quickly removed and hidden, part of a deliberate cover-up to suppress evidence that human history is not what we've been told. The Smithsonian Institution has been accused of secretly destroying or locking away these remains, a claim they've repeatedly denied. Could these photographs be the last evidence of a lost race of giants? Or were they simply elaborate hoaxes, manipulated images before the age of Photoshop? The deeper you dig, the stranger it gets. Because sometimes bones and artifacts surface that don't fit any known species, like the ones found in Peru in 2017, a so-called alien mummy that left researchers completely baffled. A mummified body, unlike anything seen before, was discovered in Nazca, Peru in 2017. At first glance it looked vaguely human, but the details were completely off: an elongated skull, an unusually small face, an abnormally thin frame, and 3 long fingers on each hand. When photos of the discovery spread online, people immediately started whispering about aliens. Scientists ran tests, and the results only deepened the mystery. X-rays confirmed that the skeletal structure was real, not a sculpture, not a fake, but an actual biological entity. Some experts argued it was an ancient human whose body had been ritually altered. Others insisted it was a completely unknown species, one that defied traditional classification. Conspiracy theorists took it further, claiming it was proof of extraterrestrial contact, a being left behind or abandoned centuries ago. But the real question remains unanswered. If this wasn't human, if this wasn't some elaborate hoax, then what was it? The photos still circulate, each one raising more questions than answers. Some mysteries are buried beneath the sands of time. Others stand right in front of us, yet no one can fully explain them. Just like a certain woman, caught on film in 1963, who may have held the key to one of the greatest conspiracies in modern history. Among the chaotic images from the assassination of John F. Kennedy in 1963, there's one person who has never been identified. A woman, wearing a headscarf and holding a camera, stood just a few feet away from the motorcade in Dealey Plaza, right where the fatal shots were fired. She remained calm, even as those around her ducked in panic. In every photograph from the scene, she's there, recording something. Investigators and researchers desperately wanted to find her. If she had captured footage, it could have revealed crucial details, perhaps even evidence of a second shooter. The FBI publicly asked her to come forward, but she never did. A few years later, a woman named Beverly Oliver claimed to be the Babushka Lady, but her story was full of contradictions. The original photographs remain, showing a mystery figure at the heart of a historic event. Yet her footage, if it ever existed, was never found. Was she an ordinary bystander who chose to disappear? Or did she film something too dangerous to be revealed? The silence surrounding her only adds to the eerie feeling that some things are meant to remain hidden. Trail cameras are meant to capture wildlife, deer, coyotes, maybe the occasional bear, but sometimes they catch something else, something that shouldn't be there. In 2007, a Wisconsin hunter checked his trail camera and found a disturbing image. A deer stood frozen in the frame, its eyes glowing from the flash, but that wasn't what sent chills down his spine. Just beyond the tall cornstalks, a thin, black figure loomed in the darkness. Its body was unnaturally slender, almost skeletal, with elongated limbs stretching outward. Its head appeared featureless, as if swallowed by shadow. The photograph quickly spread online, with theories ranging from a misidentified person to something truly supernatural. Some called it a Wendigo, a legendary creature from Algonquin folklore, an emaciated human-like beast said to stalk the forests in search of prey. Others pointed out its stick-thin frame, comparing it to shadow people or entities described in paranormal encounters. Skeptics dismissed the figure as a trick of the light, a distorted branch, or even an elaborate hoax. But those who have spent time in the deep woods know, sometimes you feel watched, even when you're alone. The camera may have captured only a single moment, but what if that figure had been watching the whole time? In 1954 at Tokyo's Haneda Airport, a man arrived like any other traveler. He had the right clothes, the right paperwork, and a passport that seemed official, except for one disturbing detail. His passport was from a country that didn't exist. The document, complete with stamps showing previous visits to Japan, listed his country of origin as Taured. When asked to point it out on a map, he seemed confused. He insisted Taured was where Andorra should be, but no such nation had ever been recorded. The mystery deepened when officials detained him for questioning. His bank documents, identification, even his business contacts all appeared real, yet none could be traced. Authorities kept him under surveillance in a locked hotel room while they investigated further. By morning, he had vanished. The room's only exit was the front door, guarded all night. There was no way out, yet he was gone, along with every piece of documentation related to him. This eerie newspaper clipping is said to be the only remaining trace of the man from Taured. Some believe he slipped through a parallel dimension, a traveler from an alternate world who had mistakenly arrived in ours. Others think it was a complex hoax, but if so, why would officials have reported his disappearance? The photo leaves us with more questions than answers. Who was this man, and where did he go? Long before the Wright brothers took flight, the skies were already filled with strange sightings. In April 1897, a cigar-shaped airship was seen drifting over Aurora, Texas. Witnesses claimed it moved slowly and silently, unlike any known technology of the time. But the real mystery began when a local newspaper reported that the airship had crashed on a farm. The wreckage allegedly revealed metal scraps covered in strange symbols, and the body of a small humanoid pilot, unlike anything human. Photographs from the era show sketches and crude depictions of the craft, while early newspaper prints detail the bizarre event. Some believe the incident was an elaborate hoax, a product of the growing excitement around flight and science fiction. Others argue that the descriptions are too eerily detailed to dismiss. Could this be one of the earliest UFO encounters ever recorded? Decades later, reports of strange aircraft in the sky continued, but while some were just fleeting lights, others left behind more than just rumors. In 1959, deep in the frozen wilderness of the Soviet Union, a group of experienced hikers vanished under circumstances so bizarre that even today, no one has a definitive answer. Among the last photographs taken by the Dyatlov group, one image stands out. It is blurry, dark, and almost abstract, but something about it feels wrong. A bright, glowing orb floats in the frame, seemingly hovering in the darkness. The surroundings are distorted, as if the camera captured something moving too fast to be fully seen. This photograph, found among the hikers' belongings after their tragic fate, has been the subject of endless speculation. Some believe it was a fireball or an experimental Soviet weapon, one of many tests conducted in remote regions. Others say it might have been something not of this world, an unidentified flying object, possibly linked to the strange injuries found on the bodies. A few skeptics suggest it was simply an accidental exposure, light leaking into the camera lens, but if that's the case, why does the image seem so eerily deliberate? Beyond this photo, the unanswered questions surrounding the Dyatlov Pass incident remain. The hikers' bodies were discovered in disturbing conditions. Theories range from natural disasters to military cover-ups to something that simply defies human understanding. The photo might not hold all the answers, but it adds yet another layer of unease to a case that refuses to be explained. What were they trying to capture in those final moments? And more importantly, who or what was out there in the dark with them? A photograph of the Mary Celeste, taken before its final voyage in 1872, captures an ordinary-looking merchant ship. Nothing about it suggests it would soon become one of the most famous ghost ships in history. When it was discovered adrift in the Atlantic, the ship was completely intact. Cargo untouched, food still on the table, personal belongings left behind, but the entire crew was gone. There was no sign of a struggle, no distress signal, and no damage to the vessel. The lifeboat was missing, but if the crew had evacuated, why hadn't they returned? Some believe they were forced off at gunpoint, while others suggest they were caught in a sudden, unexplained phenomenon. Theories range from seaquakes to strange fog banks to supernatural forces. The last photograph of the Mary Celeste, showing it in perfect condition before departure, feels eerily empty, almost like it knew what was coming. The mystery remains, much like the many ships and planes that would later disappear in places like the Bermuda Triangle, leaving behind nothing but unanswered questions. Hampton Court Palace, one of England's most historically haunted locations, has seen centuries of royal intrigue, betrayal, and even gruesome executions. But in 2003, something truly chilling was captured on security footage, something that no one has been able to explain. A series of photographs from the palace's CCTV cameras show a tall, cloaked figure standing in one of the doorways. The figure appears to be wearing a long, flowing robe, reminiscent of the attire worn during the time of King Henry VIII. The heavy double doors behind it had been violently flung open, yet no one had been in the corridor. The palace staff, shocked by what they saw, quickly released the footage and still images to the public. Skeptics argue that it could have been a prankster in costume, but security reports confirmed no one had been inside that part of the palace at the time. Others believe it was the ghost of one of Henry VIII's ill-fated wives, possibly Catherine Howard, whose screams have long been reported echoing through the halls. Paranormal experts even suggested that the figure looked too tall, too skeletal, almost inhuman. Some began referring to it as the Hampton Court Demon. Whatever was caught in those eerie images remains a mystery. Was it a spirit, a hoax, or something else entirely? The photos remain, frozen in time, leaving behind only speculation, and the uneasy feeling that some places never let go of their past. A village doesn't just disappear. But in 1923 in Brazil, the town of Rio Verde became the center of one of the most unsettling disappearances in history. A photograph taken just before authorities arrived shows a normal settlement: houses, dirt roads, signs of daily life. But when police reached the village, they found no people, no bodies, no signs of struggle. Everything else remained. Tables were set for meals, doors left open, unfinished work still in progress. But the 600 villagers were gone. The only clue left behind was a cryptic message written on a chalkboard in one of the schoolrooms. It read, "There is no salvation." No official explanation was ever given. Some claim a mass abduction, others believe a violent cult ritual took place, wiping out the entire population. Some suggest it was a military experiment gone wrong, leaving no survivors. But without bodies, without evidence of escape, how does an entire town simply vanish? The eerie photos of the empty village remain, a frozen moment in time, one that leaves behind nothing but questions and shadows. Some mysteries happen in an instant. Others, like the Hook Island sea monster, remain in plain sight for far too long. In December 1964, an Australian man, Robert Lasarek, took a series of photographs that became some of the most famous and most debated cryptid images in history. The photos show a massive tadpole-like creature lurking just beneath the water's surface near Hook Island, Queensland. The creature, estimated to be 70 feet long, had a gaping mouth, smooth dark skin, and unblinking eyes. Lasarek claimed that as he and his wife watched in shock, the creature remained completely still, as if waiting for something. Many argue it was just a trick of the water, a sandbank, or an elaborate hoax. But others insist that no natural formation matches what appears in the images. If it was a known species, why has nothing like it ever been photographed again? If it was a hoax, why hasn't anyone definitively proven how it was faked? The mystery lingers, like the creature itself, just beneath the surface, waiting. Christmas Eve, 1945, Fayetteville, West Virginia. The Sodder family home burned to the ground, leaving behind nothing but ashes and confusion. 5 of the 10 Sodder children were presumed dead in the fire. But when the remains were searched, something chilling was discovered. There were no bones, no human remains of any kind at all. A photo taken before the fire shows the 5 missing children, Maurice, Martha, Louis, Jenny, and Betty, smiling for the camera. But decades later, another photo surfaced. It was mailed to the Sodder family in 1967, with an eerie message: Louis Sodder, I love brother Frankie, Elil boys, a 90132 or 35. The child in the photo bore an uncanny resemblance to the missing Sodder son. Theories range from kidnapping to human trafficking to an elaborate cover-up. Some believe the fire was a distraction, a staged event to steal the children. Others claim the Sodders got too close to uncovering something they were never meant to know. The last surviving members of the family never stopped searching, but the photos remain, capturing children who vanished without a trace. And one haunting image that suggests they might have lived on, somewhere, out there. A black and white photograph taken at the reopening of the South Fork Bridge in British Columbia in 1941 looks ordinary at first. A crowd gathers, dressed in typical 1940s fashion, suits, hats, and dresses. But then, one figure stands out. A young man dressed in a zip-up hoodie, a graphic t-shirt and sunglasses, looks completely out of place. His hairstyle, his casual stance, everything about him feels decades ahead of his time. The image, preserved in a Canadian museum, has sparked endless debate. Some believe he was just a man with unusual fashion sense for the era. Others argue that his clothing and accessories didn't exist in 1941, making him a possible time traveler accidentally caught in a historical moment. His camera, small and compact, doesn't match any widely available model from the period. While skeptics claim the photo has been misinterpreted, no clear explanation has erased the strange details. If he really was from the future, what was he doing there? And if time travel exists, is it possible someone else was caught on film, just years later? A photograph taken in 1964 suggests the answer might be closer than we think. On a summer day in 1964, a father, Jim Templeton, took a simple photograph of his young daughter while on a walk near Solway Firth, England. But when the film was developed, there was something in the background that wasn't there before. A strange figure in a white spacesuit, standing just behind the girl. The figure appeared to be floating, facing away, and wearing what looked like a helmet. Templeton was convinced there was no one else nearby when he took the picture. Kodak analyzed the negative and confirmed it hadn't been tampered with. No double exposure, no tricks. Investigators suggested it might have been a person accidentally overexposed in the frame, but no one has ever explained why the figure looked so otherworldly. The mystery deepened when officials from an unknown agency visited Templeton, asking strange questions and referring to themselves as government agents. Some believe the figure was an actual astronaut, somehow appearing before manned space missions even reached the moon. Others say it was an entity not from this world, watching unnoticed, except for this one captured moment. The idea of accidental time travelers resurfaces in another bizarre image, this time taken in 1928. A reel of behind-the-scenes footage from the 1928 premiere of Charlie Chaplin's film, The Circus, holds something unexpected. In the background, a woman walks by, holding an object to her ear, speaking into it as she moves. Her posture, her hand placement, it all looks exactly like someone using a cell phone. The footage has been examined countless times. Some claim she's using an early hearing aid, though none from the time match the compact, one-handed position she holds it in. Others speculate it's a trick of perspective, but no clear explanation has satisfied everyone. If it were an everyday object, why has no one found an identical device from that era? Could this be another case of an accidental traveler slipping into the past? If so, was she recording something? Reporting back to someone? The world of time travel remains unknown, but the photos and film clips seem to hint at a history more complex than we realize, one where some people don't belong in the time they're seen in but are caught anyway, leaving only grainy, unexplained images behind. A chilling distress call echoed across the Strait of Malacca in 1947. Ships in the area picked up a simple but horrifying message. All officers, including captain, are dead, possibly whole crew dead. Then came a final transmission, just 2 words, I die. After that, only silence. When rescuers finally found the SS Orang Medan, the ship was still afloat, completely intact. But what they saw on board defied explanation. The entire crew was dead, their bodies frozen in expressions of sheer terror, their arms outstretched as if fighting off something unseen. There were no signs of wounds, no struggle, and no clear cause of death. Even the ship's dog was found lifeless, its mouth twisted into a snarl of fear. Before the vessel could be towed back, it mysteriously burst into flames and sank, taking its secrets with it. Theories range from toxic gas leaks to secret government experiments. Some believe the ship was smuggling dangerous chemical weapons, which accidentally released and suffocated the crew. Others suggest a supernatural encounter, something that left behind nothing but fear and death. The lack of official records has led some to dismiss it as a maritime legend. But the photographs and reports from the time tell a different story. Something happened aboard the Orang Medan, something no one has been able to explain. In 2014, 2 Dutch travelers, Chris Kremers and Lisanne Froon, embarked on a hiking adventure in the breathtaking Boquete region of Panama. What began as an exciting journey into the lush trails of the jungle soon turned into an unsettling mystery. When the pair didn't return as expected, a search was launched, and weeks later, some of their belongings were discovered along a remote trail. Among the items was a camera containing photos that started with joyful snapshots of their hike, but later transitioned to puzzling images taken at night. Dark, blurry scenes of the dense wilderness. Months later, additional discoveries in the area deepened the mystery surrounding their disappearance. Questions arose. Was it an accident caused by the challenging terrain? Did they become lost and disoriented? Or was there another explanation? The photos, belongings, and sparse clues have fueled numerous theories, but no definitive answers. The story of Chris and Lisanne remains a poignant reminder of how nature's beauty can also hold untold mysteries, leaving behind questions that continue to captivate and puzzle us. In the foggy streets of Hammersmith, London, an eerie figure began haunting the town in 1804. Described as a ghostly white specter near the graveyard, it terrified residents, some of whom believed it to be the restless spirit of a suicide victim. Tensions reached a boiling point when a local officer, patrolling the streets with a loaded weapon, encountered what he believed to be the ghost. Panicking, he fired, only to discover he had killed Thomas Millwood, a bricklayer dressed in white clothes. Sketches, illustrations, and later photos of the so-called ghost circulated widely, solidifying its place in local lore, images that would later influence how such tales were depicted in early photographs. A quiet day in the wilderness turned into something out of a sci-fi nightmare. On May 20th, 1967, Stefan Michalak, an amateur geologist, was out prospecting near Falcon Lake, Manitoba. The area was peaceful, the kind of place where nothing unusual ever happens. That changed when Michalak noticed two glowing cigar-shaped objects descending from the sky. One landed just yards away, while the other disappeared into the clouds. Thinking it might be a secret military aircraft, he cautiously approached. The craft was smooth, metallic, and eerily silent. As he got closer, he heard muffled voices from inside. Were they speaking a foreign language? He never figured that out, because the moment he touched the surface it burned his glove. Then, without warning, the object emitted a blast of heat, knocking him to the ground. The aftermath was even stranger. Michalak staggered away, disoriented and sick. A bizarre grid-like burn pattern appeared across his chest, as if he had been branded. His hair began falling out, and he suffered from nausea and weight loss for weeks. Doctors had no explanation. Radiation tests at the site showed elevated levels, but the Canadian government quickly closed the investigation, labeling it unexplained. UFO researchers have pointed to the burns as undeniable proof of a close encounter. Skeptics claim it was nothing more than a hallucination or an accident with a hot exhaust vent. Yet no aircraft of that design has ever been identified. The original sketches, photos of his injuries, and the eerie burn marks in the soil remain. Whatever landed at Falcon Lake left behind more than just a mystery. It left behind scars. Some discoveries make headlines, others disappear into whispered rumors and blurry photographs. In 1988, Swiss entrepreneur Gregor Spory traveled to Egypt, drawn by the allure of its ancient wonders. What he found was something that shouldn't exist. Through a local contact, he was shown a relic unlike any other. A mummified human finger, but far larger than anything human. It was 15 inches long, wrapped in old, decaying bandages, with cracked skin and a broken nail. The photograph Spory took captures it lying next to a banknote for scale, and that's where the mystery deepens. If it's real, the person it belonged to would have stood over 16 feet tall. Scientists have dismissed the idea of ancient giants, yet here was a physical piece of evidence that never made its way into any museum. Spory was never allowed to take the finger for testing. The man who owned it claimed it had been passed down for generations and refused to reveal its origin. No further evidence has ever surfaced. Some believe it was a hoax, a clever piece of anatomical trickery. Others see it as proof that history is hiding something, an unknown species, an ancient race wiped from existence, or even something far stranger. If this relic was real, where is the rest of the body? And why has no institution stepped forward to investigate? The only thing left behind is Spory's photograph, an unsettling reminder that some things are seen once and never again. Artifacts from the past usually follow a pattern. They age, decay, and fit neatly into their historical context. That's why a discovery in 2008 sent shockwaves through the archaeology world. In a 400-year-old Ming Dynasty tomb, sealed tight for centuries, researchers uncovered something that shouldn't have been there. Among the artifacts was a tiny golden timepiece, no bigger than a ring. What made it impossible? It had the words Swiss engraved on it. The hands of the watch were frozen at 10:06, as if the moment it was buried had somehow been captured in time. The tomb, undisturbed since its construction, should have contained nothing of modern origin. Yet, here it was, a watch, centuries ahead of its time. Photographs of the object quickly spread, fueling theories ranging from secret time travelers to misplaced relics from an advanced lost civilization. Skeptics argued that it could have been a modern piece, accidentally dropped by a researcher before the site was fully excavated. But how did it end up inside a sealed tomb? And why was it so perfectly placed among ancient treasures? The Chinese government swiftly classified the site, restricting further access. To this day, the photographs remain the only proof that it ever existed. A glitch in history, an elaborate mistake, or something far beyond explanation? If time travel ever leaves a trace, it might look exactly like this. When NASA sends rovers to Mars, the expectation is to see rocks, dust, and the desolate Martian landscape. What no one expected was a shadow that shouldn't be there. In 2017, one of NASA's Mars rovers, Curiosity, captured a routine image of the planet's surface. At first glance, it looked like any other. But when people examined the photo closely, they noticed something strange, a dark, human-like figure standing near the rover. It wasn't just a trick of the light. The shadow had a defined head, shoulders, and even what appeared to be an outstretched arm. It looked eerily similar to a human working on the rover, despite the fact that no human has ever set foot on Mars. NASA has never officially commented on the figure. Some believe it's a case of pareidolia, the brain seeing familiar shapes and random patterns. Others suggest it could be the shadow of the rover itself, distorted by the angle of the sun, but not everyone is convinced. Theories range from classified missions already on Mars to evidence that someone, or something, was watching the rover from a distance. If this was just an illusion, why has no other rover image shown a shadow quite like this? Whatever the explanation, the photograph remains one of the most debated pieces of Martian imagery ever taken. Something was there. What it was, that's a question no one seems eager to answer. Deep in the Ecuadorian jungle, hidden beneath thick vegetation, lies Tayos Cave, a labyrinth of tunnels stretching for miles underground. For centuries, local legends spoke of an ancient subterranean world, home to lost civilizations and something even more extraordinary. In 1969, an expedition led by Juan Morich set out to explore the cave's depths. What they found, if the photographs are real, defies everything we know about history. Inside the cave, they claim to have discovered a vast metallic library filled with books made from solid sheets of gold, engraved with an unknown language. Alongside them, artifacts of incredible craftsmanship, unlike anything attributed to early South American cultures. The photographs taken inside show unusual structures, smooth walls, and geometric patterns that look almost artificial. This alone was enough to raise eyebrows, but the story took an even stranger turn in 1976, when astronaut Neil Armstrong himself joined a second expedition. What exactly was found during that mission remains classified, fueling endless speculation. Some believe the cave hides evidence of a pre-human civilization, one with technology beyond its time. Others think the metallic books hold the lost knowledge of an unknown past, kept secret from the world. But despite multiple visits, the cave's deepest chambers remain off-limits, and no official record of the metal books has ever been produced. Were they taken? Were they even real? The photos that exist raise more questions than they answer. And whatever secrets still lie beneath the jungle, it seems no one wants them to be found. It was the middle of the night when air raid sirens blared across Los Angeles. The date was February 25, 1942, and the United States was on edge, just weeks after the attack on Pearl Harbor. Spotlights cut through the sky, illuminating a strange, hovering object above the city. Military forces responded immediately, unleashing a barrage of anti-aircraft fire, with over 1,400 rounds shot into the sky. Yet, despite the heavy firepower, the object remained in place, unaffected, before finally vanishing without a trace. The following morning, a now famous photograph appeared in the Los Angeles Times, a chilling black and white image of multiple spotlights converging on an eerie, unidentified shape. The official explanation? The military claimed it was a false alarm, possibly triggered by a stray weather balloon or misidentified aircraft. But that didn't add up. Witnesses across the city swore they had seen something massive, metallic, and slow-moving. And if it was just a weather balloon, why didn't it collapse under the relentless fire? Some believe the event was a UFO sighting covered up by the government. Others suggest it was an experimental aircraft, decades ahead of its time, tested under the cover of wartime paranoia. The original photo, analyzed for years, still shows an object at its center, one that shouldn't have been there. To this day, the Battle of Los Angeles remains one of the most compelling mass UFO sightings in history. At first it seemed like a joke. A satellite image of Antarctica showing something that shouldn't exist. A perfect pyramid-shaped structure emerging from the ice. The discovery, spotted on Google Earth in 2016, sent conspiracy forums into a frenzy. The pyramid wasn't just vaguely triangular, its edges were unnaturally straight, its symmetry too precise to be a natural formation. If the images were real, this meant one of two things. Either an ancient civilization once built structures in Antarctica or something else had shaped it, something no one was ready to explain. Skeptics argue that the so-called pyramid is nothing more than a nunatak, a natural rock formation exposed above the ice. But if that were the case, why does it resemble the pyramids of Giza so closely? Some researchers have pointed out that Antarctica wasn't always frozen. Millions of years ago, it had a temperate climate, possibly supporting life. Could this be evidence of an advanced civilization that existed before recorded history? Or is there something buried beneath the ice, waiting to be uncovered? The Google Earth images are still there, free for anyone to examine. But beyond the satellite photos, the site remains untouched, unexplored, sealed under the ice like a secret the Earth refuses to reveal. Some mysteries aren't hidden in ancient texts or remote jungles, some are sitting right in plain sight, if you know where to look. In 2016, Google Earth users discovered something unusual beneath the Pacific Ocean, just off the coast of Mexico. It wasn't a random rock formation or an ordinary deep-sea trench, it was something that looked artificial. A structure so massive that it stretched over 2.3 miles across. The satellite images clearly showed what appeared to be geometric patterns, lines too straight to be natural, as if the remains of something enormous were resting at the bottom of the ocean. Theories exploded almost immediately. Some suggested that this could be the lost city of Atlantis, finally discovered in the depths. Others speculated that it might be a secret underwater base built by governments or something not from this world. The most skeptical explanations pointed to underwater ridges or digital glitches, dismissing the find as nothing more than an error in mapping software. But here's the thing. Google Earth glitches usually repeat, yet this structure remained consistent over time. If it were just a digital artifact, why hadn't it disappeared like other mapping errors? No official expedition has ever been sent to investigate. The location remains unexplored, a silent anomaly beneath the waves. And unless someone takes the risk to go down there, it will remain just that, an unanswered question lurking in the deep. Florida's swamps hide more than just alligators. In 2000, a series of disturbing photographs emerged from Sarasota County, sent anonymously to the sheriff's department. The images showed a large, ape-like creature, its eyes reflecting the camera's flash in the darkness. Unlike a typical primate, this thing had massive shoulders, long arms, and a face that looked eerily human. The anonymous sender claimed that the creature had been roaming their backyard at night, tearing into garbage cans, leaving behind a putrid stench. The photographs quickly gained national attention, reviving old local legends of the skunk ape, Florida's version of Bigfoot. The photos are still some of the clearest cryptid evidence ever captured. But what's even stranger is that similar reports of a foul-smelling shaggy beast go back decades. Sightings stretch from the Everglades to the Panhandle, always describing the same thing: an intelligent creature that moves fast, avoids humans, and smells like rotting vegetation. Theories range from an undiscovered primate species to a government cover-up of genetic experiments gone wrong. Skeptics argue that it's simply a misidentified bear or an escaped exotic pet. But here's the problem. No known species matches the proportions in the photographs. If the skunk ape is just a myth, why does it keep appearing? And why do so many reports come from people with nothing to gain? The mystery lingers, trapped in the muggy heat of the Florida swamps. Small towns tend to have their share of legends, but in 1903, the town of Van Meter, Iowa, didn't just get a story, it got a nightmare. For several nights, terrified residents claimed to see a massive winged creature, unlike anything known to science. It stood taller than a man with leathery wings, a beak-like mouth, and a blinding, glowing light on its forehead. The thing wasn't just seen, it was attacked. Armed citizens fired at it, but bullets had no effect. The creature didn't even flinch before flying off into the darkness. Then, something even stranger happened. Locals tracked it to an abandoned mine shaft on the outskirts of town. That's where they saw not one, but two creatures, both enormous, both emitting a beam of light from their heads. The next morning, the mine was found sealed shut, as if someone, or something, had closed it from the inside. The only evidence that remains is a handful of newspaper articles and a few eerie, century-old photographs of the mine itself. Was this some kind of undiscovered species, a paranormal entity, or something even more unexplainable? Whatever took place in Van Meter over a century ago, the town never saw the creature again, and that may be the most unsettling part of all. Egypt's ancient temples are filled with hieroglyphs, each telling the story of a civilization that lasted for thousands of years. But one particular engraving in the Temple of Seti I in Abydos stands out, not because of what it says, but because of what it shows. The carving appears to depict modern-day flying machines. Clear as day, there's the outline of a helicopter, a shape that resembles a fighter jet, and what some say looks like a hovering spaceship. The photos of these engravings have fueled decades of speculation. How could an ancient civilization, thousands of years before the Wright brothers, possibly know about aircraft? Some suggest the carvings are evidence of lost technology, proof that humanity has risen and fallen before. Others believe they point to ancient extraterrestrial visitors who may have introduced early humans to advanced knowledge. Of course, archaeologists have a more grounded explanation. They claim the unusual shapes are simply the result of overlapping hieroglyphs, where one inscription was recarved over another, unintentionally forming new images. But if that's true, why do the shapes so perfectly match modern aircraft? Even if it's all coincidence, the photos don't lie. The carvings are real, and no explanation fully dismisses the eerie feeling that someone, thousands of years ago, knew more than they should have. Cathedrals are time capsules. Built over centuries, they hold on to the past, preserving history in stone and stained glass. That's why visitors to the new Cathedral of Salamanca in Spain were left stunned when they noticed something completely out of place, a carving of an astronaut among the traditional Gothic and Renaissance sculptures. The figure is unmistakable, a fully suited astronaut complete with a helmet, oxygen tubes, and even a visor. The photos taken by tourists quickly spread, leaving many asking the same question: how did a modern astronaut end up in a centuries-old cathedral? The official explanation is simple. In 1992, during restoration work, sculptors decided to add a modern touch, something symbolic of the new era. It was meant as a creative addition, not a mystery. But some aren't convinced. If this carving was just added in the 90s, why have some visitors claimed to have seen it before then? Could the restoration story be a cover-up for something much older? Conspiracy theories claim this could be evidence of time travel, or even proof that humans have known about space travel for far longer than history admits. While experts dismiss such ideas, the photos remain, and so does the strange feeling that maybe, just maybe, history isn't as linear as we think. A quiet Midwestern town, a string of late-night attacks, and an invisible assailant who was never caught. In 1944, Mattoon, Illinois, became the center of one of the strangest unsolved mysteries in American history. Residents reported waking up in the middle of the night to the overwhelming scent of sweet, noxious gas. Moments later, they would feel paralyzed, dizzy, unable to move. Some victims even reported a shadowy figure fleeing into the darkness. By the time authorities arrived, the attacker was gone, leaving only faint footprints and the lingering scent of chemicals behind. Newspapers quickly dubbed the mystery attacker the Mad Gasser of Mattoon, and hysteria swept through the town. Over 24 cases were reported in just a few weeks, some victims even showing signs of chemical exposure. Photos of the alleged crime scenes, empty streets, darkened windows, footprints leading nowhere, only added to the paranoia. Theories exploded. Some believed it was a deranged scientist testing experimental chemicals. Others thought it was an escaped war criminal using some unknown weapon. But despite an intensive police investigation, no suspect was ever caught. Was it a real-life supervillain, a mass hallucination, or a bizarre urban legend that got out of hand? Whatever the truth, the Mad Gasser was never seen again. But his story remains one of the most chilling and unexplained crime sprees in American history. Churches are places of peace, but some also hold something else, something unseen. In 1975, a family visiting St. Mary's Church in Worstead, England, captured a photograph that still baffles experts today. The picture, taken inside the church, shows a man sitting on a wooden pew, smiling at the camera. But behind him, there's someone else. A faint, ghostly figure dressed in a flowing white robe staring straight ahead. No one in the family had noticed anything strange at the time, but when they developed the film, they were shocked. The white lady wasn't just a trick of the light, her face, posture, and clothing were all clearly visible. Local legend speaks of a ghostly woman who appears in the church to comfort the sick. Some believe she is the spirit of a healer who lived centuries ago, forever watching over those who enter. But was this just an optical illusion, or did the camera capture something beyond explanation? The family insisted that no one else had been in the church that day. The original photo remains one of the clearest ghost images ever taken, with no confirmed explanation. If it was just a coincidence, why has the same figure been seen by others in the same place for centuries? A bottomless pit, a government cover-up, and a story that vanishes as quickly as it appears. The legend of Mel's Hole is one of the strangest unsolved mysteries in modern folklore. It all started in the 1990s, when a man named Mel Waters called into a late-night radio show, claiming to have discovered a hole on his property that seemed to defy all logic. According to him, the hole was at least 80,000 feet deep, and anything thrown inside was never heard from again. No echo, no impact, just endless darkness. And then it got even weirder. Mel said he had seen locals lowering a dead dog into the hole, only for the same dog to be spotted alive days later, wandering nearby. Testing with fishing lines showed that no one could find the bottom. The weight just kept dropping. Then, suddenly, Mel was approached by government agents who sealed off the area, took his land, and allegedly paid him to leave the country. Satellite images failed to show any massive hole in the area he described near Ellensburg, Washington, and no official records of Mel Waters exist. But photographs of deep, perfectly circular holes in the region keep surfacing, each sparking new theories. Was this a natural phenomenon, a military experiment, or something much, much stranger? Whatever the truth, Mel and his bottomless pit disappeared without a trace. Some mysteries aren't about ghosts or hidden places, they're about people. June and Jennifer Gibbons were identical twins born in 1963, but from an early age it was clear they weren't like other children. They refused to speak to anyone but each other, creating their own secret language that no one else could understand. Teachers, family, even psychologists couldn't break through their silent bond. The only clues into their world came from their photographs. Strange, unsettling images where the two girls stared directly into the camera, their expressions unreadable. As they grew older, their behavior became more erratic. They wrote disturbing fiction, committed crimes, and were eventually institutionalized at Broadmoor Hospital, a high-security psychiatric facility. And then, something even more disturbing happened. The twins made a pact. One of them had to die so the other could live a normal life. No one knows exactly why, but Jennifer allegedly told June, "I have to die." Not long after she did. Mysteriously, without explanation. Doctors found no signs of illness or trauma, just an otherwise healthy young woman who simply stopped living. June, now alone, began speaking freely for the first time in her life. She never fully explained their pact, only hinting that Jennifer had given up her life so the other could be free. To this day, no medical cause has ever been identified for Jennifer's sudden death.
It sounds like something from a Pixar movie, because it is. But this wasn't animation. A team of real-life adventurers built a small, fully livable house and tied nearly 300 helium-filled balloons to its roof. Then they watched it lift off the ground and float into the open sky. Not on a screen, not in a studio. This was an actual house, flying above fields like a cartoon dream-turned-science experiment. The team behind the project, including engineers and balloon experts, tested everything down to the gram, making sure the weight of the structure and lift of each balloon were perfectly matched. When liftoff happened, it stunned everyone watching. The house gently rose and hovered hundreds of feet in the air with a person inside. This wasn't a cheap prop. It had working doors, windows, and even furniture. It wasn't meant to go far, but it proved something wild. With the right setup, the up house wasn't fiction, it was physics. The footage looks so surreal you'd swear it's CGI, but it's not. It's one of those rare moments when reality steps into fantasy and doesn't blink. Blink and you'll miss it, literally. In downtown Portland, Oregon, there's a park so small you could cover it with a pizza box. It's called Mill Ends Park, and it holds the official Guinness World Record for being the smallest park on Earth. How small? just 2 feet wide. It sits in a median between traffic lanes with enough room for a couple of flowers, maybe a tiny figurine or two. And yet, it has everything a park is supposed to have: greenery, a sign, and even its own backstory. It was created in the 1940s by a journalist who decided to fill the hole where a lamppost was supposed to go. Instead of concrete, he planted a flower and wrote about it as if it were a real city park. Years later, the city officially recognized it. Since then, it's had mini swimming pools for butterflies, tiny statues, and even seasonal decorations. It's completely absurd, absolutely charming, and 100% real. It's like someone took a public space and shrunk it down to fit in your pocket. This isn't science fiction, it's science fact, the smallest working camera. Engineers have built a camera so small, it can sit on the tip of a pencil and still leave room to sharpen it. The whole thing is roughly the size of a grain of salt. Yet it works. It captures full-color photos at surprisingly high resolution, and it's already being used in medical tools that explore the body from the inside, without surgery. While your phone's camera lens might be the size of your fingernail, this one is smaller than your eyelash. The entire device looks like a glitter flake under a microscope, but what it does is nothing short of groundbreaking. Unlike traditional pinhole cameras, this one uses a metasurface, tiny nanostructures that bend light in strange ways, to capture images sharper than you'd expect from something nearly invisible. It's not just about spying or tech demos. This microscopic marvel is changing what's possible in diagnostics and robotics. You've never seen a camera this small, because honestly, you probably wouldn't see it at all. Okay, so imagine this. It looks like someone photoshopped a noodle into a basket of fries, but yeah, it's actually real. At this small diner in the United States, a cook pulled a fry out of the deep fryer and just froze. It didn't break, it didn't curl, it just, well, kept going. We're talking over 34 inches long, longer than a baseball bat. Seriously. This wasn't some food experiment or a viral stunt or anything like that. It just happened. A 1 in a million fluke where the potatoes sliced perfectly and fried evenly without snapping. News of it spread fast, and soon people were lining up just to see the fry that honestly seemed to defy physics. It was entered into records, stored safely, and even put on display like a museum artifact. There's something kind of funny about it, a common side dish suddenly getting the red carpet treatment. But it's also a reminder, even in everyday places like diners, the world can still totally surprise you. The longest fry on Earth might just be the weirdest thing you'll ever find next to a cheeseburger. So most grasshoppers, they blend into the green around them, right? But this one definitely doesn't. With a body the color of bubblegum and legs that look like they've been airbrushed in fuchsia, the pink grasshopper is truly one of nature's rarest color accidents. Its super bright tone comes from a genetic mutation called erythrism, the same thing that gives some animals unusually red or pink coloring. These grasshoppers are just born this way, but honestly, their looks come at a price. Unlike their green relatives, they're absolutely terrible at hiding. That's why spotting one is so rare. Most don't last long in the wild, which is why seeing one in person is kind of like running into a real-life cartoon character. They've been photographed in the US, the UK, and parts of Europe, usually by people who, at first, think they're seeing a toy or something died. But nope, it's alive, it jumps, and it's totally natural. In a world full of camouflage and adaptation, the pink grasshopper is basically nature's version of turning up to a stealth mission wearing hot pink. Some beaches are made of sand, others are made of ice. But on rare days along Finland's frigid coastline, something almost impossible happens. Ice eggs form. These are not snowballs. They're these perfectly rounded or oval-shaped chunks of ice that honestly look like dinosaur eggs just rolled out onto the shore. It's a freak collision of weather conditions, just the right wind, just the right temperature, and rolling waves that polish the ice over and over again, kind of like nature's rock tumbler. They form by the hundreds or even thousands, blanketing entire beaches in these icy marbles. From a distance, it all looks staged. But if you zoom in, you'll see that each egg has a slightly different size and texture, smoothed by nothing but time, tide, and cold. Local photographers have only captured this phenomenon a handful of times in the last decade. It's honestly that rare. And when the sun hits just right, the whole beach glows like it's covered in frozen pearls. At first glance, it looks like a prop from a sci-fi movie. Sharp angles, stair-step edges, and, those glowing colors that shift from violet to neon green. But this isn't 3D printed or made in a lab. It's bismuth, one of the weirdest natural metals you'll ever see. When it cools and solidifies, it forms these wild, angular crystal shapes, like a pyramid collapsed into a maze. And the rainbow? That's from oxidation on the surface, bending light just like a soap bubble. Unlike gold or silver, bismuth is almost forgotten in the metal world. But once you see it, you really don't forget. Some people grow bismuth crystals at home using a stovetop and a metal ladle. Others find natural formations near old mines. It's dense, safe to touch, and honestly, it looks like it was built by aliens with a love for architecture. In a mineral world full of jagged rocks, bismuth is a sculpture factory, designed by physics, not people. This isn't poetry, it's physics and art colliding. Someone actually made a vinyl record out of frozen water, and yes, it plays music. The grooves are carved into solid ice, and for a brief, magical few minutes, a turntable needle rides over the surface, sending out faint but real sound. It doesn't last long. The moment you press play, the countdown begins. The record melts slowly as it spins, warping the song like a ghost fading mid-note. Artists and sound engineers have created these frozen singles in ultra-cold studios using laser cutting tools or casts. Some melt halfway through a song. Others survive an entire track before turning into puddles. It's an experience you feel as much as hear. Fragile, eerie, and unforgettable. Like listening to a memory that's dissolving in real time. It's not mass-produced, you can't order one online. But the idea that sound can live briefly inside something destined to vanish? That's the kind of thing you'll only ever see once. It sounds uncomfortable, and to be honest, it probably is. But someone went all in and built a full-body suit from Lego bricks. Not a costume glued together for display, but a wearable, bendable walking suit made entirely from the same blocks kids build castles with. You can find footage online of creators locking together hundreds of bricks into a chest plate, arms, even flexible joints. The suit makes noise with every step, and if you fall, well, you're landing on plastic. Some designers have taken it further, incorporating moving parts, LED lights, or hidden pockets. Others try to reenact superhero armor or futuristic soldier gear using nothing but old Lego sets. It's fun, a little insane, and oddly beautiful. Watching someone clunk across the street in rainbow armor that clicks and rattles with each step, it's the kind of thing you don't forget. Fashion runway? Maybe not. Viral internet gold? Absolutely. You've heard of moving house, but have you seen it done literally, with ropes and people? In rural Malaysia, there's a centuries-old tradition called angkat rumah, which means lifting house. When a family relocates, the community gathers, not to pack boxes, but to physically lift the house and carry it to a new spot. These homes are built on stilts, usually from wood, and are designed to be lightweight enough for a group of neighbors to hoist onto their shoulders and walk it down the road. No trucks, no trailers, just teamwork, coordination, and tradition. You'll see a long line of men supporting the beams as the house inches forward like a parade float. Sometimes there's music, sometimes they wear matching shirts. It's not just a cultural show, it's real, practical, and still done today. Seeing a full-size home stroll past like it's going for a walk is one of the most surreal and community-powered sights on Earth. At first glance, they look like art installations. Glass boxes in the middle of a park, lit with soft neon and fully see-through. But step inside, and the magic begins. These are Tokyo's transparent public restrooms, part of a citywide design project to make public spaces more inviting, clean, and safe. When the door is unlocked, the walls are completely clear, letting you see that the bathroom is spotless and empty. But the moment you lock the door, the glass turns opaque. Instantly. No curtains, no screens, just smart glass reacting to the lock. It's a high-tech twist on one of the most basic human needs, and it works flawlessly. Visitors are blown away by the experience. It's part comfort, part curiosity, and all innovation. You're not just using a restroom, you're stepping into a building that responds to your presence like something out of Black Mirror, without the dystopia. It looks like something out of a video game, an icy blue banana with frosted skin and a vanilla scent. And the wildest part, it tastes like soft serve. The blue Java banana, often called the ice cream banana, grows in Southeast Asia, Hawaii, and parts of Central America. Unlike the bright yellow ones in your grocery store, these bananas have a silvery blue skin when unripe and a smooth, creamy texture once they ripen. The flavor is shockingly close to vanilla ice cream, with hints of apple and citrus. Farmers love them because they're hardy and can survive colder climates, but most people have never even heard of them, let alone tasted one. They're harder to find in stores, often grown locally and eaten fresh. Slicing into one feels like unlocking a secret fruit level. Familiar on the outside, totally unexpected on the inside. No, someone didn't come along with a paintbrush and go wild. The rainbow eucalyptus is 100% real, and honestly, it looks like a tree straight out of a fantasy novel. Found in parts of Southeast Asia, Papua New Guinea, and Hawaii, these trees grow tall and smooth with bark that peels away in layers, revealing neon streaks underneath. As the outer bark falls off, it exposes bright green, and then it darkens into electric shades of blue, purple, red, and orange as it ages. Every trunk is unique, some with drips like melted crayons, others with abstract streaks, kind of like modern art. The colors are so vivid they barely look natural, but there's no dye, no trick, just a rare species of tree that wears its growth rings in full color. It's one of those rare moments where nature totally outperforms human imagination, a living artwork that towers up to 200 feet tall. It's smaller than your fingernail, but it reflects light like it was dipped in molten gold. Meet the golden tortoise beetle, a tiny insect that looks like a living piece of jewelry. Found across parts of the Americas, this beetle can shimmer like polished metal, flashing gold, bronze, and red, depending on its mood or surroundings. What's wild is that its shine isn't caused by pigment. Instead, microscopic structures on its shell reflect light in ways that make it look like a mirror. And it can change. When the beetle is disturbed or stressed, it loses that golden cloak and shifts to a duller, reddish tone. Scientists still don't fully understand why it shifts colors like that, but the effect is honestly mesmerizing. Holding one feels like discovering a treasure chest in a garden. It's not rare because it doesn't exist. It's rare because most people just walk past it, never knowing what's gleaming under their own feet. Every spring in Japan, a surreal event takes place. Near the base of Mount Fuji, over 800,000 blooming flowers explode in shades of hot pink, lavender, and white. This is the Shibazakura Festival, where the ground is covered in dense fields of moss flocks that look like a living carpet rolled out for miles. Unlike cherry blossoms, which float above you, these flowers stretch underfoot in thick, soft layers, creating a kind of natural rug that wraps around lakes and walkways. The backdrop? A snow-capped Mount Fuji rising into the sky like a postcard brought to life. Tourists from all over the world line up just to take photos because the effect is almost unreal. From a distance, it looks like someone digitally colored the earth. But up close, you can smell the sweet scent and hear the quiet hum of bees dancing through the petals. It's honestly one of the most peaceful and breathtaking visuals nature can offer. So there's this lake where you can literally swim through clouds of jellyfish and honestly not get stung at all. It sounds totally fake, right? But nope, it's real. And you'll find it in Palau, which is this remote island nation way out in the Pacific. Jellyfish Lake is home to like millions of golden jellyfish that just drift silently through the water, kind of like glowing lanterns. Over generations, these jellyfish evolved all alone and, well, they lost their ability to sting since there were no predators hanging out in the lake. The result? You can snorkel through the water as thousands of them pulse around you, brushing gently against your skin. I mean, it honestly feels like floating in a slow-motion dream. The water's warm, the light filters down all soft and golden, and the jellyfish move with this super chill, rhythmic grace. It's not a theme park or some kind of simulation. It's a real place where nature cooked up something you'd expect to see in a Studio Ghibli film. Peaceful, strange, and honestly, completely unforgettable. Forget about frozen snacks and, those sad, lukewarm coffees. In Rome, there's actually a vending machine that doesn't just serve pizza, it straight up makes it, from scratch. This towering red box called Mr. Go Pizza rolls out the dough, spreads the sauce, sprinkles the cheese, and bakes a hot pizza. All right there while you watch through a glass window. The whole process takes about 3 minutes. You just pick your toppings from a screen, pay with your card or cash, and in no time, you're pulling out a steaming pie. And get this, it's not just a novelty. Locals actually use it, especially late at night when all the pizzerias are closed. The machine needs real dough and uses fresh ingredients that are stored inside. It even slices the pizza before serving it up in a box. You could totally walk past it and think it's just a photo booth until the smell of pizza hits you. It's part tech, part kitchen, and honestly, 100% proof that even fast food in Italy has standards. So in most countries, green means go, but in Japan, it still means go, but sometimes the green looks, well, suspiciously blue. It's not a malfunction, it's not a faded bulb either. This is actually on purpose. See, the Japanese language traditionally used the same word for both green and blue, AO. And even though modern Japanese has a word for green now, a lot of traffic lights still use this bluish shade of green that's honestly closer to teal. It's this quirky mix of linguistics, culture, and design. The bulbs technically meet the definition of green under traffic safety standards, but to your eyes, they're blue enough to really stand out. Tourists notice it right away and usually think something's up. But for locals, it's just another normal part of city life. When you're walking through Tokyo at night, surrounded by neon signs, vending machines, and electric everything, even the stoplights just add to the whole color show. Here's the deal. 1 book, 2 stories, and honestly, no wrong way to start. That's the idea behind this antique format that, well, connects 2 separate books back to back, literally. You finish 1 story, flip the book over, and boom, you're starting the next one from the other side. There's no front or back cover, just 2 beginnings facing outward. The name comes from French, meaning back to back, and this design actually dates all the way back to the 16th and 17th centuries. Book collectors are obsessed, and yeah, libraries around the world still have originals on display. Some of these books contain a pair of novels. Others, they feature things like religious texts, poetry, or maybe science paired up with philosophy. It's kind of like holding a literary double feature right in your hands. These days, a few indie publishers are bringing it back as a novelty, but those originals? Oh, they're total museum-level treasures. Just flip it once, and you're reading a whole new world. At first glance, Romanesco broccoli looks like, I don't know, an alien cauliflower sculpted by a computer or something. But this is Romanesco. Seriously, one of the most mathematically mind-blowing vegetables on Earth. It's bright lime green and covered in spirals that look way too precise to be natural. But yeah, Romanesco is a real edible plant you can actually cook and eat. What makes it so strange is its shape. Every single bud on the head is basically a smaller version of the entire vegetable, all arranged in a pattern that follows the Fibonacci sequence. It's like fractal geometry in your produce aisle. Chefs love it for its nutty flavor and crisp texture, but honestly, science nerds love it even more for its design. You'll spot it at farmers markets, upscale groceries, and sometimes even in art museums. Seriously, not kidding. It doesn't just grow randomly, it grows in math. Most people have never seen one, and when they do, they usually assume it's fake. But it's real, it's natural, and it's proof that sometimes the weirdest shapes in the universe come straight from the dirt. This bird looks like it walked out of a gothic fantasy. The ayam cemani, native to Indonesia, is known as the Lamborghini of poultry, and once you see it, you'll understand why. Its feathers aren't just black, they shimmer with a greenish-purple metallic sheen. But that's just the beginning. This chicken is black all the way through. Its skin, beak, comb, tongue, meat, bones, and even internal organs are jet black. The color comes from a genetic trait called fibromelanosis, which causes extreme pigmentation. Despite its intense appearance, it's not a dangerous bird. It behaves just like any regular chicken, roaming around, clucking softly, and pecking at the ground. In Indonesia, it's considered a symbol of power and mystique, often linked with old rituals and status. Outside its home country, it's rare and pricey, sometimes selling for thousands of dollars. You won't find it in your average grocery store. Seeing one in real life feels surreal, like meeting a bird that's been dipped in ink and brought to life by mythology. In a world where space is tight and time is money, someone finally built a bike that disappears into a backpack. No exaggeration. This isn't a folding bike that still takes up half your hallway. This is a sleek, portable ride that collapses small enough to sling over your shoulders and walk into a coffee shop without anyone even realizing you brought a vehicle with you. It's called a backpack bike, and it's one of the smartest urban inventions of the decade. Engineers have created models with aluminum or carbon fiber frames that fold into tight geometric sections, weighing as little as 14 pounds. When you're riding, it looks and feels like a compact commuter bike. But step off, press a few release points, and the whole thing transforms. Bars tuck in, pedals flip, and wheels nestle perfectly against the frame. In under 30 seconds, you're wearing your ride. These bikes are already being used by students navigating packed campuses, office workers avoiding parking chaos, and even travelers exploring cities without rental cars. There are versions with electric motors too, giving you a powered boost and then charging while folded. Some fold so flat they're allowed on airplanes as carry-ons. It's sustainable, efficient, and futuristic, without being flashy. And in a city where lockers are small, apartments are smaller, and sidewalks are crowded, this is what freedom looks like in 2025. 2 wheels, no limits, and your entire mode of transport zipped up behind you. It's easy to overlook a bus that kneels. But in cities around the world, a quiet bit of engineering is changing lives every single day. It's called a kneeling bus. At first glance, it looks like any other public transit vehicle. Big, boxy, loud. But watch closely when someone steps up to board, especially a person in a wheelchair or pushing a stroller. With the press of a button, the entire bus lowers itself on one side. The body leans down, closer to the curb, shrinking the step to just a few inches or eliminating it entirely. Some models deploy a small ramp automatically. Others just tilt enough to make boarding feel like walking onto a sidewalk. It's subtle, fast, and brilliantly designed. Inside, there's room for wheelchair users to lock in safely, priority seating for those who need it, and enough space to make movement easy. These aren't special buses, they're becoming the standard. And they don't just help people with disabilities. Elderly passengers, parents with strollers, travelers with suitcases all benefit. In a world that often forgets to include everyone, the kneeling bus is a quiet reminder that design can be powerful without being loud. It doesn't shout progress. It rolls up, lowers itself, opens its doors, and simply says, "You're welcome here."
In 1901, sponge divers exploring an ancient shipwreck near the Greek island of Antikythera stumbled upon something that shouldn't have existed. Among the usual treasures, statues, amphorae, coins, was a lump of corroded bronze that looked completely unremarkable. It wasn't until decades later that scientists realized what they had found. A mechanism so advanced it rewrote everything we thought we knew about ancient technology. The Antikythera mechanism is an intricate system of bronze gears, dials, and inscriptions. It was built over 2,000 years ago, but its complexity rivals that of 18th century clockwork. It could track the movements of the sun, moon, and planets, predict eclipses, and even account for the irregular motion of the moon. It's not just an ancient gadget, it's a fully functional mechanical computer. But how could something so precise exist in a world that, according to history books, had nothing remotely close to this level of engineering? Modern X-ray scans revealed over 30 interlocking gears, precisely cut and arranged with a sophistication thought impossible for the time. The workmanship suggests knowledge of differential gears, something history tells us wasn't developed until thousands of years later. The device was operated with a hand crank, moving the gears in perfect harmony to calculate celestial events with astonishing accuracy. Its discovery forces a difficult question. Was ancient civilization more advanced than we think? If technology like this was possible over 2,000 years ago, what else has been lost to time? What other impossible inventions are waiting beneath the waves or buried in forgotten ruins? If the Antikythera mechanism shattered our understanding of ancient technology, this latest discovery obliterates it completely. Unearthed in a remote desert, this artifact is unlike anything seen before, a 3,000-year-old device that looks shockingly similar to a modern cell phone. Carved from an unknown material, it features precise grid-like buttons, each marked with ancient symbols resembling cuneiform script. At the top, a recessed display area hints at some kind of interface. Was this an ancient computational tool, a lost relic from a forgotten civilization even more advanced than we imagined? This discovery raises unsettling questions, ones we may not be ready to answer. Some artifacts don't just challenge history, they quietly rewrite the capabilities of those who created them. Among them is the Viking Unartok disc, a small, unassuming wooden fragment found in Greenland. Initially dismissed as just another broken relic, closer examination revealed something far more intriguing. The disc appears to be a sophisticated navigation tool, possibly a sun compass that allowed Viking sailors to traverse the open seas with astonishing accuracy. This changes everything we thought we knew about early seafaring. The Vikings were already known as master navigators, but conventional wisdom suggests they relied on landmarks, wave patterns, and crude compasses. The Unartok disc, however, suggests a level of precision that should have been impossible at the time. It may have worked by using a shadow stick to track the sun's position, allowing sailors to calculate direction even when conditions were less than ideal. Some researchers believe it could have been paired with sunstones, a type of crystal that can detect sunlight through cloud cover. If true, this would mean that Viking navigation was far more advanced than previously believed, allowing them to cross vast distances with methods lost to time. But how did they develop such a tool? Did they inherit knowledge from an even older civilization, or were they simply far ahead of their time? Advanced tools weren't limited to Viking navigators. In the ruins of an ancient city in Iran, archaeologists uncovered something that shouldn't exist: a 5,000-year-old artificial eye. It was found in the burial site of a woman, resting inside her eye socket. But this wasn't just a crude attempt at a prosthetic. It was meticulously crafted, made of a material resembling a mix of tar and animal fat, and polished to a reflective shine. Even more fascinating, it had delicate gold filaments etched into its surface, possibly to mimic the appearance of blood vessels. Why would an early civilization create such a sophisticated prosthetic? Was it purely cosmetic, or did it serve a deeper function? The craftsmanship suggests that whoever designed it understood optics and aesthetics in ways that seem out of place for the time. Even stranger, researchers found markings on the eye that could have been used for ritual or medical purposes. Did this civilization understand more about human anatomy than we give them credit for? Was this an early attempt at vision restoration, or a status symbol for someone of great importance? The more we learn about this discovery, the less it fits into what we thought we knew about ancient medical advancements. But one thing is clear: this wasn't just an ornament. It was a glimpse into a forgotten world of knowledge, one that raises unsettling questions about what else has been lost to history. Some artifacts hint at forgotten technology, others at lost knowledge. But some, like the Trundholm Sun Chariot, suggest an understanding of the cosmos far beyond what should have been possible. Discovered in Denmark, this 3,500-year-old bronze sculpture features a horse pulling a large golden disc mounted on wheels. At first glance, it seems like a religious artifact, a representation of a sun deity. But deeper analysis suggests it was more than just art. It may have been an early astronomical model, used to track the sun's movement across the sky. The disc itself is gilded on one side and dark on the other, mirroring the sun's daily journey from day to night. Some researchers believe it wasn't just a symbolic object but a Bronze Age mechanism for understanding celestial cycles. If so, it could mean that early Scandinavian cultures had a far greater grasp of astronomy than previously thought. But where did they gain this knowledge? The chariot's design has parallels to other ancient sun cults, from Egypt to Mesopotamia. Did these civilizations share information, or were they independently arriving at the same conclusions about the cosmos? Either way, the sun chariot's existence suggests that long before written records, humanity was already mapping the heavens in ways we still struggle to understand. If ancient people could track the stars, what else did they know? Deep in the jungles of Cambodia, the Ta Prohm Temple holds a carving that has baffled archaeologists for years. Nestled among depictions of animals like monkeys and water buffalo is a figure that looks shockingly familiar. A creature with a row of plate-like shapes along its back, resembling a stegosaurus. But how could an artist from the 12th century have known about a dinosaur that supposedly went extinct 150 million years ago? Some argue that the carving is pure coincidence, a stylized representation of another animal. Others suggest that ancient cultures may have unearthed fossils and reconstructed creatures from the past, much like modern paleontologists. But the eerie accuracy of the carving raises an even wilder possibility. Did humans and dinosaurs ever coexist in some way that history refuses to acknowledge? The official answer is no. Yet depictions of creatures resembling dinosaurs appear in myths and carvings around the world. The Ta Prohm carving may never provide a definitive answer, but it does force us to reconsider how much of Earth's history remains buried, both in the ground and in the stories of ancient civilizations. Some mysteries lie in plain sight. The Lycurgus cup, an intricate Roman glass goblet dating back 1,600 years, has been sitting in museums for decades. But it wasn't until modern scientists examined it under different lighting conditions that its true nature was revealed. The cup changes color, glowing deep red when light passes through from behind, and shifting to green when lit from the front. This effect is caused by nanoparticles of gold and silver embedded in the glass, a technology so advanced that scientists today struggle to replicate it. The particles are smaller than 1,000th of a human hair, precisely arranged in a way that affects how the glass interacts with light. Modern materials scientists use similar nanotechnology for optical sensors, but how did ancient Roman artisans achieve this without microscopes or an understanding of particle physics? Was it an accidental discovery, or did they have a lost method of working with materials at the molecular level? If this knowledge once existed, why was it forgotten? The Lycurgus cup isn't just a beautiful artifact, it's evidence that ancient civilizations may have been experimenting with technology far beyond what we give them credit for. If the Romans were capable of manipulating nanotechnology, what other engineering feats from the past have we overlooked? Scattered across the rocky terrain of Malta, deep parallel grooves crisscross the land, as if giant carts had once carved them into the stone. These so-called cart ruts have puzzled researchers for centuries. Some are shallow, others sink nearly 2 feet deep, and many lead straight into the sea. Who made them, and why? The tracks are thousands of years old, yet there's no evidence of wheeled vehicles from that era. Some believe they were used to transport massive stone blocks, but their width varies too much for standard carts. Others suggest they may have been part of an advanced irrigation or transportation system, worn down by centuries of use. And then there's the most perplexing detail. Some of the ruts seem to continue underwater, disappearing beneath the waves. Were they made before the sea levels rose, or did an unknown civilization build them during a time lost to history? With no written records and no definitive explanation, the Malta cart ruts remain one of the most unsettling mysteries of the ancient world. Strange symbols and ancient engineering are one thing, but sometimes an artifact feels like a direct message from the past. The Shagir idol, a 12,000-year-old wooden statue found in Russia, is the oldest known wooden sculpture in the world. Towering over 17 feet tall, it was carved from a single massive larch tree, one that was already at least 150 years old when it was cut down. But it's not just its age that makes it extraordinary. The idol is covered in cryptic markings that seem to hold a message, one that remains undeciphered to this day. The carvings feature zigzags, human-like faces, and geometric patterns, arranged in a way that suggests they weren't just decorative. Some researchers believe they could be an early form of writing, an attempt to preserve knowledge before the rise of civilization as we know it. But if that's true, then who created it, and what were they trying to say? The age of the Shagir idol means it predates Stonehenge, the pyramids, and even the first known cities. It suggests that long before recorded history, someone was carving messages into wood, trying to communicate across millennia. But was it a warning, a story, a code we have yet to break? Whatever it is, the Shagir idol is proof that our understanding of ancient civilizations is still full of gaps that may never be fully filled. Sometimes the most impossible discoveries are the simplest ones. A hammer shouldn't be shocking, but when a hammer is encased in rock believed to be over 100 million years old, it becomes something else entirely. This strange artifact, known as the London hammer, was found in Texas in 1936. The handle, partially fossilized, and the metal head, composed of an iron alloy resistant to rust, were sealed inside ancient limestone. According to mainstream geology, the rock should predate human existence by millions of years. How could a hammer be trapped in such ancient stone? Some suggest it was simply a natural concretion, a rare but possible process where minerals solidify around an object over time. But others argue that the metal composition, 99% iron with no impurities, suggests a level of refinement that shouldn't have existed thousands of years ago, let alone millions. If this hammer really is as old as the rock surrounding it, then either our understanding of history is deeply flawed, or an unknown civilization existed in the distant past, one that left behind traces of impossible technology. The London hammer isn't the only out-of-place metal artifact. In 1974 near Aiud, Romania, a strange wedge-shaped piece of aluminum was found buried 30 feet underground, alongside fossilized mastodon bones. At first it seemed like a modern industrial remnant, but metallurgical testing revealed something disturbing. The object was made of an aluminum alloy, a material that wasn't developed until the 19th century. Yet it was buried in a layer of sediment estimated to be at least 20,000 years old. Aluminum doesn't occur naturally in metallic form, it must be refined using advanced technology. So how did an aluminum wedge end up in prehistoric Romania? Some believe it could be the remains of a lost civilization, one capable of metallurgy long before history records such advancements. Others go even further, suggesting it resembles a piece of aeronautical or mechanical equipment, leading to wild theories about ancient flight, or even something extraterrestrial. The AIUD wedge defies easy explanation. Whether it's evidence of a civilization we know nothing about, or just an anomaly lost in time, it's a mystery that refuses to go away. If humans were experimenting with advanced metals thousands of years ago, could they also have harnessed electricity? The Baghdad battery, a 2,000-year-old clay jar found in Iraq, suggests they might have. This small vessel contains a copper cylinder and an iron rod, sealed inside with bitumen. When filled with an acidic liquid, like vinegar or grape juice, it produces a small electrical charge. But why would an ancient civilization need a battery? Some suggest it was used for electroplating, a process that coats objects in thin layers of metal. Others believe it had religious or medicinal purposes, possibly as an early electrical therapy device. While skeptics argue that the battery's design may have been coincidental, its components are undeniably similar to modern galvanic cells. If ancient cultures understood electricity even at a basic level, what else did they know? The Baghdad battery hints at the possibility that some forms of technology were discovered, used, and then mysteriously forgotten, long before history officially records them. Some artifacts defy explanation, not because of their function, but because of the mystery surrounding their purpose. In the ruins of Hattusa, the capital of the ancient Hittite Empire, sits an object unlike anything else in the region. A polished green stone resting in the center of what was once a great temple. It doesn't match any other known Hittite relics, and no inscriptions explain why it was placed there. For centuries, locals and visitors alike have speculated that the stone held sacred significance, with some even believing it was a gift from the gods. The most intriguing part? No one knows exactly where the stone came from. It doesn't match the surrounding geology, and there are no records of the Hittites transporting such a massive piece of polished mineral. Some researchers suggest it may have been part of an ancient energy cult, used in rituals meant to harness or store energy. Perhaps something akin to what we now call piezoelectric properties. Others believe it could have been an object of celestial origin, possibly even a meteorite revered by the ancient people. Theories abound, but facts are scarce. All that remains is an eerie, silent monolith that continues to puzzle those who stand before it. Some discoveries seem so geographically impossible that they threaten to rewrite history. The Fuente Magna Bowl, found near Lake Titicaca in Bolivia, is one of them. At first glance it appears to be a simple ceramic vessel, but on its inner surface are inscriptions that closely resemble Sumerian cuneiform, a script from ancient Mesopotamia thousands of miles away. According to mainstream history, there should be no connection between the Sumerians and pre-Columbian South America. Yet, this artifact suggests otherwise. The bowl's symbols have been studied by multiple researchers, some of whom argue that they are a form of Proto-Sumerian writing. This has led to a controversial theory. Could ancient Sumerians have crossed the Atlantic thousands of years before Columbus? Some believe this points to a forgotten transoceanic connection, perhaps evidence of long-lost trade routes or a civilization that predated both cultures and influenced them both. Skeptics argue that the engravings are coincidental, or that the artifact is a modern forgery. But if it is genuine, the Fuente Magna Bowl would force historians to reconsider everything we think we know about ancient migrations and global connections. At first glance, the Roman dodecahedrons seem more like modern art than ancient relics. These small, hollow, 12-sided objects have been found across Europe, from Britain to Hungary. Made of bronze or stone, they have precisely shaped holes on each face and small knobs at the corners. Despite being discovered in dozens of locations, no one knows exactly what they were used for. There are no known Roman texts that mention them, and they don't seem to fit into any known category of tool, weapon, or religious object. Theories range from astronomical instruments to military signaling devices, or even tools for knitting gloves. Some suggest they may have been measuring instruments, used to calculate distances or angles. Their size varies, which makes standardization unlikely, but their design is too deliberate to be purely decorative. The strangest part? Many have been found in Roman military sites and private homes, yet their function remains unknown. If they were scientific devices, could they represent a lost field of Roman engineering that was never documented, or were they part of a knowledge system that vanished when the empire fell? Until more evidence emerges, these bizarre geometric relics remain one of the most intriguing puzzles of the ancient world. Some artifacts are lost to time, not because they were destroyed, but because they were deliberately hidden. The Kochno stone, a massive slab covered in mysterious cup and ring markings, was buried in Scotland for decades, on purpose. First uncovered in the 19th century, this 5,000-year-old stone features intricate circular patterns, some connected by lines, others standing alone. Archaeologists couldn't agree on what they meant. Some saw them as ritual symbols, others as landmarkers. And then there were those who believed the carvings were something more precise, a star map, etched in stone. The markings resemble known constellations, leading some researchers to theorize that the stone was a prehistoric astronomical chart, a way of tracking celestial movements thousands of years ago. Others speculate that the cup and ring engravings could represent something even stranger, an ancient form of communication, possibly even a record of a forgotten system of knowledge. But why was it reburied in the 1960s? Some say it was to protect it from erosion. Others whisper that the patterns on the stone led to uncomfortable questions about what early civilizations actually understood. If the Kokno stone was a map of the stars, who created it, and why did their knowledge seem to vanish? If prehistoric civilizations were tracking the stars, could they have also dreamed of conquering the skies? Inside a 2,000-year-old Egyptian tomb, archaeologists found an object that doesn't seem to belong in the ancient world, a wooden carving shaped like a modern glider. It became known as the Saqqara bird, a relic that has fueled endless debates. With its slender aerodynamic wings and vertical tail, it resembles a primitive model airplane more than a simple bird. But if this is truly what it appears to be, the implications are staggering. Some researchers argue that the Saqqara bird was more than just a symbolic carving, it was a blueprint. Modern tests on replicas have shown that its shape allows for stable flight, suggesting that the ancient Egyptians may have understood the principles of aerodynamics long before the Wright brothers. Could it have been part of an experiment in early flight, or even a scaled-down model of a lost full-sized contraption? Skeptics claim it was just an artistic representation, perhaps a toy or religious artifact, but that doesn't explain why its form is so eerily similar to modern gliders. If the Egyptians were experimenting with flight, where did that knowledge go? Was it abandoned, erased, or simply waiting to be rediscovered? Some discoveries don't just challenge history, they break it apart. Deep within the Temple of Hathor in Dendera, Egypt, a strange series of carvings stand out among the hieroglyphs. Unlike traditional Egyptian depictions, these reliefs show elongated bulbous shapes with serpent-like filaments inside, connected to what appear to be cables and a base resembling a power source. To the untrained eye, it looks like an ancient light bulb. But could the Dendera light bulb really be evidence that the Egyptians had knowledge of electricity thousands of years before it was officially discovered? Mainstream scholars dismiss the idea, claiming the images represent a mythological scene, possibly linked to creation stories or ritual practices, but the resemblance to modern electrical components is too striking to ignore. Some researchers speculate that the Egyptians may have used primitive electroplating techniques, a process that requires an electrical charge to gild objects with gold. If they understood electricity on even a basic level, is it so impossible to imagine that they could have used it for illumination in their underground chambers, where torches would have left soot-stained ceilings? But none have been found? If the Dendera carvings truly depict an ancient lighting system, then everything we thought we knew about early technology is wrong. The Dendera light bulb remains an enigma, a final riddle carved in stone, a silent challenge from the past, daring us to understand what has been forgotten. Let's take you into a place most people will never see with their own eyes, a place guarded tighter than Fort Knox. No, seriously, this is where money is born. Real, legal, hold it in your hand cash. It doesn't start in banks, it starts deep inside high-security printing facilities like the Bureau of Engraving and Printing in Washington, D.C. or the U.S. Mint in Fort Worth, Texas. Walking into these places feels like stepping into a spy thriller. Metal detectors, biometric scans, armed guards. And past all that, giant roaring machines that spit out stacks of money like it's nothing. But this isn't Monopoly paper. Each bill starts its life on massive rolls of special material. We'll get to that recipe later, but for now, picture room-sized printers taller than a basketball player working 24/7. The noise is constant. The smell is thick, a mix of ink, oil, and paper. There are conveyor belts stretching like highways, moving hundreds of uncut bills from one station to the next. Workers in protective gear operate the machines with laser focus. They're not just hitting print, they're crafting high-security documents, each one more complex than a passport. Security is everywhere. Every person, every movement, every sheet of currency is tracked. Cameras are mounted from every angle, watching not just for theft, but for even the tiniest mistake in production. These bills don't just have to look good, they have to be perfect. If something's off by even a fraction of an inch, the whole sheet gets flagged and pulled. And here's something most people don't know. These facilities don't just print money for the United States. Some print currency for foreign governments too, under tight contracts. That's right, your dollar bills might have siblings all over the world, printed in the same factory. It's almost like the Avengers of banknotes being assembled under one roof. The craziest part? If you ever got your hands on one of those big uncut sheets of cash, they exist by the way, and you can actually buy them as collectibles, you'd realize just how surreal it is to see money before it becomes money. It looks like wallpaper for billionaires. Walking through these money-making factories is like seeing a living machine. All parts working in sync, all leading to one goal: to create something you carry in your pocket, hand over at the coffee shop, or maybe even save in your sock drawer. It's so easy to forget how much work goes into a simple bill. But now you know, money isn't just printed, it's built, layer by layer, security feature by security feature, inside some of the most protected buildings on Earth. And this is just the beginning. The real magic happens next. Alright, you've seen the machines, the guarded buildings, the roaring presses that pump out stacks of cash. But now let's talk about something even crazier, the material itself. Because real money, it's not made out of paper, at least not the kind you're used to. It doesn't come from trees, it's not the same stuff your notebook or printer paper is made from. In fact, what your money is printed on is so special, it has its own secret recipe. And it's more like fabric than paper. American banknotes are printed on a blend of 75% cotton and 25% linen. Yep, cotton. The same plant used to make your jeans and t-shirts is also behind the bill you used to buy your last burger. This mix gives money that strong, crisp feel. It doesn't tear as easily. It doesn't fall apart if you forget it in your pocket during a laundry cycle. And most importantly, it's nearly impossible to copy. That's the whole point. Now that paper isn't just thrown together in a factory like cardboard. It's made at a secret facility in Massachusetts, the Crane Paper Company, which has been supplying the US government with currency paper for more than a century. Their process? Locked down. They don't even let phones near the production floor. This isn't just security theater. This is high-stakes protection of the literal foundation of money. But it gets better. The paper isn't smooth. Run your fingers across a bill and you'll feel tiny grooves. Those are fibers, some of them dyed red and blue. Those threads aren't random. They're actually embedded during the paper-making process, not printed later. They move with the paper, not on it. It's one of the reasons fake bills feel off. They look close, but they never feel right. And then there's the security thread. You've seen it. That little strip that runs vertically in your 5, 10, 20 and up. That thread is woven into the paper itself before the ink even touches it. Shine a UV light on it, and boom, different bills glow in different colors. It's like a built-in anti-fraud light show. Let's not forget the watermark. That ghostly face you can see when you hold a bill up to the light. That's not printed on. It's baked right into the paper during production. Counterfeiters try to copy it with ink, but real watermarks look like shadows floating inside the paper fibers. That's a whole different level of detail. Even more wild? The ink used later on, it bonds with this cotton linen material in a way that makes removal almost impossible. Try scrubbing it, bleaching it, even soaking it in chemicals, the image won't come off cleanly. That's the point. And just in case someone really wants to try and copy it, some bills even contain magnetic ink that machines can read but people can't even see. It's like money was designed not just to be used but to fight back if you ever tried to fake it. And that's not just a US thing. Many countries have their own recipe. Australia and Canada, they've gone full plastic, using polymer banknotes that feel like futuristic credit cards. These are waterproof and have transparent windows that look like something out of a sci-fi movie. The point is, every inch of that paper is planned, thought out, engineered to be hard to duplicate, easy to recognize, and strong enough to survive years of folding, crumpling, and even the occasional trip through a washing machine. So next time you hold a $20 bill, just remember, you're not just holding paper, you're holding a high-tech, fiber-laced, security-loaded, chemical-proof little masterpiece that started out as something closer to clothing than to copy paper. And somehow, that's just the beginning of what makes money so incredible. You might think coloring money is just like printing a magazine or a poster. Hit print, wait for the ink to dry, and boom, done. But printing real money? That's a whole different beast. It's not just about color, it's about precision, protection, and making something that's almost impossible to copy. Let's start with the ink itself. This isn't your everyday office toner or art supply. The ink used to print money is custom-made and loaded with secrets. Some of it changes color when you tilt it. Some reacts to ultraviolet light. Some even has magnetic properties that only machines can detect. It's a chemical cocktail brewed not just for looks, but for security. The process begins with a layer of offset printing. This lays down the background color. Those soft greens, peaches and blues that fill the backdrop of your bills. It's the first thing that hits the paper, and it sets the stage. It's fast and smooth, like painting a canvas before the real details go on. But the real magic? That comes next. Intaglio printing. This is where your money gets its texture and depth. The word might sound fancy, but here's what it means. Artists engrave designs into metal plates. Ink is pressed into these grooves and then wiped off the surface, leaving ink only in the carved areas. Then when the plate meets the paper with a ton of pressure, literally, the ink is transferred, and the result is that raised, textured feel on a fresh bill. Run your fingers over $1 and feel the roughness? That's intaglio. It's like sculpting with ink. This method creates that sharp, almost three-dimensional look that fake bills can't imitate. It's why real money pops under light and feels tough under your fingers. No household printer on earth can copy that. Now here's something most people don't realize. Every denomination gets its own unique ink mix. That's why a $5 bill looks different from a $20 bill, not just in design, but in tone and shading. Each one has to stand out at a glance. Even the black ink used for the serial numbers is special. It's mixed with magnetic particles so machines can read the bill automatically without anyone even looking. And none of this is left to chance. Each batch of ink is tested, tracked, and accounted for. If even one drop goes missing, alarms go off. Workers wear gloves, tools are locked up, and even waste ink is collected and destroyed under supervision. These places treat ink like it's gold. Sometimes entire sheets are scrapped just because the ink density was slightly off. The color has to be perfect every single time or the whole batch is toast. That's how tight the quality control is. And just when you think you've seen it all, new tech keeps rolling in. Countries like Switzerland and Canada are experimenting with transparent windows, metallic foils, and even holograms. You hold it in your hand, and it feels more like Iron Man's gear than cash. It's wild. Hold a bill up to the light, tilt it, flip it. Now look closer. No, closer. Because what you're holding isn't just a printed piece of currency. It's a puzzle, a battlefield of invisible defenses. While it may look simple on the surface, real money is packed with secret features so tiny, so clever, and so advanced that you might carry it every day and never notice them. Until now. Let's start with microprinting. This is text so small, you'd need a magnifying glass, or a macro camera lens, to read it. On the US $5 bill, for example, the words USA 5 are hidden inside Lincoln's collar. On the $100 bill, the United States of America is tucked into Franklin's jacket. These aren't just for show. Microtext is nearly impossible to duplicate cleanly with home printers or scanners. Even top-tier counterfeiters struggle with it. Why? Because if the text isn't laser crisp, it's an instant giveaway. Then there are security threads. If you've ever noticed that plastic-looking strip running vertically through your bill, that's not just decoration. It's embedded in the paper itself, woven in during the paper-making process, not glued on later. And it's not just a plain strip, it glows under ultraviolet light. A $20 bill, that thread lights up green. A $10, orange. A $100, pink. These colors are locked into the materials themselves, something regular ink just can't fake. There's more. Some banknotes contain infrared features, designs or layers that can only be seen under special infrared light. These aren't even visible to the human eye. Banks use high-tech machines to scan for them instantly. If it's not there, the bill's fake, no debate. And don't forget about watermarks, those ghost-like images that seem to float inside the bill when you hold it up to light. They're not printed on. They're formed during the paper's creation, by changing the thickness of the material in precise areas. This gives the watermark a translucent quality, making it nearly impossible to copy with ink or toner. Some bills also hide tactile marks for the visually impaired. In Canada and the Eurozone, raised dots and patterns are used so people with vision loss can identify the bill by touch. It's a functional feature, but it also adds another layer of security. More texture, more detail, more things counterfeiters can't easily mimic. Oh, and get this, some money even hides images that only appear under magnification or special light sources. In certain banknotes, zoom in far enough and you'll find images of eagles, stars, or even full quotes worked into the design, barely thicker than a human hair. And here's a fun fact for movie fans. Most of the money you see in TV shows and Hollywood blockbusters is fake. Not just because it's illegal to print real-looking bills, but because the genuine stuff is too complicated to replicate even for props. That's why fake movie money always has to be slightly off. All of this magic, this microtext, these hidden threads and glowing inks, they're like layers of armor. Quiet, invisible, but powerful. Together, they form a silent force field around every real bill you hold. So next time you use cash, stop for a second. Look closer. There's an entire world hiding in plain sight. A world built to outsmart criminals, protect economies, and wow anyone curious enough to go beyond the surface. Ever notice those green digits on your cash? That's the serial number, a string of numbers and letters that looks pretty random, but here's the thing, there's nothing random about it. Each bill in circulation has its own identity, like a fingerprint, and believe it or not, those little characters can tell you a lot more than you'd expect. Every bill is trackable, traceable, and absolutely one of a kind. Let's break it down. A serial number typically starts with a letter, followed by 8 numbers and ends with another letter. The first letter represents which Federal Reserve Bank printed the note. There are 12 of them, labeled A through L, from Boston to San Francisco. So right off the bat, your dollar already has a hometown. The next part, the numbers, track where that exact bill falls in the printing cycle. Then the final letter, that indicates how many times that serial number combination has been reused with slight variations because the government reuses sequences in batches. It's like license plates only for money. Now here's where it gets wild. Serial numbers aren't just about organization. They're used for spotting counterfeits. If someone tries to push a fake bill with a number that's already been used, or one that doesn't match official records, it can be flagged instantly. Banks and federal agencies use this system every day to keep tabs on rogue bills. And yes, people collect them. Some folks are obsessed with fancy serial numbers. That's what collectors call bills with patterns like 00000001, or ones with repeating digits like 77777777. There's even a market for what they call radar notes, numbers that read the same forwards and backwards like 123443321. These aren't just novelty items, they can sell for hundreds, even thousands of dollars depending on the condition and denomination. Then you have star notes. These are bills with a little star at the end of the serial number. Why the star? It means that the original note had a printing error and had to be replaced. But instead of throwing off the numbering sequence, they substitute the mistake with a star version. Because of how rare they are, star notes are prized by collectors. It's like a factory-made mistake that turns out to be more valuable than the original. Serial numbers also play a role in crime investigations. Law enforcement can flag bills suspected to be involved in things like fraud or trafficking. Once those numbers are on the watch list, if the bills show up, anywhere from a store register to a bank deposit, red flags go up. It's like a digital trail made of paper. And don't think for a second that these numbers are printed casually. They're applied using high-precision machines in a clean, secure environment. These machines have to hit the exact same spot on each bill over and over again with perfect alignment. If a bill ends up with misaligned serial numbers, it's rejected. Or, plot twist, it's saved as a rare misprint and can become worth more than its face value. Fun fact, there are websites and apps where people can enter serial numbers to see where their bills have been. Some notes have traveled across the country multiple times before landing in your hand. It's like the currency version of a passport. So next time you get change at the store, take a peek. That little line of numbers might look boring, but it's anything but. Behind every bill is a story, a journey, a code that proves it's real, that it was made with care, and that out of the billions printed, yours is one of a kind. So far we've gone through the top secret printing presses, the invisible security features, and the ink that can practically fight crime on its own. But here's a step you might not expect. Before your money becomes the neat little bill in your wallet, it starts out as a giant sheet, like a poster, only covered in cash. And turning that oversized slab into clean, crisp bills, that takes another round of precision machinery and intense quality control. Picture this, a sheet covered with 32 or 50 bills, depending on the denomination and country. The sheet itself is roughly the size of a full kitchen table. Fresh from the press, it's packed with color, texture, serial numbers, watermarks, everything you've learned about so far. But it's not money yet, not until it's been chopped into the exact shape and size we know by heart. That's where the guillotine-style cutters come in. No joke, that's what they're called. These high-powered machines slice through thousands of sheets a day with laser-guided accuracy. One wrong cut, the entire stack could be ruined. So everything is aligned to the millimeter using precision sensors and robotic arms. The machines don't blink, They don't guess. They just slice, fold, stack, and repeat. And there's a specific order to the madness. First, the large sheet is trimmed into rows. Then those rows are trimmed into columns. And only then do the bills start to look like something you'd use at a gas station or hand to a cashier. It's a dance of steel blades and moving belts, synchronized like a machine orchestra. Now this is where humans come back into the picture. After cutting, real people step in for manual inspections. They check edges, corners, ink quality, even the feel of the bill. If there's a tear, a miscut, a misprint, or even the slightest smudge, that bill doesn't make it. Some are shredded on the spot, others get pulled aside for further inspection. You could call it cash boot camp, only the fittest survive. The fresh bills are bundled tightly, usually in bricks of 1,000 notes, and wrapped with straps that include barcodes, batch numbers, and security seals. These bundles are then boxed, sealed, and prepped for shipment. Where? Either to high-security vaults or straight into armored trucks ready to roll across the country. The cutting stage might not sound flashy at first, but it's one of the most crucial steps in the money-making process. It's where chaos becomes order, where potential becomes product, and where your future tip for a pizza delivery driver finally takes shape. We've seen how money is born, but what happens when it gets old, torn, and tired? Believe it or not, there comes a time when even cash gets retired. That crumpled bill in your back pocket? If it's faded, ripped, or just too worn down, it might be headed for the shredder. Yep, real bills are destroyed all the time. In fact, the US government removes billions of dollars worth of old damaged notes from circulation every year. It's not because they're worthless. It's because worn bills are easier to counterfeit and harder for machines to read. The goal? Keep the money supply clean, crisp, and secure. The lifespan of money varies. A $1 bill might last around 5.8 years, a $100 bill, nearly 15 years. The higher the value, the less it changes hands, so it survives longer. But once a bill reaches the end of its life, it's pulled from circulation by banks or sorting machines. From there, it goes to a special facility, often a Federal Reserve Bank, where the real goodbye begins. The destruction process is surprisingly high-tech. It starts with sorting machines that scan bills for damage. If a note fails inspection, maybe it's too faded, too soft, or ripped, it gets automatically diverted to a shredding unit. These machines don't just cut bills in half, they pulverize them into confetti-sized pieces so they can never be used again. Some shredded money is burned for energy, some is turned into recycled materials, and some, it's actually packaged and sold as souvenirs. Ever seen a bag of shredded cash at a gift shop? That's the real deal. Dollars that once circulated through hands, stores, and wallets now reduced to colorful confetti. So yes, money dies, not with a bang but with a buzzsaw hum and a vacuum tube. It's an oddly satisfying end to a journey that may have started in a high-security press and passed through hundreds of people. It's the circle of cash, and every time a bill is destroyed, another is already on its way to take its place. So, the bills are printed, inspected, cut, and bundled. But how do they actually reach you? How does that fresh $20 bill make it from a top-secret facility into your local ATM, or the register at your favorite diner? Once the money is packaged and approved, it doesn't sit around. It's shipped directly to Federal Reserve banks or other central vaults under tight security. We're talking armored trucks, GPS tracking, and guards with nerves of steel. These trucks don't make pit stops. Their job is to move millions of dollars without a single slip. From there, the banks play a massive game of supply and demand. They send cash to commercial banks when needed, to restock ATMs, refill cash drawers, or meet customer withdrawals. Ever notice that crisp, fresh smell from a brand new bill? That's money fresh from the factory, and you're likely one of the first people to touch it. And just like that, the journey's complete. What started as a special cotton linen blend in a high-security building becomes part of your daily life. You tip with it, trade with it, save it. You fold it in your pocket without ever realizing the science, security, and precision behind it. So next time you hand over a few bucks, take a second to look. That little rectangle is more than money. It's a mini work of engineering, design, and trust. A tool shaped by centuries of innovation. And now, it's in your hands.
What do you picture when you hear someone lifted a car? A team of bodybuilders? Maybe a superhero moment in a movie? Now scrap that, because one man actually balanced an entire car on his head. His name is John Evans, and what he did defies every expectation about strength, balance, and honestly, human skulls. Evans, a retired construction worker from the UK, became famous for breaking records by balancing massive objects on top of his head. But nothing compares to what he pulled off in 1999 when he supported a Mini Cooper, specially modified but still weighing in at over 350 pounds, for 33 full seconds, on a small square pad placed on his bare head. No tricks, no wires, just his legs, his neck, and a head of steel. What makes this record even more mind-blowing is the shape of the human body. Balancing something even half that weight on your back would be insane, but your head? It's small, it's round, it moves. And yet Evans somehow kept that car steady like it was a stack of books. Not just that, he was in his 50s when he did it. Most of us are worried about a sore neck after a nap. Evans took that to a different universe. To this day, no one has been able to repeat that stunt. Even professional strongmen avoid it. Why? Because it's not just about muscle. It's about precision, balance, and a pain threshold most people can't even comprehend. Lifting weights? Common. Pulling trucks? Impressive. But putting a car on your head and standing tall like it's no big deal? That's record-breaking insanity. It's the kind of feat that makes you question the limits of the human body. John Evans didn't just bend the rules, he headbutted them right into the record books. This record pulls more than just attention. It literally pulls a person into the air. Layla Noon, a trained circus artist from the United States, defied gravity and every hairstylist's advice when she set the record for the longest time suspended by her hair. For over 25 minutes, she was lifted off the ground, spinning slowly under the lights, held up only by a single tightly bound ponytail. Now, this isn't a magic trick or a special harness hidden in her costume. Her full body weight was supported only by her scalp. That's not just physical endurance. It's iron discipline and a bizarre kind of calm. The pressure, the discomfort, the tension in every follicle. Most people wouldn't last a few seconds. The most fascinating part? She was completely composed throughout the performance, turning an almost medieval-sounding stunt into something beautiful. Hair suspension has been part of circus culture for centuries, but Nune took it to the next level, breaking the previous record by nearly 2 full minutes. That kind of resilience is rarely seen outside of elite athletes or ancient monks. And no, she didn't lose her hair afterward. In fact, she walked off the stage smiling. You can't train for this in a gym. You train it in your nerves, your spine, and probably your soul. Some records are about pushing boundaries, and others are about never cutting them. Literally. Lee Redmond, a woman from Utah, holds the world record for the longest fingernails ever grown on a single hand, measuring a combined length of over 28 feet. That's about the length of a small RV hanging off her fingers. She started growing them in the late 70s and kept them intact for decades, shaping and polishing them daily. They curled like spirals, forming a tangled web of keratin that made everyday life a massive challenge. Opening doors, tying shoelaces, driving, it all required custom methods and serious patience. But here's the wildest part: she didn't grow them for attention or fame. It was personal discipline, a choice. She treated it like a living sculpture. Over the years, her nails became part of her identity, attracting headlines, interviews, and endless questions about how she manages day-to-day life. While some may find it bizarre, it's also oddly impressive. It's not strength or speed, it's commitment over decades, without shortcuts. Nobody has come close to matching it since. It sounds silly until you try it. Manoj Kumar Maharana from India holds one of the weirdest and most unforgettable records ever, fitting 459 drinking straws into his mouth. At once. No rubber bands, no tape. Just pure cheek-stretching dedication. This isn't just shoving straws in randomly. Every single one had to stay in for a certain amount of time without falling. It took careful placement, incredible breath control, and the kind of jaw flexibility that would make a cartoon character jealous. To prepare, Maharana practiced for months, expanding the size of his jaw muscles slowly and carefully. He even trained his facial muscles to stay clenched while holding a ridiculous amount of weight. It's part science, part spectacle, and all madness. Why would anyone do this? Because it's unforgettable. Strange, yes, but incredibly hard to beat. It looks funny on the surface, but underneath is serious endurance and control. No one has topped his number yet, and just thinking about how uncomfortable it must have been is enough to make your cheeks ache. Some people are lucky, others are lucky and unlucky at the same time. Roy Sullivan, a park ranger in the United States, was struck by lightning 7 times in his life and survived every single one of them. Yes, 7, and each one was documented. He wasn't a storm chaser. He didn't hike into thunderstorms for fun. He just happened to be in the wrong place again and again over decades. Once while fishing, another time while driving. One strike even blew off his shoe. His hat got destroyed, his eyebrows were burned, and still, he lived through them all. Statistically, this should be impossible. Experts calculated the odds of it happening to one person at 1 in several billion. His co-workers started calling him the human lightning rod. But Roy didn't take it as a curse. He treated it like part of the job, even laughing about it later in interviews. Nobody has matched this record, and honestly, nobody wants to. It's the kind of record that earns respect from weather scientists, survival experts, and anyone who's ever ducked under a tree during a storm. Roy Sullivan didn't just beat the odds, he electrified them. Lady Luck smiled wide on Patricia DeMoro one night in Atlantic City, and just refused to stop. She stepped up to the craps table, picked up the dice, and rolled them 154 times in a row without losing. No mistakes, no snake eyes, no 7-out. Just pure mind-bending momentum. To anyone who's played craps, this sounds impossible. A typical hot hand might last a dozen rolls, maybe 20. But DeMoro's streak lasted over 4 hours, making it the longest documented dice roll streak in a live casino setting. The crowd around her grew massive, the atmosphere electric, and dealers had to rotate out as she just kept rolling. Statisticians calculated the odds of this streak being over 1 in 5.6 billion. That's rarer than winning some lotteries. And yet, she did it, without tricks, without previous professional gambling experience. Just focus, rhythm, and an unbelievable run of luck. What makes it even crazier? She only rolled the dice. She didn't even place a bet on most of the rolls. DeMoro walked away with a memory instead of a fortune. And no one, not even the most seasoned gamblers, has touched that record since. When most people break one world record, they frame the certificate and call it a lifetime achievement. Ashrita Furman had other plans. He's broken over 600 records in total and currently holds more than 130 active ones. From slicing apples mid-jump on a pogo stick to walking the fastest mile while balancing a bottle on his head, Furman turns almost anything into a challenge. He's not a pro athlete. He's not a magician. He just trains like a man on a mission because he is. His goal? To prove that any regular person can achieve something amazing with enough focus and practice. His records span categories that most people wouldn't even think to try. Longest underwater cycling. Most grapes caught in the mouth. Fastest mile while juggling. It's like watching a live-action cartoon character turn reality into a game. And while others may occasionally take over one of his titles, he just finds a new goal and breaks another. At this point, it's fair to say Furman doesn't just hold the most records. He practically invented the idea of living for world records. When the director calls action and the sky is literally on fire, you're probably watching Mission Impossible. During the making of the latest installment, Tom Cruise took things to a new extreme, jumping from an aircraft 16 times with his parachute on fire. These weren't just digital effects, the fire was real, controlled through special gel and safety teams, but the risk? Still massive. Cruise trained for months to handle the heat, weight, and wind resistance. And he did every single jump himself. Each time he leapt from a military-style aircraft, free fell, deployed the chute, and floated down through live flames. 16 times, no stunt double. That's now the official record for the most burning parachute jumps by a single person, and unsurprisingly, no one else is rushing to beat it. It's the kind of stunt that doesn't just break records, it burns them into movie history. Between the fire, the altitude, and the sheer danger, this feat feels more like a video game level than real life. But it happened, and it's officially in the books. Most people can hold their breath for a minute or two. With training, maybe 4 or 5. But Budimir Šobat, a freediver from Croatia, did what feels like science fiction. He stayed underwater for 24 minutes and 37 seconds without surfacing. Before the attempt, Šobat used pure oxygen to saturate his lungs and bloodstream, a legal technique for static apnea records. Then he slipped into the water, slowed his heart rate to a crawl, and stayed motionless. No panic, no flinching, just calm, deep focus. It's a feat that demands not just lung capacity, but absolute control over your body and mind. Your brain starts sounding alarms after just a few minutes without fresh air. Šobat had to quiet that instinct, keep his muscles still, and maintain near meditative stillness. And yes, he was monitored by medics the entire time, but the record was real, confirmed, and jaw-dropping. No one has gone further since. It's not just about breath. This is about pushing the body to the edge of what's humanly possible, and then going one step beyond. Building a tower out of dominoes is already tough. One bump, one sneeze, one wrong move, and it all collapses. Now try stacking them 33 feet high. That's exactly what a team led by Lily Havesh, one of the most famous domino artists online, accomplished in a jaw-dropping record attempt. The structure was built inside the National Building Museum and took days of steady, nerve-wracking work. The tower grew taller than most rooftops, standing at 33 feet, 2.7 inches, making it the tallest domino tower ever constructed. And then, because it's dominoes, it all came down in seconds. What made this so impressive wasn't just the height. Every layer had to be perfectly balanced. Thousands of dominoes needed to lock together in a way that could support the growing weight without tipping. One misplaced piece and the entire thing would have fallen long before the record was hit. And here's the fun part, they didn't just build it to destroy it. The final toppling was timed perfectly to trigger a mini stuffed animal release, because even record-breaking stunts need some flair. It wasn't just the tallest domino tower ever made, it was the most fragile skyscraper in history. When Lasso Schaller climbed to the top of a cliff in Switzerland, there were no wires, no backups, and no second chances. In front of cameras and a stunned crowd, he jumped from 192 feet straight down into a specially prepared pool of water. That's taller than the Leaning Tower of Pisa, and yes, he survived. The dive lasted just over 3 seconds, but that's 3 seconds of falling at over 75 miles per hour, head first into a pool that had to be deep enough and still enough to absorb the impact without breaking bones. The margin for error was practically zero. Schaller is a trained athlete and canyon jumper, but this was something else entirely. His preparation involved years of practice, calculations, and mental training. You're not just diving from a high board, you're fighting gravity itself. Since then, no one has officially matched or beaten his height. And honestly, most divers don't even try. At that speed, hitting the water is like hitting concrete. 1 degree off angle and the results would be dangerous. But Schaller nailed it perfectly, creating one of the most insane records ever set in the world of extreme sports. Holding a plank for 60 seconds burns. Try 5 minutes and you're in full body survival mode. But Josef Szalek from Czechia held a plank position, back flat, elbows locked, for an impossible 9 hours, 38 minutes, and 47 seconds. No breaks, no collapsing, just pure endurance. The plank is one of the most brutal core exercises out there. It doesn't just work your abs, it punishes your shoulders, your legs, your arms, even your mind. Most people crumble within minutes. Szalek held on for nearly 10 hours. That's longer than some people sleep. During the attempt, he kept calm, focused, and incredibly still. No shifting, no cheating, just constant tension from head to toe. He even smiled during parts of it, though you can bet every second felt like an eternity. This wasn't his first time breaking records either. Szalek trained for months in silence, doing long planks in forests, mountains, and even public squares. When the timer finally stopped, he didn't just set a new bar, he launched it into the stratosphere. To this day, no one has managed to outlast him. You want discipline? This record is discipline. If you've ever seen someone smash a concrete block with their bare hands, you probably thought, okay, that's impressive. Now multiply that by 1,174 times in just 60 seconds, and you're entering the world of Ali Bacitepe. This martial artist from Turkey set the official Guinness World Record for the most concrete blocks broken in a single minute. It wasn't a choreographed performance or some staged event for a show. This was raw speed, power, and precision, repeated over and over with no room for error. The setup? Stacks of blocks lined up like dominoes of destruction. Each time Bacitepe brought his arm down, another pile shattered. Over and over. Every second, about 20 pounds of concrete met its end under his strikes. That's nearly 20 blocks every 5 seconds, without breaks, without flinching. Most fighters trained for accuracy or technique. Bacitepe trained for impact. His punches were so fast and forceful it looked like a blur. And the best part? Every block had to fully break to count. No cracks, no chips, only clean destruction. This record is one of those that's crazy on paper, and even crazier when you see it. Concrete isn't soft. Your arms aren't supposed to move that fast. But Bacitepe made it look almost effortless. That's why no one's been able to top it since. The bar is just too high and probably still covered in dust. There are eating contests, and then there's Joey Chestnut. In 2021, he downed 76 hot dogs with buns in just 10 minutes. No pauses, no slowing down, just non-stop motion. It wasn't just a new record, it was a display of speed, control, and stomach-stretching skill that left the entire competitive eating world stunned. To put it in perspective, that's more than 7 hot dogs per minute, or 1 every 8 seconds, buns included. Try chewing 1 hot dog slowly. Now imagine doing it nearly 80 times with cameras rolling and a clock ticking. Chestnut's technique is unreal. He breaks the hot dogs in half, dips the buns in water to soften them, and uses a rhythmic motion that's been refined over years of competition. And yes, it looks wild, but there's serious strategy behind it. Timing, breathing, jaw endurance, even hydration. He didn't just eat the most hot dogs, he pushed past what most believed the human body could handle in such a short span. This record has stood firm ever since, with Joey still dominating every contest that comes close. Others have tried, some came close, but no one has crossed the 76 dog finish line. This isn't just a crazy number, it's a mountain only one man has climbed, mustard stains and all. Running a mile under 6 minutes is impressive on its own, but doing it backwards? That's next level weird and wonderful. Enter Aaron Yoder, a track coach from Kansas who pulled off something almost nobody believed was possible. He ran a backward mile in just 5 minutes and 54.25 seconds. Yes, backwards, the entire distance. No turning around, no missteps. Just a steady, controlled sprint facing the wrong way around a high school track. Yoder started running in reverse as a way to stay active after injuries made forward running painful. At first, it was just a rehab method. Then he got faster. Then he got really fast. Eventually, his backward pace outclassed most people's forward sprint. What makes this so crazy is how your body fights you the whole time. You can't see where you're going. You lose balance. Your calves burn. Your knees feel it. It's awkward. But Yoder made it smooth, efficient, even graceful. His record isn't just fun trivia, it's an eye-opener into how far you can push human coordination. No one has broken his time. And until someone finds a way to sprint blindfolded at near full speed in reverse without tripping or missing a step, this one's likely staying locked in. Running forward is for the rest of us. Yoder proved that even going backwards, you can still be ahead of everyone. Walking on Lego bricks is a pain most people know all too well. One tiny plastic block underfoot can bring even the toughest adult to their knees. Now picture walking on Legos for 8.9 kilometers. That's over 5.5 miles of pure foot torture. That's exactly what Salak Nib Sonny Molina from the US did when he set the record for the longest barefoot Lego walk ever recorded. The attempt took place on a specially arranged path packed with thousands of Lego pieces. No shoes, no brakes, no soft spots. Every step had to land on the uneven, jagged plastic surface, and every meter counted. This wasn't just a test of pain tolerance, it was a brutal endurance marathon, disguised as a kid's toy disaster. Molina trained for weeks beforehand, slowly increasing his tolerance and adjusting his stride. He had to balance speed with safety and pain with pacing. Medical staff monitored him the entire way to make sure he didn't seriously injure his feet. In the end, he completed the challenge in front of cheering spectators and official witnesses. The record hasn't been touched since, and honestly, who would want to? It's one thing to climb a mountain or run a marathon, but walking barefoot over Lego bricks for nearly 9 kilometers? That's a unique kind of madness, and it earns Molina a spot among the most unforgettable record breakers of all time. There's Headstrong, and then there's Vispi Karate. This Indian martial artist shattered expectations and 24 iron bars using only his forehead. In just 60 seconds, he bent the metal rods one by one, setting the world record for the most iron bars bent with the head in a single minute. Let's be clear, these aren't flimsy wires or stage props. These are thick, solid bars of iron that would normally require tools, machines, or at least a serious upper body effort. But Vispi didn't use arms or legs. He lined up the rods and slammed his forehead into each one with speed, precision, and sheer willpower. Every bar had to bend clearly to count. No partial curves, no breaks in rhythm, and all of it happened in front of a crowd during a live event, with officials watching and time ticking. The sound of metal cracking under his skull was like a drum beat, fast, heavy, and almost surreal. Most people would hesitate just thinking about trying this, but Vispi turned his head into a human battering ram. He didn't just break a record, he redefined what determination looks like when it's wearing a helmet of bone. No one stepped up to beat his mark. It's not just about strength, it's about fearlessness, pain tolerance, and a drive that borders on superhuman. Strength has limits. Muscles give out, bones crack. But somehow Paul Anderson managed to defy every physical expectation in one of the most staggering feats of human power ever recorded. Back in the 1950s, in a modest barn in Georgia, USA, Anderson performed what is still considered the heaviest weight ever lifted by a human being, a jaw-dropping 6,270 pounds, or about 2,840 kilograms. No crowd, no hype, just Anderson, a wooden platform, and a massive load of weight stacked on top. He performed what's known as a backlift, standing beneath the platform with his back and legs braced, then pushing upward using only his legs and hips. It wasn't a flashy lift you'd see in the Olympics, but it was officially recorded, verified, and witnessed by experts. No one has beaten it since, not even close. To put this into perspective, that's the weight of a large pickup truck, lifted off the ground by a single man. The force it takes to do that without injury is hard to calculate. The platform was custom built, the weight evenly distributed, and Anderson's technique was flawless. But make no mistake, this wasn't a gimmick. The man was just that strong. He went on to become an Olympic gold medalist and a legend in the strength community. Even today, with all our advanced training techniques and specialized equipment, nobody's matched that number. Powerlifters, strongmen, and athletes all know his name, and they all agree the record still stands for a reason. Anderson didn't just lift metal, he lifted the ceiling on what we thought a human could do. His record isn't just unbroken, it's untouchable.
John Brower Minnick was so large that doctors couldn't weigh him on a normal scale. His size wasn't just about overeating, it was a rare mix of genetics and medical conditions that caused his body to keep growing. At his peak, he was so heavy that a team of firefighters once had to help move him. His bed was custom built, his daily life completely adjusted to his size. John's case remains one of the most extreme examples of human weight ever seen. Even hospitals weren't prepared for someone like him. What makes John unforgettable isn't just how big he was, but how his story changed the way doctors look at extreme obesity today. Paul Mason's size was so extreme, delivery trucks had to bring food to his door. At one point he couldn't walk without assistance. Doctors performed a risky surgery that changed his life, but his journey didn't end there. What really draws people in is how he fought back. Paul went from total isolation to trying to live a regular life. His body was huge, but his story is even bigger. Aurora didn't just compete in sumo, he shook the entire ring with every step. Born in Russia, he moved to Japan and quickly became known for his incredible size. Fans were stunned watching him overpower his opponents without even needing to move much. He retired young, but people still talk about his massive presence. Even among sumo giants, Aurora stood out like few ever have. Igor's height made everyday life feel like navigating a world built for someone else. You know, he couldn't find shoes, beds, or even cars that fit him properly. His calm, soft-spoken personality, though, always surprised everyone who met him. Despite dealing with constant health issues, he stayed active in advocacy, and even took part in a political rally. Igor wasn't just tall, he was memorable, thoughtful, and well, larger than life in every way. Annie's body made headlines, but behind all that attention is a woman who's learned to live confidently with a condition she was born with. Her chest size, yeah, it draws stares wherever she goes, but she doesn't hide. Not at all. She's turned what could have been a lifelong challenge into something empowering. Most people honestly can't believe her measurements are natural, but they are. She simply grew that way. Neil's towering frame landed him roles in fantasy films and shows, but in real life, he was anything but mythical. As a kid, he outgrew his teachers. Imagine that. Later, he played college basketball before stepping into Hollywood. On set, he didn't need any special effects, he was already a giant. Fans remember him not just for his size, but for how real he was when the camera stopped rolling. Sajjad doesn't look real at first glance. His photos went viral worldwide because of his comic book level muscles. People called him the Hulk, and, well, it's easy to see why. Although his size led to online fame, it also brought criticism and challenges. He stepped into combat sports and tried to prove he's more than just a social media sensation. Whether loved or doubted, he's impossible to ignore. In early Hollywood, Jack Earl became a quiet legend. He didn't need dramatic scripts, his height alone stole every scene. Off camera, he struggled to find clothes, work, and comfort in a world that didn't fit him. Yet, he built a life, joined the circus, and became a poet. Jack didn't just live large physically. His mind was just as expansive, offering a glimpse into a unique life. Jeff's arms are so thick, they don't even look real. Born with unusually large limbs, he never let them hold him back. In fact, he became a competitive arm wrestler, turning his size into strength. Crowds go silent when he steps up to a match. His hands dwarf his opponents. He's not a bodybuilder, just naturally built like a comic book hero, and he keeps winning. Mandy's condition is so rare that honestly doctors didn't even know how to treat it at first. Her legs began growing uncontrollably when she was just a kid. Despite countless surgeries and all the setbacks, she kept pushing forward. Her lower body looks unlike anything most people have ever seen, and yet, she drives, she travels, and she shares her life openly with the world. She's so much more than her condition. She's her own version of unstoppable. Väinö stood taller than almost anyone alive during his time, but, strangely enough, few people outside Finland know his name today. He served in the military where, let's be real, his sheer size left fellow soldiers absolutely stunned. Later on, he joined the circus, where crowds flocked just to see if someone that massive could really exist. Even in group photos he looked like, I don't know, a man from a completely different world. When Väinö walked into a room, he didn't just enter it, he filled it completely. Manuel Uribe was once considered the heaviest living man in the world. He spent years confined to his bed, not because he wanted to, of course, but because his body had grown so large it simply couldn't support him anymore. His story honestly shocked the world, but it also inspired so many people. With medical help, Manuel lost a significant amount of weight and he even got married. His life showed how size can define a person's world, but also how strength of will still matters most. Clifford Thompson was known for towering over crowds wherever he went. In old photos, he looks like a man out of a fantasy novel, tall, broad, and dignified. Though often featured in sideshows and press appearances, he wasn't just tall, he had a sharp mind and earned a law degree. He carried his height with quiet confidence, and his unusual size helped him leave a lasting impression in a time without modern fame. Shaquille O'Neal isn't just one of the most dominant athletes in basketball history, he's one of the biggest personalities in sports. His size gave him a huge advantage on the court, and his playful energy made him a fan favorite. He didn't just break records, he broke backboards. Off the court, he became a TV star, businessman, and DJ. Shaq's frame helped build a legacy, but his charisma kept it going. Al Toumani was a gentle giant who once stood among the tallest in the world. He performed in circuses and freak shows, yet his personal life often surprised people even more. He married a woman less than half his height, and they lived a quiet life after his career. Al's size was jaw-dropping, but what people remembered most was his kindness and love story that didn't seem to fit any rules. Margot Didek's height gave her a serious edge on the court. She didn't just play basketball, she dominated it. She became a WNBA star, respected both in Europe and the US. Even off the court, she stood out everywhere she went. Her teammates and fans often looked up to her, literally and figuratively. Her presence, both in games and in life, was unforgettable, graceful, and truly one of a kind. From a young age, Karan Singh was always the tallest in the room, even among adults. His rapid growth stunned doctors and caught the media's attention. He stood next to teachers, towering over them while still in grade school. While most kids play on small bikes or fit into school desks easily, Karan needed custom everything. His childhood looked nothing like the norm, and his story is still unfolding. George Auger was so tall that people paid just to stand next to him. Billed as the Cardiff Giant, he toured the world, worked with circuses, and later became a silent film actor. In movies, he didn't need dramatic lines, his size was enough to tell the story. Despite his celebrity status, George stayed grounded, known for treating others with kindness and humility. His presence was impossible to ignore. Alexander Sezonenko didn't just play basketball, he towered over the entire court. Even among tall athletes, he stood in a league of his own. His movements were slower, sure, but his reach more than made up for it. Soviet audiences were amazed watching him play, unsure whether they were seeing a sportsman or a living monument. His body required special care, and sadly his story ended too soon, but his name is still remembered. Robert Wadlow was so tall that even today, no one has officially beaten his record. His growth never stopped due to a rare condition, and he needed custom-made shoes, clothes, and supports just to walk. Crowds followed him wherever he went, stunned by his frame. But despite all the attention, Robert stayed calm and soft-spoken. His life was short, but his legacy still towers over history. Andre the Giant was built like a mountain, but known for his warmth. He became a legend in pro wrestling, lifting opponents like rag dolls. In films, he played unforgettable roles without ever needing special effects. Offstage, he was generous and shy, often helping people quietly. His hands could hold a beer can like it was a toy. Andre wasn't just a giant in size, he was larger than life in every sense. Yao Defin stood so tall that even standing in a doorway became a challenge. At over 7.5 feet, she was recognized globally as the tallest woman of her time. Her condition was caused by a tumor pressing on her pituitary gland, making her grow far beyond average height. To put it in perspective, she was nearly 2 feet taller than the average woman. Despite health problems and limited mobility, Yao remained hopeful, and her gentle spirit left a mark on everyone who met her. Denis Siplenkov's hands look unreal, more like comic book art than human anatomy. His palm is so wide, a standard baseball looks like a marble in his grip. He's a champion arm wrestler from Ukraine and can crush apples with a single squeeze. His forearms are thicker than most people's thighs, making him stand out even among strength athletes. It's not just his size, it's the raw power and freakish proportions that keep viewers stunned every time he competes. Patrick Duell once weighed so much, emergency crews had to cut through a wall to get him out of his home. At his heaviest, he was over 1,000 pounds. That's more than 4 refrigerators put together. His size made headlines around the world. Doctors said his body mass was one of the most extreme they'd ever seen. After undergoing gastric bypass surgery, he lost a huge amount of weight, proving even the most impossible-seeming health struggles can be fought. Hafthor isn't just known for his acting, he's a real-life giant. Standing around 6'9" and weighing over 400 pounds during his peak, he's one of the strongest men to ever compete professionally. In one event, he carried a 1,400-pound log, the same weight as a small car. Fans know him best as the Mountain, but in real life, he's even more impressive. His body looks sculpted from stone, and his power feels almost unreal. He's proof that giants still walk among us. Charity Pierce reached a weight so high, it became dangerous to her life. At one point she weighed more than 700 pounds, making her one of the heaviest women ever documented. Her size made everyday tasks nearly impossible, getting out of bed, walking, even fitting through doorways. But what shocked people even more was her determination. She began a major weight loss journey, hoping to marry her fiancé and live freely. Her story was covered worldwide, not just for her size, but for her fight to reclaim her life. Brahim Takiula doesn't just have big feet, he holds the official world record for the largest ones. His shoes are so large they have to be custom made, and each one is almost as long as a skateboard. Standing over 8 feet tall, Brahim has a rare growth condition that caused his entire body to stretch beyond normal limits. Walking can be painful, and finding clothes or furniture that fit is a daily challenge. Yet he carries himself with calm confidence, towering over crowds with a quiet presence that's impossible to miss. Few moments in combat sports look as unreal as this one. The man in the ring, known by fans as the Beast, dwarfs nearly everyone he faces. Though not a traditional fighter, he steps into the spotlight to give the crowd something unforgettable. Pure size versus agility. His opponents, often much smaller, have to rely on speed just to stay in the fight. Every match feels like David versus Goliath, and that's exactly why people keep watching. Leonid Stadnik avoided fame, even though his size was impossible to hide. He reportedly stood taller than anyone else alive but refused official measurement by Guinness. Photos of him next to regular people tell the story. He looked like a living skyscraper. He lived in a small village, worked as a vet, and kept a quiet life despite global attention. His shoes, clothes, even furniture had to be custom made. Whether or not he holds the official record, Leonid remains one of the tallest and most secretive giants ever seen. Jason's feet are so large that regular shoes are out of the question. He holds the Guinness World Record for the biggest feet on a living person, and one look at them explains why. They measure longer than most people's arms. Walking isn't easy, and finding footwear takes months of planning. But Jason doesn't let it stop him. He's embraced the attention and shares his story openly. His feet might break records, but it's his openness and confidence that really stand out. Manny Yarborough was a mountain of a man. So big, he didn't just compete in sumo, he filled the ring. At his largest, he was one of the heaviest athletes in the world. And despite his size, he moved with surprising speed and even appeared in MMA events, drawing massive crowds. His sheer presence made him a global curiosity, But he wasn't just a gimmick. He brought skill, power, and personality into every arena he entered, from Japan to the US. Suleiman Nashnush didn't just tower over his teammates, he stood above nearly everyone in basketball history. Standing over 8 feet tall, he played for Libya's national team, making him the tallest verified professional player ever. Later on, he went into acting, where his height added a surreal quality to every scene. Though his time on the court was short, his legacy as a true giant in sports lives on. Bibu shocked doctors and teachers alike with his rapid growth. As a teenager, he was already approaching sizes most people never reach in adulthood. I mean, in school photos, he looked like a grown man standing with children. His family had to adjust everything, beds, clothes, daily life, to fit his size. His condition drew media attention, but honestly, it was his calm and humble nature that people connected with most. Eddie Hall's lift wasn't just a record, it was a moment that stunned the world. As he pulled the bar, his body trembled and his nose bled, but he didn't stop. He became the first person to deadlift over 1,100 pounds. That lift wasn't just about muscle, it was raw willpower. Eddie later won World's Strongest Man and turned his career into media, fitness, and motivational work, but he'll always be remembered for that impossible pull. Centuries before modern medicine, Trinche Kiever was already making history. She was taller than most grown men by age 10 and kept growing. People paid to see her in person. She was a wonder of the time. Sadly, her life was short, but records from the 1600s still list her as the tallest woman ever documented. Even today, her height remains unmatched, making her a legend in the history of giants. Sandy Allen embraced her height and used it to inspire others. She stood over 7 feet tall and became a Guinness World Record holder. Life wasn't easy, clothes, beds, even friendships came with challenges, but she handled them with humor and grace. Sandy spoke at schools and on talk shows, reminding people that being different doesn't mean being less. Her smile was as memorable as her size. Johan Pettersson traveled the world as part of Barnum's Circus, where he was promoted as the Viking Giant. With his towering frame, long hair, and traditional dress, he looked like a character straight out of mythology. He performed in shows, played the accordion, and posed for photos with curious visitors. Unlike many circus figures, Johan lived a full life and even retired peacefully. His legacy lives on in old posters and vintage postcards. Don Kohler's height wasn't just a number, it was a daily challenge. Standing over 8 feet tall, he had to duck through every door and dealt with back pain for most of his life. But, he always kept a sense of humor about it. Once he was photographed beside his 5-foot-tall twin sister and, well, the contrast left people completely speechless. Don's story isn't just about being tall, it's about how he made life work in a world that was, quite literally, too small for him. Brendan Adams began growing unusually fast as a child, and honestly, doctors couldn't explain it at first. He went on to become one of the tallest teenagers in medical history. His condition came with constant health risks, but thanks to treatment, his growth finally slowed. Despite all the challenges, Brendan stayed upbeat and continued school with custom clothes and shoes. His case helped medical experts better understand rare growth disorders. Choi Hongman didn't just compete, he towered over opponents in every match. His presence in the ring was intimidating, and fans around the world tuned in to see how anyone could fight someone so massive. With his mix of height and strength, he became a celebrity in Korea, appearing in game shows, movies, and commercials. Whether in sports or on screen, Choi always stood out. George Bell's height turns heads everywhere he goes. A retired law enforcement officer, he's known for his calm voice and massive build. At public events, kids often run up just to stand next to him for pictures. Chairs, cars, and clothes rarely fit, but George stays active and positive. He once appeared on TV alongside other record breakers, yet remained humble through it all. His size may be rare, but it's his down-to-earth nature that really stands out. Angus McCaskill wasn't just tall, he was unbelievably strong. Born in the 1800s, he could lift full barrels over his head and carry massive anchors by hand. Sailors told stories of him carrying livestock under each arm. Despite his size, he was known as gentle and soft-spoken. His strength was entirely natural, not built in gyms or arenas. To this day, stories about Angus feel like legend, but they're real, and so was he. Edouard Beaupré started growing unusually fast, and well, he never stopped. By the time he was an adult, he was towering over crowds at traveling shows. He worked as a wrestler, taking down men who were half his size, and he'd also lift heavy objects just for the thrill of the audience. But, despite all the fame, his health really took a hit from that rapid growth. He passed away young, but his legacy, it lives on, in museums and old photographs. He remains a Canadian legend and honestly one of the tallest men ever born. Yamamoto Ryuta, now there's a name that became a national figure in Japan, and for good reason. His massive size and impressive performance in the sumo world made him stand out. He climbed the ranks quickly, reaching the top divisions. And it wasn't just his weight that caught people's attention, he had this surprising speed and technique that left fans in awe. After retiring, he didn't fade away. Nope, he showed up in commercials and reality shows, winning fans far beyond the sumo world. His appearance alone could stun a room, but let me tell you, it was his personality that really stuck with people. Walter Hudson's body pushed the limits of what anyone thought was possible. His waist measured over 9 feet around. Yeah, you heard that right. And his daily diet? It was like a small feast every single day. They even had to widen doorways just to move him. But here's the thing. Despite his size, Walter was sharp, funny, and gave interviews right from his home in New York. His story brought a lot of attention to extreme obesity and how it can affect daily life. But he wasn't just known for the numbers. Walter became a symbol of how health and lifestyle can spiral beyond control. Paul White, better known as The Big Show, became a superstar not only because of his wrestling skills but because of his enormous size. Fans were stunned when he walked into the ring. He made regular wrestlers look like children. He played both villain and hero, and his physical presence alone could silence a crowd. Offstage, Paul is known for his humor and kindness. He's also acted in movies and shows, always reminding viewers that being big can also mean being larger than life. Zheng Jinlian's height has never been matched by any other woman in recorded history. Growing up in a rural part of China, she started shooting up in size at an early age, towering over teachers by the time she was a teen. Her growth didn't stop, caused by a rare medical condition. Life was never easy. She faced constant health problems, but her quiet, graceful presence left a mark. Though her life was short, her story remains unmatched in the medical and record books. Brian Shaw doesn't just lift weights, he lifts objects most people can't even move. As a 4-time winner of the world's strongest man title, he's carried cars, flipped massive tires, and hoisted stones heavier than refrigerators. Standing tall with a frame built like a tank, Brian became a favorite in the strength world not just for his power, but for his calm and humble attitude. Off the competition floor, he shares training tips and behind-the-scenes looks at strongman life, inspiring fans worldwide. Watching him compete is like seeing real-life superhuman strength in action. Jorge Gonzalez was so tall that wrestling promotions had to redesign entrances just to fit him through. Known as El Gigante in WCW and later as Giant Gonzalez in WWE, he became an instant attraction. Dressed in a muscle-printed bodysuit, he towered over legends like The Undertaker. Before wrestling, he played pro basketball in Argentina, where his size already made headlines. In the ring, his presence was surreal, more like a creature from a comic than a regular athlete. Fans never forgot him. Morgan Ace isn't just big, he's built like a machine. Nicknamed the Big Rock, his body is so thick and dense it looks like it was carved from stone. What makes him stand out isn't just his muscle size, but the way he moves with shocking athleticism. He's competed in both bodybuilding and strongman events, crossing between two of the most physically demanding sports. At his biggest, he weighed more than most strongmen but still had the definition of a pro bodybuilder. When he walks into a gym, everything stops. His arms look like legs, and his back is wider than most door frames. Whether on stage or training, Morgan doesn't just look unreal, he performs like it too. He's the kind of figure that makes you question what's humanly possible and then shows you that it is. Imagine walking down the street and seeing a man pick up an entire car with his back. Sounds impossible, right? Not for Paul Anderson. This American powerhouse redefined strength and shocked the world with feats that didn't just break records, they crushed them. Anderson didn't look like your typical athlete. He was bulky, stood at 5 feet 9 inches, and weighed over 350 pounds. But inside that frame was raw, earth-shaking power. He wasn't just a weightlifter. He was a force of nature. His biggest claim to fame, a backlift of 6,270 pounds. That's the weight of an adult elephant resting on his shoulders. The Guinness Book of World Records still recognizes it as the heaviest weight ever lifted by a human. Anderson would step under a platform loaded with massive objects, brace himself, and then push upward with his legs and back, lifting thousands of pounds like it was just another day in the gym. But Anderson wasn't just about brute force. He had explosive power too. At the 1956 Olympics, he won gold in weightlifting, dominating his competition. He was so far ahead that he lifted more in training than anyone else did in competition. Coaches and scientists couldn't believe it. Outside the gym, Anderson proved his strength in wild ways. He once bet a group of men that he could move a car. They laughed. Then, with a slight bend of his knees and a deep breath, he lifted the entire rear end of the vehicle off the ground. No machines, no tricks, just pure muscle. Not all strength is about lifting the heaviest weight. Sometimes it's about holding on to something no one else can even budge. Few men in history had hands as powerful as Louis Uni, better known as Apollon. His grip strength was beyond belief, and he made sure the world knew it. Apollon wasn't just strong, he was built like a warrior. Broad shoulders, thick arms, and hands so massive they could crush a horseshoe into a flat piece of metal. And he didn't just do that once. He made a habit of bending and twisting metal objects like they were made of clay. What made him even more unique was his legendary grip. While most lifters relied on technique, Apollon relied on pure, unshakable hand strength. His most famous feat involved the Apollon wheels, a set of thick-handled railway wheels welded onto an axle. Many strongmen tried to lift them, almost none succeeded. The smooth, thick bar made gripping it nearly impossible, but for Apollon, it was just another challenge. He lifted the wheels like they were a regular barbell, shocking everyone who watched. Even modern strongmen struggle with replicas of this lift, proving just how unmatched his grip was. But if Apollon's grip strength seemed unreal, the next man on the list took lifting to another level entirely. A man so strong that he once lifted a horse. Enter Louis Cyr, the Canadian Hercules. Some men break records, others set records that never get broken. Louis Cyr wasn't just strong, he was untouchable. Even today, with all the advancements in training, his strength feats still don't seem possible. Cyr wasn't a sculpted, gym-built athlete. He was massive, with arms as thick as most men's legs and a chest so wide he barely fit through doors. But what set him apart wasn't his size, it was the way he handled weight. Most strongmen had their signature lift, but Cyr dominated in everything. His grip, his back, his arms, every part of him seemed engineered for power. One of his most unbelievable lifts, he shouldered a 500-pound weight with one arm. That's not a barbell with plates, it was a solid chunk of iron. To put it into perspective, that's heavier than an adult lion resting on just one of his shoulders. And he didn't just lift, it was effortless. He stood there, solid as a rock, as if he was holding nothing at all. Another legendary feat involved lifting a full-grown horse. This wasn't a myth or a staged performance, it was real. He positioned himself under a 2,000-pound platform where the horse stood and simply stood up, lifting the entire weight with his back and legs. That's the kind of strength that shouldn't exist, but with Cyr, it did. Even his grip was something else. He famously held back a pair of horses pulling in opposite directions. These were trained, powerful animals, yet Cyr's hands wouldn't let go. He held firm, muscles locked, as the horses struggled and failed to pull away. Strength isn't just about lifting, it's about overcoming. And few people have proven that better than Tom Stoltman, a man who turned his biggest challenge into his greatest weapon. Standing 6 feet 8 inches and weighing over 400 pounds, he looks like something out of mythology. But what makes him unique isn't just his size, it's his mindset. Growing up, Tom faced difficulties that had nothing to do with weights. Diagnosed with autism, he struggled with routines, social settings, and focus. Yet instead of holding him back, it fueled him. In strongman, he found structure, a world where discipline and repetition built results. And once he committed, there was no stopping him. His specialty? The Atlas stones, giant spherical boulders that many lifters can barely move. Tom doesn't just lift them, he dominates them. He holds the world record for the fastest time, lifting 5 stones, some weighing more than 400 pounds. It's not just about strength, it's about speed, precision, and mental control. In 2021, Tom did what no one thought possible. He became the world's strongest man, making history as the first autistic champion. And just to prove it wasn't luck, he won again in 2022 and in 2024. What he's achieved isn't just about weights, it's about proving that obstacles, no matter how big, can be lifted. But strength takes many forms. Some use it for competition, others for pure spectacle. And then there are those who see it as a calling. That brings us to a man who lifts not for fame, but for faith. Kevin Fast, the strongest priest in the world. A church isn't usually where you'd find record-breaking strength, but Kevin Fast isn't an ordinary priest. While most pastors focus on spiritual power, he spent decades redefining physical power, setting more than 20 world records along the way. Fast isn't a competitive strongman. He doesn't chase titles or trophies. Instead, he pulls planes, trucks, and even entire houses, not for himself but for charity. His most famous stunt? He pulled a 188-ton plane across a runway, using nothing but a harness and raw strength. That's heavier than a fully loaded freight train car. But the records don't stop there. He's pulled fire trucks, carried immense weights, and even dragged entire buildings, all while wearing his priest's collar. People often ask him why. His answer? Because he can. He sees strength as a gift, and he's determined to use it to help others. Fast's approach to lifting is simple. He doesn't just push his limits, he redefines them. While others compete for glory, he competes for a higher purpose. And that's what makes him truly one of a kind. But lifting isn't always about brute force. Sometimes it's about mastering technique, bending the rules of physics itself. And no one did that better than Arthur Saxon, the man who changed weightlifting forever. Some lifters are defined by how much they can pull or squat. Arthur Saxon was different. His strength wasn't just about numbers, it was about precision and control. And his signature lift, the bent press, remains one of the most difficult and misunderstood feats in strength history. The bent press isn't a regular overhead lift. It's a movement that requires perfect balance, flexibility, and raw power. The idea is simple: lift a barbell or dumbbell overhead with one arm while lowering your torso sideways. But in reality, almost no one can do it properly, except Saxon. He made it look effortless, pressing up to 370 pounds with one arm, a record that still stands today. To put that into perspective, he was lifting more than most modern powerlifters press with both arms. Saxon's strength wasn't just technical, it was real. He outlifted the strongest men of his time, often proving them wrong in public challenges. Unlike many strongmen of the era, who relied on staged performances, Saxon's lifts were tested and verified. He could lift more with one arm than most lifters could with two. His performances made him famous, but they also set a standard. Even today, few athletes can match his strength in this lift. In a world where brute force often wins, Saxon proved that perfect technique could break records. But if Saxon represented technical lifting, his rival Eugen Sandow took strength in an entirely different direction. Where Saxon focused on power, Sandow was obsessed with physical perfection, and in doing so, he built the foundation of modern bodybuilding. Before fitness magazines, before gyms filled with machines and mirrors, there was Eugen Sandow. He wasn't just strong, he looked like a sculpture come to life. More than anyone else, Sandow proved that strength could be both functional and aesthetic. Unlike most strongmen of his time, Sandow didn't just want to lift heavy, he wanted to look perfect doing it. He studied Greek and Roman statues, measuring their proportions, then sculpting his own body to match. His muscles weren't just massive, they were symmetrical, lean, and incredibly defined, something almost unheard of in the late 19th century. But don't mistake him for just a showpiece. Sandow was legitimately strong. He could perform one-arm lifts, backflips, and weighted acrobatics, all while maintaining a physique that seemed almost too perfect. His exhibitions drew massive crowds, and soon people weren't just interested in his strength, they wanted to look like him. That's what set Sandow apart. He wasn't just a performer, he created an entire industry. He wrote books, developed training programs, and even judged the first ever bodybuilding competition. His influence spread worldwide, and today, the trophy for Mr. Olympia, the most prestigious bodybuilding title, is named after him. Sandow changed the way people thought about fitness. He showed that strength and aesthetics could go hand in hand. And thanks to him, the world of lifting was no longer just about how much you could move, but how you looked doing it. Some strongmen are known for their records, others for their size. Hafthor Bjornsson is known for both. Towering at 6'9" and weighing over 400 pounds, he's one of the most physically imposing humans to ever walk the planet. And unlike most giants, he's not just big, he's terrifyingly strong. Most people know him as the Mountain from Game of Thrones, but in the strength world, he's famous for something far more impressive: his 501-kilogram deadlift. That's 1,104 pounds, heavier than a grand piano or a full-grown polar bear. When he pulled that weight off the ground in 2020, he officially surpassed Eddie Hall's record, making him the heaviest deadlifter in history. But Hafthor isn't just a one-lift wonder. He won World's Strongest Man in 2018, dominated Europe's Strongest Man 5 times, and repeatedly shattered records in events like Atlas Stones and keg tosses. His ability to combine size, speed, and grip strength made him a nearly unbeatable competitor. Despite his monstrous appearance, Hafthor's approach to strength is methodical. He trains with scientific precision, focusing on endurance and control just as much as raw power. That's what allowed him to pull off the impossible, breaking a record many thought would stand for decades. But strongmen are competitive, and one man wasn't going to let Hafthor take all the credit. The previous record holder, the man who lifted 500 kilograms first, was Eddie Hall, and his story is just as insane. If Hafthor Bjornsson is a giant, Eddie Hall is a wrecking ball. Shorter, stockier, and built like a tank, he doesn't just lift weights, he attacks them. And no lift in history has been as brutal as his 500-kilogram deadlift. In 2016, Eddie did what no human had ever done. He stepped up to a half-ton barbell, gripping the iron with bare hands. With a roar that shook the stadium, he ripped the weight off the floor, locking it out before collapsing, blood vessels bursting from the strain. For a few seconds, he was the strongest man to ever live. But the effort almost killed him. His vision blurred, his body shut down, and he blacked out on the platform. That moment cemented Eddie's legacy. It wasn't just about the record, it was about pushing beyond human limits. He later went on to win World's Strongest Man in 2017, proving he wasn't just a lifter, he was a true competitor. Hall's strength wasn't just in deadlifts. He dominated in log presses, keg tosses, and frame carries, lifting weights that would cripple most athletes. But after his 500-kilogram pull, he knew he had nothing left to prove. He retired from competition, later stepping into the ring for a boxing match against his rival, Hafthor Bjornsson. While Hafthor may have beaten his record, Eddie Hall will always be remembered as the first man to lift half a ton, a feat that pushed the boundaries of what the human body can endure. Strength isn't always measured in weights. Sometimes it's measured in unbreakable dominance. In the world of wrestling, no one embodied that better than the Great Gamma. For over 50 years, he stepped onto the mat and never once tasted defeat. Gamma wasn't just strong, he was built like a human fortress. His training was legendary. Every day he performed 5,000 squats and 3,000 push-ups, conditioning his body into something nearly unmovable. He trained by wrestling against multiple opponents at once, pushing himself harder than any of his competitors. His most famous display of strength, lifting a 1,200-pound stone in front of a massive crowd, effortlessly. It wasn't just a feat of power, it was a message to anyone who doubted him. He was known for throwing opponents twice his size through the air like they weighed nothing. Even the best wrestlers in the world refused to fight him. In 1910 he challenged the top European champions, but not a single one accepted. Those who did, they were flattened in minutes. His technique, endurance, and brute force made him a living legend. Gamma's name is still whispered with respect in the wrestling world. His training methods inspired athletes for generations, and even Bruce Lee studied his workouts. Strength isn't just about lifting, it's about never being broken. And in that regard, no one ever matched the Great Gamma. But while Gamma dominated the wrestling world, another man took his strength to the silver screen. Enter Steve Reeves, the Hollywood strongman. Most bodybuilders train for competition. Steve Reeves trained to look like a real-life demigod, and when Hollywood came knocking, he became the face of strength for an entire generation. Reeves wasn't just muscular, he had perfect proportions with broad shoulders, a slim waist, and a physique that seemed sculpted by an artist. Unlike the bulkier strongmen of his time, he combined size and symmetry, making him stand out in a way that few ever have. But don't let the looks fool you, he was legitimately strong. He could clean and press 300 pounds, something most modern lifters struggle with. He lifted men above his head with ease and performed one-arm pull-ups, all while looking effortless. Hollywood took notice. He became famous for playing Hercules, performing many of his own stunts, including lifting massive weights and carrying people on his shoulders. His movies weren't just action films. They were showcases of real strength. Reeves was ahead of his time. His workouts focused on functional strength, and his training principles are still followed today. While modern bodybuilders chase extreme mass, Reeves proved that aesthetic power and raw strength could go hand in hand. But while Reeves conquered the screen, another man conquered the strongman world. And no one did it better than Mariusz Pudzianowski, the Polish powerhouse. Winning World's Strongest Man once is incredible. Winning it 5 times? That's unheard of. Mariusz Pudzianowski wasn't just strong, he was an unstoppable machine. Unlike most strongmen who rely purely on size, Pudzianowski combined strength, speed, and endurance, making him a one-man wrecking crew. He trained like a powerlifter, moved like an athlete, and fought like a warrior. His conditioning was so extreme that he could outlast men twice his weight in grueling competitions. Pudzianowski dominated in events that required explosive power. He carried massive stones, flipped 1,000-pound tires, and deadlifted weights that would crush most lifters. But his grip strength was what set him apart. He once held a 600-pound weight in each hand like they were grocery bags. His sheer dominance in World's Strongest Man competitions made him a legend. But he didn't stop there. After retiring from strongman, he entered MMA, proving that his power wasn't just for lifting, it was for fighting too. He knocked out trained fighters with a single punch, showing that brute strength could translate into real combat power. Pudzianowski redefined what it meant to be a strongman. He wasn't just about lifting, he was about total physical dominance. And when it comes to dominance, few lifters in history had the kind of grip strength and lifting power as the man who could deadlift a car with one hand, Hermann Gerner. Some lifters pull heavy weights with both hands. Hermann Gerner did it with one. His grip strength was so legendary that he could deadlift over 700 pounds with a single hand, a feat that still baffles strength experts today. Gerner wasn't just strong, he was effortlessly strong. While others trained for months to break records, he would casually lift insane weights as part of his daily workouts. He didn't need straps, suits, or modern techniques, just raw power. One of his greatest feats was lifting a 600-pound barbell with 2 fingers. Imagine picking up a grown grizzly bear but only using 2 fingers to do it. His hand strength was so extreme that he could crush iron bars just by gripping them. Gerner's training was different. He didn't follow strict routines. He lifted based on how he felt that day. Some days he'd press hundreds of pounds overhead. Other days he'd carry people on his shoulders, balancing them like weights. His natural strength was what set him apart. Even today, powerlifters study his techniques, trying to understand how he did it. Most lifters rely on equipment and specialized training. Gerner just grabbed the weight and lifted it. His records still stand as proof that some people are simply built different. And while Gerner was a grip strength legend, another strongman took lifting to an entirely different level, by moving things most people didn't even think could be lifted. Up next, Bill Kazmaier, the strongest man of the 1980s. Kazmaier wasn't just built for strength, he was built for absolute destruction. At 6'3" and over 320 pounds, he had arms thicker than most men's legs, and a chest so massive he looked like a walking fortress. And unlike many strongmen who specialize in just one event, Kaz was incredible at everything. His records were otherworldly. He bench pressed 661 pounds raw when most lifters struggled with 500. He set a world record deadlift of 925 pounds. He squatted over 900 pounds in training, and he did it all in the early 80s, before modern lifting suits, advanced training methods, and customized equipment. In World's Strongest Man competitions, he was nearly unbeatable. He won 3 straight titles from 1980 to 1982, proving he wasn't just strong in the gym, he was strong in real-world challenges. He rolled cast iron logs, carried cars, lifted massive stones, and even bent steel bars over his head. When events required grip strength, Kaz would simply grab hold and never let go. But what made him different was his mindset. Kaz didn't just want to win, he wanted to dominate. His intensity was legendary. Before every lift, he'd stare down the weight like it was an opponent, breathing heavily, eyes locked in rage. The second he touched the bar, it was as if he had switched into a different mode, an unstoppable force. Even decades later, strongmen still measure themselves against Kazmaier. He didn't just lift heavy, he lifted in a way that redefined the sport. And in a time where strength is measured in fractions of a percent, Kaz was miles ahead of everyone else. Strength sports have evolved, but Brian Shaw remains one of the most dominant figures ever. At 6'8" and over 400 pounds, He's a walking mountain. But his success isn't just about size. Shaw has won World's Strongest Man 4 times, proving his mix of power, endurance, and strategy makes him one of the greatest to ever compete. What sets Shaw apart is his versatility. He excels in events that demand grip strength, explosive power, and sheer willpower. He's pulled massive trucks, lifted 1,000-pound Atlas stones, and carried insane amounts of weight over long distances. His ability to adapt makes him nearly unbeatable in grueling multi-event competitions. Shaw also helped modernize strongman training, using science to refine his techniques. While earlier lifters relied on brute strength, Shaw combines precision, recovery, and technology to stay ahead. Even with younger competitors rising, he remains a true legend, showing that smart training can extend dominance. Most bodybuilders focus on looks. Franco Columbu was different. He was as strong as he looked. At 5'5", he wasn't the tallest competitor, but his raw strength was unmatched. He could bench press 525 pounds, squat over 600, and deadlift 750. Numbers even some heavyweight lifters struggle with today. Columbu wasn't just a powerlifter, he was a 2-time Mr. Olympia, proving that muscle could be both functional and aesthetic. His workouts were brutal. He trained with Arnold Schwarzenegger, pushing his body beyond limits. His compact, dense muscle structure made him not just strong, but incredibly explosive and agile. Even outside of competition, Columbu's strength was legendary. He once lifted a car to help a friend, showing his power wasn't just for the stage. His legacy remains a perfect blend of extreme strength and elite physique, inspiring lifters in both bodybuilding and powerlifting.
New Smyrna Beach. No place on Earth has recorded more unprovoked shark bites. It's not just a spooky nickname, it's backed by decades of stats. The warm Atlantic waters, teeming with baitfish, create a buffet that draws in predators like blacktips, spinners, and the occasional bull shark. These waters are alive with movement, and not all of it friendly. So why here? The answer lies in geography and behavior. The nearby Ponce de Leon inlet funnels fish through a narrow opening, concentrating prey and, unintentionally, surfers, swimmers, and sharks into the same stretch of sea. Most of the time, bites aren't massive attacks. They're quick, defensive snaps. Sharks mistake feet or hands for food in the churned-up surf and pull away once they realize the error. Still, it's a place where surfers share the water with apex predators, often just a few feet apart. Despite the risk, the beach remains packed. Locals are used to the warnings. Some treat it like a quirk of the town, almost like how people from Roswell joke about aliens. Even lifeguards admit that shark sightings are so common, they don't always clear the beach. They just watch and hope. In recent years, drone footage has captured schools of sharks swimming alarmingly close to the shoreline, weaving between swimmers and surfers who have no idea what's around them. Yet, strangely, the danger hasn't scared people off. If anything, it adds to the allure. It's a thrill, a brush with nature that's raw, real, and unpredictable. Still, every swimmer is taking a chance here. Step into these waters and you're entering one of the ocean's busiest hunting grounds. Whether you're chasing waves or just wading in the surf, New Smyrna Beach offers a tropical paradise with teeth. Travel far from Florida's shark-infested waves and land on the northern coast of Australia, where another kind of menace waits at the water's edge. Kissing Point in Townsville doesn't look like a place to be cautious of. With calm blue water and a popular promenade nearby, it seems as safe and ordinary as any family beach spot. But recent years have turned this peaceful shore into the center of something medical teams quietly dread. Cases of aggressive flesh-eating bacteria known scientifically as necrotizing fasciitis. Locals say it starts like a rash or a sting. Swimmers wade into the warm shallows, often with a minor scratch or cut from the rocks. Within hours, swelling, redness, and heat follow. What seems like a mild infection can spiral fast. While rare, reports have documented cases linked to coastal waters near Kissing Point and other tropical beaches with similar heat, salinity, and organic matter. Scientists believe the bacteria thrive in a mix of high sea temperatures and nutrient-rich water, conditions that are becoming more common with longer summers and more runoff from land. This isn't the kind of risk you can see coming. No fins slicing the surface, no movement in the waves. It's invisible, microscopic, and potentially devastating if left untreated. Townsville authorities now regularly post health notices during peak heat, and medical staff stay alert for symptoms during the warmer months. Swimmers have started taking extra precautions, avoiding shallow water with open cuts or sticking to the pool. Yet the beach remains popular, drawing crowds who either haven't heard the warnings or think the odds are too small to matter. Despite the beauty of the shoreline, Kissing Point carries a risk that doesn't announce itself with dramatic splashes or sudden movements. It waits quietly, buried in water that looks perfectly safe. The next danger, however, does come with a warning. One you'll find posted in bold letters on beaches across northern Australia. Step into the ocean just a little farther north, and the danger becomes even more difficult to detect. Queensland's beaches are home to some of the most picture-perfect scenes in the country. Palm-lined coasts, shallow turquoise water, soft sand stretching endlessly. But beneath this postcard view drifts one of the most venomous sea creatures on the planet, the box jellyfish. They don't chase, they don't roar, and they don't even look like much, just a translucent shape suspended in the surf. Yet a brush against their tentacles can unleash venom powerful enough to paralyze muscles, stop the heart, or send the victim into shock. These jellyfish, particularly the infamous Chironex fleckeri, are responsible for more medical emergencies in tropical Australia than almost any other marine animal. What makes them even more terrifying is their near invisibility. You could be waist deep in water and never see what's floating near your leg. Stinger nets and warning signs have become part of the beach scenery here, especially during the high-risk season from October to May. Locals know not to swim without protective suits in certain areas. Tour operators hand out instructions and vinegar bottles for first aid, and lifeguards remain vigilant even on the quietest days. But every season, the jellyfish return, and despite all the precautions, people still get stung. Researchers are constantly tracking their behavior, but there's still much we don't fully understand. What we do know is that warmer seas have expanded their range over time. Beaches that were once considered low risk are now seeing stings. It's a slow shift, but one that's making parts of Queensland's coast less predictable and more dangerous with every passing year. If paradise had a warning label, it would be stamped across the shores of Bikini Atoll. Turquoise lagoons, coral reefs, and coconut-lined islands make this Pacific destination look like a travel magazine cover. But this idyllic ring of islets hides a history so volatile, the sand itself has been studied by nuclear scientists for decades. Between the late 1940s and 1950s, the United States conducted 23 nuclear tests here, including the massive Castle Bravo detonation. The explosions vaporized reef sections, carved out new craters, and turned the ocean into boiling chaos. The fallout blanketed not just the atoll, but areas hundreds of miles away. Though the last test took place long ago, the traces remain. Radioactive elements still linger in the soil, the vegetation, and even the fish. In recent years, drone teams and radiation monitoring missions have revisited Bikini. Their goal to measure how much the island has changed. Some areas now read within acceptable limits for short visits, but long-term habitation is still out of the question. The coconut crabs, for instance, prized as local delicacies, are still too radioactive to eat. Oddly enough, this danger has given Bikini a strange kind of second life. Divers are drawn to the ship graveyard beneath the lagoon, where sunken warships, submarines, and aircraft carriers sit silently in the blue. It's become a ghostly underwater museum, one that few would dare to touch. And while it might look like paradise, you can't walk these beaches without remembering what happened here. Bikini Atoll stands as a reminder of how even the most peaceful-looking places can carry the echoes of the most violent experiments in human history. The sand is quiet now, the water calm, but something still hums beneath the surface. Welcome to the United Kingdom's most deceptively dangerous beach. Morecambe Bay stretches out wide and flat, often covered in thick sea mist that turns the landscape into a hazy, gray desert. The tide here retreats so far, the beach looks like it could go on forever. But step too far from the shoreline and the ground might swallow you whole. This isn't just a figure of speech. The bay is notorious for quicksand. Wet, shifting mudflats that look solid but collapse under your weight. Walkers and even vehicles have been caught off guard, their paths vanishing in minutes. Add to that one of the fastest incoming tides in Britain, and you've got a trap that feels engineered by nature itself. Local guides, known as sand pilots, have led safe crossings for years, but even they tread with extreme caution. GPS apps and modern maps won't help much here. Channels shift with the tide. The ground changes daily. What was firm yesterday might be fatal today. What makes Morecambe Bay even more unsettling is its silence. There are no sharp cliffs or crashing waves to signal danger. Just soft winds, flat sands, and an illusion of safety that's lured in many who didn't make it back. It's a beach where the risk doesn't roar, it whispers, pulls, and vanishes. Though coastal rescue teams remain on standby, they constantly warn visitors don't cross alone. Don't chase the tide, and whatever you do, don't trust the sand. This beach proves that the most terrifying places don't need monsters or storms. Sometimes all it takes is a quiet step in the wrong direction. About 90 miles off the coast of São Paulo lies a small, uninhabited island that even the Brazilian Navy avoids without strict clearance. It's called Ilha da Queimada Grande, but most know it by a far more fitting name, Snake Island. And it's exactly what it sounds like. This jungle-covered rock is home to the golden lancehead viper, one of the most venomous snakes in the world. Unlike their mainland cousins, these snakes have evolved to be faster, deadlier, and more aggressive. Why? With no natural predators and birds as their only prey, their venom became extra potent to kill fast, before the birds could fly away. Step onto the island, and you're entering a place where estimates suggest there may be one snake per square meter. That's no urban legend, it's backed by decades of biological research. No beach picnic here, no diving, no sunbathing. The lighthouse on the island has long since been abandoned, and stories from the past, some verified, some local myth, only add to its mystery. One tale involves a family of lighthouse keepers who lived there in the early 20th century and were allegedly bitten while trying to flee by boat after snakes slipped in through open windows. Whether true or not, the message is clear: stay away. Even scientists who study the snakes do so in full protective gear and never alone. The golden lanceheads are so unique they've become a focus for anti-venom research. In a strange twist, their danger might one day help save lives. Snake Island isn't large, flashy, or surrounded by dramatic cliffs. It's a simple patch of rainforest and sand that looks calm from a distance. But it might be the most dangerous stretch of beach no one's ever set foot on. And that's exactly how it should stay. They're small, bright blue, and look more like sea glass than sea creatures. But when thousands of these floating discs wash up on shores, they transform a peaceful beach into a bizarre alien landscape. Meet the blue button jellyfish, Porpita porpita, the strange and stinging visitors invading beaches across the Indian Ocean. Despite their name, they're not true jellyfish, but colonial organisms made up of multiple parts working together. Still, they come with the same nasty sting. Not deadly, but painful and irritating enough to ruin your day in the surf. When the wind and current align just right, beaches in India, Sri Lanka, and even Western Australia get blanketed in these bright blue creatures. You'll find them tangled in seaweed, stuck to sandals and dotting the shore like glowing coins. Recently, viral photos have shown entire coastlines covered in them, almost like something out of a sci-fi film. Think Stranger Things, but with stings. Tourists are often caught off guard, lured in by the beauty of their translucent bodies and electric color. One gentle touch, though, and it's a sharp surprise. Local beach patrols now issue alerts during seasonal blooms. They recommend avoiding contact and wearing protective swimwear when jellyfish are expected. Scientists link their rising numbers to warmer oceans and shifting wind patterns, another ripple effect of our changing climate. Unlike box jellyfish, blue buttons don't sneak up on swimmers. When they come in swarms, turning white sand beaches into shimmering blue minefields. Not lethal, but definitely unpleasant. Beautiful and alien. A reminder that even the smallest creatures can make a big impact, especially when they arrive by the thousands. Palm trees sway, turquoise waves break in perfect rhythm, and the sun lights up the Indian Ocean like glass. On the surface, Reunion Island is a surfer's paradise. Remote, raw, and stunning. But if you follow the headlines, another name emerges the most dangerous surfing destination on Earth. Over the past decade, Reunion has seen a string of shark attacks that rattled the global surfing community. We're not talking about occasional sightings. This small island has recorded more attacks per capita than almost anywhere else in the world. And many of those happened in waist-deep water, close to the beach in broad daylight. So what's going on? The short answer: location, food supply, and a changing ecosystem. The island sits near deep underwater drop-offs, creating ideal hunting grounds for tiger sharks and bull sharks. Increased fishing restrictions in nearby waters may have also drawn more predators closer to shore. Combine that with plenty of surfers and swimmers and you've got the perfect storm. Surfing was even banned in some areas for years, and military patrols with spotters became a common sight. New safety programs now include shark-detecting drones, sonar nets, and public awareness campaigns. It's helped reduce incidents, but the tension still lingers. Local surfers say they're always aware. Some even bless the water before they paddle out. There's respect, and a bit of fear, every time a wave is caught. For them, it's about balance. The ocean gives, the ocean takes. And on Reunion Island, it might do both before lunch. It's wild to think a place so beautiful could be so risky. But maybe that's the truth of many dangerous beaches. The threat isn't always obvious. Sometimes it's floating just beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to rise. There's a stretch of coastline in Namibia that doesn't welcome visitors. It warns them. Even its name sounds like something from a horror movie, The Skeleton Coast. Here, the Atlantic Ocean crashes into desert sands with relentless force, and the result is one of the eeriest places on the planet. Hundreds of shipwrecks lie scattered along this coast. Wooden ribs, rusting hulls, and broken masts litter the sand, like bones from a forgotten battle. Some are barely recognizable, half buried in dunes. Others still stand, defiant against time and wind. Sailors once called this the gates of hell. Fog, strong currents, and unpredictable winds made navigation a nightmare. If your ship ran aground here, survival was unlikely. Not just because of the wreck, but because what came after was worse. Inland, you face the Namib Desert. There's no fresh water, no food. Just vast nothingness, searing heat by day, freezing cold by night. Survivors of shipwrecks who tried to make it out on foot often didn't. Bones, both animal and human, have been found over the years, a quiet reminder of how unforgiving this place really is. And yet, the Skeleton Coast isn't lifeless. Seals gather in noisy colonies along the rocks. Desert lions, rare and specially adapted, patrol the inland dunes. Hyenas, jackals, and even elephants have been spotted crossing the sands, shaped by centuries of survival in brutal conditions. Tourists do visit, but access is tightly controlled. Permits are required and guides are essential. It's not a place to explore casually. The air feels different here, heavy, ancient, like the land is watching. You won't hear bustling crowds or beach umbrellas snapping in the breeze. Just wind, waves, and silence, broken only by the distant creak of a decaying ship. It's one of the most hauntingly beautiful places on Earth, a coastline that's eaten more dreams than it's shared. On Skeleton Coast, the beach doesn't end in paradise. It ends in memory. Fraser Island, now officially renamed Kagari, is the largest sand island in the world. About 75 miles long and made entirely of ancient, compacted sand. It's a wonderland of freshwater lakes, towering dunes, and dense rainforest growing right out of the ground. But don't let its beauty fool you. The sand here can turn dangerous fast. The beach acts like a highway. Vehicles speed along 75-mile beach, dodging crashing waves on one side and steep drop-offs on the other. The sand looks firm, but change the tide or weather just slightly, and it can suddenly suck in tires or feet like a trap. Tourists with 4x4s often get stuck in what locals call sugar sand, light, powdery patches that grip like glue. Beyond the tricky driving, Fraser has another sharp edge, literally. Erosion exposes jagged, compacted layers of sand that can slice feet and legs if you fall wrong or walk barefoot over certain sections. And it's not just the terrain. Marine stingers, including irukandji jellyfish, are sometimes found in the surrounding waters. Stonefish, camouflaged and venomous, lurk beneath shallow waves. But perhaps the most unexpected threat? Dingoes. These wild dogs look like domestic pets but have been known to act aggressively, especially when tourists feed them or leave food unattended. There are clear rules across the island now: don't feed the dingoes, and never walk alone at dawn or dusk. Despite all of this, Fraser remains a beloved destination. Its lakes are crystal clear, its forests surreal, and the beaches stretch farther than the eye can see. For those who come prepared, it's unforgettable. But take one careless step, and this paradise might turn prickly. The sand may be soft in some places, but in others it cuts. Tucked into the far northeast of Queensland, Cape Tribulation looks like the kind of place a travel agency would feature on a calendar. Thick rainforest, bright beaches, warm shallows, and towering palm trees. But if nature has a sense of humor, this is where it hides the punchline. Everything here from land to sea seems designed to challenge your survival instincts. Step into the water? Better be careful. Box jellyfish and irukandji. Jellyfish can both be present depending on the season. Their stings are no joke. So painful and potentially dangerous that swimming without a stinger suit is asking for trouble. And don't even think about wading near river mouths or murky creeks. Saltwater crocodiles patrol these areas, and while attacks are rare, they're not unheard of. These ancient predators can launch from the water in seconds. Staying on land isn't exactly relaxing either. The rainforest is home to one of the planet's most intimidating birds, the cassowary. It's colorful, tall, and equipped with dagger-like claws that could belong in a raptor movie. They're not aggressive by default, but if they feel threatened, especially while protecting chicks, they'll charge. Fast. Even the insects here play rough. Green ants bite, leeches cling, and mosquitoes carry tropical bugs that no one wants to bring home. The dense humidity adds an extra challenge, making every walk feel like you're breathing through soup. And while the beach might look inviting, the sharp shift from jungle to shore means you're never quite sure what's hiding in the brush. Yet despite all of this, Cape Tribulation is unforgettable. It's where two UNESCO World Heritage Sites meet the Daintree Rainforest and the Great Barrier Reef. It's raw, wild, and absolutely stunning. People don't come here for five-star resorts or lazy beach days. They come for the thrill, the chance to see nature untouched, unpredictable, and a little bit dangerous. Cape Tribulation is beautiful, but it doesn't play nice. It's the kind of place where you respect the wild, or the wild reminds you why you should have. There's Hod, and then there's Dalol. Located in Ethiopia's Danakil Depression, one of the hottest places on Earth, this beach doesn't meet an ocean. Instead, it bubbles with acid, salt, steam, and toxic gas. It's a place so surreal, it looks like a fantasy world, but one you probably shouldn't step foot in. The land here is constantly reshaping itself. Pools of acidic water sizzle across the cracked crust. Sulfur formations glow yellow and green under the sun. Gas seeps from vents with the smell of rotten eggs, and the surface can crumble without warning. You won't find beachgoers, umbrellas, or even animals here. Just scientists in protective gear, and sometimes daring tourists on the edge of the alien. What's especially strange is how beautiful it all looks. The colors are stunning. The terrain almost sparkles in places. But get too close, and the beauty fades behind danger. The brine pools can reach boiling temperatures. One misstep and you could end up in water that eats through skin and metal. This beach isn't for swimming. It's a living chemistry lab powered by volcanic fury. Though not by the sea, it's still a beach in its own wild way. Wind carries grains of salt instead of sand. The landscape pulses with heat. It's one of the most extreme environments ever recorded, and that makes it one of the most fascinating. Where fire meets water, you get something spectacular. On Hawaii's Big Island, near the slopes of the mighty Kilauea volcano, black sand beaches stretch along the coast like ribbons of ash. They're formed instantly when molten lava crashes into ocean waves and explodes into fragments. It's beautiful, it's rare, and it can be deadly. The sand here isn't soft, it's glassy, gritty, and often so hot it burns bare feet. But that's just the start. Kilauea is still active, and new lava flows can reach the water at any time. In recent years, entire sections of coastline have vanished or been remade overnight. The ground trembles, steam hisses from cracks, and locals keep an ear out for alerts. These aren't your typical day-at-the-beach conditions. The ocean, too, turns against you here. Where lava enters, the water boils, sending up clouds of hydrochloric acid mist and shards of volcanic glass. Swimmers are warned to keep their distance, no matter how mesmerizing the view may be. And yet people still flock to these beaches, drawn to the drama of nature at full power. There's something magnetic about this coastline. It's not the most comfortable place, but it might be the most unforgettable. Standing here, you don't just see Earth's power, you feel it.
Hidden deep inside the Amazon rainforest lies one of Earth's most mysterious and isolated regions, the Val do Javari. Stretching across the dense jungle in western Brazil, this territory is home to the highest concentration of uncontacted tribes on the planet. Protected by vast rivers, towering trees, and impenetrable vegetation, these tribes live completely apart from the modern world, guarding secrets humanity has yet to uncover. Val do Javari isn't easy to explore. Dense jungle canopies cover more than 32,000 square miles of wilderness, an area almost as large as Portugal. No roads cross this territory, and access is strictly controlled by the Brazilian government to protect the indigenous tribes that have thrived here for thousands of years. Only a handful of outsiders have ever glimpsed these isolated communities, and the few photographs that exist show villages untouched by modern life, where huts are made from palm leaves and life revolves around the forest. Scientists believe at least 14 distinct indigenous tribes live here, with several completely uncontacted and unknown to the outside world. These tribes survive solely on hunting, fishing, and gathering wild plants. They speak languages never documented by researchers, and their customs remain a complete mystery. Each year, small aircraft surveys occasionally spot tribespeople living in thatched huts, gathering around communal fires, or fishing along quiet rivers. Explorers who've dared to approach this hidden land have returned with remarkable stories of biodiversity. Jaguars, giant otters, and elusive harpy eagles share this space with countless undiscovered species. Biologists estimate hundreds of animal and plant species remain unidentified within Vale do Javari, waiting quietly beneath the endless green to reveal their secrets. Yet, the deeper you go into the jungle, the stranger things become. Some expeditions report odd occurrences such as unexplainable noises echoing through the night and sightings of unusual lights deep within the forest. Although skeptics dismiss these accounts as nothing more than jungle folklore, others whisper of ancient civilizations hidden beneath the trees or even remnants of cities swallowed long ago by the rainforest. Far to the north of Vale do Javari, hidden in the dense jungles separating Colombia and Panama, lies another region that defies exploration, the Darien Gap. This vast expanse of tangled rainforest covers over 100 miles of untouched terrain, a natural barrier preventing the connection of North and South America by road. Despite numerous attempts, no road has ever successfully crossed this wild territory, leaving it as one of the last truly unexplored frontiers on Earth. Explorers who have entered the Darien speak of a place so remote that even maps can't fully depict its mysteries. Within its thick vegetation and muddy swamps dwell rare wildlife like jaguars, poison dart frogs, and the elusive harpy eagle. But nature isn't the only danger lurking beneath the canopy. Some travelers claim that hidden within this dense jungle are remnants of ancient civilizations, waiting to reveal stories of a lost history. Local legends tell of forgotten paths, stone ruins swallowed by vegetation, and even unexplained disappearances of those who venture too deep. Whether driven by superstition or genuine peril, few dare to challenge this tropical maze. The Darien Gap remains a place of secrets, defiant against human conquest. Yet not all unexplored places hide within lush jungles. Thousands of miles north, a radically different landscape offers an equally intriguing mystery. Devon Island, situated deep within Canada's Arctic archipelago, looks more like Mars than Earth. As the world's largest uninhabited island, its barren rocky surface has attracted NASA scientists who use it as a stand-in for the Red Planet. Its freezing temperatures, rugged cliffs, and ancient craters closely mirror conditions found on Mars, making it the ideal testing ground for future space missions. Visitors describe Devon Island as otherworldly, a place devoid of trees, animals, or permanent inhabitants. But beneath its harsh exterior, Devon Island conceals fascinating secrets of its own. Some speculate the island might hold clues to understanding life beyond our planet, preserved deep within its frozen soil. Occasional reports of mysterious radio signals detected near the island fuel whispers of extraterrestrial intrigue, though skeptics dismiss these claims as mere atmospheric anomalies. Whether the truth lies in science or something stranger, Devon Island continues to attract those who seek the unknown, forever linking Earth with the mysteries of distant worlds. While some explorers look upward to space, others turn downward, beneath our feet. Far south of Devon Island's icy plains lies Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula, home to one of Earth's most extraordinary subterranean worlds, the cenotes. These natural sinkholes, formed by collapsed limestone bedrock, create openings into an underground labyrinth of caves and crystal-clear waters. For the ancient Mayan civilization, cenotes were sacred portals to another realm, gateways where rituals took place to appease the gods. Today, divers venture into these submerged caves to discover breathtaking chambers filled with stalactites, stalagmites, and hidden passageways that stretch for miles beneath the jungle. But beyond their beauty lies a darker side. Explorers occasionally uncover artifacts, human bones, and ritual offerings hidden underwater for centuries. Stories circulate about cenotes harboring secret tunnels that connect to hidden temples deep beneath the surface, sparking theories about undiscovered ancient sites awaiting exploration. Some even whisper of supernatural occurrences, lights seen beneath the water, strange echoes in empty chambers, and sensations of being watched during deep dives. Whether these stories are legends or hints of something deeper, the cenotes remain mysterious portals into Mexico's forgotten history. Leaving behind the shadowy cenotes of Yucatan, we journey across the Pacific to a land that seems endless, barren, and completely alien. The Simpson Desert, Australia's vast sea of sand. Covering nearly 70,000 square miles of central Australia, this is one of the most isolated and least explored deserts on Earth. Massive, wind-sculpted dunes stretch to the horizon, some towering over 130 feet tall, shifting silently as though the desert itself were alive. Despite its harshness, the Simpson Desert harbors hidden secrets beneath its sands. Strange and delicate ecosystems flourish here, home to creatures adapted to extreme heat, intense sun, and scarcity of water. Thorny devils, hopping mice, and even elusive desert reptiles survive where humans rarely venture. Explorers who've dared to cross these sands recount stories of eerie silence, disorienting heat mirages, and unsettling nighttime encounters with sounds echoing from nowhere. Aboriginal legends speak of mysterious places hidden deep within the dunes, known only to elders, guarded carefully by generations. There are even whispered tales of lost expeditions whose remains have never surfaced, swallowed by the ever-moving sands. Today, much of this Australian wilderness remains untouched, resisting human exploration as one of the planet's last true deserts, an endless sea of mystery that continues to fascinate, allure, and guard its secrets carefully. Far from the blazing heat of Australia's deserts lies another unexplored realm, this time submerged deep beneath the surface of the Pacific Ocean. The Mariana Trench plunges deeper into darkness than any other point on Earth, reaching its maximum depth at a staggering 36,000 feet in Challenger Deep. To put this into perspective, you could submerge Mount Everest and still have more than a mile of ocean above it. This mysterious abyss has barely been visited by humans. Fewer people have descended into Challenger Deep than have stepped onto the surface of the moon. And what they found there stunned even the most experienced explorers. Bizarre, translucent creatures, bioluminescent jellyfish illuminating the darkness, and ecosystems thriving under pressures that would crush steel like paper. However, the Mariana Trench still holds far greater mysteries. Scientists believe unknown species live deeper than our submersibles can reach, in an environment so alien that it challenges our understanding of life's possibilities. Unexplained underwater sounds have been recorded echoing from the trench's depths, fueling speculation about undiscovered life forms or geological phenomena. Despite advancements in deep-sea exploration, the Mariana Trench remains one of Earth's greatest enigmas, hiding worlds beneath its crushing pressures and eternal darkness. Emerging from the depths of the ocean, we ascend toward the sky, to Mount Roraima, a towering mountain unlike any other on Earth. Located at the borders of Venezuela, Guyana, and Brazil, Mount Roraima rises dramatically from surrounding forests as an enormous tabletop mountain, its summit reaching over 9,200 feet high. Its vertical cliffs, shrouded in mist, have made it seem inaccessible for centuries. When explorers finally scaled it, they discovered a lost world seemingly untouched by time. Unique plant and animal species found nowhere else on Earth flourish on its isolated plateau. Carnivorous pitcher plants, tiny black frogs, and bizarre rock formations make the mountaintop appear alien, almost prehistoric. Indigenous legends add to Roraima's mystique, describing it as the birthplace of humanity and a place inhabited by spirits. Even today, stories persist of unexplained occurrences atop the mountain. Sudden disappearances, inexplicable lights hovering near cliffs, and unsettling sounds that echo through the plateau's foggy chambers. Adventurers have speculated that beneath Roraima's surface might lie hidden tunnels or chambers left by ancient civilizations. Its otherworldly appearance even inspired Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's classic novel, The Lost World, reflecting its aura of timeless mystery. Mount Roraima is not merely a geological wonder, it remains a place of enduring fascination, resisting our understanding and continuing to evoke awe and intrigue as one of the planet's greatest natural mysteries. Far from the lofty cliffs of Roraima, hidden deep within the jungles of central Vietnam, lies one of Earth's most incredible secrets, Sun Dong Cave. Discovered only in 1991 and fully explored decades later, Sun Dong is now known as the largest cave on the planet. Stretching more than 3 miles long and over 600 feet high in some chambers, it's big enough to hold entire skyscrapers within its darkened halls. But size alone doesn't capture its wonder. This cave is truly a hidden world. Inside its vast chambers, explorers have uncovered entire forests thriving beneath openings where sunlight filters through, creating a surreal, otherworldly landscape. Unique wildlife like albino insects, blind cavefish and rare bats have evolved here, perfectly adapted to eternal twilight. Many areas of Sundong remain unexplored, leaving the possibility of undiscovered species and ecosystems. Local legends add to its mystery, telling stories of spirits and hidden treasures buried deep within its caverns. Explorers continue to push deeper into Sundong, uncovering new tunnels and passageways each year, expanding the limits of what we know about this hidden subterranean world. Sundong isn't just a cave, it's an undiscovered kingdom beneath the earth, waiting quietly in darkness. From a hidden realm beneath Vietnam's jungle, we travel to an island so remote and untouched, it defies modern exploration entirely. North Sentinel Island, located in the Indian Ocean, is perhaps the most isolated inhabited place on Earth. Surrounded by treacherous reefs and dense tropical forests, this island is fiercely protected by its inhabitants, the Sentinelese tribe, who have lived completely disconnected from the outside world for thousands of years. Attempts to explore the island or communicate with the Sentinelese have ended abruptly, as they aggressively defend their territory from outsiders. The island itself is shrouded in mystery. Only a few aerial photos and distant glimpses offer insight into their daily lives, revealing simple huts, fishing along the shores, and a community utterly unaltered by modern civilization. Due to this strict isolation, wild stories and theories about the island abound. Some speculate that the Sentinelese guard ancient artifacts or secrets left by lost civilizations. Others imagine North Sentinel Island as a living window into humanity's distant past, a society frozen in time. Today, the Indian government prohibits any approach to the island, preserving its secrets and respecting the tribe's desire to remain untouched. North Sentinel Island remains one of the last truly unexplored places on our planet, a forbidden land full of unanswered questions. Yet not all secrets hide in dense jungles or isolated islands. Far away in southern Chile, amid the cold silence of Patagonia, lies an unexplored wilderness of ice, the Northern Patagonian Icefield. Covering more than 1,600 square miles, it's one of Earth's largest ice expanses outside the polar regions, a frozen maze of glaciers, icy peaks, and deep crevasses. Explorers rarely penetrate this labyrinth, as unpredictable weather, relentless storms, and sheer inaccessibility guard it fiercely. Beneath the endless expanse of ice, untouched caves and hidden valleys lie concealed, some believed to hold clues to Earth's distant past preserved perfectly in the ice. Scientists speculate that deep within the glacier cores, frozen remnants of ancient life could rewrite our understanding of the planet's climate history. Yet the region also draws tales of the strange and unexplained. Reports from rare expeditions speak of mysterious sounds, sudden temperature changes, and ghostly lights dancing across the ice at night, inspiring local legends of spirits haunting the glaciers. Despite increasing interest, much of Patagonia's northern ice field remains unknown territory. Its glaciers retreat and advance like a living entity, protecting secrets humanity has yet to uncover. Here, exploration is not only challenging but thrilling, each new expedition revealing glimpses of a frozen frontier, hiding quietly at the edge of the world. Leaving behind Patagonia's icy mysteries, our journey now plunges beneath warm Caribbean waters into one of Earth's most captivating yet unsettling underwater realms, the blue holes of the Bahamas. These perfectly circular sapphire pools scattered across shallow turquoise seas and lush islands conceal entrances to a submerged world unlike anywhere else on Earth. Formed thousands of years ago by collapsed limestone, these underwater caves descend hundreds of feet into darkness, creating natural portals to an unexplored abyss. Divers describe the experience of entering these sinkholes as surreal, floating through crystal-clear waters before descending into shadowy passages, illuminated only by narrow beams of sunlight. Yet beyond their eerie beauty, these blue holes harbor ancient secrets. Archaeologists have uncovered hidden treasures inside, from prehistoric animal bones to human remains, and artifacts left behind by the indigenous Lucayan people, who believed these underwater caverns were gateways to the underworld. But it's not only history lurking below. Modern explorers recount strange experiences, hearing unexplained sounds deep beneath the surface, seeing flickering lights in otherwise dark caverns, and even feeling sudden temperature drops as if something unknown inhabits the depths. The blue holes remain mostly unmapped, enticing adventurers deeper and deeper into their submerged labyrinths, always hinting at secrets lying just beyond reach. From the warm Caribbean waters we now travel northward to one of the most isolated and least explored places on Earth, Russia's Severnaya Zemlya archipelago. Located deep within the Arctic Circle, this cluster of frozen islands was among the last territories on Earth ever discovered, only officially mapped in the early 20th century. Locked in ice and snow year-round, Severnaya Zemlya is a stark wilderness of glaciers, ice-covered mountains, and bleak tundra. Even today, few people have ever set foot on these islands, leaving vast areas completely unexplored. Satellites occasionally capture images revealing gigantic glaciers and frozen valleys, yet countless hidden corners remain unseen by human eyes. Those who have ventured here speak of unsettlingly quiet landscapes and an eerie stillness broken only by the occasional groan of shifting ice. Interestingly, satellite data sometimes reveals unusual formations beneath the thick ice, structures and shapes that fuel speculation and conspiracy theories. Some even suggest remnants of secret Soviet military bases or undisclosed research facilities remain hidden within these icy realms. Though such theories are unproven, Severnaya Zemlya continues to draw curiosity, a remote icy frontier that resists human understanding and exploration, preserving mysteries in its frozen embrace. Descending from Arctic ice, we head southward to Africa, toward an extraordinary secret hidden atop a remote mountain in Mozambique. Mount Liko rises abruptly from the surrounding plains, an isolated peak whose summit remained unexplored until recently. Surrounded on all sides by sheer, almost vertical cliffs hundreds of feet tall, Mount Liko guards a lush rainforest untouched by humans, suspended high above the savanna. Biologists first discovered this hidden world through satellite images, astonished to find an entire ecosystem thriving atop this isolated plateau. When scientists finally climbed its cliffs, they discovered species completely new to science: tiny frogs, colorful butterflies, and insects found nowhere else on Earth, all thriving undisturbed in a paradise lost in time. Yet this rainforest holds deeper secrets beyond scientific discoveries. Local legends speak of sacred spirits inhabiting the mountaintop, protecting the forest from intruders. Villagers avoid Mount Liko, warning outsiders about mysterious lights seen flickering on the cliffs at night and strange voices whispering in the wind. Whether folklore or genuine mystery, these stories add to Mount Liko's mystique. Its untouched jungle remains one of the least known ecosystems on Earth, suspended high above civilization, quietly sheltering secrets humanity is only beginning to unravel. Traveling eastward across Africa's vast landscapes, we now arrive in Asia, where Myanmar's northern forest complex remains one of the last truly wild places left unexplored. Covering thousands of square miles of dense jungle, soaring mountains, and deep valleys, this hidden wilderness has long resisted human intrusion. Few have ventured deep into these forests, and fewer still have returned with stories of what lies within. Scientists know very little about the region, aside from the incredible biodiversity glimpsed at its edges. Tigers roam unseen paths, rare clouded leopards lurk in treetops, and rivers hide freshwater creatures found nowhere else. Many believe that deeper within these jungles, unknown species await discovery, hidden beneath the thick canopy. The area is so remote that satellite imagery provides only vague glimpses of valleys shrouded by dense foliage and mist-covered peaks that rarely see sunlight. Locals tell stories of ancient ruins swallowed by jungle growth, guarded by spirits unwilling to share their secrets. Explorers who ventured inside have sometimes spoken of inexplicable events, strange noises echoing from nowhere, unsettling lights dancing through the forest at night, and trails disappearing suddenly as if the jungle itself had shifted. Myanmar's northern forest complex remains elusive, preserving its mysteries behind walls of green, a living puzzle challenging us to uncover what lies hidden beneath its untouched canopy. From the dense jungles of Myanmar, our journey takes a dramatic turn northward, landing us in the remote waters of the North Atlantic where Iceland's youngest island, Surtsey, emerges from the sea like a natural experiment. Born from volcanic eruptions between 1963 and 1967, Surtsey is Earth's newest island, untouched by human hands and strictly protected by international laws. Scientists closely monitor the island, watching nature slowly take hold on the barren volcanic rocks. Yet despite being so young, Surtsey already harbors unexpected secrets. New species of plants and insects mysteriously appeared, arriving on wind, ocean currents, or carried by birds, rapidly transforming the volcanic soil into a small, thriving ecosystem. Intriguingly, access to the island is forbidden, preserving it as one of Earth's most isolated laboratories for understanding life's ability to conquer new territories. However, some claim there's more to this island than mere ecological wonders. Occasional unexplained sightings have sparked whispers among fishermen who pass near its shores. Unusual lights rising from its volcanic craters and fleeting shapes moving across its empty beaches at dusk. Though scientists dismiss such reports, Surtsey continues to inspire curiosity and speculation, standing quietly in the cold North Atlantic, hiding secrets as nature gradually claims this newly born island. Leaving behind Iceland's remote volcanic shores, we journey toward Madagascar's western edge to encounter one of the planet's strangest geological wonders, the Tsingy de Bemaraha. This immense stone labyrinth, carved by millions of years of erosion, consists of thousands of razor-sharp limestone pinnacles towering hundreds of feet into the sky. Locals named these formations Tsingy, meaning where one cannot walk barefoot, describing the landscape's incredibly sharp and inhospitable terrain. Hidden among these spikes are deep canyons, caves, and lush forests, where species isolated for thousands of years have evolved separately from the outside world. Rare lemurs leap cautiously among jagged edges, reptiles blend invisibly into the rocks, and unseen caves might conceal undiscovered fossils or forgotten relics. Visitors who navigate the labyrinth tell of eerie echoes, strange winds whispering through rocky crevices, and the unsettling feeling of being watched. Still, much of Tsingy de Bemaraha remains inaccessible to humans, silently protecting secrets within its stony heart. Welcome to one of the strangest and most unforgiving places on Earth, Dallol, Ethiopia. From above it looks like a surreal painting. Pools of acid shimmer in neon green, mineral towers rise like coral from dry land, and steam constantly hisses from cracks in the ground. But don't be fooled by the beauty, this place is Earth's pressure cooker. Located in the Danakil Depression, Dallol sits more than 400 feet below sea level, and holds the record for the highest average temperature ever recorded in an inhabited location. We're talking about a place where the average daily temperature hovers around 94 degrees Fahrenheit year-round. Not the summer high, the average. Day or night, it's like standing next to a jet engine. Your skin stings, your sweat dries before it forms, and the air feels heavy with sulfur and heat. And it's not just hot. Dallol is alive. Acidic springs bubble up from the earth. The ground crackles beneath your feet. The vibrant colors, yellows, greens, reds, come from minerals that would be toxic in most other environments. Touching the water here isn't refreshing, it's dangerous. The pH of some pools is nearly that of battery acid. Breathing in the air for too long, it can irritate your lungs. This isn't a place for a hike, it's more like stepping into a sci-fi movie set on another planet. And yet, there was once a small settlement here. In the early 1900s, people came looking for potash, a valuable mineral used in fertilizer. They built huts, worked under the blistering sun, and tried to tame one of the world's wildest spots. But nature doesn't play fair in Dallol. The settlement was abandoned, and today, the wooden remnants of those buildings sit warped and baked, like forgotten relics in a kiln. Dallol doesn't just challenge human endurance, it rewrites the rules of how Earth can look. NASA has studied it to understand what life might be like on other planets. Scientists compare its chemistry to that of Mars, and even some of Jupiter's moons, so when someone says, "It's hot today," they've clearly never been here. Now from one of the driest and hottest places on Earth, let's take you somewhere completely different. Mawsynram, a small village tucked into the hills of northeastern India. Here, rain isn't just part of life, it is life. This region gets over 467 inches of rain every single year. That's more than 10 times the annual rainfall of New York City. And when it rains here, it doesn't just drizzle, it pours. Sheets of water fall from the sky for days, sometimes weeks without a break. People in Mawsynram have adapted in clever ways. Houses are built with thick slanted rooftops made of dense grass to muffle the sound of the rain. Children use massive banana leaves as umbrellas. And forget regular umbrellas, they don't stand a chance. During the peak of the monsoon season, locals barely see the sky for months. Roads flood, rivers swell, and fog rolls in so thick you can't see 10 feet ahead. What makes it rain so much here? It's all about geography. Mawsynram sits right at the edge of the Meghalaya Plateau, directly in the path of warm, moisture-heavy air coming from the Bay of Bengal. As that air slams into the mountains, it rises, cools, and unleashes torrents of rain in concentrated bursts. It's a natural setup for non-stop downpours. The result? A village that lives inside a cloud for much of the year. And the strangest part? The surrounding region can be bone dry just miles away. It's like Ma Sinram was handpicked by the sky to be Earth's ultimate rain collector. Now shift your focus to Greenland, where weather doesn't just change, it whiplashes. At Summit Camp, a remote research station sitting over 10,000 feet above sea level on the Greenland ice sheet, scientists have witnessed some of the fastest and most extreme temperature swings ever recorded in the Arctic. In just a matter of hours, temperatures here have jumped by over 100 degrees Fahrenheit, going from extreme sub-zero cold to sudden near freezing. That might sound mild compared to the extremes elsewhere, but in the Arctic, that kind of jump is massive. It's like going from deep freeze to spring in a single afternoon, only without the flowers. These shifts are tied to strange polar weather events, including rare atmospheric rivers, huge bands of warm air and moisture that sweep in unexpectedly. One of the most shocking incidents happened recently when rain, not snow, fell at the camp for the very first time. This isn't some coastal village, this is the top of Greenland. Rain here was unthinkable until it wasn't. The camp itself is a handful of tents and research shelters sitting on a sheet of ice 2 miles thick. Scientists live and work here, tracking the climate, ice melt, and weather patterns that could reshape coastlines worldwide. Every gust of wind, every unexpected warm snap tells a story about a planet in flux. Summit Camp is quiet, white, and vast, but beneath the silence is movement, rapid, wild, unpredictable. Weather here doesn't follow rules, it rewrites them. If you've ever complained about winter, you might want to skip a trip to Oymyakon. This tiny village in northeastern Siberia holds the unofficial title of the coldest permanently inhabited place on Earth. How cold? Try 90 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit. That's the kind of cold where eyelashes freeze together and your breath turns to ice crystals in front of your face. Despite this, Oymyakon is home to a few hundred people who live and work here year-round. Schools only close when temperatures dip below 61 degrees Fahrenheit. Locals drive their cars all day because turning off the engine means it might never start again. Pipes freeze underground, so outhouses are standard. It's not unusual to see someone walking down the road in a fur coat layered over another fur coat, with frost building up on their eyelashes. Why does it get so cold? Oymyakon sits in a basin surrounded by mountains that trap cold air like a freezer with the lid shut. Clear skies and still winds let the temperature plummet night after night without interruption. There's no Gulf Stream to warm things up, no major cities nearby, just vast Siberian emptiness that stretches for hundreds of miles. Yet people here don't just survive, they've adapted. Diets are rich in meat and fat, mostly from reindeer and horse. There's no agriculture, so everything has to be preserved or imported. Even cell phones can freeze and shut down after a few minutes outdoors. Oymyakon doesn't pretend to be comfortable, but it's real, it's rugged, and it offers a glimpse into how far human endurance can go when life is built around surviving the coldest that Earth can throw at you. Every night, without warning, the skies above Lake Maracaibo explode with light, not from fireworks or city lights, but from nature's own electrical show. This region in Venezuela sees lightning so often, it holds a world record. At its peak, there can be over 280 lightning strikes per hour. That's more than 4 strikes every second, no exaggeration. Locals call it Relampago del Catatumbo, or the Catatumbo lightning. It happens near the mouth of the Catatumbo River, where warm, humid air from the Caribbean meets cold winds from the Andes Mountains. That clash creates perfect conditions for non-stop lightning storms, especially at night. And it doesn't just happen in the rainy season. This natural light show appears nearly 300 nights a year, often lasting for 10 hours straight. From afar, it looks like a silent disco in the sky. Brilliant flashes lighting up the clouds, reflecting on the water and illuminating everything in sight. No thunder reaches most observers, just pure light. Pilots once used it as a natural lighthouse to navigate the skies. And it's visible for miles, even from planes flying high above the country. What's even more surprising is that scientists are still studying why this exact spot produces such consistent lightning. The geography, the humidity, the topography, it all lines up to turn this lake into Earth's most electrified hotspot. And yet people live here. They fish, they work, they sleep through the lightning as if it's a lullaby. For them, the storms are just part of life, normal, even comforting. But for the rest of the world, Maracaibo is a living science experiment, a place where the sky never fully goes dark. Antarctica might be covered in ice, but there's a place within it where not a single snowflake falls for years or even centuries. Welcome to the McMurdo Dry Valleys, a frozen wasteland that breaks all expectations. No sand dunes, no cactus, but this is a true desert, by definition and by feel. It's one of the driest places on Earth, receiving less than 0.2 inches of precipitation per year. Now, here's the twist. This desert sits in the coldest region on the planet. Surrounded by glaciers, the dry valleys are almost completely ice-free. Powerful katabatic winds race down the mountains at over 200 miles per hour, so strong they evaporate any moisture before it can settle. Snow can fall, but it doesn't stick around. It gets blasted into the air and disappears, leaving behind nothing but exposed rock and lifeless ground. Walking through the McMurdo Dry Valleys feels like stepping onto Mars. The soil is dry, cracked, and rust-colored. No trees, no grass, barely any visible life. Even bacteria struggle to survive. But strangely enough, scientists have discovered some of the most ancient microbial life forms hiding beneath the rocks or deep in the ice-covered lakes. That's why NASA and other space agencies study this place. It mimics the surface of Mars better than anywhere else on Earth. These valleys are so remote and so untouched, you can look around and know almost nothing has changed for millions of years. There are no towns, no stations, no roads, just cold silence, no wildlife, no birds overhead. Even Antarctica's famous penguins don't come here. McMurdo Dry Valleys are nature's paradox, a bone-dry desert sitting inside a frozen continent. They reveal a side of Antarctica that most people never imagine, a place where water is rarer than ice, and silence is absolute. In the heart of the Sahara, there's a place where the sun scorches by day and the chill bites by night. Welcome to Aoulef, a remote town in southern Algeria that ranks among the hottest places on the planet. Temperatures regularly soar beyond 124 degrees Fahrenheit, and the sun beats down on the sand with such intensity, locals say walking barefoot outdoors can cook the soles of your feet in seconds. What makes Aoulef especially extreme isn't just the heat, it's the wild temperature swings. By night, the same air that baked the desert drops to surprisingly cold levels, sometimes approaching 40 degrees Fahrenheit. That's an 80-degree swing in just a few hours. The dry desert air can't hold heat, so when the sun disappears, so does the warmth. There's almost no shade here, no trees, no tall buildings, just sand, stone, and sun. Streets in Aoulef are often empty during the hottest parts of the day. Locals stay indoors, windows shuttered, waiting until evening when the air cools enough to breathe without effort. It's a life built around the rhythm of extreme weather. Sleep when it burns, move when it chills. The Sahara itself is already legendary, but Aoulef takes it up a notch. Sandstorms can roll in with no warning, blotting out the horizon like a wall of smoke. The sky turns orange, visibility drops to a few feet, and when the wind dies down, all that's left is silence and heat rising from the dunes. Despite all this, people live here. Markets open after sunset, kids play under the stars. And water? It comes from deep underground, carefully drawn and used sparingly. Aoulef is proof that even in one of Earth's harshest environments, life can take hold and thrive in its own rhythm. If Earth has a furnace, it's right here in Iran's Lut Desert. This vast, uninhabitable landscape holds the record for the hottest surface temperature ever recorded on the planet. A blistering 199.6 degrees Fahrenheit, measured by satellite. That's not the air temperature, that's the actual ground. Step barefoot on it, and you wouldn't last more than a second. Locally known as Dashti Lut, this desert doesn't just get hot, it stays hot. For years it topped global heat charts as the planet's scorching champion. And it's not hard to see why. The terrain is made of dark volcanic rock and sand, which absorb and trap heat like a blacksmith's forge. Clouds are rare, rain is practically non-existent, and not a single permanent settlement exists within the core of the desert. You won't find much wildlife here. No reptiles, no bugs, no birds. It's so dry and so hot, not even bacteria can survive in some parts. It's a natural oven where life hits a hard stop. But what you will find are some of the most otherworldly landscapes on Earth. Wind-carved ridges, sharp rock towers, and endless fields of sand dunes that look like the surface of another planet. NASA uses images of this place to test instruments for future Mars missions, and it makes sense. The Lut Desert looks alien, feels unlivable, and behaves in ways that baffle even seasoned scientists. One area known as Gandum Berrien, or toasted wheat, got its name after a load of grain was accidentally left there and was later found completely scorched. Yet for all its extremes, the desert is mesmerizing. Waves of sand stretch across the horizon, interrupted only by strange, jagged formations rising from the heat. There's no silence quite like it, no heat that compares. The LUT doesn't just challenge records, it defines them. In the northeastern United States, far from deserts and polar extremes, there's a peak with a reputation that rivals the world's harshest environments. Mount Washington, standing just over 6,000 feet tall in New Hampshire, might not seem intimidating until you reach the summit. Up here, the weather changes in minutes, and the wind, it doesn't whisper, it roars. This mountain once held the world record for the fastest wind gust ever recorded on land, an astonishing 231 miles per hour. That's stronger than most tornadoes. People say being up there during a storm feels like standing behind a jet engine. Even on a clear day, the wind can knock you off your feet, and wind chills plunge well below zero. What causes such madness? It's all about location. Mount Washington sits at the convergence of several major storm tracks, and its shape funnels air upward at incredible speeds. It's like nature designed the mountain specifically to bottle up the atmosphere's chaos and unleash it at the summit. The Mount Washington Observatory is perched right at the top. Researchers live there for weeks at a time, tracking the wind, snow, and cold. They've had to chain down their equipment. Doors are built to open inward only, otherwise they'd blow off. There are days when you can't even go outside without climbing gear, not because you're scaling cliffs, but because the wind could literally throw you down the mountain. This isn't just some winter phenomenon either. Mount Washington's weather is wild all year. It can be sunny and calm at the base while the summit is getting battered by hurricane-force winds and zero visibility. Tourists often visit in summer lured by its views, but even then, it can snow. A clear morning can turn into a whiteout by lunch. That unpredictability is part of the mountain's legend, and why it's earned the nickname home of the world's worst weather. If you're looking for rain in Chile's Atacama Desert, you might be waiting a lifetime. Some parts of this desert haven't seen a single drop in hundreds of years. Welcome to Earth's driest non-polar desert, where the landscape looks more like Mars than anything else on the planet. Seriously, NASA tested its Mars rovers here before sending them off-world. Located along the Pacific coast and flanked by the Andes Mountains, the Atacama is locked in a dry zone. The cold Humboldt Current chills the air coming off the ocean, preventing moisture from forming. At the same time, the towering Andes block any wet air coming from the east. The result? A near-total rain shadow that leaves entire regions in a permanent drought. The ground is cracked and crusted with salt. Valleys are littered with strange rock formations and colorful minerals that haven't eroded in centuries. There are places where scientists have never detected any microbial life in the soil, something almost unheard of on Earth. And yet, scattered across the desert are small towns, observatories, and even ancient geoglyphs carved into the hillsides. It's also a haven for stargazers. With no clouds, no humidity, and almost no light pollution, the skies above the Atacama are among the clearest in the world. Telescopes perched high in the mountains collect data on distant galaxies, all from this lifeless, sun-baked terrain. Despite the lifeless look, life does exist here, just barely. You'll find resilient species of lichen, cacti, and flamingos that thrive near rare water sources. The Atacama isn't just dry, it's extreme in every sense, a place where survival feels more like persistence and silence runs deep into the rocks. In America's northernmost town, the sun says goodbye, and doesn't come back for over 2 months. Barrow, officially known as Utqiagvik, sits above the Arctic Circle, and every winter it slips into total darkness for around 65 days. No sunrise, no daylight, just a long, frozen night. When the sun sets in November, it doesn't just dip below the horizon, it disappears completely. The sky turns deep blue, then black, broken only by stars, the moon, and the soft glow of the northern lights. For newcomers, the endless night is surreal. Streetlights stay on all day, and time starts to feel like a suggestion rather than a schedule. The cold here is sharp and constant, with temperatures regularly below -20 degrees Fahrenheit. The wind howls in from the sea, and thick ice locks up the coastline. Even during daylight months, Barrow's climate remains brutally cold, but it's the darkness that defines the town's identity. Yet Utqiagvik is no ghost town. Roughly 4,500 residents live here, many from Inupiat families who've been in the region for generations. They've built homes and communities that adapt to the rhythm of polar extremes. People go to school, work, shop, all under a sky that forgets to rise, and when the sun finally returns in late January, it's a celebration. Not just for the warmth, but for the light. It peaks above the horizon, low and golden, casting long shadows across the frozen ground. Then, each day grows longer, leading into a summer where the sun never sets at all. In Utqiagvik, the contrast between extremes isn't just a weather pattern, it's a way of life. There's hot, and then there's Death Valley hot. Tucked into eastern California, this sun-scorched basin isn't just a summer inconvenience. It holds the record for the hottest air temperature ever reliably recorded on Earth, 134 degrees Fahrenheit, measured at Furnace Creek. That's hot enough to cook eggs on the pavement and melt plastic car trim. Even on an average summer day, highs reach well above 120 degrees Fahrenheit. Death Valley sits more than 280 feet below sea level, surrounded by tall mountain ranges that trap heat like a giant natural oven. The sun beats down relentlessly, and the dry, rocky ground reflects the heat right back into the air. There's almost no humidity to soften the blow, it's just raw, unfiltered heat that seems to press down on you from all sides, and yet the landscape is stunning. Rolling sand dunes shimmer in the distance. Salt flats stretch endlessly like a frozen ocean made of white crystal. Colorful canyons and jagged rocks twist through the valley, shaped over millions of years by wind and water that rarely shows up anymore. There's even a place called Badwater Basin, the lowest point in North America. Incredibly, life still finds a way. Desert bighorn sheep navigate the cliffs, coyotes trot along the roadsides, and when a rare rainstorm hits, the valley erupts with wildflowers in what locals call a super bloom, a brief but vivid display that turns the desert floor into a living carpet. Tourists from all over the world come to experience the extremes here. Some stay just long enough to snap a photo at the Furnace Creek thermometer before rushing back to their air-conditioned cars. But for those who linger, Death Valley offers something more. The feeling of standing in a place where Earth turns up the dial and shows what it's really capable of. We've traveled through blazing deserts, freezing plains, and lightning-filled skies, but now we end in a place where the weather doesn't change, because it never has to. Welcome to Puerto Lopez, a peaceful fishing town on Ecuador's Pacific coast, where seasons don't exist the way most people know them. Here, the temperature floats steadily around 77 to 82 degrees Fahrenheit, all year long. No snow, no sweltering heat waves, no frost on windows or piles of fallen leaves, just a soft breeze, warm sun, and steady rhythm. Locals say time feels slower here, and it's easy to see why. Without seasons to mark the calendar, every day feels like a long, quiet weekend. This weather magic happens thanks to Puerto Lopez's spot right on the equator and near the Pacific Ocean. Warm ocean currents keep the air mild, while the sea moderates the heat. Rain comes in short bursts during the wet season, but the shifts are gentle. There's no brutal summer or icy winter knocking at the door. But just because the weather is predictable doesn't mean the place is boring. Every year, humpback whales migrate just off the coast, drawing visitors from around the world. The nearby Macalilla National Park blends dry forests, coastal cliffs, and coral-filled waters. It's one of the few places where you can walk through jungle trails and then dive into crystal-clear waves within the same hour. Locals plan their lives by tides, not temperatures. There's no rush to check the forecast, it's always just nice. That consistency gives Puerto Lopez its charm. It's not extreme in the way of heat records or wind speeds. Its extreme is how unchanging and peaceful it stays, in a world where weather usually takes center stage. And maybe, in the end, that's the biggest twist of all. Among the most dramatic climates on Earth, this small coastal town stands out by simply staying perfectly the same.
Deep in the green folds of the Papua Highlands, there are tribes that still live in a way that feels like stepping through a time portal. No paved roads, no smartphones, no electricity, just stone tools, fires kindled by hand, and a bond with nature that modern life has all but erased. In the Baliam Valley of West Papua, tucked between jungle-covered mountains and misty peaks, live people who raise pigs for trade, wear bark cloth, and build huts from nothing but grass and wood. Among the most well-known are the Dani tribe. They've called this land home for thousands of years, farming sweet potatoes in steep garden plots carved into the hills. Until the mid-20th century, they had no contact with the outside world. When they were first photographed from the air, officials thought they were extinct or only a legend. Even today, some villages are only reachable by trekking for days through dense rainforest. Helicopters are sometimes used to drop supplies or visitors, but most people here live without relying on anything from the outside. What's fascinating is how well adapted these tribes are to their environment. Their weapons, bows, arrows, and spears are handmade from local materials, but incredibly precise. They know which plants to use for medicine, which roots to boil, which leaves keep insects away. Their traditions are passed down not through books or screens, but by stories whispered around campfires under open skies. Some elders still practice body decoration using ochre and animal bones. During festivals, men wear elaborate headdresses made from feathers and fur, and their war dances echo through the valleys like thunder. These performances aren't just for show, they're reenactments of actual clan rivalries, settled through ritual instead of chaos. It's one of the rare places on Earth where ancient customs are still lived, not just remembered. Despite the untouched lifestyle, there are signs of change creeping in. Satellite dishes are appearing in nearby towns. Young people sometimes leave to study in cities and return with sneakers and slang. But the core of the culture remains surprisingly intact, especially in the remotest corners where stone axes still shape the forest and smoke rises from wood fires before dawn. High in the Himalayas, where the air is razor thin and snow never fully melts, stories have emerged of monks who live as if time stood still. In hidden valleys and caves chiseled into ice-covered cliffs, there are hermits who have practiced ancient rituals in near-total isolation for decades. Some say even generations. Locals whisper that these monks preserve knowledge and traditions dating back to the last ice age. It may sound like fantasy, but not all of it is legend. Places like the remote Zanskar Valley are home to monasteries so inaccessible they're buried beneath snow for half the year. Satellite images show nothing. You only find them if someone shows you the way. These monks survive on barley flour, butter tea, and pure glacier water. Some take vows of silence, others practice deep meditation in sub-zero caves for months at a time. In certain seasons, their bodies appear frozen in place, yet fully alive, their heartbeats slowed to a crawl. What's astonishing is that scientists studying extreme environments have confirmed that long-term exposure to freezing, high-altitude conditions paired with breath control techniques can lead to bodily states that honestly seem a little otherworldly. The line between myth and physiology gets pretty blurry here. The so-called tummo meditation has actually been recorded warming the body so effectively that snow melts around seated monks. A few temples hold ancient scrolls wrapped in yak leather, written in scripts barely anyone can read today. Some believe they describe forgotten lineages or star maps that predate modern astronomy. The entrances to certain cave shrines are sealed for centuries at a time, and when one recently opened, it revealed relics untouched since medieval times, and possibly far older. Are these monks really from the Ice Age? Of course not in a literal sense. But, they may be the last spiritual descendants of a way of life that began when mammoths still roamed. In a world running on speed and noise, these frozen guardians remain rooted in a silence so deep, it echoes through stone. There's a speck of land in the Indian Ocean where time just refuses to move forward. North Sentinel Island, part of the Andaman Archipelago, is home to a people so fiercely isolated that no one truly knows their language, their customs, or even how many of them live there. The Sentinelese have violently rejected every attempt at contact for centuries. Boats that drift too close are met with a hail of arrows. Drones are shot down with spears. Anyone who steps on their beach rarely makes it back. This isn't a modern reaction. Reports from colonial times describe similar encounters. Even helicopters sent to survey after natural disasters have been repelled. Yet through satellite images and long-range observation, experts have learned a few things. The Sentinelese live in small bands, build simple huts, and use handmade weapons. They fish in the shallows, harvest coconuts, and set small fires. What's remarkable is that despite thousands of years of isolation, they're thriving on their own terms. The island itself is heavily forested and ringed by coral reefs, making accidental landings almost impossible. Even the Indian government enforces a strict no-contact policy. It's illegal to approach within 3 nautical miles of the coast. This isn't just to protect outsiders, it's to protect the Sentinelese. With no resistance to modern illnesses, even a mild infection could be catastrophic for them. What's even more interesting is how they've held off the modern world with handmade tools and an unshakable will. In a sense, North Sentinel is the last untouched piece of the ancient human puzzle. While the rest of us have sprinted into the digital age, they've remained in a chapter long closed everywhere else. And maybe, just maybe, that's their greatest strength. They don't need electricity, currencies, or even outside ideas. They've chosen to be the guardians of their own past. Not frozen in fear, simply committed to being left alone in a world that refuses to slow down. If there's one tribe that has truly resisted time itself, it's the Sentinelese. Long before the Inca Empire rose to power, another mysterious civilization was carving homes, fortresses, and tombs into the misty cliffs of the Andes. These were the Chachapoyas, known as the Cloud Warriors, because they lived so high in the mountains that clouds constantly rolled through their stone villages like smoke. Their territory stretched across modern northern Peru, where rainforest and jagged peaks collide. What sets them apart isn't just where they lived, but how they buried their dead. Instead of underground graves, they placed the deceased in vertical sarcophagi, carved into the sheer rock faces of the mountains. These tombs, shaped like human figures, still stare out over the valley centuries later, untouched by looters because they're nearly impossible to reach. Their largest settlement, Cuelap, is sometimes called the Machu Picchu of the north. But, it's actually older, more massive, and until recently was almost entirely forgotten. Thick jungle had buried it in silence. It wasn't until satellite scans and drone footage in recent years revealed the full scope over 400 stone buildings. Some still standing, perched on a mountain ridge like a forgotten fortress from a fantasy novel. We still don't know what language the Chachapoyas spoke. Spanish chronicles claimed they were unusually fair-skinned with light eyes, an observation that sparked endless theories about their origin. Were they connected to early European explorers? Genetic studies say no, but the mystery persists, fueled by the dramatic way their culture vanished after the Inca conquest. Today, adventurers, researchers, and archaeologists are only beginning to uncover the full story. Every tomb opened, every artifact recovered from the cliffside ruins adds another piece to a puzzle that still resists completion. The Cloud Warriors may be gone, but they left behind architecture that defies gravity and questions that refuse to be buried. Hidden in 3 small valleys in northern Pakistan is one of the most colorful and mysterious cultures in Asia, the Kalash people. With their bright clothing, unique language, and distinct beliefs, they stand apart from every surrounding group. But what's really fueled global curiosity is a legend that traces their ancestry to the army of Alexander the Great. The Kalash have no written record of their origin, but their oral traditions tell of a great leader who came through the mountains long ago. Some Kalash people have lighter skin, green or hazel eyes, and features that seem unusual in the region, fueling speculation about Greek or Macedonian roots. Genetic studies have found some Mediterranean markers, but no smoking gun. Still, the legend refuses to fade. What's certain is that their customs are unlike anything around them. The Kalash follow a polytheistic belief system, with deities tied to rivers, mountains, and seasons. They celebrate wild festivals like Chilam Joshi with dancing, chanting, and flowing wine made from local grapes. Their architecture, language, and rituals are more closely tied to ancient Indo-European traditions than anything in modern South Asia. Yet despite their cultural richness, the Kalash are a tiny population, just a few thousand people surrounded by a world that's rapidly changing. Some traditions are fading, but others are proudly maintained, especially during public festivals that draw visitors from around the world. The question of whether they're truly descended from Alexander is still open. But in a region filled with uniformity, the Kalash remain a living relic of something older, stranger, and undeniably fascinating. In the frozen expanse of northern Siberia, where winter never really ends and the sun sometimes vanishes for weeks, live the Nenets, a nomadic people who've survived here for thousands of years with little more than reindeer, sleds, and sheer resilience. They migrate across the tundra with massive herds of domesticated reindeer, traveling up to 600 miles each year through blizzards, frozen rivers, and snowfields that can swallow vehicles whole. Their tents, called chums, are built from reindeer hides stretched over wooden poles designed to be packed up and moved in hours. What's extraordinary is how little their lifestyle has changed, even with satellite phones and weather updates now occasionally used by younger generations. Most of their tools, clothing, and even diet, frozen fish, raw reindeer fat, and berries, are straight out of the prehistoric playbook. Children learn to ride reindeer like horses. Elder women sew intricate clothing with bone needles. And in temperatures that can drop below minus 60 degrees Fahrenheit, survival depends on knowing exactly when and where to move before storms hit or rivers thaw. Climate shifts and industrial encroachment have started to challenge the way of life, but the Nenets adapt, as they always have. Some of their migration routes now cross under massive pipelines, yet they keep moving season after season, guided by the stars, the snow, and the instinct built over generations. While most of the world has traded routes for Wi-Fi, the Nenets remain tethered to the rhythm of ice, wind, and hooves, living proof that you don't need walls or cities to create civilization. Deep in the Amazon rainforest, beyond the rivers and logging roads, live people who have never used a phone, seen a city, or heard a song on the radio. Some of them don't even know that the outside world exists. These are the uncontacted tribes of South America, groups so isolated that even governments, anthropologists, and satellite companies avoid them. We only know they exist thanks to aerial photos. Planes and drones flying over the jungle have captured images of cleared patches of land, longhouses built from palm fronds, and the occasional figure staring up with a bow in hand. Some react with curiosity, others fire arrows at the aircraft. Brazil's National Indian Foundation has confirmed more than 100 isolated groups. Peru and Colombia have reported similar findings. These people have resisted all outside contact, either by choice or by necessity. Their entire worldview is contained within a few square miles of forest. What's shocking is that many of them thrive. They hunt with spears and blowguns, grow manioc and bananas, and gather medicinal plants scientists haven't even cataloged yet. Their lives are rich in ritual, bound to the forest's rhythms, and passed down entirely through oral memory. Protecting them isn't just a matter of respect, it's survival. Exposure to outside germs could cause deadly outbreaks. Laws now prohibit flyovers below certain altitudes, and entry into their territory is illegal for outsiders. It's one of the few times the modern world chooses to look away, and for good reason. They're not relics, they're not primitive. They are living nations, choosing to remain invisible in a world obsessed with exposure. In the age of satellites and surveillance, these tribes remind us that secrets can still survive in plain sight. On the Indonesian island of Nias, far from the busy markets of Jakarta or the resorts of Bali, sit villages built from stone so massive and precise, they raise a serious question. Who had the strength or the knowledge to build this? The traditional homes in these ancient villages sit atop foundations made from megaliths. We're talking about stones weighing multiple tons, stacked and balanced without mortar. Some standing stones reach up to 13 feet tall. What makes it more incredible is that these structures weren't built by royalty or empires, but by local clans in a place so remote it's barely changed in centuries. Oral traditions from the island speak of ancestral giants, people with extraordinary strength who could carry these stones on their shoulders. While no giant bones have ever been found here, recent studies suggest that a now extinct culture with advanced engineering skills may have left behind these clues. The structures were built for rituals, status displays, and in some cases to honor the dead. The stone lifting tradition still exists today. In some ceremonies, dozens of young men work together to move stones using logs, ropes, and chants, recreating the techniques that were likely used long before blueprints or cranes existed. It's less about strength, more about precision and timing. You won't find these villages in typical tourist brochures, but for those who seek them out, Nias offers a window into a Pacific Island culture that rivals some of the world's most famous megalithic mysteries, and does it with a lot less attention. Beneath the jungle floor in Ecuador lies a cave system so vast and so strange, it once drew the interest of astronauts, explorers, and even a royal, Prince Philip himself. It's called the Tayos Cave, and for decades, it's been at the center of one of South America's greatest unsolved stories. In the 1970s, an expedition led by Scottish explorer Stanley Hall ventured deep into the caves after hearing rumors from locals and missionaries that there were chambers lined with metallic books, mysterious carvings, and a hidden library guarded by monks or shamans. The stories go further, claiming the writings were not of this world, containing knowledge of astronomy, advanced physics, and lost civilizations. The cave is real. Its passages stretch for miles with vertical shafts, hidden rooms, and underground rivers. The metal books, however, remain unverified, but some researchers insist they saw strange structures, including walls that didn't seem naturally formed. A few believe the entire system was once engineered, like a buried temple, not a natural cave. In recent years, interest has spiked again. Drone scans, new expeditions, and local tribal accounts continue to suggest something extraordinary might still be hidden underground. Some even link it to the lost continent of Mu, or claim it was a refuge during ancient global catastrophes. Whether it's truth, myth, or something in between, the Taos Cave remains one of the few places on Earth where science, legend, and adventure still collide in total darkness. In the dry plains of Mali, the Dogon people have built a reputation that goes far beyond their carved mud villages or intricate mask dances. What really captured the world's attention was their knowledge of the star Sirius B, a white dwarf companion to Sirius A, invisible to the naked eye and unknown to astronomers until the 20th century. The Dogon somehow knew about it long before telescopes did. French anthropologists in the 1930s documented stories from Dogon elders describing a dense, invisible star orbiting Sirius. They even had drawings of its orbit. This led to one of the most heated debates in anthropology. How could an isolated tribe know something that requires advanced optics to detect? Skeptics argue that the information could have leaked in from earlier contact with missionaries or traders. But Dogon oral tradition places the knowledge far earlier, linked to myths about beings who came from the star's watery companion. The tale hints at sky beings descending in a spinning vessel, imagery that's caused some to connect them with ancient astronaut theories. Despite the debate, the Dogon remain culturally rich and deeply spiritual. Their homes are built into cliff faces, and their ceremonies involve detailed astronomical timing, often linked to real cosmic events. Whether they knew about Sirius B through divine observation, cultural memory, or outside influence, the fact remains their understanding of the skies is, honestly, just astonishing. The mystery isn't just about stars. It's about how knowledge travels, survives, and sometimes hides in places no one expects. In central Turkey, the land folds into strange shapes: stone cones, fairy chimneys, and towers of volcanic ash. But the real mystery lies beneath the surface. Beneath the villages of Cappadocia are entire underground cities, carved out of soft rock by hand, some stretching 8 levels deep. These weren't just bunkers, they had ventilation shafts, water systems, kitchens, even schools. One site, Derinkuyu, could house over 20,000 people. Who built them, and why? Historians once believed early Christians carved them as hideouts from Roman persecution, but newer research suggests they may be far older. Some tunnels show signs of tools used thousands of years before Christianity even arrived in the region. The design is shockingly advanced. Giant stone doors could be rolled into place to block passages. Chimneys vented smoke so it wouldn't be seen above ground. Even today, only a fraction of the entire network has been mapped. Locals still stumble onto new chambers when digging foundations or wells. Legends passed down in the area speak of people hiding from beings from the sky, or ancient enemies who swept across the land. Whatever the truth, the scale of these cities suggests mass cooperation, engineering knowledge, and a serious reason for going underground for months, or even years. Today, you can visit parts of Derinkuyu and neighboring Kaimakli, wandering through silent corridors where thousands once lived, prayed, and survived, while a forgotten world moved above them, unaware. Long before the pyramids of Egypt, before the embalming rituals of the pharaohs, there was a civilization along the edge of the Atacama Desert, in what is now northern Chile and southern Peru. The Chinchorro people, living over 7,000 years ago, created the world's oldest known mummies, and some of them still look eerily lifelike today. Unlike other cultures that reserved mummification for the elite, the Chinchorro preserved everyone, from elders to infants. They carefully removed the skin, dried the body, reinforced it with sticks and clay, then painted it in red or black earth pigments. Some mummies have glassy eyes that seem to stare straight ahead, their features frozen in expressions that haven't changed in millennia. What's even stranger is how natural forces aided their preservation. The Atacama Desert is the driest, non-polar place on Earth. With almost no rain, no moisture, and consistent wind, the conditions turned corpses into natural time capsules. In some cases, the environment did the work before the people even tried. These mummies were once buried close to the coast, but shifting sands and erosion have brought many of them back to the surface. Locals still treat some burial sites as sacred, and scientists are racing to preserve the remains before modern pollution and humidity destroy what nature protected for thousands of years. Unlike the grand tombs of ancient Egypt, the Chinchorro left few monuments. Their legacy lies not in stone, but in skin, clay, and the desert itself. Their preserved dead remind us that history doesn't always rest in peace. It sometimes rises out of the ground, asking to be seen. When most people think of pyramids, they picture the iconic shapes rising from the sands of Egypt. But hundreds more stand just south in modern-day Sudan, where the ancient kingdom of Kush once ruled a territory larger than its northern neighbor. And while Egypt's pyramids have become world-famous tourist sites, Sudan's remain quiet, mysterious, and largely unknown. The Nubian pyramids at Meroe and Nuri were built between 2,700 and 2,000 years ago. Many are smaller and steeper than Egypt's, but no less impressive. Beneath them lie burial chambers that once held gold, weapons, and ornaments worthy of royalty. The Kushite kings even conquered Egypt at one point, becoming pharaohs of both lands and building monuments in their own style. For centuries, these pyramids were buried beneath sand. Only in recent decades have full excavation efforts uncovered the full scope of what was left behind. Some of the tombs contain inscriptions in Meroitic, a written language we still can't read. Others have frescoes of rituals, star maps, and even references to beliefs that combined African spirituality with Egyptian iconography. Many of the pyramids were looted long ago and erosion has taken a toll. But new preservation efforts, aided by high-resolution mapping and 3D scans, are bringing attention to Sudan's ancient wonders. Still, tourists are few and much of the region remains off the global radar.
High in the misty hills of northern Thailand, there's a tribe that you can spot from miles away. Not because of their houses or rituals, but because of their headgear. The Aka women wear some of the most visually stunning and deeply symbolic headdresses in the world. They're not just decorations. These elaborate creations tell the entire story of a woman's life, her age, her status, even whether she's married or has children. The headdress starts simple when a girl is young. As she grows older, it evolves with her, collecting silver coins, beads, colored threads, bells, and tiny charms, many of which are inherited through generations. Each piece added over time represents something, whether it's a rite of passage, a family event, or a personal achievement. Some women wear their entire family history on their heads, quite literally. A full headdress can weigh over 5 pounds and take hours to assemble every morning. But the beauty doesn't stop at the head. The Aka are also known for their rich embroidery, vibrant woven clothing, and layers of jewelry. They make nearly everything by hand, often sitting in circles chatting and crafting, while the village hums with activity around them. Their traditional outfits are passed down or remade again and again, maintaining styles that haven't changed in hundreds of years. What makes the Aka even more fascinating is how self-sufficient and isolated many of their villages still are. They live in wooden homes raised on stilts, surrounded by steep green mountains. Their daily lives revolve around farming, foraging, and sharing. Electricity and running water are rare. Instead of clocks and deadlines, they follow the rhythms of nature. Planting when the clouds change, harvesting when the wind shifts. Despite pressure from modernization and tourism, the Aka have held tight to their identity. Younger generations still learn to weave, dance, and sing the same songs their ancestors did. And every major event from the birth of a child to the start of a harvest is still marked by traditional ceremonies that bring the entire community together. In the highlands of Peru, Bolivia, and Ecuador, where the air is thin and the mountains scrape the sky, live the Quechua people, descendants of the great Inca civilization. They still speak Quechua, the language once spoken in the palaces of Machu Picchu. But their daily life today is far from ancient ruins or tourism. It's grounded in hard work, extreme terrain, and traditions that have barely changed in centuries. What sets the Quechua apart is their connection to altitude. Their villages sit at over 11,000 feet, where corn grows small, and llamas outnumber cars. Every morning men and women trek up steep paths to tend to their terraced farms. These terraces, carved into cliffs like green steps, are an engineering marvel from Inca times, and they still work perfectly. The clothing worn by the Quechua is both practical and stunning. Women wear layered skirts, colorful shawls, and round hats, each region with its own unique twist. Many still dye their wool with natural pigments made from insects and plants. Their textiles aren't just for warmth, they're maps, calendars, and family records woven into patterns that only locals can truly read. What's even more fascinating? Their view of the world. Mountains aren't just land, they're living spirits. Rivers are protectors. Festivals often include masked dances, firecrackers, and music played on handmade flutes and drums. These aren't performances, They're part of survival, a way to keep balance with nature in one of the most demanding places on Earth. And just when you think the Andes hold all the surprises, the rainforest opens up a different kind of story entirely. Deep in the Brazilian Amazon, far from roads and signals, lives a tribe that doesn't eat red meat, not because of health trends, but because of belief. The Inawe are one of the only indigenous groups in the region who are entirely pescatarian, relying mostly on fish and forest food. But how they catch that fish is what makes them unforgettable. Every year, they build massive wooden dams across rivers, structures made entirely by hand, without nails or modern tools. These aren't simple traps. They stretch across flowing water like giant xylophones, guiding fish into chambers where they're caught during a month-long ritual called the Yakwa. It's not just about survival, it's a sacred event that involves singing, dancing, and sharing with forest spirits. The Nawa men wear striking feathered headdresses, face paint made from charcoal and red seeds, and bone ornaments through their noses. During ceremonies, they perform hypnotic dances, circling fires for hours, their chants echoing through the forest like something out of a forgotten world. What also makes them stand out is their balance with nature. They don't overfish or farm aggressively. Instead, they shift with the seasons, following patterns passed down verbally through generations. Their homes are long, wide structures shared by many families, and storytelling is a nightly event. Tourists won't stumble across the Nawe. Their land is protected, and they rarely allow outsiders in. That's what makes glimpses of their culture so rare and so powerful. They've built an entire world with their own rules, and they've managed to keep it standing, untouched by highways or Wi-Fi. Far above the Arctic Circle, where daylight disappears for weeks in winter and reindeer outnumber people, live the Sami. Spread across Norway, Sweden, Finland, and parts of Russia, they're often called Europe's last indigenous nomads. But their way of life is anything but ancient folklore. It's very much alive. The heart of Sami culture is tied to reindeer herding. Families move with their herds across frozen landscapes, using snowmobiles now where sleds once did the job. Each animal is marked, tracked, and treated with deep respect. In fact, the reindeer isn't just food or income, it's at the center of identity, spirituality, and tradition. Sami clothing is designed for survival and storytelling. Their bright wool garments, called gakti, reveal which region or even family someone belongs to. Intricate silver jewelry and patterned belts complete the look, and in colder months you'll still find people wearing handmade boots lined with reindeer fur, tough enough to handle deep snow and icy winds. Then there's yoik, a haunting form of singing that doesn't follow typical lyrics or structure. It's not about telling a story with words, it's about capturing the feeling of a person, a place, or a moment. It might sound strange at first, but in the still Arctic silence, a joik feels like it connects directly to the land itself. Despite modernization, the Sami have kept their traditions going strong. Some herd with GPS now, some run reindeer races on frozen lakes, and some campaign to protect their ancestral land from mining and construction. What makes them so unique is this mix of adaptation and resistance. They're not trying to stay stuck in time, they're shaping the future on their own terms. Step into the rainforest of Cameroon and the Republic of the Congo, and you'll hear something before you see it. Singing that blends with bird calls, the sound of laughter echoing under thick canopy. That's the world of the Baka, a forest-dwelling tribe often called pygmies due to their short stature, though what makes them truly unique has nothing to do with height. The Baka live in one of the world's densest rainforests, and they move through it like it's a second skin. They can identify hundreds of plants by sight and smell, track animals silently through thick undergrowth, and gather honey from wild hives dozens of feet above the ground, all without maps or tools. They've passed this knowledge down through stories, songs, and hands-on training for generations. Music plays a huge role in Baka life. Their polyphonic singing, where multiple people create overlapping rhythms with only their voices, has fascinated researchers for decades. It's not just entertainment. These songs are used to teach children, communicate during hunts, and even celebrate the forest itself. Their homes are simple dome-shaped huts made from leaves and branches, built in just a few hours but sturdy enough to withstand rainstorms. Community matters more than possessions. Everything is shared, from meals to child-rearing. Decisions are made together, and arguments are settled through calm discussion rather than conflict. What truly sets the Baka apart is how tuned in they are to their environment. They don't dominate nature, they move with it, listen to it, and rely on it. In a world chasing speed and technology, the baka remind us there's still a rhythm to life that can't be downloaded or bought. Hidden deep in the dense forests of eastern Paraguay is a tribe that, until just decades ago, hunted like people did thousands of years ago. The Ache lived entirely off the land, using bows and arrows, moving constantly, and sharing everything they caught. They didn't build permanent villages or farm. Instead, they tracked animals on foot through thick brush, hunted silently, and moved as soon as resources ran low. It was pure survival, and it worked for generations. What made the Ache particularly fascinating to scientists was just how close their way of life was to prehistoric humans. They hunted in small groups, communicated mostly through gestures while stalking prey, and relied on collective decision-making. Everyone in the group, men, women, and even children, had a role. Game was shared evenly, no one hoarded food, and injuries were treated using forest remedies passed down by memory, not books. Their lifestyle was studied closely in the 20th century by anthropologists, and what they found was remarkable. The Ache had an incredible understanding of their environment. They knew which trees held edible fruits during the dry season, where to find wild honey, and how to silently shadow a monkey through the canopy for hours. Their endurance was jaw-dropping, running for miles without stopping, carrying heavy loads back to camp without complaint. Today, most Ache no longer live this nomadic lifestyle. Many have settled in small communities or moved closer to towns, but their traditions haven't vanished. Elders still teach tracking and archery. Ceremonies, dances, and oral histories still play a major part in their lives. They hold tightly to their identity, and their past still echoes through every story told under the trees. On the sweeping windswept plains of western Mongolia, there's a tradition that looks like something from an epic film, but it's entirely real. The Kazakh eagle hunters, known locally as Berkuchi, ride horses with massive golden eagles perched on their arms. These birds aren't pets. They're partners, trained to hunt foxes, rabbits, and even wolves. What's even more surprising, some of the most skilled hunters today are teenage girls. Traditionally a male role, eagle hunting has seen a revival among young women who are just as fearless, skilled, and respected as their male counterparts. Dressed in thick furs and colorful embroidered robes, these girls gallop across frozen steppes with eagles bigger than their own torsos swooping down at their command. Training an eagle is no easy task. Hunters climb into cliffside nests to find chicks, raise them from a young age, and build trust slowly through months of daily interaction. The bond between eagle and human is personal and powerful. After several years, the eagle is released back into the wild, a rare example of a hunting tradition built on respect and balance. Their lifestyle is just as unique. Kazakh eagle hunters live in felt-covered yurts that can be packed up and moved with the seasons. They rely on herding, hunting, and craftsmanship to survive in a region where temperatures regularly drop below zero. Every fall they gather for the Eagle Festival, a mix of competition and celebration that includes racing, archery, and of course eagle displays that leave jaws on the ground. What sets the Kazakh hunters apart is more than their birds or gear. It's the survival of a culture in a remote, frozen corner of the world where modern life hasn't drowned out ancient skill. Few places on Earth still honor such a wild partnership between human and predator, and even fewer where girls are rising as its fiercest champions. In the heart of the Ituri rainforest in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, lives one of the most elusive and least understood tribes on Earth, the Mbuti. These forest-dwelling people are among the shortest populations in the world, averaging just over 4 feet tall. But what truly makes them remarkable is how deeply their lives are woven into the rhythm of the jungle. The Mbuti don't just live in the forest, they are part of it. Their shelters are made from leaves and branches, built in clusters where families sleep close together. They move often, following seasonal patterns of fruit, honey, and wild game. They don't farm, they don't raise livestock. They hunt with nets, gather edible plants, and trade with neighboring villages when needed. Every sound in the forest means something to them. A bird call, a branch snapping, the buzz of insects. It's a kind of knowledge you can't learn from books, only through life spent under the canopy. Now, there are reports of a highly isolated group, possibly related to the Mbuti, living deeper in untouched regions of the forest. The rare photos circulating online show individuals with incredibly distinct features, which some believe could be the result of genetic adaptation over generations in complete seclusion. Scientists haven't been able to fully study this group, but locals speak of them as a separate population, known to appear briefly before vanishing back into the trees. Whether these sightings are of an unknown subgroup or simply another layer of the Mbuti's mystery, one thing is clear. This tribe remains one of the most enigmatic cultures on the planet. Few outsiders have ever lived among them, and fewer still truly understand how they survive in one of the most complex ecosystems on Earth, without maps, without machines, just knowledge passed through whispers and footsteps in the forest. In the rugged canyons of northern Mexico, there's a group of people who can run 100 miles without stopping. No fancy shoes, no water bottles clipped to belts, just sandals made from old tires and a pace as steady as the wind. These are the Tarahumara, or as they call themselves, the Raramuri, meaning those who run fast. Running isn't a sport for them, it's part of life. In fact, some villages are spaced so far apart that running is the only way to stay connected. They run to hunt, to visit, to race, and sometimes even just to celebrate. Children start early, joining in long-distance games where balls are kicked ahead and chased for miles. Adults can keep going from dawn till dusk, crossing jagged trails and vertical cliffs like it's nothing. What makes their endurance so unique is how naturally it blends into their lifestyle. Their diet is simple, mostly corn, beans, and chia seeds, and their clothing is loose and light. No training schedules, no GPS watches, just instinct, community, and purpose. When Raramuri runners compete in ultramarathons, they often surprise the world by placing among the top, even though they've never trained like professional athletes. The Tarahumara live in caves, stone huts, and remote cliffside settlements across the Copper Canyon, one of the most isolated regions in North America. Their spiritual beliefs are closely tied to nature, and many of their rituals involve dancing, storytelling, and drinking a fermented corn brew during community gatherings that can last for days. In a world obsessed with speed, records, and performance gear, the Raramuri quietly remind us what real endurance looks like, natural, calm, and centuries old. Tucked deep within northern Mongolia's taiga forests lives a tribe so remote, only a few hundred of them remain. The Tsatan, or Duka people, are one of the last groups on Earth to herd reindeer not for meat, but for companionship, milk, and transport. Their bond with these animals is unlike anything else. It's not just survival, it's connection. The Tsatan move across the forest in small camps, following the seasons. Their homes are conical tents made from canvas and felt, similar to yurts, but built for quick setup and travel. The reindeer stay close, even sleeping near the tents, almost like family members. Children grow up riding them like horses. The herders can whistle and the animals respond, knowing their place within the group. This tribe lives without electricity, running water, or paved roads. Food is gathered, hunted, or carried in by reindeer. In freezing winters, when temperatures drop well below zero, they keep warm using layers of handmade wool and firewood collected from the forest. Shamanism remains a strong force in Tsatan life. They believe in forest spirits, animal guardians, and healing rituals passed down from elders. Visitors often speak of a deep calm in their camps, where time slows, voices are quiet, and nature is a constant presence. But life is changing fast. Climate shifts, restrictions on movement, and modernization are putting pressure on this ancient lifestyle. Young Tsatan sometimes leave for cities, and herding grows more difficult each year. Still, those who remain carry one of the world's rarest ways of life, where humans and animals move together as one. In the vast, sun-blasted deserts of southern Africa, the Sand People have lived for tens of thousands of years, making them one of the oldest continuous cultures on Earth. Often called Bushmen, they are expert trackers, hunters, and storytellers, living proof that knowledge passed from generation to generation can outlast empires. The San are masters of reading the land. A broken twig, a faint footprint, a disturbed grain of sand, all are clues in a language they read fluently. Their hunting methods rely on patience. They can follow an animal for days, moving quietly, barely seen, until the moment is right. But their tools aren't high-tech. Their bows are small, and their arrows are tipped with natural poison derived from beetles and plants. They don't waste anything they catch. Every part of the animal is used, and the hunt is followed by a dance and a story that weaves it into memory. Sand homes are simple huts or open-air shelters made from branches and grass. Water is stored in ostrich eggs buried underground. Food comes from digging roots, cracking open nuts, and catching small game. What makes this lifestyle special isn't its simplicity, it's its sustainability. For millennia, they've thrived in one of the harshest environments on Earth without damaging it. Their click language is unlike any other, full of sharp, percussive sounds that echo across the desert. Their rock paintings, still visible on canyon walls, speak of animals, spirits, and ancient hunts. And when they dance around a fire, the whole tribe joins in, a moment that feels older than time. They may be quiet in the global conversation, but the San are living libraries of survival, community, and deep respect for the land. Along the foggy coasts and dense forests of southeastern Alaska, the Tlingit people have carved out a world that speaks through wood, color, and tradition. Their villages sit close to the water's edge, where ocean tides shape daily life, and towering totem poles stand guard like ancient storytellers. Each pole isn't just art, it's a family tree, a history book, and a cultural declaration all in one. The Tlingit society is structured around clans, large family groups tied to animal ancestors like the raven, eagle, or wolf. A person's clan determines their role in the community, who they can marry, and how they participate in ceremonies. It's an identity that goes far beyond a last name. Totem poles are raised to honor these clans, often in front of homes or community halls. The carvings can be bold and intimidating, but they're not meant to scare, they're meant to be remembered. Tlingit homes are large wooden structures built from massive cedar logs, insulated against Alaska's cold and damp climate. Inside, families gather to share stories, cook fish over open fires, and pass down knowledge that isn't written but spoken and lived. Their craftsmanship is extraordinary. Everything from canoes to ceremonial masks is hand-carved, painted with deep reds, blacks, and blues that symbolize life, power, and mystery. Even today, many Tlingit continue to practice their customs while blending them with modern life. Their connection to land, sea, and spirit remains unshaken, and their identity is carved deeply, not just in wood, but in every part of how they live. High in Colombia's Sierra Nevada mountains, hidden above the clouds, live the Kogi, a tribe that sees themselves not as isolated, but as guardians of the world. They call themselves the Elder Brothers, and believe it's their duty to protect nature from the harm caused by the rest of us, the Younger Brothers. Their villages are tucked deep into steep valleys reachable only by foot. They build circular huts from earth and palm, speak their own language, and follow a spiritual code passed down through centuries. At the center of their world are the Mamas, spiritual leaders raised from birth in darkness, away from distraction, to gain deep wisdom about the earth and its balance. The Kogi live simply. They grow their own food, spin cotton for clothes, and carry everything in hand-woven bags slung across their shoulders. But their thinking is anything but simple. They believe every mountain, river, tree, and animal has a soul. They don't just see nature, they talk to it, consult it, and listen. What makes the Kogi truly stand out is how purposefully they've stayed out of the modern world. For years they avoided cameras, roads, and visitors. Only recently have they started speaking out, warning that deforestation, mining, and pollution are breaking the world's natural order. Their message isn't loud or angry, it's calm, steady, and rooted in a view of the planet few others still hold. They see things most people don't, and maybe in listening to them, we begin to understand a little more of what we've forgotten. Imagine walking down the aisle in your perfect wedding dress, glowing with happiness, only for your father to spit on your head and chest right before you leave for your new home. Sounds unbelievable, right? But for the Maasai people of Kenya, this is a long-standing wedding tradition, and it's actually a blessing. The Maasai believe that spitting is a sign of good fortune and respect. In their culture, elders often spit on their hands before shaking someone else's as a gesture of goodwill. So when a bride is about to start her new life, her father gives her a final blessing in the form of spit. This is meant to bring her luck, fertility, and a happy marriage. But it doesn't stop there. As she leaves with her new husband, she is not supposed to look back. Turning around is believed to bring bad luck, almost like she's refusing her new life. Instead, she must walk away carrying her father's well wishes and his spit into her future. To outsiders, this might seem shocking, even uncomfortable. In most places, spitting is considered rude or even offensive. But in Maasai culture, it's one of the highest forms of respect. And let's be honest, compared to some of the other wedding traditions out there, a little spit might not be the worst thing to deal with. Now, while some brides get a final blessing of spit before heading off to their new life, in Mauritania, the wedding preparation starts much earlier, and in a way that might surprise you. Here, in certain regions, young girls are sent to fat farms, where they are force-fed enormous amounts of food. The goal? To gain as much weight as possible before marriage. This practice, known as leblu, comes from the belief that a fuller figure is a sign of wealth, beauty, and fertility. A thin woman might be seen as coming from a poor family, while a heavier bride is believed to bring prosperity to her husband. Girls as young as 5 years old are sometimes subjected to this process, eating thousands of calories a day, milk, porridge, and fatty foods, until their bodies match the desired standard. Of course, this tradition has come under heavy criticism in recent years, and many women in Mauritania are speaking out against it. But despite efforts to end the practice, it still exists in some rural areas. The idea that a woman's body must fit a certain mold before she can be considered a worthy bride is nothing new, but few cultures take it to this extreme. And yet, as unusual as it seems, strict beauty standards exist all over the world, just in very different ways. Now, picture a wedding where joy fills the air, music plays, and guests break into dance to celebrate the couple's new life together. That's how most people imagine a wedding, right? Well, not in Congo. Here, at traditional weddings, the bride and groom are not allowed to smile, not even a little. In many Congolese communities, getting married is seen as an incredibly serious commitment. So serious that smiling, laughing, or showing excitement is completely forbidden during the ceremony and reception. The newlyweds must sit in stone-faced silence while their friends and family party around them. Even during the most joyful moments, they have to remain completely composed. The idea behind this rule is that marriage is not just a celebration, it's a huge responsibility. If the couple laughs and jokes too much, it might seem like they don't respect the lifelong commitment they're making. So instead they sit there expressionless, watching as everyone else enjoys their big day. It's the complete opposite of what most people expect from a wedding. But for the Congolese, it's a sign of maturity. And yet, compared to what's coming next, a silent and serious wedding might not seem so strange after all. Because in India, some weddings don't just involve human couples, they involve frogs. A wedding without smiles might sound strange, but what about a wedding where neither the bride nor groom is human? In parts of India, people actually organize weddings for frogs. Yes, real frogs. And these ceremonies are just as elaborate as human weddings, complete with traditional attire, blessings, and even a wedding feast. This isn't just for fun. Frog weddings, known as Manduka Vivaha, are performed in certain regions, especially during droughts. It's believed that marrying two frogs pleases the rain gods and brings much-needed monsoon showers. The idea comes from ancient Hindu beliefs that frogs symbolize fertility and the arrival of rain. When the skies refuse to open, people take matters into their own hands by giving two amphibians the most extravagant wedding of their little froggy lives. The ritual follows traditional Hindu wedding customs. Priests chant prayers, guests throw rice, and sometimes the frogs are even sent on a honeymoon before being released back into the wild. While it might sound ridiculous to outsiders, for those who believe in it, this is a powerful way to reconnect with nature and seek divine intervention. And believe it or not, frogs aren't the only unexpected partners in Indian wedding traditions, because in some cases a bride's first marriage isn't even to a person. In many cultures, people turn to astrology for love advice. But in India, certain astrological signs are believed to bring bad luck to a marriage. So much so that a person might need to marry a tree before they can marry a human. This happens to people who are born under Manglik Dosh, an astrological condition that is thought to bring misfortune, especially to a spouse. To remove the curse, the affected person, usually a woman, must first marry a tree in a full-fledged wedding ceremony. This is supposed to absorb the bad luck, making it safe for the woman to marry a human afterward. The ritual usually involves a banana tree, peepal tree, or even a clay pot, depending on the region. After the marriage, the tree is either cut down or ritually discarded, symbolizing the end of the curse. While many younger Indians reject this tradition today, it's still performed in some areas. For those who follow it, marrying a tree is a small price to pay for a happy future. But wedding traditions aren't always about fate and astrology, sometimes they're just plain painful. And in South Korea, grooms don't get to walk into marriage so easily. First, they have to survive a foot-beating ritual. Weddings can be stressful, but in South Korea, the groom has to survive a bizarre challenge before he can even reach the altar. After the wedding ceremony, his friends and family tie his ankles together, take off his shoes, and beat the soles of his feet, sometimes with a wooden stick, sometimes with dried fish. This tradition, known as Baldeung Chiji, is meant to test the groom's strength and resilience before marriage. Some believe it makes him smarter or even more prepared for the wedding night. It's also just an excuse for friends and family to have some fun at his expense. The beating is usually playful rather than painful, but it can still be uncomfortable. And since some versions involve hitting the groom with dried fish, the ritual also fills the room with a not-so-pleasant smell. It might seem like an odd way to celebrate, but compared to some other customs, a sore foot isn't too bad. Because in China, some grooms have to carry their brides over burning hot coals before they can start their married life. In many cultures, it's tradition for a groom to carry his bride over the threshold of their home, but in some rural areas of China, this act is taken to the extreme. The groom must carry the bride over a bed of burning hot coals. The goal? To ensure that their life together is filled with good luck, strength, and endurance. It's also believed that if a man can carry his wife over fire without showing pain, she will have a smooth and easy childbirth. The firewalking ceremony isn't always done at the wedding itself. Some couples perform it before stepping into their new home. The groom carefully picks up his bride and walks over the scorching coals, determined not to drop her. While this tradition isn't as common today, it still happens in certain regions. And let's face it, if a groom is willing to literally walk through fire for his bride, he's probably serious about the marriage. Most brides cry at weddings, but in China's Tujia ethnic group, crying isn't just expected, it's required, and not just on the wedding day. For an entire month before the wedding, the bride must cry every single day. This tradition, known as zuotang or sitting in the hall, begins about 30 days before the ceremony. At first, the bride cries alone. After a few days, her mother joins in, then her grandmother. Eventually, more female relatives join the daily weeping sessions until the house is filled with an emotional chorus. But these aren't just random tears. The crying is actually a ritualized performance. The women don't just wail, they sing a special kind of weeping song, expressing sorrow, gratitude, and even excitement for the bride's future. The idea is that the more the bride cries before the wedding, the less she will cry in her married life. Historically, it was also a way for women to protest arranged marriages without openly defying their families. For outsiders, this might seem like an extremely dramatic way to prepare for a wedding. But in Tujia culture, tears are a sign of love, appreciation, and respect. And speaking of strange wedding preparations, in Scotland, brides don't cry before the wedding, they get covered in filth. Imagine walking into your wedding day covered in rotten eggs, spoiled milk, fish guts, and ashes. That's exactly what happens in Scotland's blackening of the bride ritual, a messy, smelly, and completely bizarre pre-wedding tradition. This chaotic event takes place a few days before the wedding. Friends and family ambush the bride and sometimes the groom, tie them up, and dump a revolting mix of food waste, mud, and whatever else they can find all over them. After being drenched in filth, the bride is then paraded through town for everyone to see. The origins of this tradition are a bit unclear, but the idea is simple. If you can survive the blackening, you can survive marriage. It's meant to toughen up the couple and prepare them for the challenges of married life. In the past, it was also believed to scare away evil spirits that might bring bad luck to the marriage. While modern brides aren't always thrilled about it, the blackening is still practiced in rural parts of Scotland. And if you think this is one of the most uncomfortable wedding traditions, think again, because in some parts of Indonesia and Malaysia, newlyweds aren't even allowed to use the bathroom. Most honeymoon traditions involve relaxation, but for the Taidong people of Indonesia and Malaysia, the first 3 days of marriage are anything but comfortable. Newlyweds must follow a strict rule. They cannot use the bathroom at all. That means no relieving themselves, no showering, no stepping away for even a minute of privacy. They are constantly watched by family members to ensure they follow the rule. To help them endure this, they are given only small amounts of food and water. Why go through such an extreme challenge? According to Taidong beliefs, if the couple can survive 3 days without using the bathroom, they will have a long and happy marriage. Breaking the rule is thought to bring bad luck, divorce, or even infertility. It's an incredibly difficult test, but once they get through it, the couple is free to start their married life with blessings and good fortune. As unusual as this might sound, wedding customs involving strange superstitions are common around the world. Most people wish for a happy and fertile marriage, but in 19th century France, couples took this wish to an entirely different level. Instead of waiting for nature to take its course, they would place a live baby under the bed on their wedding night. Yes, you read that right. Before the newlyweds could spend their first night together, a healthy baby was tucked under the bed as a sort of fertility charm. It was believed that the presence of a baby would encourage the couple to conceive quickly and ensure they had many children. In some versions of the tradition, the couple wasn't even alone during this intimate moment. Elders or family members would wait outside the room, listening for signs of success. The pressure to produce an heir was strong, and this strange custom was meant to make sure everything started off on the right foot. Thankfully, this ritual faded away as times changed. But in some cultures, wedding entertainment was just as strange as the rituals themselves. And in Bulgaria, that entertainment sometimes included a dancing bear. Weddings are supposed to be joyful celebrations, but in historical Bulgaria, the star of the show wasn't the bride or groom, it was a trained bear. That's right, a real bear, dancing at the wedding. For centuries, certain communities in Bulgaria, particularly among the Roma people, trained bears to perform at weddings and other celebrations. The bear, usually led by a handler, would move to the rhythm of traditional music, delighting guests and bringing good luck to the couple. Some believed that a bear's presence would protect the marriage from evil spirits, while others simply enjoyed the spectacle. Of course, today this practice is considered cruel and has been banned. Many former dancing bears now live in sanctuaries where they can roam freely, but for a long time a bear at a wedding was a common sight in Bulgaria, and while this may seem extreme, some wedding traditions go even further, because in Tibet, a wedding wasn't complete without drinking from a human skull. Weddings often include toasts to the couple's future, but in ancient Tibet, newlyweds didn't sip from fine glassware, they drank from a human skull. This unusual tradition was rooted in Buddhist tantric rituals, where drinking from a kapala, a skull cup, was thought to remind people of life's impermanence. In wedding ceremonies, the skull cup was used to symbolize the couple's connection to past generations, and their acceptance of the cycle of life and death. The drink inside the skull was usually wine or another ceremonial beverage consumed as a sacred offering. While this practice is rare today, kapalas are still used in some Tibetan rituals, especially by monks. To outsiders it might seem morbid, but for those who followed the tradition, it was a way to show respect for ancestors and the spiritual journey ahead. And while this custom involved drinking, in medieval Germany, the most important wedding ritual involved a battle over a goose liver. Today, wedding games are lighthearted fun, but in medieval Germany, one of the most important wedding competitions involved a dead goose and a test of strength. At traditional weddings, the groom and his male relatives would compete in a tug-of-war, but instead of using a rope, they used a goose liver. The contest was simple. The men pulled on opposite sides of the slippery liver, and whoever got the larger piece was believed to have the most power in the couple's future household. This bizarre custom was a mix of superstition and entertainment, but it was also a way to ensure that the strongest family members took charge. In some cases, other guests got involved and the entire celebration turned into a chaotic, greasy mess. While the goose liver battle has disappeared, Germany still has some strange wedding traditions today, though most don't involve fighting over poultry. But no matter where you go, weddings always have their own unique and sometimes shocking customs. Weddings are expensive, and in some cultures, guests don't just bring gifts, they pin cash directly onto the bride and groom. This is the heart of the money dance, a tradition popular in the Philippines and Mexico, where guests shower the newlyweds with money, literally. During the reception, the bride and groom take turns dancing, while friends and family attach money to their clothes using pins or tape. In the Philippines, men usually pin bills onto the bride's gown, while women pin money onto the groom. In Mexico, guests may also slip cash into special sashes worn by the couple. The money dance serves two purposes. It's a fun way to celebrate, and it helps the couple financially as they start their life together. The more money they collect, the more prosperous their marriage is believed to be. Some guests even compete to give the biggest bill or pin money in the most creative way. While it might look unusual to outsiders, the tradition is a sign of love and support. Instead of just giving a wedding gift, guests get to personally contribute to the couple's future. But not all wedding traditions involve money. In Indonesia, some couples plant trees instead of exchanging rings. Most weddings include an exchange of rings, But in some parts of Sumatra, Indonesia, couples trade something much more meaningful: trees. Instead of slipping a gold band onto their partner's finger, newlyweds plant saplings together, symbolizing their growing love and commitment. This tradition is deeply tied to environmental and spiritual beliefs. The tree represents strength, stability, and the ability to weather life's storms. It also serves a practical purpose. It helps fight deforestation and contributes to a healthier planet. Some communities even have rules requiring couples to plant a certain number of trees before they can be officially married. The practice has gained popularity in recent years, especially among couples who want an eco-friendly wedding. Instead of a ring that might sit on a finger forever, the tree grows and thrives along with the marriage. While planting a tree is a quiet and symbolic act, some wedding traditions are much more interactive, like in Sweden and Denmark, where guests kiss the bride or groom whenever the opportunity arises. At most weddings, the only major kiss is between the bride and groom. But in Sweden and Denmark, weddings are a non-stop kissing frenzy. Here's how it works. Whenever the groom leaves the room, all the male guests rush to kiss the bride. And whenever the bride steps away, the female guests line up to kiss the groom. It's all done in good fun, and there's no limit to how many times it can happen throughout the evening. On top of that, in Sweden, there's another kissing rule. If guests start tapping their glasses with silverware, the couple must stand on their chairs and kiss. If they stomp their feet on the floor, the bride and groom have to crawl under the table and kiss there. While it might seem chaotic, this tradition is meant to keep the party fun and interactive. Instead of just sitting and watching, guests get to actively participate in the celebration. But some wedding customs go beyond fun and games. In Fiji, the groom has to present a very special and very rare gift to prove he's worthy of marriage. In most places, a wedding proposal involves a ring. But in Fiji, a man must present something far more valuable: a whale's tooth. Known as a tabua, this polished tooth of a sperm whale is one of the most sacred and prestigious gifts in Fijian culture. A groom must offer a tabua to the bride's family as part of the traditional dowry process. If the family accepts it, the marriage is considered blessed. Tabua are not just given at weddings. They are also used in important negotiations, funerals, and political agreements. In the past, collecting them was extremely difficult, which made them even more valuable. Today, due to conservation laws, tabua are usually passed down through generations rather than being taken from new whales. For Fijians, the exchange of a whale's tooth is not just about money or status. It's a deep symbol of respect, honor, and commitment. While the idea of gifting a whale's tooth might seem strange to outsiders, it holds the same emotional weight as a diamond ring. And when it comes to wedding traditions, it's just one of many ways that cultures around the world express love and devotion. In many parts of India, the Middle East, and North Africa, brides don't just wear jewelry to their wedding, they wear intricate henna designs on their hands and feet. This tradition, known as mendi, is one of the most beautiful pre-wedding rituals in the world. The henna paste made from dried leaves is applied in elaborate patterns, often taking hours to complete. The designs can include flowers, paisley patterns, or even the groom's name hidden within the artwork. The deeper the color, the stronger the marriage is believed to be. While brides in many cultures get pampered before their wedding, in Tamil Brahmin weddings in India, grooms must shave their heads completely bald. This ritual, called Kashi Yatra, is a sign of purity and spiritual renewal before marriage. Traditionally, the groom is supposed to symbolically renounce worldly pleasures and set off on a pilgrimage. But before he can leave, the bride's father stops him, offering his daughter in marriage instead. The groom then accepts, and the wedding preparations continue. This ritual is deeply tied to Hindu traditions, where shaving the head is seen as a fresh start, free from ego and attachments. In some cases, the groom also takes a ceremonial bath in holy water to complete the purification process. Though many modern Tamil weddings skip this step, some families still follow the custom as a mark of tradition and respect.
Deep beneath the scorched desert of Chihuahua, Mexico, there's a place that looks more like the inside of Superman's Fortress of Solitude than anything on Earth. It's called the Cave of the Crystals, a hidden chamber hundreds of feet underground, discovered by accident in 2000 when miners were drilling for silver and lead. What they found was beyond science fiction. The cavern is filled with colossal crystals, the largest ever seen. Some of these translucent selenite beams stretch more than 35 feet long and weigh up to 55 tons. Just being in the same room as these things makes you feel like you've shrunk down and stepped into a world designed for giants. For a long time, this underground wonder was completely sealed off from human knowledge. Nature had kept it secret for 500,000 years. But here's the catch: you can't just stroll in there and explore. The cave is brutally hot, with the temperatures soaring above 120 degrees Fahrenheit and humidity levels close to 100%. Without special suits and oxygen systems, people would last only a few minutes before their body gives in. It's a natural oven. That's one of the reasons this place remained hidden for so long. It wasn't just buried, it was protected by lethal conditions. Scientists were stunned, not only because of the scale of the crystals, but because of what might be living inside them. Microbes trapped within the crystal structures have been dormant for tens of thousands of years. Researchers revived some of them in lab conditions, opening the door to wild theories about ancient life lying in wait beneath the Earth's surface. Some even wondered if this is the kind of environment we might find beneath the ice of Europa or Enceladus. What makes it even stranger is how the crystals formed. They grew slowly over at least 500,000 years in a pocket of underground water rich in gypsum. But here's the twist: when the mining company began pumping out the water to dig deeper, they unknowingly stopped the crystal growth. In a way, by discovering the cave, we froze it in time. Today, the chamber is closed off again, and the question remains: if something like this was hiding under the feet of miners, completely unknown, what else is waiting deeper down in places we haven't dug, drilled, or dared to enter yet? Just off the coast of Norman's Cay in the Bahamas, the ocean hides something it was never meant to show. Resting eerily on the seafloor are several full-sized airplanes, scattered among coral and sand like forgotten toys from a time no one talks about. From above, they look like wreckage, but when you get close, it's clear many of these planes didn't crash. They were placed. Some are in too perfect condition, with no signs of explosive impact or violent force. They're aligned almost like a parking lot. For years, divers assumed they were remnants of military training gone wrong. But whispers around the island suggest otherwise, that this wasn't an accident, but a cover-up of something bigger. In the 1980s, Norman's Cay was a heavily guarded hub, completely off-limits to outsiders. It was rumored to be a private landing zone used for transporting illegal substances. Locals were warned not to get too close, and strange patrols roamed the shores at night. After a U.S. raid in the early 1990s, the island was abandoned. What was left behind was bizarre, including these aircraft on the ocean floor. Some of the planes bear no registration, others appear on no flight logs. And here's the kicker: a few have Cold War-era parts not used by commercial airlines. No one can explain how they got there. The wrecks attract divers now, but there are zones even experienced guides avoid. Strange signals interfere with sonar. Compass needles spin. Could these planes have been part of something deeper tied to intelligence operations or experimental aircraft programs? Or were they dumped to erase certain traces of activity in a hurry? Whatever the truth is, it lies silent beneath turquoise water. The ocean keeps secrets better than any vault, and the longer these machines stay submerged, the harder the real story becomes to trace. There's a place in northern New Mexico that even locals speak about in a lowered voice, Dulce, a small town with barely a few thousand people, surrounded by mesas and silence. But beneath that quiet surface, many believe something massive is hidden. Not gold, not oil, something much harder to explain. It's called the Dulce Base. According to leaked documents and first-hand accounts, it's a multi-level underground facility built deep into Archuleta Mesa. And if the stories are true, it makes Area 51 look like a welcome center. Whistleblowers claim the lower levels of the base aren't controlled by the military, but by a joint operation with non-human entities. There are drawings, blueprints, and recorded interviews from people who say they worked down there, describing elevators that descend miles into the earth, labs filled with biotech experiments, and even entire ecosystems lit by artificial suns. Some reports claim the base was built during the Cold War, designed to study advanced technologies that couldn't be explained through conventional science. And when those technologies started working, the experiments never stopped. Witnesses say they've seen things inside Dulce that shouldn't exist, including strange craft launching vertically from concealed mountain hangars. Of course, no government agency officially acknowledges Dulce Base exists. But satellite imagery has captured unusual ventilation structures on the mesa, and locals report constant low-frequency humming at night, even when no power lines or factories are nearby. Is it all just urban legend? A Cold War ghost story spun out of paranoia? Or is Dulce the key to understanding why so many advanced sightings and strange lights cluster over this one spot in the desert? Theories keep piling up, but no one's ever gotten close enough to confirm. Whatever's hidden down there, it was never meant to be found. At least not yet. Everyone knows the pyramids are massive. What most people don't know is what lies beneath them. For centuries, stories swirled about secret tunnels, hidden rooms, and chambers deep below the sands of Giza. Most were dismissed as myths, but recent technology is proving those stories may have been true all along. Using muon scanning, a technique that tracks cosmic particles passing through stone, scientists discovered something astonishing inside the Great Pyramid, a massive void above the Grand Gallery, untouched for thousands of years. That alone was enough to make headlines. But then things got even weirder. Ground-penetrating radar surveys around the plateau revealed anomalies, deep geometric cavities, and shafts that don't match any known map of the site. Some believe these form part of a lost network of underground chambers, far larger than anyone expected. Several of these pathways lead not just under the Great Pyramid, but toward the Sphinx and beyond. Egyptian authorities confirmed the findings, but quickly sealed access to several areas. That only added fuel to the theories. Why block entry if there's nothing to hide? Some researchers believe there are ancient texts buried there, possibly written before the pyramids were even built. Others suspect the tunnels could lead to something older than Egyptian civilization itself. In pop culture, it's been tied to theories about Atlantis, alien contact, and even the Book of Thoth, a mythical text said to hold the secrets of the gods. Whether those stories are myth or fact, one thing is clear: what lies beneath Giza isn't fully mapped, and it's far from ordinary. Most of it is still off limits, but with new scans revealing more each year, the sands may not be able to keep their secrets much longer. In the mountains of southern Peru, near the shores of Lake Titicaca, there's a strange stone carving that has sparked centuries of legends, a perfectly shaped door etched into a sheer rock face. It's called Puerta de Hayu Marca, or the Gate of the Gods. And the truth is, no one can really explain why it exists. The door is massive, about 23 feet tall, but it leads nowhere. There's no temple, no tunnel, no steps, just an incredibly precise rectangular shape carved into solid rock with a smaller inset door at its center. Locals say it's been there since before the Inca, before any known civilization in the area. And that's where things get interesting. According to oral legends passed down by Andean shamans, the gate was a portal, a place where heroes and priests could access another world. It was used in ceremonies with sacred objects, like a golden disc said to have fallen from the sky. One legend tells of a priest who placed the disc into a slot on the smaller door and vanished in a flash of blue light. He never returned. Geologists agree that the formation wasn't natural, it was clearly carved. But why create a door that doesn't open? No burial chamber, no inscriptions, no treasure, just silence and stone. Some visitors claim to feel dizzy near the structure. Others report strange dreams after touching it. And the site is still used today in spiritual rituals. Some theorists point to electromagnetic anomalies in the region. Others suggest it aligns with celestial events. There are even claims it connects to similar gates in Egypt and India, forming a global grid. Whether it's a lost temple, an ancient monument, or something far older, Puerta de Hayu Marca remains one of the most mysterious places ever uncovered, a doorway no one's ever walked through. At over 16,000 feet in the Indian Himalayas, there's a remote glacial lake that hides a grim secret. For most of the year, Rupkund is frozen solid, but every summer, as the ice melts, the surface reveals something eerie: hundreds of human skeletons lying just beneath the waterline, perfectly preserved in the cold. When the lake was first discovered by a British forest ranger in the 1940s, the sheer number of bones sparked panic. Was it the site of a forgotten battle? A mass sacrifice? Even today, estimates suggest over 800 people lie in and around the lake. But the weird part? They all died in the same way: blunt force trauma to the skull. At first, theories ranged from landslides to ritual punishment. But a 2004 expedition revealed something stranger. The injuries were too uniform, too localized. The scientists concluded that the people were likely killed by hailstones, massive baseball-sized ones, the kind of freak storm that can sweep through the mountains and leave no chance of escape. Later genetic testing added more layers to the mystery. Some of the skeletons date back to the 9th century, while others are only 200 years old. They're not from the same population either. Some are genetically closer to modern Greeks. What were people from different eras and regions doing at the same remote lake centuries apart? Rupkund is now a restricted area. Tourists are kept at a distance. And while scientists still try to figure out the exact timeline, the locals believe it's cursed. They say the souls of those who perished there never left. It's one of the few places on Earth where history, science, and legend collide, and no one walks away with a full explanation. Near the town of Antequera in southern Spain, there's a mountain that looks like it's sleeping literally. Known as La Peña de los Enamorados, this colossal rock formation looks exactly like the face of a giant lying on its back, eyes closed, lips relaxed, chin to the sky. It's so perfect, so human, that people often assume it's been carved. But it hasn't. Nature made this. The profile is massive, over 2,000 feet wide and eerily precise. From the air, it's impossible to miss. For centuries, locals have told stories about this mountain. The most famous one is a tragic romance, a Christian knight and a Moorish princess who leapt from the peak to escape being torn apart by their families. The mountain is said to have captured the knight's final moment. But the face itself raises bigger questions. Geologists confirm its natural erosion, but others point to how unnaturally symmetrical it is. The kind of symmetry rarely found in random geology. Some believe the mountain was worshipped in prehistoric times. There are ancient dolmens, megalithic tombs at its base, all aligned perfectly with the stone face. Then there are the theories. Some suggest it was a natural landmark chosen by early sky watchers, maybe even used in forgotten rituals. Others believe this isn't the only sleeping giant on Earth, and that these formations, scattered across continents, might have once meant something. Not just to mark territory, but to send a message from the ground to the sky. This one stares up at the stars in silence, day and night. And even now, no one can explain why it looks the way it does. There's a mountain deep in the southern Urals that you can't climb, can't visit, and can't even photograph up close. It's called Mount Yamantau, and it's one of the most secretive places in Russia. For years, it was just a name on a map. But satellite images and leaked intel have made one thing clear: something massive is hidden beneath it. During the Cold War, construction began on a sprawling underground facility within the mountain. Officially, Russia said it was a food storage center. Then they changed the story, said it was a mine, then a nuclear bunker. The truth is, no one outside the Kremlin seems to know for sure. But the size of the infrastructure is staggering. Satellite imagery has revealed rail lines disappearing into the mountain, ventilation shafts as wide as buildings, and endless truck activity. It's been nicknamed Russia's Area 51, and like that base, it's wrapped in layers of security and silence. Western analysts believe the site could house command bunkers, weapons labs, or even entire cities meant to survive a full-scale nuclear event. Locals are warned to stay away. Journalists have been turned back at checkpoints. No one can say what's happening under the rock, only that whatever it is, it's still active. Some wild theories suggest it's a repository for ancient relics, or even recovered technology. Others point to reports of underground drilling that began long before the official construction. Some believe the Soviets stumbled onto something older, buried deep below the Ural crust, and built the base to contain it. Whether it's a Cold War relic or something even stranger, Mount Yamantau remains a modern enigma. It's a mountain-sized locked door, and no one's holding the key. It started with a broken wall. In 1963, a man in the town of Derinkuyu knocked through a section of his basement, and behind it wasn't more stone. It was a tunnel. And that tunnel led to an entire hidden city that no one alive even knew existed. Derinkuyu Underground City runs nearly 200 feet deep and could once shelter 20,000 people. It has homes, stables, schools, wells, ventilation shafts, even churches and wine cellars. All of it carved directly into volcanic rock. No machinery, just ancient tools and unbelievable determination. What's more chilling is how sophisticated the whole thing is. Massive stone doors could seal off each level from invaders. Air shafts were designed to circulate oxygen across dozens of floors. There are escape routes and defense traps. Whoever built it wasn't just hiding, they were preparing for something. Historians estimate the city was built at least 2,800 years ago, maybe earlier. But no one agrees on who did it. The Phrygians? The Hittites? Something even older? And what were they hiding from that forced them to live underground for months at a time? Derinkuyu wasn't alone. It connects to other underground cities by long tunnels forming a sprawling network under Cappadocia. Some believe these networks weren't just defensive. They may have been designed to protect people from a threat on the surface, a natural disaster, or something more unusual. The city remained secret for centuries, buried directly beneath people's homes. It raises one huge question: if something this massive went unnoticed until recently, what else is still waiting to be uncovered, just under our feet? Beneath 2 miles of Antarctic ice, there's a body of water that hasn't seen sunlight since the age of saber-toothed cats. Lake Vostok is one of the largest subglacial lakes on Earth, but until recently, no one had ever touched it. And when they did, things got strange. The lake was sealed off by a thick sheet of ice for more than 20 million years, completely isolated. No light, no air, no contact with the outside world. Yet in 2012, a Russian team managed to drill down into it using sterilized equipment to prevent contamination. What they pulled up raised eyebrows, microscopic organisms unlike anything seen before. These microbes didn't match anything in known databases. Some researchers said they were ancient life forms, perfectly adapted to the extreme pressure and darkness. Others weren't so sure. Conspiracy theories exploded online. A few scientists working near the site suddenly left the project. One report, never confirmed, claimed the team had encountered a large, warm object beneath the ice that moved. Since then, data from Lake Vostok has been tightly controlled. Samples were never fully published. Parts of the project went dark. And the research base nearby? It's still active, but heavily restricted. Some believe what's under the ice could help unlock alien biology life forms that survive in conditions similar to moons like Europa or Enceladus. Others think the secrecy has nothing to do with science and more to do with what they accidentally unleashed. Whatever the truth, Lake Vostok is like a vault that was never meant to be opened. But now that it has, we might never get the full story. For thousands of years, Ubar was just a legend, the so-called Atlantis of the Sands. Arab poets and explorers wrote about a wealthy desert city that vanished beneath the dunes after angering the gods. Most thought it was pure mythology, until NASA satellites picked up something strange in the Rub al-Khali, the world's largest sand desert. Buried beneath layers of sand were ancient road networks, all pointing toward a central point. When an excavation team followed the signal in the early 1990s, they found the ruins of an ancient outpost, a massive stone fortress, with collapsed towers and an 8-story well. The remains of what may have once been Ubar. This wasn't just a trading post. It was a city that controlled the frankincense trade, one of the ancient world's most valuable commodities. The wealth that flowed through Ubar was immense, but then it disappeared without a trace. Geologists think the city sat on top of a limestone cavern that eventually collapsed, swallowing it. But others believe it was buried intentionally. The ruins show signs of sudden abandonment, and there are ancient warnings carved into stone warnings about judgment, fire, and betrayal. To this day, only part of Ubar has been unearthed. The surrounding dunes may still hide more of the city, completely untouched. But the site is remote and harsh, and efforts to dig deeper always seem to stall. Some say it's cursed. Others think what's under the sand is more than just buildings, maybe texts, artifacts, or something that could rewrite our understanding of early civilization. Ubar was lost once, and even after finding it, we're still not sure why. In the remote Siberian wilderness, there's a gaping scar in the earth that locals call the door to the underworld. It's the Beta-Gaica crater, a massive growing pit in the permafrost that's swallowing the forest around it. And it's getting bigger every year. What caused it? Climate shifts initially, but something deeper too. The area was cleared decades ago, and with no trees to insulate the ground, the frozen soil beneath began to melt. The result was a collapse, and that collapse hasn't stopped. Today, the crater is over 3,000 feet long and 300 feet deep. But this isn't just a sinkhole. As the ancient layers of Earth are exposed, they're revealing more than just dirt. Perfectly preserved animals have been pulled from its edges: woolly mammoths, cave lion cubs, even unknown species. But it's the deeper layers that raise the most questions. Scientists say Beta-Gaica could be unlocking a snapshot of Earth's past from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Layers of plant life, pollen, spores all intact. Some researchers believe we might find microbial life frozen in time, untouched since before modern humans existed. But there are stranger claims too. Locals report odd sounds coming from the crater, mechanical hums, echoes like metal grinding. Some even say they've seen lights. It's probably geological activity. Probably. The most unsettling part? The crater is expanding. Every year it devours more of the land around it. If it keeps going, it could expose things humanity hasn't seen since before recorded history, or things we were never supposed to find. Most people think of Easter Island's Moai as giant stone heads, staring silently across the island. But that's only half the truth. When archaeologists began digging around the statues, they made a surprising discovery: the Moai have full bodies. Some stretch over 30 feet tall with arms, torsos, and even carved symbols on their backs. For centuries, shifting soil and volcanic ash had buried the lower parts of the statues. Locals always knew they were complete, but outsiders didn't believe it until the digs proved them right. What's stranger is what was carved into the stone bodies: ancient petroglyphs, unknown symbols, and spiral patterns that no one has fully decoded. Some researchers believe they could be linked to lost Polynesian navigation systems. Others think they represent something spiritual, something meant to be hidden. And still today, no one knows exactly how the islanders moved these multi-ton statues across miles of rocky terrain. The quarry is far from where most of the Moai now stand. Easter Island keeps many of its secrets, but the fact that these heads were never just heads makes you wonder what else might still be buried under the surface. It began with the water pulling back quietly, steadily, until the cracked lake bed started to whisper stories no one had heard in generations. In central Texas, the ghost town of Old Bluffton had been lost beneath the waters of Lake Buchanan for nearly a century. But during one of the region's worst droughts in recent years, the lake's levels dropped so low that pieces of the past started to push their way back to the surface. The town had been flooded in the 1930s when the Colorado River was dammed. Locals were forced to pack up their lives, and buildings were left behind to vanish under the rising water. Nobody thought they'd ever see it again. Yet as the lake retreated, something surreal happened. Dusty roads reappeared, stone foundations emerged, and walls still bearing soot marks from fireplaces stood like skeletons on a dry lake floor. You can now walk among the ruins, following pathways that once echoed with wagon wheels and church bells. A general store's broken tile floor lies half-sunken in dirt. Near the former town center, rusted tools and glass bottles poke from the soil, their surfaces dulled by time but strangely intact. Locals say you can find furniture handles still attached to collapsed doors, and parts of old stoves lodged in the mud. It's like time pressed pause and then waited. People who lived nearby, some descended from families who once called Bluffton home, began visiting. Some came for nostalgia, others for curiosity. But the mood on site feels different, quiet, heavy, as if the earth itself remembers what happened here. And it's not just about ruins. There's something unsettling about the way it all sits. Buildings tilted slightly as if trying to rise again. Wooden beams that never rotted, bone dry and sun-bleached, lie scattered where homes used to stand. A few spots even smell of charred earth when the wind shifts, likely from debris that caught fire when the lake first dried. Beneath the cracked mud of a drying riverbed in Texas, something incredible came to light: footprints from a world that existed long before humans. In the heart of Dinosaur Valley State Park, near Glen Rose, the drought pulled back the waters of the Biloxi River just far enough to reveal something prehistoric: giant three-toed impressions etched into stone, stretching out for dozens of feet. These weren't vague marks, or maybe this is a track kind of shapes. They were sharp, unmistakable, and ancient. The tracks belong to Acrocanthosaurus, a massive predator that once stalked this area over 100 million years ago. Think of it like a smaller Texas-built cousin of the T-Rex. Nearby, another set of smaller prints was revealed, likely from Sauroposeidon, a long-necked herbivore the size of a 5-story building. The scene felt almost like a prehistoric traffic jam frozen in time. What's eerie is how clearly you can follow the steps one after another, like the dinosaur had just walked through wet earth moments ago. You can even see where the claws dug in or slid slightly. Experts say it's one of the best preserved fossil trackways in the world, and it only shows up during extreme drought. Nature holds on to these secrets until it's forced to give them up. Walking through that dried-out riverbed feels less like visiting a park, and more like stepping into a forgotten chapter of Earth's timeline. One where nothing human existed yet, and something enormous was just passing through. It's a reminder of what came long before us and what still waits quietly beneath our feet. In the hills of Catalonia, Spain, a haunting silhouette has become a recurring omen: a stone bell tower rising from a near-empty reservoir. That tower is all that remains of the village of Saint-Romain-de-Sceaux, a town deliberately flooded in the 1960s to make way for a dam. Most of the year, the church lies hidden beneath the waters of the Sceaux Reservoir, but when the drought hits, the entire structure rises like a cathedral of ghosts. Its walls are still intact, weathered, cracked, and moss-covered, yes, but unmistakably standing. The cross atop its steeple reflects sunlight like a mirror. Inside, you can see the old altar stones, the crumbled remnants of pews, and the rusted iron gates meant to keep out wild animals, now guarding only shadows. The surrounding lake bed reveals even more the outlines of streets, stone fences, and collapsed homes. Entire foundations resurface, their geometry still perfect despite decades underwater. Locals say that when the bell tower appears, it brings an eerie stillness to the valley. Birds go quiet, the air feels heavier. Once, the church bells rang out over a lively town. Now, when the water falls low enough to expose the tower, it feels like the building is ringing out a silent warning that not everything washed away with the flood. Visitors come to see it, but few stay long, as if something is watching. It's not every day you witness a ghost village rising from below. And unlike a movie set, this one doesn't feel staged. It feels like something sacred and strange is waking up. Something that was never meant to be seen again. As the Danube River withered under one of the worst droughts in recent memory, a forgotten graveyard of war emerged. Near the Serbian town of Prahovo, dozens of Nazi German warships rose from the depths, twisted metal hulls, shattered decks, and rusted turrets now visible above the waterline. These weren't ordinary boats. They were part of the Nazi Black Sea Fleet, deliberately sunk by retreating forces in 1944 to block Soviet access. For decades, they lay buried in silt and shadow. Then the river fell and the bones of that forgotten fleet surfaced. Some vessels still had ammunition on board. Explosives that hadn't seen daylight in 80 years sat in open air, corroded and unstable. Local authorities had to quickly cordon off the area. Divers said the interior of one ship still had bunk frames and storage lockers untouched since the war. Nature had sealed them off. The drought reopened them. The sight was surreal. Ships that once symbolized power and violence now looked like rusted coffins, their metal guts split open and filled with river mud. The way they leaned against each other, half submerged, half exposed, felt like a battlefield caught in freeze frame. A moment from the past dragged unwillingly into the present. It's not a museum display, it's real and it's decaying fast. Some locals believe the ships should stay where they are, as a warning. Others just want the river to rise again and cover what never should have returned. In northwestern Spain, near the Portuguese border, lies a ghost story made of stone. The village of Acaredo was drowned in 1992 to make way for the Lindoso Reservoir. Entire homes, roads, and shops vanished under the rising waters. But when an extreme drought hit the region, the lake retreated, and Acaredo returned. What makes this village so unnerving is how intact everything still is. You don't just see ruins, you see life, paused. Brick homes stand with window frames still in place. Cracked tile floors stretch out into open rooms. A rusted old car sits half buried in silt near a waterlogged sign reading, "Welcome to Acaredo." Some doorways still swing open. Plastic bottles, tools, and even shoes lay exactly where they were left more than 30 years ago. Walking through the muddy streets feels like trespassing in a world caught between timelines. Trees, long dead, stand like pale skeletons. The silence is thick, broken only by the squelch of footsteps and the occasional bird overhead. It's like time just stopped. Locals who once lived here have come back, some for the first time in decades. They've pointed out their old bedrooms, stores where they bought bread, fountains they drank from. It's emotional, sure, but it's also deeply unsettling. There's no color, no movement, no sound beyond nature trying to reclaim what once belonged to humans. Acaredo isn't a ruin. It's a memory that became physical again, walking out of the water like it never wanted to be forgotten. Lake Mead has always had an air of mystery, but lately, it's been giving up secrets that were never meant to be seen. As the reservoir's water levels plunged to historic lows, something chilling began to surface barrels. Not just any barrels, sealed, corroded, and heavy. When opened, the first one revealed a skeleton, still wearing 1970s-style clothing. Soon, more remains were found, bones scattered along the shrinking shoreline, even inside old boats stuck in the muck. Officials didn't name names, but local crime historians were quick to point fingers. This was classic organized crime territory in the Vegas era of fast money, flashing lights, and shady deals. And back then, Lake Mead was a convenient place to make problems disappear. But now the lake has receded more than 150 feet. What was once 100 feet underwater is suddenly bone-dry beach. Hikers are stumbling onto sun-bleached shoes, rusted-out safes, and even an old handgun wrapped in plastic. All from decades ago, sealed away by rising water, and now laid bare by drought. One thing's certain, those barrels weren't meant to float back up. It's the kind of reveal that feels like something out of a Scorsese film. The setting sun over the cracked lakebed only adds to the feeling the past is back, and it's not quiet about it. When rivers shrink in the UK, history doesn't just reveal itself. It creeps out in the strangest ways. In several parts of England, especially in the Thames and Severn rivers, extreme drought exposed more than coins or clay pots. What emerged were witch bottles, bone charms, and ritual tools straight from folk traditions no one likes to talk about. These bottles weren't for drinking. They were filled with items like nails, teeth, hair, and pins, sealed and buried centuries ago to trap curses or ward off evil. Some were found under what used to be bridges or doorsteps, others lodged deep in mud. Nearby, investigators uncovered animal bones arranged in patterns, small iron figures, and even carvings shaped like faces. Historians link these to anti-witchcraft rituals from the 1600s to 1800s, a time when fear ran deep and superstition ruled over logic. The bottles were meant to protect homes, often buried secretly and forgotten, but now the rivers have retreated and they're reappearing, broken, exposed, and strangely intact. Local museums took in some of the items, but not all. Some collectors pocketed pieces only to later report nightmares and bizarre misfortunes. True or not, it's easy to understand how unsettling these finds are. They're not just artifacts, they're messages. Protective spells made by frightened hands, hidden for centuries, only to be dug up when the land goes thirsty. One archaeologist said it best, "The river is returning what people wanted to keep hidden, and it's doing it on its own schedule." Lake Poyang, often called China's Vanishing Lake, is known for its dramatic seasonal shifts. But during one of its most severe droughts, what emerged from its shrinking shoreline wasn't just exposed mudflats, it was human remains. Scattered bones began appearing near former village sites, buried for decades under silt and water. Many believe they belonged to people who were lost during past floods or evacuations in the 1950s and 60s, when massive infrastructure projects displaced thousands. Some communities were relocated almost overnight. In the rush, not all graves were moved. Others may have been victims of local skirmishes or historical conflicts hidden by time. When water dropped to record lows, partially collapsed grave markers surfaced. Pieces of cloth, faded wood fragments from coffins, and entire skulls were recovered in remote corners of the dried lake. Villagers nearby were stunned. Some said their grandparents had warned of entire cemeteries left behind when the water came in. Now the lake was giving them back. Officials worked quickly to identify and rebury what they could. But the scene with half-buried rib bones catching sunlight on a cracked lakebed stuck in people's minds. It wasn't just eerie, it felt personal, like the land was remembering those who had been forgotten. It was just another hot, dry day in Oklahoma when authorities made a discovery that would rewrite two missing persons cases from the 1970s. As water levels dropped at Lake Foss, a faint outline in the mud began to show. A car, half-buried and rust-covered, visible for the first time in decades. It was a Chevrolet Camaro, its body corroded but largely intact. When investigators approached and opened it, they found something chilling skeletal remains. Not one, but multiple sets of bones inside. Nearby, another car was discovered, an older Chevrolet also containing human remains. Forensic teams later identified the victims as two different groups of people who vanished over 40 years ago. Both cars had likely gone off the same road that now leads into the reservoir. Back then, there were no guardrails, and the edge of the water was deeper, darker, and more remote than it is today. The find sparked renewed interest in several other cold cases in the region. Locals began coming forward with old stories, strange disappearances, and theories that had floated around for years but never been proven. What once looked like unsolvable mysteries suddenly had answers, hidden just beneath the lake's surface all this time. The cars have since been removed, but even now when the lake runs low, people can't help but glance at the shoreline and wonder, what else might still be down there? It had been missing for decades, forgotten beneath the surface of one of California's largest reservoirs. But, when Lake Shasta dried up during one of its worst droughts, something really unexpected began to emerge, a long, rusted hull jutting out from the cracked shoreline. At first, locals thought it was just debris, but as more of it became visible, it was clear. This was no ordinary wreck. It was a World War II landing craft, completely intact and abandoned in the middle of a man-made lake. The craft, believed to be an LCM, landing craft mechanized, was probably used during training exercises or post-war transport before being left behind and swallowed by rising water. For 70 years, it remained hidden, sealed beneath the surface. That is, until the lake dropped to historic lows, exposing the boat like a war relic exhumed from the earth. Its steel frame was rusted but still recognizable, its flat-bottomed design made for storming beaches during amphibious assaults. The ramp at the front, where tanks or troops would have rolled out, hung partially open like a silent scream. A few markings were still visible, worn but legible, ghost letters from another era. Even the rivets and bolts looked ready to be unscrewed by time itself. Visitors who came across the craft were stunned. Some had lived nearby for decades and had no idea such a thing was even in the water. I mean, it's not every day you find a military artifact casually rising from a lake like something from a lost battlefield. What makes it even creepier is that it wasn't logged or documented anywhere official. No public records placed that boat at Lake Shasta. It had simply been left behind, just waiting to be noticed. The site is strangely peaceful now, but it lingers in your thoughts. A boat built for war, long out of place, quietly surfaced by nature's hand. Not a monument, not a museum piece, just a forgotten machine from a very different time, returned by the drought like a memory that refused to stay buried. In the heart of China's Yangtze River, a sacred secret rested beneath the water for centuries, until the river began to vanish. As drought gripped the region, water levels dropped to their lowest in decades. That's when stone figures started to appear on a rocky island reef near Chongqing. Carved into the cliff face, worn by water, but honestly, still remarkably detailed, were ancient Buddhist statues that hadn't been fully visible in living memory. The statues, believed to date back to the Ming and Qing dynasties, stood calm and serene even as the cracked riverbed revealed the scars of the dried-up waterway around them. The most striking was a seated figure resting on a lotus pedestal flanked by smaller carvings, faded but still distinct. Scholars estimate they could be over 600 years old, created during a time when villagers carved their beliefs directly into the land. These statues were part of what locals call the Foyaliang Reef. Most of the year they're underwater, only peeking through the current during the lowest tides. But now, with the drought pulling the Yangtze back further than anyone expected, the full site has emerged, revealing not just figures but inscriptions and patterns carved into the stone. Locals visit the site to offer incense, prayers, or simply stare. The atmosphere is oddly quiet, almost reverent. There's no formal temple here, no visitor center, just ancient faces staring into a dried river like they've been waiting for someone to notice. What makes this moment feel surreal is that these statues weren't discovered by digging or demolition. They were simply waiting below the surface, silent for centuries, until nature stepped back and let them be seen again. Some believe it's a sign, others see it as history reminding us it's still here. Either way, the river's retreat has revealed something sacred and hauntingly beautiful. In southern Mexico, where the Grijalva River feeds the Nezahualcoyotl Reservoir, something ancient occasionally stirs beneath the surface. Locals call it the Temple of Santiago, but honestly, most only know it from rumors or old family stories. Built by Dominican friars in the mid-1600s, this colonial church once served a thriving village. Then the water came. In the 1960s, the area was flooded for a hydroelectric dam, swallowing the church, its walls, and the entire surrounding settlement. For decades, the temple rested underwater. Most years, you'd barely see the top of the structure, but when drought hit hard, the river's level fell so low that the entire church emerged, standing like a sun-bleached skeleton in the middle of the reservoir. The building is massive, over 150 feet long, with soaring stone arches and a bell tower that still stands defiantly. The roof is long gone, but the bones of the church are intact. You can see where the altar used to be, where the pews would have lined up, and where echoes of voices once bounced off cold stone. What's eerie is how well it's preserved. The dry, still air around the ruins carries a strange weight. Fish bones crunch underfoot. Vines twist through empty windows. There's no roof, but somehow the energy of the place still feels enclosed, almost trapped in time. When the waters get especially low, boats can't reach the structure anymore. People walk out to it across dried lake bed, snapping photos next to crumbling walls. It looks like a film set from a forgotten post-apocalyptic story, except it's real, and it's been sleeping beneath the waves for over 50 years. Locals say the church comes back only when the river is truly in distress, and every time it does, it draws crowds. Not just for its architecture, but because of the unshakable feeling that something sacred was taken by the water, and every now and then refuses to stay down. Across rivers in Central Europe, as water levels drop, something disturbing begins to appear. Stones, old and weathered, carved with grim messages. These are the hunger stones, markers chiseled centuries ago into riverbeds during times of extreme drought. And when they become visible again, it's rarely a good sign. One of the most famous stones sits along the Elbe River in the Czech Republic. It reads, "If you see me, weep." That inscription dates back to the 1600s, when famine and crop failure swept through the region after a brutal drought. Other stones bear years etched into their sides: 1417, 1616, 1893. Everyone linked to disaster. The stones weren't just warnings, they were records. Families who suffered during these lean years left behind inscriptions as a message for the future if the river drops this low again. Trouble is coming. Some stones are engraved with symbols of hardship: crosses, skulls, and cracked bowls, each one a haunting reminder of what low water once meant. Now, in recent years, as rivers like the Elbe and Rhine face record-breaking droughts, the hunger stones have reappeared. People photograph them, post them online, and speculate. But for those who know the history, their reappearance isn't just curious, it's unsettling. These stones weren't placed for art or culture. They were carved by desperate hands, during times when water disappeared and hunger took its place. The past is speaking again, and this time it's louder than ever. High in Italy's South Tyrol region, surrounded by snowy peaks and green slopes, lies a lake with a secret of 14th century bell tower rising straight out of the water. It's all that remains of Curon, a village deliberately flooded in 1950 to create a reservoir. The rest of the town lies deep beneath Lake Resia, hidden from view, except when the water falls. During severe droughts, the church tower becomes more than just a strange landmark. The entire base of the structure is exposed. Stone pathways leading to submerged ruins become visible. Locals say when the water is low, the church seems to stand taller, like it's pushing its way back into the world. Even in normal seasons, the tower is surreal. It sticks out of the still blue surface like a monument from a dream. But when the drought tightens its grip, the atmosphere around it shifts. You can walk right up to it, run your fingers along the moss-covered stone, and hear the stories whispered by wind that weaves through the arches. Many visitors think it's just a quirky photo stop, but to residents, the tower is a reminder of a village that was sacrificed. Families were displaced, houses demolished, fields drowned. The town was real, and the tower is the last piece that refuses to sink. People claim to hear bells ringing from beneath the water, even though the actual bell was removed long ago. Whether it's a trick of the wind or something stranger, the effect is the same. You leave with goosebumps. Because Curon didn't vanish, it's still there, just beneath the surface, watching. From the outside, the Oppidum looks like a peaceful country estate tucked into the hills of the Czech Republic. But below the surface lies the most expensive private bunker on the planet, an underground fortress designed to protect and pamper the world's wealthiest individuals in absolute luxury. Estimated to cost over $100 million, the Oppidum isn't just a shelter. It's a palace carved into bedrock. Covering more than 77,000 square feet, it's built to survive a nuclear event, biological threat, or complete societal collapse, all while offering the feel of a five-star hotel. It's the definition of high-end survival. Security comes first with blast-proof concrete walls, multiple armored gates, biometric access points, and an independent air filtration system that can block out radiation and chemical agents. But what makes the Oppidum so unique isn't just how safe it is, it's how beautiful and comfortable it feels inside. Owners can customize their living quarters with marble floors, leather furniture, LED simulated skylights, and personal vaults. Some versions of the design include private spas, art galleries, pools, and even climate-controlled wine cellars. There's space for underground gardens, surgical rooms, and command centers that can run for months without any outside contact. Everything is designed to be fully self-sufficient. The Oppidum has its own underground water reservoir, backup power generators, and long-term food storage facilities. It even includes luxury add-ons like a cinema room and bulletproof garages for rare cars or armored vehicles. What sets the Oppidum apart is the combination of security and elegance. While most bunkers feel cold and industrial, this one feels like a hidden mansion. It's meant to make people forget they're underground at all. One of the architects even referred to it as a private castle below the surface. And that's exactly what it is. Discreetly located, heavily fortified, and loaded with ultra-modern tech, the Oppidum is the ultimate backup plan for those who can afford it. If money were no object and you had to disappear underground tomorrow, this is where you'd want to be. Safe, silent, and completely sealed off from the chaos above, without ever giving up luxury. Hidden beneath the lush green hills of central Germany is a structure that feels more like the set of a futuristic sci-fi film than a real place. But it exists. It's called Vivos Europa 1, a private underground complex so secure and extravagant, it's often compared to a modern-day Noah's Ark for the ultra-wealthy. This isn't just a shelter, it's a subterranean kingdom. Built inside a former Cold War military fortress, Europa 1 spans hundreds of thousands of square feet. The original structure was carved into solid bedrock, which means it's nearly impenetrable. Now repurposed by the Vivos group, the space has been transformed into one of the world's most advanced survival resorts. This is where luxury meets lockdown, and it's completely self-sufficient for years. Private apartments in Europa 1 are custom built to the buyer's taste. Think golden chandeliers, marble flooring, home theaters, wine cellars, and even private gyms. One suite design included a waterfall wall and panoramic video walls that display fake windows, offering views of beaches, forests, or cities that no longer exist above. The idea is to make you forget you're 400 feet underground. Security and engineering match military specs. Blast-proof doors, air filtration systems that can filter out radiation or biological threats, backup generators, underground water reservoirs, and even genetic storage facilities. Yes, you can store your DNA here for future cloning or medical use. Some apartments have built-in panic rooms inside the bunker, just in case. Communal spaces include a medical center, a chapel, a school zone, a restaurant, and even a secure zoo to preserve animal species. It's not just about surviving, it's about restarting civilization if the surface becomes uninhabitable. Entry is by invitation only, and only the wealthiest individuals can afford it. The project is often described as a backup plan for the elites, but it's more than that. It's an underground sanctuary built to feel like home. And if you think it's all a bit too futuristic, consider this. Many of its features have already been completed, and the project is active and expanding. In the event of a global catastrophe, there are people out there who won't be fighting over supplies or scrambling for safety. They'll be riding it out in marble bathtubs, sipping vintage wine, and checking security feeds from rooms that look like they belong in a 5-star hotel. Europa 1 proves one thing. The future of survival isn't about bunkering down, it's about leveling up. When it comes to big ideas and secret projects, Elon Musk is always in the conversation. Rockets, electric cars, brain chips, nothing is off limits. But lately, whispers from deep in Texas suggest something even more intriguing. That Musk might be building a private underground survival facility near the Tesla Gigafactory and SpaceX's Starbase. There's no official blueprint confirming it, of course, but satellite imagery, local permits, and insider chatter have all pointed to strange construction zones on Musk-linked land. Some sites show concrete reinforced entrances, massive excavation activity, and ventilation shafts that look suspiciously like bunker systems. And when it comes to Elon, plausible deniability only fuels the fire. Some believe it's a high-tech survival shelter equipped with Tesla power systems, Starlink satellite internet, and maybe even experimental AI integration. Think of it as a survival command center, where the apocalypse is monitored through ultra-clear monitors, solar panels run life support, and robots handle the grunt work. Others suggest it's a prototype. Proof of concept for a future Mars colony module tested right here on Earth under Texas soil. The layout reportedly mirrors the idea of a closed-loop habitat. Hydroponics, battery power, water recycling, and pressurized compartments. In other words, exactly what would be needed both for doomsday here and long-term survival on another planet. The theory fits Musk's bigger vision. He's repeatedly said that humans need to become a multi-planetary species. But if things go bad on Earth before we get to Mars, he might already have a launch pad bunker ready to protect his closest team and family. Some have even called it the real Iron Man cave, equal parts tech lab and survival pod. Whether it's real or just an internet-fueled myth, one thing is certain. If anyone has the resources, the tech, and the motivation to build the ultimate high-tech survival bunker, It's Elon Musk. And in typical Musk fashion, if it exists, it's probably smarter, more automated, and cooler than anyone realizes. Some say it's just about safety, others say it's about control, but maybe, just maybe, it's about being ready for a future no one else is prepared for. In the heart of Kansas, a Cold War relic has been transformed into something out of a sci-fi thriller. Larry Hall's survival condo started as an Atlas missile silo designed to launch nuclear warheads. Today, it's a vertical fortress for millionaires, and it's sold out. The silo is 15 stories deep and fortified with concrete walls up to 9 feet thick. That's enough to withstand a direct nuclear strike. Inside, it feels more like a high-end resort than a bunker. There's a swimming pool, a gym, a rock climbing wall, a theater, and even a dog park, all underground. Owners can ride out anything from civil unrest to global disasters without losing access to comfort or luxury. Each private condo comes fully furnished and includes high-speed internet, biometric locks, and full-spectrum lighting that mimics daylight. A standard unit here started at around $1.5 million. Penthouse units sold for over $4.5 million, and all of them are built to sustain residents for 5 years off-grid, with food storage, water filtration, and backup power systems. Hall didn't stop at just one silo. A second location, Survival Condo 2, is already underway, adding even more features and space. His buyers, tech executives, doctors, former military officers, people with money, yes, but also people who believe the future might not be as stable as it seems. And it's not just about hiding out, it's about continuing life as normally as possible, even if the world above goes dark. There's a classroom, a library, a command center with satellite feeds. Some owners even customize their units with escape tunnels and armored safes. What makes the survival condo so popular isn't just its protection, it's the lifestyle. You don't feel like you're in a shelter, you feel like you're in a high-end apartment building with the best security in the world. If you've ever wanted to live in a luxury tower flipped upside down and buried in the earth, this is it. Cheyenne Mountain has long been one of the most secure places in the United States. Home to NORAD's command center, it's a military fortress carved straight into the Rockies. But what most people don't know is that a growing number of ultra-wealthy individuals are building their own private versions, not far from the original. These modern bunkers are modeled on Cheyenne's legendary resilience. They're built deep inside remote mountain areas in Colorado and Montana, using similar reinforced concrete shells and blast doors. The twist? Instead of war rooms and radar stations, these bunkers come with heated wine cellars, private spas, recording studios, and underground lounges that wouldn't look out of place in a luxury resort. One of the better-known examples is a site near Telluride, where a private investor spent over $20 million converting an old mine shaft into a multi-level survival palace. Others have reportedly purchased decommissioned military facilities and outfitted them with Tesla Powerwalls, biometric security, and underground garages for exotic car collections. Because these locations are private and often unregistered, details are scarce. But real estate developers in the area confirm there's demand, and the price per square foot for underground space in some parts of the Rockies is now higher than luxury penthouses in Manhattan. In short, these bunkers are not just shelters, they're investments. And why the Rockies? High elevation, low population, and natural shielding from blast waves and radiation. That makes it a dream location for anyone wanting a strategic edge during a large-scale event. It's the same logic the military uses, and now the billionaires are following suit. With some of these facilities offering runway access for private jets and helicopter pads hidden under retractable roofs, it's no exaggeration to call them the civilian version of Cheyenne Mountain. Just swap out the missile tracking software for smart TVs and Scandinavian furniture. One of the most mind-blowing transformations in the world of doomsday prepping sits quietly in the middle of upstate New York. From above, it looks like a grassy hill, maybe an old farmhouse. Underneath, a Cold War missile silo turned multi-million-dollar luxury home. This former Atlas F missile base now houses a custom-built, 2-level underground mansion. The owner, an engineer and entrepreneur, spent years and more than $4 million turning the hardened silo into a fully livable residence. The result? A safe house that feels more like an underground mansion than a military bunker. The entrance is hidden beneath a nondescript garage. Once inside, you descend into a high-end living space with granite countertops, ambient lighting, a modern kitchen, entertainment system, and even a simulated sky ceiling to mimic the look of daylight. Below that, another level includes bedrooms, a library, and a workshop. The missile bay, once home to a 100-ton intercontinental ballistic missile, has been converted into a giant rec room with a climbing wall and open concept design. The original blast doors are still there and they still work. In fact, the entire structure is sealed tight with the same specs used by the military during the peak of nuclear tensions. Power comes from a hybrid system of generators and solar panels. Water is pumped from a well 100 feet deep. The house could operate off-grid for months without issue. And if needed, the owner has backup fuel, food stores, and medical supplies to outlast almost anything. What's truly striking is how personal and cozy it feels. Unlike larger community shelters, this is a one-family setup. And that makes it feel like a secret lair, part superhero hideout, part luxury lodge. If you've ever wanted to ride out the end of the world in comfort and quiet, Silo Home makes that dream very real. Tucked away in the rolling hills of South Dakota is one of the largest private bunker communities in the world, Vivos X Point. Once a military base storing weapons and ammunition, the site has been repurposed into a post-apocalyptic neighborhood with over 575 hardened bunkers, each one available for private purchase and upgrade. It's like a gated community, but underground, and with blast doors instead of white fences. Every bunker is built with reinforced concrete and a curved, earth-covered structure that blends right into the landscape. From the outside, they look like grassy mounds with steel doors. On the inside, though, things get a lot more interesting. Owners have transformed their units into personal retreats, complete with living rooms, kitchens, solar systems, and even home theaters. Some have gone for a rustic cabin feel. Others built sleek, modern interiors worthy of a high-end downtown condo. Buying a bunker here starts at $35,000, but that's just the beginning. Most people invest upwards of $100,000 to $200,000 to customize it. You can install wood floors, granite countertops, LED lighting, soundproof walls, and whatever makes your apocalypse stay more enjoyable. The site has enough storage for years' worth of food and supplies, and the air filtration systems are designed to handle chemical, biological, and radiological threats. What sets X Point apart is its community approach. There are plans for a central marketplace, medical center, chapel, and even a bar. It's designed for long-term living, not just waiting out a storm. People bring pets, kids, even hobbies. You're not hiding out in isolation. You're building a new kind of society beneath the grasslands. And the location isn't random. South Dakota offers low population density, stable geology, and is far from coastal threat zones. It's the kind of place that makes sense if you're thinking long-term survival with a side of privacy. For those who want to be prepared but still feel like part of a community, Vivos X Point turns the idea of bunkering down into something a lot more human and a lot more livable. Silicon Valley is known for tech giants, innovation, and luxury living, but hidden beneath some of those multi-million-dollar homes is a secret most neighbors would never guess. More and more high-net-worth homeowners are installing high-end underground bunkers right in their backyards. We're not talking about steel boxes or panic rooms. These are full-scale shelters designed to be both safe and stunning. Some of these subterranean builds come with lounge areas, stocked wine cellars, encrypted communication rooms, and personal gyms. Architects have developed retractable driveways, elevator shafts, and disguised access points that blend seamlessly into landscaped gardens. You could walk across a yard with no idea there's a 2-level survival zone beneath your feet. The bunkers are equipped with self-sustaining water systems, EMP protection, radiation shielding, and even entertainment hubs with surround sound and 4K projectors. One venture capitalist reportedly installed a flight simulator in his bunker, not just for fun, but to practice piloting in case of emergency relocation. These bunkers aren't just for end-of-the-world scenarios. Some owners use them as ultra-secure vaults for crypto hardware, private server racks, or digital archives. Others use them as office spaces, completely offline and immune to surveillance or intrusion. And the reason Silicon Valley leads this trend? It's not just wealth, it's mindset. Many of these individuals are forward-thinking, data-driven, and constantly preparing for risk. Climate change, civil unrest, cyber threats, these aren't abstract concerns. They're coded into contingency plans. When your day job is predicting the future, planning for its darker sides comes naturally. It's the new luxury status symbol. Not just a smart home, but a safe one. Underneath it all. In the towering Swiss Alps, where mountain peaks cut into the clouds, there's more beneath the surface than just snow and stone. During the Cold War, Switzerland invested heavily in military bunkers, hundreds of them, some big enough to hold entire communities. Today, many of those concrete beasts have been decommissioned, and a handful have quietly been converted into private sanctuaries for those who want to wait out disaster surrounded by the quiet of the Alps. These aren't just empty cold rooms anymore. Wealthy buyers have turned these military leftovers into modern marvels. Imagine heated floors, mood lighting, plush lounges, and mountain views through periscope lenses or digital window panels. One former artillery base was transformed into a 12-bedroom residence complete with a spa, wine cellar, and drone surveillance system. Unlike bunkers in flatter regions, these structures are often carved directly into the rock, offering natural protection against blasts, earthquakes, and even electromagnetic pulses. Switzerland's strict privacy laws also make it easier for owners to develop these properties without much public exposure. Many of these private bunkers aren't even listed on regular maps. A few have been purchased by discreet foundations or foreign investors looking for a stable European fallback point in uncertain times. The appeal isn't just the safety, it's the scenery. When you step out of one of these bunkers, you're not looking at a wasteland, you're standing in the middle of postcard-perfect alpine beauty. Some owners have even added cable cars or ski lifts to make their retreat even more self-contained. From military secrets to private luxury, the Swiss Alps now offer one of the most beautiful and secure ways to disappear, without leaving behind the finer things in life. It was supposed to be the most luxurious doomsday community ever built in the United States. Trident Lakes, a 700-acre fortress of calm in Ector, Texas, promised an underground paradise for the elite, complete with private bunkers, man-made lakes, equestrian trails, a spa village, and even a DNA vault. But what happened instead was stranger than fiction. The plan was massive. Developers unveiled renderings of a gated compound with over 600 condominiums, 90% of them underground, priced between $500,000 and $2 million. The site would include a golf course, polo fields, a massive fountain system shaped like a trident, and deep shelters beneath every home. The goal? Offer a 5-star lifestyle before, during, and after any potential disaster. Initial construction began with a grand entrance, columns, guards, palm trees. Promos ran with the tagline, "Prepare for the future without sacrificing the present." Investors signed on, some even put down deposits. Media coverage blew up. But then, silence. As quickly as it appeared, Trident Lakes stalled. Construction halted. The fountain dried up. Reports emerged that federal investigators were looking into possible fraud and mismanagement. One of the men behind the project was later linked to criminal activity unrelated to the site itself, and from that point, it spiraled into abandonment. Today, the land still exists. The gates remain. But the vision, the utopian resort for survival, is gone. What's left is a half-built complex that serves as a haunting reminder that not all prepper dreams come true, even with a big budget and a flashy launch. Yet Trident Lakes still lingers in conversation because of what it could have been. It was one of the first projects to market survival not as fear but as lifestyle. It told the world you didn't have to sacrifice beauty for security. And though it vanished, it inspired other, more discreet projects to rise from its ashes, quietly, carefully, and far more privately. Sometimes the most luxurious bunkers are the ones you'll never hear about again. When the idea of hiding underground feels too restrictive, there's another solution gaining serious attention among the ultra-wealthy: survival at sea. Floating bunkers and luxury yachts are quickly becoming the preferred escape option for billionaires who want freedom, flexibility, and full mobility in uncertain times. Forget concrete walls. These high-tech vessels offer security, independence, and pure luxury, all while cruising international waters. Unlike traditional bunkers, survival yachts don't rely on staying put. They can move away from danger, avoid crowded zones, and anchor in remote areas where few can follow. This mobility gives them a major advantage, especially during global instability or environmental crises. And with today's advanced technology, many of these vessels are capable of staying off-grid for weeks, or even months at a time. Most high-end survival yachts are custom-built or heavily modified to include things like EMP shielding, satellite communications, secure storage, desalination systems, and solar-powered backup energy. Some owners go even further, adding drone launch bays, underwater escape pods, and panic rooms. There are also designs focused on stealth. No flashy paint, no open positioning systems, and no press. Just smooth lines and total privacy. Inside, these vessels are often indistinguishable from 5-star hotels. You'll find private cinemas, spa rooms, gyms, gourmet kitchens, and multiple guest suites. Some are even equipped with hydroponic grow systems and medical treatment rooms. Whether used as a permanent retreat or a floating backup plan, they are made to support long-term living with comfort and style. Floating bunkers aren't just about survival, they represent a shift in how the elite prepare. Land can be overrun, cities can collapse, borders can close. But the ocean? It remains wide open. That's why the rich aren't just building bunkers, they're setting sail. That's about it. In which of these bunkers would you wait out the apocalypse? Write in the comments. And don't forget to check out our other videos.